Chapter 1, Rebirth in 1998. In a parallel world, please do not take it personally. In the spring of 1998, in Shanghai City, at the rooftop of the first high school, Chen Ping'an, stop daydreaming. Focus on your studies and aim for a good university. That is far more important than anything else, Li Mengyun exclaimed, her tone laced with frustration. The two were high school seniors and classmates, their 3 years together fostering a close bond. Li Mengyun, unwilling to witness Chen Ping'an's decline, urged him to study diligently. Yet, Chen Ping'an failed to appreciate her concern, which only served to exacerbate Li Mengyun's irritation. He gazed blankly at the beautiful girl before him, his eyes slowly misting over. Am I dreaming? Is this girl Li Mengyun? Good heavens, have I returned to the eve of the 1998 college entrance examination? Chen Ping'an was astounded. The scene unfolded before him, so familiar. It was the spring of 1998, and Li Mengyun was scolding him on the rooftop, imploring him to study hard. This memory was etched deeply in his mind, one he would never forget. However, the era he had lived in was November 2024. He had reincarnated from 2024 back to 1998, a span of 26 years. Fate had not been unkind to him. In his previous life, he harbored numerous regrets, and now, unexpectedly, he had a second chance. Observing the fuming girl before him, Chen Ping'an felt no anger. He understood that Li Mengyun was right. Only through diligent study and admission to a prestigious university could one alter the course of life. If nothing changed, Li Mengyun would secure a spot at Peking University and, during her sophomore year, study abroad in the United States. Graduating from a renowned institution there, she would establish a thriving company, growing it into a formidable enterprise. 20 years later, when Chen Ping'an encountered Li Mengyun again, she had become the female president of a multinational corporation, her wealth exceeding $30 billion. In U.S. currency. Conversely, 20 years hence, Chen Ping'an found himself a failure in business, burdened with debts amounting to $5 million, despondent and contemplating suicide. It was Li Mengyun who learned of his plight, reached out, and helped him settle his debts, rekindling his will to live. In their conversations, Chen Ping'an discovered that Li Mengyun had once offered him opportunities he had squandered. His failure to follow her path to Peking University had led him to a lesser institution, resulting in his missed chance with her. Chen Ping'an was unclear about Li Mengyun's marital status, only hearing whispers of her unhappiness, devoid of children. Yet, by that time, he had lost all opportunities. The disparity in their social standings was insurmountable. That was a tale for 20 years hence. Now, in 1998, everything lay before him, yet to unfold. If Chen Ping'an did not instigate change, he would likely meet the same fate 2 decades later. Thank you, Li Mengyun. I will study diligently and strive for a good university, he declared, filled with emotion. 10 years later, he would genuinely stand on that rooftop, prepared to leap. However, Li Mengyun would appear like an angel, pulling him back from the abyss. Chen Ping'an was genuinely moved. He had once believed his life would remain unchanged, forever burdened by regret. Yet, heaven had smiled upon him, granting him a return to his high school days. In 1998, everything was still possible, and he had a chance to amend his past mistakes. I hope you can keep your word, otherwise, your life will truly be over, Li Mengyun said earnestly. Chen Ping'an smiled, feeling as though everything was beautiful. How wonderful it was to return to 1998 and see Li Mengyun again. In his previous existence, he had been a failure. This time, he vowed to rise above. Chen Ping'an recalled the significant events of the next 2 decades with clarity. Armed with the knowledge of future opportunities, wealth could be easily attained. Putting aside other ventures, merely acquiring stocks from major companies would yield substantial profits over time. And then there was Bitcoin, the key to fortune, though it wouldn't emerge for several more years. In the short term, he could not rely on Bitcoin, but countless other pathways to wealth lay before him. Chen Ping'an felt invigorated, yet, he understood that he was but an ordinary person. Despite possessing foresight, he could not alter the fabric of destiny significantly. While making money was feasible, he resolved to refrain from engaging in matters beyond his reach. The monumental events of history were not for an ordinary individual to navigate. He would simply ride the wave and earn modestly. At that moment, a melodious voice echoed in his ears. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the One-Yuan flash sale system. The One-Yuan flash sale event has commenced. Please complete your purchase promptly. Chen Ping'an was momentarily stunned. Chapter 2, the One-Yuan flash sale system. Am I hallucinating? Chen Ping'an pondered, skepticism etched across his face. He understood the concept of systems well, yet he was aware that they were mere constructs of fiction. Such systems should not exist in reality. Thus, he questioned his sanity. But upon reflection, he had experienced rebirth, an occurrence deemed impossible, making the presence of a system seem somewhat plausible. It was entirely reasonable for a reincarnated individual to possess a system. "System, are you there?" Despite his doubts, he silently called out. A translucent interface suddenly materialized before him. This semi-transparent virtual interface resembled a transparent screen appearing in front of Chen Ping'an. The system interface was refreshingly simple, offering only one function. The name of the system was displayed at the top: One-Yuan flash sale system. The system allowed for One-Yuan flash sales. Each day, 4 items would refresh, yet only one could be purchased at the flash sale price of One-Yuan. This was the essence of the One-Yuan flash sale system. Today's 4 flash sale items had already been revealed: 10 gold bricks, total weight 3 kilograms. 1 vial of super soldier serum, specifically for Captain America. In the Tang Dynasty world, the ultimate longevity technique. 1 vial of intelligence-enhancing potion from the future world, doubling intellect upon consumption. Chen Ping'an's eyes widened in astonishment at the displayed items. This system was truly remarkable, and the available products were extraordinary. Among the 4 items, the least valuable was still 30 kilograms of gold. The other 3 items were equally impressive. Gold was the first to be eliminated. While valuable, its worth was the least significant in this context. What remained were 3 options. After a brief contemplation, he ruled out the intelligence potion. His intellect was sufficient for the time being. The final 2 options were the ultimate longevity technique and the super soldier serum. Both items promised to enhance combat capability, albeit in different ways. Chen Ping'an's gaze darkened as a long-buried memory surfaced, reminiscent of a hellish experience. He recalled that it was in this very place, on this day, that he had endured immense suffering and humiliation. Led by Zhang Lei, several classmates had mercilessly beaten him, even forcing him to drink urine. Bullying in schools exists across all eras. 2 decades later, due to the rise of the internet, instances of bullying spread easily online. Yet, in the 1998 of today, the absence of the internet meant that such incidents remained hidden from public awareness. It was a harrowing memory that Chen Ping'an dared not revisit, a veritable nightmare that haunted his existence. This incident had precipitated a drastic decline in his academic performance, culminating in a dismal outcome in the college entrance examination, resulting in his admission to a mediocre university, which irrevocably altered the course of his life. As he recalled the scenes from that memory, Chen Ping'an's body trembled with a visceral blend of fear and rage. He remembered that Zhang Lei and his cohorts were soon to arrive. Zhang Lei, a senior student from the neighboring class, had been vying for the affection of Li Mengyun, and was consumed with jealousy over Chen Ping'an's proximity to her. He had longed to teach Chen Ping'an a lesson, and upon spotting him and Li Mengyun on the rooftop, he had gathered a group of followers to confront them. The dreadful scenario was poised to unfold once more. However, this time, everything was different. Chen Ping'an slowly retrieved the sole One-Yuan bill from his pocket, accessing the system interface to initiate a recharge. The bill transformed into a shimmering light, vanishing from his fingertips. A chime resonated from the interface, indicating an increase in his funds. One-Yuan instant kill, max-level longevity technique, Chen Ping'an thought to himself. This was his choice. He opted for the max-level longevity technique. While the super soldier serum was commendable, the max-level longevity technique surpassed it in value, originating from the esteemed martial arts of the novel The Twin Dragons of the Tang Dynasty. Mastering the longevity technique promised not only an extended lifespan but also unparalleled combat prowess, far more precious than the serum. Who would not covet the prospect of living longer while possessing supreme strength? Moreover, he was acquiring the technique at its pinnacle without the need for arduous training. Had it required personal cultivation, Chen Ping'an might have chosen the soldier serum. Yet, the max-level longevity technique was an opportunity he could not afford to miss. A golden light enveloped Chen Ping'an as a surge of formidable energy coursed through his body. An abundance of training memories associated with the longevity technique flooded his mind. The max-level longevity technique had been successfully loaded. A glimmer of gold sparkled in Chen Ping'an's eyes. He had ascended to the status of a master of internal martial arts. His dantian brimmed with potent innate true energy, which flowed throughout his meridians, continuously enhancing his physique. The max-level longevity technique was perfected. This was the might of the system. As Chen Ping'an channeled his true energy and casually waved his hand, a gust of energy erupted, etching a long scar into the wall 10 meters away. The ability to unleash sword energy effortlessly was indicative of a top-tier internal energy master, reveling in the surging true energy within him. A cold smile crept upon Chen Ping'an's lips. With a resounding crash, the iron gate of the rooftop was kicked open, and a group of senior students barged in. Leading the charge was none other than Zhang Lei. Chen Ping'an was all too familiar with him, the embodiment of his past nightmares in shadows. It was here, in this very place, that Zhang Lei and his sycophants had mercilessly beaten him, humiliating him in the most degrading manner. The disgrace of that moment had lingered with him. Zhang Lei not only committed the act but also spread the news throughout the school, rendering Chen Ping'an unable to hold his head high. When his parents learned of the incident, they had come to the school in a futile attempt to seek justice. Zhang Lei's father, a contractor with resources and influence, had ensured that the matter was swiftly resolved, and the school had sided with Zhang Lei, issuing only a minor reprimand. Consequently, Zhang Lei's family compensated Chen Ping'an with a mere 200 yuan, allowing the matter to fade into obscurity. Chen Ping'an's parents, ordinary individuals, were filled with rage yet felt powerless. The incident left him despondent, draining his spirit entirely. In the final 2 months, he withdrew from school, confined to home for self-study, ultimately failing the entrance examination and enrolling in a lackluster university, severing ties with Li Mengyun. His fate had been irrevocably altered. Countless nights, he had pondered whether his life would have been different had he not suffered Zhang Lei's bullying. Yet, there were no answers, for the past was immutable. However, this time, an opportunity for change had arisen. Chen Ping'an had been reborn 20 years into the past, to the very moment when Zhang Lei tormented him. Moreover, he was now a formidable expert. Chen Ping'an, you have quite the audacity, don't you? What did I tell you before? Zhang Lei spat, his voice laced with venom. I warned you to cease pursuing Li Mengyun. Did you think my words were mere whispers in the wind? Damn it, if I don't teach you a lesson today, you'll write my name backward. Zhang Lei swaggered onto the rooftop, cursing vehemently. He regarded Chen Ping'an with utter disdain, intent on delivering an unforgettable punishment. Chen Ping'an observed Zhang Lei with a calm demeanor, devoid of fear or anger. Only a coldness remained. In his eyes, Zhang Lei had already met his demise. He was merely awaiting the inevitable reckoning. The vendetta from his past life would be settled in this one. You all took your time. I've been waiting for you, Chen Ping'an remarked leisurely, a sinister smile playing upon his lips. His expression was both wicked and icy, provoking Zhang Lei's fury. How dare you, Chen Ping'an? You're courting death. Brothers, attack. If he dies, I will take full responsibility, Zhang Lei commanded, his arrogance unabated. At that age, students were prone to impulsiveness and bravado. Moreover, Zhang Lei was accustomed to his domineering ways. This was not his first encounter of such nature. With no one else around on the school rooftop, they felt emboldened. At this moment, Zhang Lei was consumed by rage, harboring genuine murderous intent. Behind Zhang Lei stood 3 of his lackeys. In the previous life, these 3 had joined him in mercilessly assaulting Chen Ping'an. The former Chen Ping'an had been nothing more than a bookworm, utterly incapable of defending himself against them. Yet in this life, Chen Ping'an was no longer a mere bookworm. A smile graced his lips as he darted forward, effortlessly slipping past the group of attackers. Chapter 3, An Eye for an Eye. A cacophony of anguished cries erupted as Zhang Lei and his companions were sent sprawling across the ground. Chen Ping'an's movements were executed with such swiftness that they were left utterly bewildered, propelled away before they could even comprehend the assault. Yet, Chen Ping'an wielded his strength with finesse. Although he sent them hurtling through the air and inflicted pain, they emerged from the encounter unscathed. Such is the exquisite application of internal energy. The 4 landed heavily, unable to rise, their bodies racked with pain, unable to pinpoint the source of their agony. Merely aware that every inch of them ached. Zhang Lei lay on the ground, his expression one of sheer disbelief. This was not how he envisioned the confrontation. In his scheme, his 3 subordinates were meant to deliver a thorough beating to Chen Ping'an. It was supposed to be a decisive victory, yet the tables had turned. And they found themselves on the receiving end of a brutal thrashing. It was inconceivable, entirely contrary to his expectations. Zhang Lei attempted to flee. But his body was paralyzed by pain. Just moments ago, he had sought to punish Chen Ping'an. Now he found himself at the mercy of his adversary. Come on. I'm right here. Teach me a lesson, Chen Ping'an coldly taunted, standing before Zhang Lei. You'll pay for this. My father will not let you off so easily. Zhang Lei spat defiantly, though his bravado faltered under Chen Ping'an's unwavering gaze. Is that all you've got? If you can't defeat me, resorting to your father as a threat? Pathetic, Chen Ping'an retorted with disdain. Zhang Lei's face flushed crimson, acutely aware that his response revealed his cowardice. Yet, he was genuinely terrified, cowed by the figure before him. Weren't you going to teach me a lesson? Come on, I'm waiting, Chen Ping'an stated coldly, his expression as frigid as ice. You'll regret this. I swear I'll make you pay. Zhang Lei ground out through clenched teeth. Your threats are as feeble as your skills, Chen Ping'an scoffed. Allow me to demonstrate how to truly intimidate someone. As he spoke, Chen Ping'an began to disrobe, revealing his intentions. Consider yourself fortunate. Today you shall partake of my finest brew, he declared with a hint of madness in his tone. Zhang Lei's complexion turned a sickly hue. Realizing that Chen Ping'an was enacting the very humiliation he had wished to inflict upon him. I was wrong. Please, spare me. He pleaded in a panic. I've begged for mercy myself before, yet you showed me none, Chen Ping'an responded with a chilling smile, recalling his past experiences of torment at Zhang Lei's hands. Before Zhang Lei could utter another word, a stream of urine struck his face. He turned his head away in a desperate attempt to shield himself. But Chen Ping'an kicked him, forcing his mouth open in a yelp, and another stream of urine landed squarely in his mouth. Chen Ping'an shivered in satisfaction. Ah! What a relief! Watching from the sidelines, Sun Li, Lu Ming, and Xianhao, Zhang Lei's sycophants, stood frozen in disbelief. Chen Ping'an turned his gaze upon them. And they trembled at the sight. Consider yourselves fortunate today, I have no more to spare, or else you would suffer the same fate, he murmured. We would never do something like that. Zhang Lei is our leader. Sun Li quickly protested, fear evident in his voice. Such loyalty! Then you may embrace your demise. Chen Ping'an sneered, advancing towards Sun Li and delivering a swift kick to his body, striking a vital pressure point. Sun Li howled in agony, his entire being racked with pain. Lu Ming and Xianhao exchanged horrified glances, witnessing the scene unfold. What about you two? Will you join Zhang Lei in this humiliation? Or will you share his fate? Chen Ping'an queried, eyeing them with menace. Aye. Lu Ming stuttered, utterly at a loss. Since you are so committed to camaraderie. Then let me fulfill your wish, Chen Ping'an replied with a smile, delivering kicks to both of them, causing their bodies to curl in agony. I'll do it. Please. Spare us. Sun Li cried out, unable to endure the torment any longer. Then all of you shall go together, if one of you refuses. I'll turn my wrath upon you, Chen Ping'an declared coldly. At the sound of his threat, the trio trembled, their resolve crumbling as they complied. Zhang Lei, immobilized and helpless, could only watch in horror as his subordinates were compelled to humiliate him, the warm stream cascading over him, soaking him thoroughly. In that moment, they felt a sudden kick from behind, rendering them motionless. A light laugh echoed around them. Let this be a lesson for today. We shall continue our little game another time, Chen Ping'an's voice drifted away, his footsteps growing fainter. As Chen Ping'an's presence receded, Sun Li and his companions breathed a sigh of relief, but it was short-lived as they realized their bodies remained unresponsive. Chen Ping'an, please let us go. We want to go home. They pleaded, tears streaming down their faces, desperate for his return. Yet, Chen Ping'an did not come back. On the rooftop of the school, 4 youths were left weeping. Descending the staircase, Chen Ping'an's spirit soared, humming a tune as he made his way back to the classroom. The location still etched in his memory. At that moment, a beautiful girl approached him, causing him to pause momentarily. His eyes widened in shock as he recognized her, Lin Wanjun. The Lin Wanjun who was still alive. In his previous life, she had perished prematurely, and he had anticipated her demise in the years to come. The sight of her now evoked a wave of astonishment. He was back in 1998, during the time when Lin Wanjun still breathed. How wonderful it is that Lin Wanjun is alive. Chen Ping'an's heart raced with excitement. Both Lin Wanjun and Li Mengyun were regarded as the queens of the school. Affectionately dubbed the two beauties of Yizhong. In the decades of memories that Chen Ping'an possessed, few could rival their beauty. Their distinct personalities and charms set them apart. Li Mengyun was vivacious and approachable, easily mingling with the boys, earning her considerable popularity. However, she had a hint of pride. Lin Wanjun, on the other hand, exuded an air of aloofness, often appearing serious and maintaining a small circle of friends. Many referred to her as the Ice Queen, and truthfully, she embodied that persona to some extent. In his first year of high school, Chen Ping'an pursued Lin Wanjun, only to be met with her rejection. Following this, it was only after being spurned by Lin Wanjun that Chen Ping'an began to court Li Mengyun. One could say that even in his high school years, Chen Ping'an exhibited the potential traits of a cad. It is worth noting that Lin Wanjuan's subsequent fate was rather tragic as well. Chapter 4 Greetings. Lin Wanjun in the recesses of memory, it can be said that Li Mengyun sailed smoothly through the subsequent 20 years. Conversely, Lin Wanjuan's life would meet a tragic end nearly 2 years later. Lin Wanjun hailed from a modest rural background, being the eldest among her siblings, which included a younger sister and a brother. Her mother managed the household while her father worked away from home. Though the family faced hardships, they managed to sustain a stable life. Alas, fate can be cruel. While working in a distant location, Lin Wanjuan's father suffered a grievous accident, falling from a height and fracturing his leg. As a temporary worker, the compensation he received was meager, amounting to only a few tens of thousands. By the time he returned home, his injury had already taken a toll. The family's savings were entirely depleted in covering his medical expenses, and every penny they could borrow had been exhausted. Yet, the funds remained insufficient. As if the heavens conspired against them, Lin Wanjuan's father suffered a recurrence of his old injury, necessitating surgery that would cost over 100,000 yuan. The family's resources had long been exhausted, leaving them without the means for such an operation. In this dire moment, a bachelor from a neighboring village offered a dowry of 300,000 yuan to marry Lin Wanjun. This sum would not only allow for her father's treatment but also improve the family's living conditions. Without this money, her father would face dire consequences. Though Lin Wanjun appeared aloof, she was a devoted daughter. For her father and her family, she consented to the marriage. She did not participate in the college entrance examination, opting instead to marry straight after high school. However, it was at this juncture that her suffering began to unfold. The man Lin Wanjun married was a perverse individual, physically disabled and incapable of consummating their union. Yet, driven by wealth, he sought a beautiful wife to maintain an illusion before the world. Not only that, he devised a plan to allow his cousin to share the marital bed with Lin Wanjun, ensuring that any child born would be claimed as his own. This behavior was undeniably grotesque. Lin Wanjun resolutely resisted, threatening to report them to the authorities. She warned the man that should he dare to force himself upon her, she would ensure they both faced imprisonment. Fearing the repercussions, the man's cousin backed down. However, Lin Wanjuan's defiance ignited the fury of her husband, who subjected her to relentless beatings and abuse. Within 2 short years, she was tragically beaten to death. Fearful of divorce and escape, Lin Wanjun found herself trapped, as her husband had threatened to annihilate her entire family should she attempt to flee. Left with no choice, she endured in silence, truly capable of suffering, yet ultimately succumbed to her fate. Following Lin Wanjuan's death, the case came to light, leading to her husband's execution. The details of her life were only revealed to Chen Ping'an after he graduated from university and returned home. Such a beautiful young woman, such a commendable Lin Wanjun, met with such a tragic end, enduring so much injustice and violence before her demise. Upon hearing the news, Chen Ping'an could not help but shed tears. Now, the deceased Lin Wanjun approached him, clad in her school uniform. Lin Wanjun, Chen Ping'an suddenly called out. Is there something you need? Lin Wanjun replied, her expression one of astonishment. A glimmer of confusion flickered in her eyes. She recognized Chen Ping'an, who had pursued her in their first year but had ceased his advances after being rebuffed. She wondered why he was now greeting her again. Nothing in particular. I merely wished to say hello. Hello, Lin Wanjun. Chen Ping'an waved, his face adorned with a foolish grin. Are you out of your mind? Lin Wanjun raised an eyebrow, her tone icy. Step aside. With that, she pushed past Chen Ping'an and walked away. Indeed, she was the epitome of an ice queen, exuding a distinct personality. It was a pity she had met such a tragic fate in her previous life, enduring unbearable hardships. Yet, Chen Ping'an felt no anger, even when branded as insane. A contented smile remained on his face. To return to this moment in time was a blessing. The regrets of the past could be rectified, and Lin Wanjuan's destiny could be altered. Chen Ping'an had not contemplated pursuing Lin Wanjun romantically but was determined to save her life. He could not allow her to fall into the clutches of that old bachelor. However, he was unaware of the man's specific details, only knowing him to be a middle-aged bachelor, likely around 40. As for his name or residence, that remained a mystery. Thus, Chen Ping'an could only wait passively for the man to appear. Moreover, such matters could not be explained to Lin Wanjun. It would be absurd to disclose that he had come from the future to warn her against marrying, as it would lead to her abuse and death. If Chen Ping'an uttered such nonsensical claims, he would surely be met with scorn. Nevertheless, Chen Ping'an was confident in his ability to ensure Lin Wanjuan's safety. He had mastered the ultimate longevity technique, placing him at the pinnacle of human capability. Should that man dare to show his face, he would meet his end. In his previous life, Chen Ping'an had lacked the opportunity to confront him. This time, he would seize the moment. The school bell rang, momentarily startling Chen Ping'an, who found himself adjusting to the reality of his youthful form despite possessing the soul of a man in his 40s. Yet, he was now a senior in high school, with the college entrance examination looming just 2 months away. He would have to persevere through it. Thinking of the impending exam darkened Chen Ping'an's expression. He had completely forgotten the high school curriculum. Now, being thrust back into an examination setting, he doubted he could even gain admission to a mediocre university. What do I do about the exam? Chen Ping'an lamented, his face etched with distress. Yet, at least he had 2 months before the examination. Another pressing concern occupied his mind: he could not recall his assigned seat. While he had located his class, the seating arrangement was subject to weekly rotation. Old Chen, hurry over. The teacher is about to arrive. At that moment, a male classmate waved Chen Ping'an over. Instantly, memories surged back to him. Zhang Yong, his deskmate in senior year, was also his childhood friend. The two had grown up together, attending the same elementary, middle, and high schools. Their bond was strong. Yet, Zhang Yong's later life was equally tragic. His wife proved to be unfaithful, and though she was not particularly beautiful, her flirtatious nature captivated him. Taking advantage of Zhang Yong's frequent business trips, she engaged in an affair. Upon discovering this betrayal, Zhang Yong, in a fit of rage, assaulted the lover severely. He was subsequently arrested and sentenced to 5 years in prison, and his marriage crumbled, leaving him with nothing but a daughter barely over a year old. By the time Zhang Yong returned home, his daughter was already 6 years old, raised by his parents. Although having a daughter brought some consolation, it was short-lived, as she later succumbed to leukemia. Zhang Yong exhausted his entire fortune on her treatment and underwent marrow matching, only to discover through testing that the child was not biologically his. The situation has reached a point that evokes profound despair. Nevertheless, Zhang Yong is a true man. Even upon discovering that the child is not his own, he still expended resources to provide medical treatment for the child. Alas, fate was unkind, and ultimately, the child could not be saved. Subsequently, Zhang Yong, disheartened, chose to remain unmarried for the rest of his life. Despite his own struggles, he demonstrated unwavering loyalty to Chen Ping'an. During Chen Ping'an's most challenging times, he graciously transferred 10,000 yuan to him. Though the sum was modest, the sentiment it carried was immensely significant, etching itself into Chen Ping'an's memory for a lifetime. However, in the previous life, there was no opportunity to repay that debt. In 2022, Zhang Yong tragically lost his life in a car accident. The unfulfilled obligations of the past must be settled in this life. Chen Ping'an does not intend to repay Zhang Yong with mere money, rather, he aims to bestow upon him a life of prosperity. Above all, it is imperative that Zhang Yong is never allowed to bring that wretched woman into his home again. Chapter 5, Homecoming. Chen Ping'an settled beside Zhang Yong, exclaiming with a hint of nostalgia, "What is going on?" Zhang Yong inquired, bemused. "Oh, nothing much, just reflecting on our friendship," Chen Ping'an replied with a smile. "Of course. We are like brothers," Zhang Yong responded cheerfully. Indeed, the two could be regarded as siblings, having grown up together as the only children in their respective families. Hence they had always referred to each other as brothers. "Let us get to class, the teacher has arrived," Zhang Yong reminded him. It was English class, and Chen Ping'an flipped open his textbook. After reviewing the material, he felt considerably more at ease. In his previous life, he had passed the 4th level of English, demonstrating a solid grasp of the language. Now, as he perused the textbook, he found the content largely familiar. Learning English was not overly challenging for him. A brief review would suffice. Chen Ping'an aspired to attend a prestigious university in this life, thus he approached his studies with sincerity. Throughout the afternoon, he remained diligent in his lessons. Zhang Yong noticed Chen Ping'an's newfound dedication to his studies and was somewhat taken aback. The Chen Ping'an he knew was not typically so studious. "Old Chen, have you taken some strange medicine? You're unusually serious about studying today," Zhang Yong whispered. "I want to get into a good university. While I still have time, I should put in the effort," Chen Ping'an said with a grin. "All right then," Zhang Yong replied, shaking his head, perplexed by Chen Ping'an's mindset but unwilling to sway him. Ultimately, if Chen Ping'an wished to study, Zhang Yong would support him. Meanwhile, Zhang Yong had resigned himself to his fate, fully aware that he was not cut out for academic pursuits. Even if he wanted to study, it was already too late. The evening study session concluded around 6:30, and then school was out. Chen Ping'an lived locally, so he did not board at school, riding his bicycle to and from. Zhang Yong followed suit, and the two left school together. Upon reaching the school gate, Chen Ping'an glanced at the rooftop with a smile before turning away to ride off. "What were you looking at just now?" Zhang Yong queried, puzzled, having noticed Chen Ping'an's gaze towards the school. "Nothing much, just wanted to see the school," Chen Ping'an replied with a smile. "What is so interesting about the school?" "I'm tired of looking at it," Zhang Yong muttered. Chen Ping'an chuckled but offered no explanation. Unbeknownst to Zhang Yong, 4 students were trembling on the rooftop, shaken by the night breeze. It would not be until midnight that their acupoints would spontaneously release, allowing them the freedom to move again. However, during that long interval, they would not fare well. After a 10-minute bike ride, Chen Ping'an finally arrived at the happy community, where his home was located. Zhang Yong lived diagonally across in an old alleyway. The two parted ways at the community entrance, and Chen Ping'an rode into the complex. The familiar scenery stirred excitement within him. After securing his bicycle, he walked briskly towards his home, a mix of eagerness and anticipation bubbling within him. Chen Ping'an lived on the 3rd floor, and since their building lacked an elevator, he climbed the stairs. Upon reaching his door, he did not knock but unlocked it with his key, a habit he had long maintained. As the door swung open, he entered the living room, which also served as the dining area where the family gathered for meals. At first glance, he spotted a middle-aged couple engrossed in watching television, his father, Chen Guoqing, and his mother, Yu Xiuying. Upon seeing their son return, they greeted him with smiles. "You're back, son. Are you hungry? Let me fix you a meal," Yu Xiuying said with warmth. "Mom, I'll serve myself," Chen Ping'an quickly responded. As he spoke, he stole a glance at his parents, careful not to reveal his excitement. He wanted to conceal his unusual emotions from them. "All right then, help yourself," Yu Xiuying said. Chen Ping'an dished himself a bowl of rice and settled at the table to eat. "Have you two eaten?" he asked, seizing the opportunity to observe his parents. They appeared remarkably youthful. His father seemed to be in his 40s, while his mother looked to be in her 30s. Due to their early marriage and parenthood, Chen Ping'an was already 18, yet his father had yet to reach 40. In his memories, his father had been an elderly man with gray hair and a face lined with wrinkles, and his mother bore a similar appearance. Yet now, they looked exceedingly young. Seeing his parents in their youth filled Chen Ping'an with excitement. Unfortunately, he felt unable to express his emotions openly, as he could not explain to them that he had come from 20 years in the future. Such a revelation would likely lead them to think he was deranged. As he ate, his mind swirled with thoughts. In his past life, he had felt a significant sense of indebtedness to his parents due to his difficult circumstances, and he never had the chance to repay them. Now, fate had granted him a second chance, and he was determined to seize this opportunity to ensure his parents would live a good life. In his previous life, they had not had it easy. Both were laid-off workers, having lost their jobs 5 or 6 years ago. Afterward, his mother took a job as a hotel waitress, while his father, skilled in car repairs, found work at a private auto repair shop. Their jobs were far from ideal, earning them meager wages, but fortunately, they managed to meet their basic needs, albeit without any prospects for wealth. Chen Ping'an savored his mother's cooking, taking his time to relish each bite. Why are you eating so slowly today? His father, Chen Guoqing, asked, puzzled. It's just so delicious that I don't want to rush, Chen Ping'an replied, grinning. His mother smiled knowingly at this remark. After a while, Chen Ping'an finally felt full. In the past, he would have simply finished his meal and retreated to his room, but now, after finishing, he even took the initiative to wash the dishes. Seeing this, his parents exchanged a knowing smile, clearly pleased. Have you finished your homework? Why are you sitting here? Chen Guoqing queried, noticing Chen Ping'an at his side. There's not much homework. I just wanted to take a moment to relax and spend some quality time with you both, Chen Ping'an replied cheerfully. Did you take some strange medicine today? You seem different, Yu Shouying remarked, equally bewildered. Typically, Chen Ping'an would eat and immediately retreat to his room. He never washed dishes. Yet tonight, not only did he wash the dishes, but he also chose to stay and watch television with them. I'm just having a moment of reflection. I've grown up. But I haven't spent enough time with you. If I wait a few more years, you both will be older, Chen Ping'an expressed with sincerity. That's not right. I still feel something off about you today, Chen Guoqing said, his brow furrowed. Internally, Chen Ping'an sighed, realizing that any deviation from his usual behavior would immediately alert his parents to his oddity. Chapter 6, Opening an Internet CAF. Mom and Dad, you're overthinking it. I am who I am, and there is nothing peculiar about that, Chen Ping'an said with a grin. However, deep down, he hoped his parents would not uncover his unusual circumstances. Fortunately, Chen Ping'an was merely being overly cautious, no matter how astute his parents were. They could never fathom that their son was, in fact, a reincarnate. Moreover, given their age, they likely did not even comprehend what a reincarnate entailed. I have something I wish to discuss with you, Chen Guoqing suddenly interjected. What is it? Asked Yu Shouying, intrigued. I have a friend, Old Li, whom you should also know. We dined together recently. He mentioned that they are planning to open a hot pot restaurant and asked if I would like to partner with him. The establishment will require a significant investment, approximately 2 million. If I choose to invest, my share would be around 200,000. If this hot pot restaurant takes off, earning a few million a year would be a mere formality, and our family could benefit from it, Chen Guoqing stated, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Chen Ping'an was momentarily taken aback, as distant memories began to resurface. Oh no, I recall that Dad invested in a hot pot restaurant back then. Only to lose over 300,000, he internally lamented. He had forgotten this detail until now. Their family had indeed invested in a hot pot restaurant in the past. Likely the very same one being proposed. Initially, they invested 200,000, but when funds fell short during renovations, Chen Guoqing poured in another 100,000. Totaling 300,000. However, the restaurant's business plummeted after just a month, and Old Li absconded with the funds. By the time Chen Guoqing realized what had happened, it was too late. The equipment was carted away and sold, resulting in a staggering loss for him. In just one night, his hair turned gray from the stress. At that time, Chen Ping'an was merely a high school student, uninterested in such matters, and thus did not inquire further. He vaguely remembered the incident's significant impact on their family. Losing 300,000 would be a blow to any household, especially to one as modest as theirs. Chen Ping'an pondered how to dissuade his father from this venture. Yu Shouying hesitated and remarked, business isn't always prosperous. If it fails, it could lead to financial losses. Dad, I share Mom's perspective. There are inherent risks in business. Have you considered that if this venture incurs losses, those 200,000 could vanish? Could you accept such a fate? Chen Ping'an interjected, effectively supporting his mother's viewpoint. Why can't you say something encouraging? What if I strike it rich? Chen Guoqing replied sternly. Dad, we are not affluent. Before investing, we must contemplate the worst-case scenario. Can you truly accept losing 200,000? Chen Ping'an pressed on. Chen Guoqing fell silent. If 200,000 were indeed lost, he would be unable to bear it. Their family's savings amounted to just over 200,000. Earmarked for Chen Ping'an's university education and future expenses like marriage and housing. After a lifetime of hard work, this was all they had accumulated. Losing it all would be devastating. Dad, do you know which businesses should be avoided? Chen Ping'an continued. Which businesses? Chen Guoqing asked, slightly irritated. You're not implying that the hot pot business is one to avoid, are you? It's not the hot pot business per se that's problematic, it's the partnership model. Particularly when multiple shareholders are involved. Think about it, in a partnership, as a minor shareholder, do you truly have a say in the business's operations? Or is it dictated by others? The expenses, the management of the hot pot establishment, aren't they determined by them? In that case, the fate of the restaurant lies in the hands of others. Investing 200,000 to gamble on their abilities seems excessively risky, Chen Ping'an retorted. If we had the capability to run it ourselves, we would, Chen Guoqing said, frustration evident in his voice. As a middle-aged man who felt he had achieved little, he held on to the hope that this investment could transform their family's fortunes. However, his aspirations were naive. Since you intend to invest 200,000 in a business, why not consider launching our own venture? We could embark on a modest business that we understand well. Regardless of profit or loss, we would have clarity and control. If you invest that 200,000 and it goes awry, you may never truly comprehend how it happened, Chen Ping'an suggested. Upon hearing her son's reasoning, Yu Xiaoying expressed her approval. Our son is right, investing 200,000 with someone else is less favorable than investing it ourselves. Chen Guoqing gave a wry smile. But we lack business acumen. If we were to manage it ourselves, the risk of loss might even be greater. Who says that? I have an idea for a business that is sure to be profitable, Chen Ping'an declared suddenly. What business could that be, one that guarantees profit? Chen Guoqing asked, intrigued. Are you familiar with Internet CAFS? Chen Ping'an replied with a smile, inspired by the prospect. Internet CAF? What is that? Chen Guoqing inquired, puzzled. Isn't at a shop filled with computers for public use? Yu Xiaoying recalled, having seen a newly opened Internet CAF near her workplace. Exactly, Mom. That's an Internet CAF, Chen Ping'an affirmed. Have you ever been to one? Chen Guoqing asked, narrowing his eyes, clearly displeased. Given that Chen Ping'an was in his crucial final year of high school, he was concerned about the potential impact on his studies. I hardly have time for that. I've merely seen one while passing by. I mention it because a classmate's family owns one, and their business is thriving. I heard that Internet CAFS charge 5 yuan per hour for usage. If one computer earns 5 yuan for an hour, that amounts to 120 yuan per day, and for 10 computers, it totals over 1,200 yuan daily, 36,000 a month. And over 400,000 in a year. And that's with just 10 computers, imagine 20 or 30. The beauty of an Internet CAF is that it requires a one-time investment and generates continuous income without the need for daily stock replenishment. The only recurring cost is electricity, which is minimal. In contrast, a hot pot restaurant must constantly restock supplies. Ingredients purchased today may spoil by tomorrow. If business falters, the restaurant could be forced to close within weeks. Chapter 7, School. What do little children know? Chen Guoqing remarked with displeasure. His frustration stemmed primarily from the fact that his own suggestions had been dismissed, while his son's proposals sounded remarkably plausible, which only added to his irritation. Dad, investing is no trivial matter, you cannot act recklessly. I have expressed my thoughts, now you must ponder them, Chen Ping'an responded, somewhat at a loss for words. Having reflected on the situation, Chen Ping'an concluded that if his father insisted on investing in a hot pot restaurant, then so be it. After all, with his system, making money would not be a challenge. Should his father face failure in his investment, he would then provide him with funds to uplift his spirits. Consider it yourself. I will go take a shower, Chen Ping'an declared, turning towards the bathroom. Wait, stay here. You need to clarify the matter regarding the Internet CAF. Chen Guoqing called out hastily. Chen Ping'an chuckled and replied, Dad, weren't you uninterested in the Internet CAF business? Who said I am uninterested? I simply lack understanding of the business. You should at least explain it to me, Chen Guoqing retorted, somewhat irked. All right, son, do not be upset. Come over and describe how the Internet CAF business operates. Is it truly that simple? Yu Xiaoying interjected. Chen Ping'an smiled and returned to his seat. Let me explain briefly. The Internet CAF business is indeed quite straightforward. We find a location with decent foot traffic. It doesn't need to be an extravagant establishment, just a standard shop. We purchased 20 computers, connect them to the internet, and we are ready to commence operations. Currently, a computer costs around 10,000 yuan, thus, investing 200,000 yuan for 20 computers is feasible. The going rate for internet CAFS is 5 yuan per hour. With 20 computers, the monthly revenue exceeds 70,000 yuan. You can calculate how much profit can be earned in a year. But we know nothing about computers, Chen Guoqing frowned. Dad, you are the owners, your role is simply to collect the money. We can hire a technician to manage all the technical aspects, Chen Ping'an reassured them. How about this, you both go out tomorrow to explore various internet CAFS and observe their business performance. If it appears promising, then we can reconsider. Now that sounds somewhat credible, Chen Guoqing nodded in agreement. Chen Ping'an grinned and promptly headed to the bathroom for a shower. Half an hour later, after finishing his shower, Chen Ping'an bypassed the living room and returned to his bedroom. A sense of nostalgia washed over him as he surveyed his room, though it quickly dissipated. The room was indeed quite small. While it exuded warmth, it was not particularly comfortable to live in. Once I have money, I will first change to a nicer house, Chen Ping'an mused internally. This thought remained unspoken, for he knew his parents would deem him a fool for such aspirations. In this era, there were no entertainment devices. Computers and smartphones were non-existent. The only television was in the living room, his own room had none. Chen Ping'an sat idly for a while, feeling a bit bored. However, after a few minutes, he took out his textbooks and began to study. With the college entrance examination approaching, it was imperative to focus on his studies. He hoped to achieve a commendable score. The next morning, Chen Ping'an was roused by his father's booming voice. The early mornings were the downside of school. As a young adult, he quickly rose after his father's urging. He dressed, washed up, and had breakfast. The morning meals were typically prepared by his mother, consisting of congee, eggs, and steamed buns, occasionally supplemented with dumplings, wontons, or noodles, with the variety changing every few days. After breakfast, Chen Ping'an rode his bicycle to school. At the entrance of the community, Zhang Yang yawned while waiting for him. The two rode together to school. How did you solve that math problem yesterday? Show me when we get to school, Zhang Yang said as they pedaled along. Chen Ping'an's expression shifted dramatically. Homework? He cursed internally. He had completely forgotten about it and had not done his assignments at all the previous night. Now, he was in trouble for not having anything to submit. Feeling helpless, he reassured himself that being scolded was not a major issue, although he still felt a twinge of embarrassment. I didn't do it, go find someone else to copy from, Chen Ping'an replied, exasperated. You're something else, Zhang Yang exclaimed, genuinely surprised that Chen Ping'an had not completed his homework. Zhang Yang admired Chen Ping'an's audacity, though he himself would never dare to skip assignments. Chen Ping'an's moment of embarrassment quickly faded as he set aside thoughts of homework. It was not a big deal, only children feared their teachers, and he certainly did not. When difficulties arise, one must face them head-on. It is not a significant issue. By the way, I wonder if the system's goods have refreshed yet, Chen Ping'an thought, hastily opening the system interface. He discovered that it had not yet refreshed. The system's offerings refresh once daily, at 8 o'clock each morning. The timing is fixed. It was currently 7:30, he still had half an hour to wait. No need to rush, he would wait patiently. Upon arriving at school, the two secured their bicycles and proceeded to the classroom, where morning self-study had already commenced. Chen Ping'an took out an English book and began to read quietly. A fragrant breeze swept past him, accompanied by a girl's soft huff. Chen Ping'an looked up to see it was Li Mengyun. Her little gesture warmed his heart. This girl, I can never let her slip away, he thought to himself. The school bell rang, signaling the start of class. Yet Zhang Lei and his friends had yet to arrive. It was understandable, they had spent the entire night on the school rooftop, and they were likely exhausted. Even if they had not fallen ill, they must be profoundly fatigued. Chen Ping'an speculated correctly, as Zhang Lei and his companions had indeed not had a restful night. As soon as they could move their bodies the next day, they rushed home to sleep. Zhang Lei, in particular, reeked of urine. He spent a full hour washing himself at home before he could rid himself of the stench. Now, Zhang Lei harbored a deep resentment towards Chen Ping'an, even contemplating revenge. Yet, he was also wary of Chen Ping'an's unusual methods, which kept him on edge. Chapter 8, The Stock Prediction Scroll at Long Last. The clock struck 8 in the morning. Upon accessing the system's flash sale interface, the coveted items of the day had finally refreshed. Once again, 4 items were available for purchase. 1. 100 pounds of exquisite apples, renowned for their exceptional flavor. 2. A single, potent rejuvenation pill, known to enhance vitality and health. 3. A local residential property. 4. A stock prediction scroll, 1-month edition. Chen Ping'an's gaze immediately fixated on the stock prediction scroll. The other 3 items paled in comparison to its value. Imagine the fortune one could amass by predicting stock movements. Clicking on the item provided further details. Confirming its literal function, upon use, it reveals the future trends of the stock market. However, the scroll's validity is limited to 1 month. It became clear why it was labeled as the 1-month edition. This referred to its usage duration. One must wonder if there are 2-month, 3-month, or even annual versions available. The prospect of acquiring a permanent ability to trade stocks would be nothing short of extraordinary. Despite its limited duration, the scroll's potential was undeniably impressive. After contemplating the remaining items, Chen Ping'an ultimately chose the stock prediction scroll, recognizing its unparalleled value and promise. He successfully purchased it for a mere $1. A small price for such an asset. Once acquired, it was stored within the system interface, ready for retrieval when needed. Upon activation, it would unveil the forthcoming stock trends. The specifics of this revelation remained a mystery, accessible only upon usage. Yet, Chen Ping'an was hesitant to employ it just yet. Using it would mean the scroll's time constraint would commence immediately. With his preliminary preparations incomplete, he decided against using the scroll at this moment. Although the scroll was in his possession, he lacked the necessary capital. This predicament weighed heavily on his mind. Perhaps he could borrow from his parents' savings? This thought crossed his mind, but he quickly dismissed it as impractical. The question remained, where could he procure the initial funds? Chen Ping'an found himself ensnared in a web of frustration. Indeed, the first pot of gold is the most challenging to acquire. In his moment of desperation, he even contemplated the absurd notion of robbery. After all, with his current abilities, committing such an act would be relatively easy. However, the very idea of robbery seemed ludicrous to him. There were countless legitimate avenues for earning money, and he had no intention of engaging in illicit activities. While robbery itself might not be difficult, the funds obtained would be tainted, leading to complications. Hence, it was imperative that his first source of capital be both lawful and justifiable. In his moment of reflection, Chen Ping'an could not conjure a solution. For now, he decided to set this issue aside until a feasible plan emerged. As the first class commenced, a day of torment lay ahead for him. Due to his failure to complete his assignments, he faced punishment from his teacher and was required to submit his work. Fortunately, as a senior in high school, he was spared the indignity of having his parents summoned to school. Even so, his day was far from pleasant. Not only had he neglected his homework, but he had also forgotten much of the previous high school material, leaving him exhausted in class. The thought of skipping school began to take root in his mind. After all, he was studying to earn money, and he possessed the means to do so now. Why endure the hardships and reprimands? Yet, he hesitated at the thought of disappointing his parents. The image of their disheartened expressions compelled him to persevere. Finally, after a long day, the time had passed. Chen Ping'an, what is going on with you? Do you no longer care about your studies? Are you planning to forego the upcoming college entrance examination? Li Mengyun approached him, her expression grave. Rest assured, I will achieve excellent results in the examination, Chen Ping'an replied confidently. Humph, that is your concern, not mine, Li Mengyun retorted, tossing her hair and departing with her backpack. Watching her retreating figure, Chen Ping'an couldn't help but smile. This girl was as she always was. I can't shake the feeling that Li Mengyun has an interest in you, Zhang Yong whispered enviously, leaning closer. You're overthinking it, Chen Ping'an replied casually. Let's head home. He slung his backpack over his shoulder and left the classroom without looking back. Chen Guoqing stealthily approached the entrance of an internet CAF. peering inside with a mix of astonishment. After Chen Ping'an mentioned the CAF the previous evening, he had become intrigued. However, due to work commitments during the day, he hadn't had the opportunity to visit until after hours. Upon finally finding a CAF, he was taken aback to discover it was bustling with patrons. With only 10 computers available, each was occupied, and numerous individuals stood nearby, eagerly awaiting their chance to seize a vacant seat. Chen Guoqing was astonished to learn that the business of internet CAFs could be so thriving. Unbeknownst to him, this particular establishment was not a true internet CAF, as it lacked internet access. Due to the high costs associated with online services, the owner opted instead to install single-player games on the computers. For the people of this era, the ability to play single-player games was deemed sufficient, rendering internet access relatively unimportant. Moreover, with the slow internet speeds of the time, even if access were available, the experience would be far from satisfactory. Chen Guoqing lingered at the entrance for over half an hour, captivated by the CAF's bustling atmosphere. Witnessing the successful business made him genuinely excited. Just as Chen Ping'an had suggested, owning an internet CAF held great potential. Investing in a hotpot restaurant only made him a minor shareholder, with little say in its operations. However, should he open an internet CAF, the business would be entirely his, allowing him to be his own boss. The prospect was undeniably exhilarating. Opening an internet CAF seemed a promising venture indeed. Chapter 9: Where to Seek the First Bucket of Gold. As Chen Ping'an rode his bicycle, his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of making money. "What are you thinking about?" Zhang Yong inquired, noticing Chen Ping'an's distracted demeanor. "I'm contemplating ways to earn some cash," Chen Ping'an replied nonchalantly. With a chuckle, Zhang Yong suggested, "It's quite simple to acquire money. Didn't the son of the cement tycoon, Zhou Wanhao, go missing? His family has offered a reward of 300,000 for his return. If we manage to find their son, we could strike it rich." "Zhou Wanhao's son is missing?" Chen Ping'an echoed, the phrase sounding vaguely familiar. Suddenly, it struck him. He recalled hearing about the case of the cement magnate's missing child, though the details had slipped his mind due to the passage of time. Now, with Zhang Yong's reminder, the memory returned. In truth, Zhou Wanhao's son had not merely gone missing, he had been abducted by human traffickers. Chen Ping'an remembered that the child's grandparents had taken their 3-year-old grandson to the park. While the elderly couple chatted with acquaintances, the child played nearby. In a moment of distraction, the child vanished. At that time, there was no surveillance, making it impossible to trace the missing boy. Zhou Wanhao had offered a reward of 300,000 for information about his son, but it wasn't until over 20 years later that the child was finally found. Thanks to the child's recollections, it was revealed that he had been taken by traffickers from the park and sold deep in the mountains of the northwest. The negligence of the two elderly individuals had effectively ruined the child's life. 2 decades later, the traffickers were apprehended and recounted the events of the abduction, stating that they had kept the child hidden in Guanmaozi Hadong for 3 days due to the heightened attention surrounding Zhou Wanhao's reward. They had initially planned to leave the same day, but fearing capture, they delayed their departure, ultimately selling the child for a mere 20,000 yuan. A significant sum in 1998. "Is there a photo of the child? Let me see it, perhaps I have encountered him before," Chen Ping'an said half-jokingly. "Isn't it on the wall?" Zhang Yong pointed out. Indeed, on the wall was a missing person notice featuring a photograph of the 3-year-old boy. Chen Ping'an scrutinized it and noted the reward of 300,000 for anyone who could return the child. In 1998, that was undoubtedly a substantial amount of money. Countless individuals must have sought to locate this child. Unfortunately, 2 days had passed without any leads. Naturally, finding the child was improbable, as he was in the hands of traffickers. "That's the child. I recognize him," Chen Ping'an exclaimed, turning to Zhang Yong with excitement. "We have a chance to get rich." His exhilaration was partly feigned, yet undeniably genuine, for an opportunity to make money had indeed presented itself. Chen Ping'an was aware of the traffickers' current residence, as they had previously divulged their location. The traffickers lived at number 888 Yanhe Road, a conspicuous address that Chen Ping'an had committed to memory. He wanted Zhang Yong to accompany him not only to provide him with the opportunity to earn but also to lend credibility to their endeavor. Two high school seniors rescuing a child would certainly make for a more compelling narrative than one acting alone.
Do you truly have a lead on the child? Zhang Yang asked, equally animated.
Of course.
If I didn't, would I be this excited? Chen Ping'an responded. However, he added with a measure of caution.
But let's be clear, I discovered the lead first, so I will take the majority of the reward.
I want 25,000, and you can have the remaining 5. I don't mind at all.
Just give me 5,000, I'd be thrilled. Zhang Yang laughed, already envisioning the carefree life he could lead with that sum.
I'll give you 5,000, but it's settled. 5,000 is 5,000.
If I secure the 300,000 reward, you'll get your 5.
Chen Ping'an asserted decisively. Thank you.
Zhang Yang beamed, taking Chen Ping'an at his word, oblivious to the possibility that Chen Ping'an might be jesting. This was typical of their long-standing friendship, where mutual understanding ran deep. Zhang Yang knew that Chen Ping'an was serious about such matters. Let's south head to Yanhao Road and check it out, Chen Ping'an said, and the two quickly mounted their bicycles to ride to their destination. Yanhao Road lay 3 kilometers away, and though it took some time to reach, they soon arrived.
Chen Ping'an glanced at the nearest address, 165.
Which was not far from 888. They proceeded along the street until they reached 888. Unbeknownst to Zhang Yang, who was merely following Chen Ping'an. The latter suddenly halted his bicycle and whispered, "We've arrived. This is where I saw the child." "I'll wait here, you go fetch Uncle Mao," Chen Ping'an instructed. Zhang Yang hesitated momentarily but ultimately agreed, cautioning, "Be careful, don't act recklessly."
"I'll be right back."
"Don't worry, I won't be impulsive,"
Chen Ping'an assured him with a smile.
Once Zhang Yang sped away, a smile crept across Chen Ping'an's face. While he had brought Zhang Yang along for the sake of legitimacy, now he was free to act more conveniently. The reward of 300,000 would not be easily acquired merely by providing information. Chen Ping'an intended to take matters into his own hands and retrieve the child. After securing his bicycle, Chen Ping'an approached the door and knocked.
"Who is it?"
came the voice of a middle-aged woman from behind the door.
"Just checking the water meter," Chen Ping'an called out casually.
Chapter 10, The child has been found. Who is here to check the water meter? Wasn't it already checked before? Who are you? As the door swung open, a middle-aged woman appeared, glancing at Chen Ping'an as she spoke. Upon noticing the school uniform he wore, her expression soured with anger.
"Young man,
you are still a student,
yet you dare to deceive me under the pretext of checking the water meter?
I shall have to inform your parents about this." "You human trafficker, your end is near," Chen Ping'an replied with a cold smirk. Without waiting for her to react, he reached out and swiftly seized the middle-aged woman,
tossing her aside.
As he grasped her, he employed a subtle technique to seal her vital energy, a method akin to acupressure but far more sophisticated. The woman, now incapacitated,
lay on the ground, unable to move. Chen Ping'an stepped into the premises, which comprised a small courtyard with 2 rows of 2-story buildings at the back. Upon entering, he sensed a pair of eyes fixated on him.
Looking up, he noticed someone peering through the crack of a door on the 2nd floor.
Unperturbed,
he leisurely closed the main door and inspected the 1st floor, confirming it was devoid of any presence before ascending the staircase to the 2nd floor. As he reached the 2nd floor, a door burst open, and a middle-aged man lunged at him with a dagger. Chen Ping'an merely scoffed. He had long dismissed such threats. He did not even bother to evade, delivering a swift punch that struck the man squarely in the eye socket.
Utilizing a deft touch, he ensured not to kill.
For his intent was not to take a life, even if his adversary was a trafficker. With several precise blows, Chen Ping'an left the man dazed.
The trafficker,
caught off guard, never anticipated that he would be bested by a mere student. Unbeknownst to him, he was facing a martial arts master.
Chen Ping'an delivered a powerful kick,
sending the trafficker sprawling across the ground. The man cried out in agony, feeling as if every bone in his body were shattering, immobilized by pain.
Entering the room, Chen Ping'an discovered several children, all around 2 or 3 years of age, adorably sweet yet clearly under the influence of a sedative. Among them was the son of the renowned cement tycoon, Zhou Wanhao.
A smile crept across Chen Ping'an's face as relief washed over him. His gamble had paid off.
After confirming the children's safety, he apprehended the 2 traffickers, binding their hands and feet with rope.
During this process, he discreetly infused them with his internal energy, which would lie dormant within them for a month, ultimately causing their meridians to rupture, rendering them paralyzed but not dead. Chen Ping'an understood that these traffickers would merely face a prison sentence if caught, thus, he deemed this punishment fitting for their heinous crimes.
10 minutes later,
Zhang Yong burst into the scene, panting heavily as he cautiously peeked around.
Upon spotting Chen Ping'an, he exhaled in relief. "What are you doing here?"
"I didn't see you earlier, you scared me half to death," he exclaimed excitedly. "I just came to take a look," Chen Ping'an replied with a smile.
"By the way, Uncle Constable, hurry to the second floor, there are many children inside."
They must be the ones kidnapped by the traffickers.
The constables, who had accompanied Zhang Yong, were taken aback by Chen Ping'an's revelation.
They had been somewhat skeptical about the lead but followed him nonetheless.
Now, finding the children was undeniable. Without hesitation,
the constables ascended to the second floor, where they indeed discovered several children who had been abducted, including Zhou Wanhao's son.
"Uncle Constables, we found the children. Shouldn't the reward from Zhou Wanhao belong to us?"
Chen Ping'an proclaimed as he stood behind the constables.
"The reward isn't ours to claim, but rest assured,
we will testify that you were the one who found the children," the lead constable replied, his expression brightening. They were unable to collect the reward due to regulations concerning their position, so they decided to assist Chen Ping'an by providing a testament to his discovery, recognizing that he deserved the credit for locating the children. With the constables present, the situation became more manageable.
Shortly thereafter, Zhou Wanhao and his family arrived by car. Chen Ping'an and Zhang Yong remained on site, unwilling to leave until the reward was secured. "My dear child."
A middle-aged woman rushed forward, embracing Zhou Wanhao's son and weeping uncontrollably. Following her were a young couple and an elderly man. The couple were Zhou Wanhao and his wife, while the woman cradling the child was Zhou Wanhao's mother, the child's grandmother, and the elderly man was the grandfather. The child's disappearance had caused great distress to the family, particularly for the grandmother, who was now overwhelmed with emotion. Chapter 11. Securing initial funding. Zhou Wanhao held great concern for his son, yet upon witnessing his child cradled in his mother's arms, a profound relief washed over him. At that moment, his gaze shifted towards Chen Ping'an and Zhang Yong.
Earlier,
the constable had informed him via phone that 2 high school students were responsible for the discovery of his son, with one named Chen Ping'an having apprehended the abductor. It was said that this Chen Ping'an possessed martial prowess, enabling him to capture the kidnapper.
Zhou Wanhao's eyes scanned Chen Ping'an and Zhang Yong.
Zhang Yong, somewhat anxious,
lowered his head, while Chen Ping'an raised his chin, meeting Zhou Wanhao's gaze with unwavering courage.
A smile broke across Zhou Wanhao's face as he recognized the savior of his son.
"Greetings, young man. You must be Chen Ping'an, correct?"
Zhou Wanhao extended his hand towards him. Chen Ping'an hesitated for a moment before quickly reciprocating the gesture, shaking Zhou Wanhao's hand. "Indeed, I am Chen Ping'an," he replied succinctly.
"Thank you.
You have saved my lifeblood," Zhou Wanhao said earnestly. At over 30 years of age, having been married for several years without children, this child was his first. The thought of losing him would have been unbearable. Now, he felt a weight lift off his shoulders.
"Mr. Zhou, you are my senior.
So I hope you won't mind if I call you Brother Zhou," Chen Ping'an said with a light smile.
"Of course, that's no problem at all.
If my brother had your capabilities, I would be overjoyed," Zhou Wanhao replied with a chuckle. His words held truth. For he indeed had a brother who was rather indolent and reluctant to work, causing Zhou Wanhao considerable frustration.
"Brother Zhou, it is essential to thank you as well.
For it was your reward that led to the rescue of your son. I saw the bounty on the street, which reminded me of the child being taken by the abductor days prior. At that time, I was unaware that the individual was a kidnapper, believing instead he was merely a person escorting a child home. It was only upon seeing the reward today that I realized the truth, prompting me to investigate further. And indeed, I found your son here," Chen Ping'an explained with composure. He reiterated this to Zhou Wanhao to clarify the sequence of events, as it would have been difficult to justify his sudden appearance before the kidnapper otherwise. "Nonetheless, it is still thanks to your fortuitous efforts, young brother,"
Zhou Wanhao expressed with heartfelt gratitude.
Although Chen Ping'an had acted out of monetary incentive, the words of appreciation were certainly warranted.
"Zhou Wanhao,
being a young man of considerable business acumen, understood the importance of such sentiments. "Thank you for your efforts, young brother. The 30,000 reward will not go unnoticed. Furthermore, I owe you a favor. Should you encounter any troubles in the future, feel free to reach out to me," Zhou Wanhao said with a smile. In their locality, such a promise held significant value. Chen Ping'an's eyes brightened at these words, his heart swelling with joy. He understood that Zhou Wanhao might merely be extending pleasantries, and such favors might not carry weight in reality. Nevertheless, Chen Ping'an was in dire need of initial funding. For the sake of money, he was willing to cast aside pride. "Brother Zhou, if that is the case, I shall not hold back. I truly have a matter that requires your assistance," Chen Ping'an stated with a grin. "What is it?" Zhou Wanhao inquired, maintaining a neutral demeanor. If Chen Ping'an's request was minor and easily achievable, he would certainly extend his support. However, if the request was overly burdensome, he would not be inclined to assist, as he was no fool. "Brother Zhou, I need a sum of money, yet I lack a source to borrow from. As someone engaged in business, I believe you possess the connections necessary to introduce me to a lender," Chen Ping'an articulated, opting for a more tactful approach rather than directly requesting a loan from Zhou Wanhao. Zhou Wanhao paused, taken aback by Chen Ping'an's request. Had Chen Ping'an asked to borrow money outright, it would have displeased him. The nature of the request shifted when he realized Chen Ping'an sought merely an introduction to a lender, effectively making Zhou Wanhao a guarantor. While acting as a guarantor was not without its challenges, it was a far more palatable request than a direct loan. "Is 30,000 not sufficient for your needs?" Zhou Wanhao queried, intrigued. "We are acting as a duo. We agreed beforehand that upon receiving the reward, I would allocate 5,000 to my partner, leaving me with 25,000. While that is not an insignificant amount, I have numerous expenses, and it is still insufficient. If I could secure a loan, that would be ideal. The duration required is merely 1 month, and I am willing to offer interest, though not exorbitant rates. I propose a 20% interest," Chen Ping'an said. Having carefully considered the terms, he recognized that too little interest would deter lenders, while excessive rates would render borrowing impossible. 1 month, at 20% interest? That is a considerable rate, Zhou Wanhao remarked softly. "Indeed, but I lack collateral, hence my reliance on your assistance, brother Zhou," Chen Ping'an replied with a wry smile. The absence of collateral certainly complicated matters, and Zhou Wanhao nodded in understanding. "How much do you wish to borrow?" he inquired. Chen Ping'an desired the largest amount possible. Yet he knew better than to voice such a desire outright, for that would likely result in denial. Rapidly calculating in his mind, he boldly stated, 200,000. With a 1-month term. After 1 month, I will repay 240,000, inclusive of the 20% interest. Zhou Wanhao scrutinized Chen Ping'an for a moment before responding, "Young brother, I shall take you as a friend. I trust one am not mistaken. There is no need for introductions, I shall lend you the money directly. Let us do this, it is too late today, so come to my company tomorrow, and we will complete the necessary formalities." Zhou Wanhao smiled warmly. "Brother Zhou, thank you," Chen Ping'an exclaimed, exhilaration coursing through him. This was a momentous sum of 200,000, and with this funding, his plans could finally take flight. Chapter 12. The money must be submitted. Zhou Wanhao demonstrated remarkable attentiveness. After ensuring his son's safety, he promptly issued a check for 300,000 to Chen Ping'an as a bounty for vengeance. As for the 2 million loan he had promised Chen Ping'an, it would only be processed the following day. "Did you really agree to lend that boy 2 million? His wife inquired, a puzzled expression gracing her face upon their return home. She knew her husband was not one to engage in foolish acts or to lend money lightly. "Since I have made a promise, I shall certainly lend it. That young man is extraordinary, I consider it a means of befriending him. Tell me, which is more valuable, providing timely assistance or enhancing an already fortunate situation?" Zhou Wanhao replied with a smile. "I, as a mere woman, am not privy to such matters." "As long as you understand, that suffices," she retorted. "However, we can no longer allow your parents to take care of the child, it is too frightening. This time, it was merely fortune and the assistance of a benefactor that enabled us to retrieve our son.
We cannot always rely on luck. I understand.
There will not be another occasion, Zhou Wanhao replied solemnly. He too had been frightened and vowed never to let his parents care for the child alone again.
When Chen Ping'an returned home, it was rather late.
Fortunately, the constable had already called to explain the situation to the family. Chen Ping'an, you truly have a bold spirit. Daring to confront human traffickers alone, his mother, Yu Xiuying, scolded him, seizing his ear with a fierce grip upon his arrival.
Chen Ping'an dared not resist.
He obediently endured the lecture from his mother.
Enough, the child realizes his mistake, that should suffice. Moreover, what our son did this time was indeed commendable.
I just spoke to the constable. If our son had not intervened to capture the traffickers, those children would have been in grave danger. They had already seized 3 children,
intending to sell them elsewhere.
Though he acted rashly, his deeds were ultimately virtuous, Chen Guoqing declared with a pleased expression. The main reason for Chen Guoqing's delight was that Chen Ping'an had performed admirably, thus bringing honor to his father.
However, he added, he cannot undertake such risks alone.
It is far too dangerous. Yu Xiuli retorted, her words imbued with deep concern. Mother, there was actually little danger. Prior to acting, I observed the situation.
The traffickers were merely an old man and an old woman, lacking any real capability.
They were planning to flee, and by the time the constable arrived, it would have been too late, which is why I had to act alone, Chen Ping'an explained. I assure you, I will not do this again, he added, noting the disapproval in his mother's expression.
Remember, there cannot be a next time. You are our only child. If something were to happen to you, what would your father and I do?
Yu Xiuying admonished gravely.
Rest assured, mother, I will be fine. By the way, I am quite hungry. Is there anything to eat? Chen Ping'an skillfully changed the subject. Knowing you are hungry, why did you not return sooner? She chided,
but soon softened as she pinched his cheek and headed to the kitchen. Before long, the aroma of food wafted from the kitchen. Chen Guoqing urged Chen Ping'an to sit comfortably on the sofa. As he gazed at his son, a smile broke across his face, reflecting a newfound pride. Previously, he had often felt that his son lacked maturity, but today, Chen Ping'an had bravely apprehended traffickers and rescued children, giving Chen Guoqing a sense that his child had grown into an adult.
Father, did you visit the internet CAF today? Chen Ping'an, unable to bear his father's gaze, shifted the topic. Mentioning the internet CAF ignited Chen Guoqing's excitement. Yes, I did. The business there is thriving. I visited several CAFs, and all were bustling with customers. It seems our venture could indeed be promising. Not just promising, it is genuinely feasible. Father, we should open an internet CAF.
It can be quite profitable and far more stable than your hot pot business, Chen Ping'an encouraged.
Chen Guoqing appeared to have contemplated this and, upon hearing his son's suggestion, nodded with a smile.
I too believe opening an internet CAF is a good idea, but I worry about my ability to manage it.
Fear not, for I am here.
I have studied computer science at school and can gather information from my classmates, Chen Ping'an assured him.
Father, in the coming days, please explore potential locations for a partnership in opening an internet CAF.
If we find a suitable place, we can rent it.
We will also need to register a company and obtain the necessary licenses. Chen Ping'an recalled that obtaining internet CAF licenses was relatively easy at present,
but would become increasingly difficult in the future. Securing multiple licenses now would allow them to profit even if they later chose to sell the licenses rather than operate a CAF.
To be honest,
he had little interest in this business himself, but it would provide his father with a sense of purpose. In his previous life, Chen Guoqing had lived with great frustration. This time, Chen Ping'an aimed to help him reach new heights in life.
As Chen Guoqing listened to his son's detailed plans, his excitement grew,
and anticipation sparkled in his eyes. Dinner was finally ready, and Chen Ping'an sat down to enjoy his meal.
By the way, have you received the bounty yet?
Yu Xiuying suddenly asked. Chen Ping'an paused momentarily, swallowed his mouthful of rice, and replied calmly, not yet, it's too late today, and it will certainly take some time. Ensure you collect that bounty. 30,000 is no small sum, and it is what they promised, Yu Xiuying insisted earnestly.
Do not worry, mother. That money will not slip away, Chen Ping'an reassured her. I am not concerned about the money disappearing. Rather, I mean to say that until you receive it, we should take the money ourselves. You are still young, and having such a large amount is unnecessary. We should save it for you to purchase a home or for your future marriage, Yu Shouying explained, gazing at Chen Ping'an. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping'an found the food in his mouth suddenly tasteless. Chapter 13, The Learning Potion. Naturally, Chen Ping'an had no intention of surrendering the money. However, upon hearing his mother mention the matter, he felt a sense of unease. He quickly replied, "Mom and Dad, I collaborated with Zhang Yong on this. We had previously agreed that he would take 50,000 while I would take 250,000. We cannot go back on our word to Zhang Yong. Since it was agreed upon beforehand, it must be given to Zhang Yong," Yu Shouying stated. She then turned to Chen Ping'an and continued. "Even after giving Zhang Yong 50,000, you still have 250,000 left. That's not a small sum. Your father and I have saved for so many years, and I only have 200,000. With this, you will be wealthier than us. Mom, I have my own plans for this money. I am about to take the college entrance examination, and then I will go to university. I will cover my university expenses myself, and during my time in college, I also wish to start a business, which requires initial capital. This money is intended for both my university fees and my entrepreneurial endeavors. If you take it away, I feel like life would lose its meaning." "What nonsense are you talking about? How can life lose its meaning?" Yu Shouying exclaimed, clearly agitated. "I cannot help but think this way. I am 18 now. And I have worked hard to earn my first sum of money. Now my mother wants to take it away. What am I supposed to do?" Chen Ping'an looked at his mother with an innocent expression. "I am only looking out for you. 250,000 is a lot for someone your age. Can you truly manage it?" Yu Shouying responded, equally distressed. "Mom, I am 18, I am an adult now. 30 years ago, at 18, one could marry and start a family. At this age, one could establish a career. Why shouldn't I be able to manage a sum of my own money?" Chen Ping'an asserted earnestly. "All right, the child is grown and has his own plans." "This is rather good," Chen Guoqing interjected. Yu Shouying bit her lip, still feeling somewhat unhappy. She did not covet her son's money, he was her son after all. She simply worried that a young person, suddenly coming into wealth, might lose control. "How about this? Let us compromise. You can leave the money with me for a month. At least let me see it. After a month, I will return it to you," Chen Ping'an said with a look of feigned grievance. Of course, this grievance was merely an act. In a month, he could use the money to invest in stocks, potentially earning a considerable return. By then, even if he gave his parents 250,000, it would not have a significant impact. No need for such trouble. "Just keep it yourself," Yu Shouying suddenly shook her head. Seeing her son's seemingly aggrieved expression softened her heart. What he said is true. This is the first money he has earned in his life, and it should rightfully be in his control. "Thank you, Mom. You are so wonderful," Chen Ping'an replied joyfully. With this, his funds increased significantly. "Now eat, the food is getting cold," Yu Shouying said somewhat impatiently. Chen Ping'an chuckled and began to eat. After the meal, he offered to wash the dishes, but Yu Shouying sent him away. Not insisting, he returned to his bedroom and immediately took out his homework. Having failed to complete it the previous day, he had received a lecture from his teacher, and he did not wish to endure such treatment again. Therefore, he was determined to focus and finish his assignments properly today. However, the homework was exceedingly difficult. Chen Ping'an found himself at a loss with many of the high school assignments. The pressing issue was that he could not solve numerous problems. With a steely resolve, he pressed on, gradually completing all of his homework. Whether it was correct or not mattered little at that moment. Chen Ping'an genuinely began to worry about his upcoming college entrance examination. Given his current abilities, he doubted he could even gain admission to a mediocre university. He had nearly forgotten most of the high school curriculum. "This is a disaster, what should I do?" Chen Ping'an sighed, suddenly contemplating abandoning the college entrance examination altogether. After all, if he was unlikely to succeed, it would be better to enjoy the next 2 months rather than stress himself. However, this thought quickly dissipated.
Until a definite conclusion was reached, he would not willingly give up on the examination. As time passed and he finished his homework, it was already quite late. Chen Ping'an decided not to torment himself further and soon washed up and went to bed. The next morning, he headed to school with Zhang Yong once more. Upon arriving in the classroom, Chen Ping'an felt a wave of anticipation for the upcoming flash sale. Today marked the third flash sale, and he wondered if he might acquire something worthwhile. Finally, the clock struck 8. The flash sale system interface refreshed, revealing 4 new items. Simultaneously, Chen Ping'an was granted an opportunity to purchase one of them. The 4 items were as follows: 1. A gold brick. 2. A 30-carat ruby. 3. A master-level Tai Chi skill book. 4. A bottle of learning potion. The gold brick was immediately dismissed due to its low value. The 30-carat ruby did stir Chen Ping'an's interest for a fleeting moment. After all, if it were sold at an auction, it could fetch tens of millions. The master-level Tai Chi skill book was also appealing. Once learned, it would grant mastery of Tai Chi at a master level. However, for Chen Ping'an, who had already mastered the full-level longevity technique, learning Tai Chi felt somewhat redundant. Lastly, there was the learning potion. Learning potion, upon consumption, it permanently enhances memory and, for 3 days, amplifies learning ability 100-fold. After reading the description of the learning potion, Chen Ping'an's breath quickened. This potion was undoubtedly a precious item. Precisely what he needed. Not only would it enhance his memory permanently, but it would also grant him 100 times the ability to learn for 3 days. This was simply astounding. This is the one, he thought, and immediately purchased the learning potion without hesitation. Although he had acquired the potion, Chen Ping'an chose not to consume it right away. Given that the potion would only provide 3 days of enhanced learning capability after consumption, timing was crucial. Since he was still in class, taking the potion now would be a waste. Chen Ping'an decided to wait until he returned home that evening, properly prepared to use the learning potion. Chapter 14, Opening a stock trading account. Just as Chen Ping'an felt a sense of relief, free from the worries of studying, a familiar figure appeared at the classroom door. It was Zhang Lei. Zhang Lei, with a sullen expression, stood at the entrance, casting a resentful glare at Chen Ping'an. When Chen Ping'an turned to face him, Zhang Lei made a throat-cutting gesture. Chen Ping'an couldn't help but chuckle, muttering the words "fool" under his breath. Although Zhang Lei couldn't hear him, it was evident that he guessed Chen Ping'an's words, and his countenance darkened even further. The class bell rang, and with a face full of fury, Zhang Lei stormed off. He would not let Chen Ping'an off the hook. He was determined to take revenge. "Is Zhang Lei coming after you?" Zhang Yong leaned in to inquire. "Indeed, Zhang Lei intends to make my life difficult. It's amusing how we share the same surname. Yet the disparity between us is so vast," Chen Ping'an jested. "Absolutely, there must be a distinction. Someone like Zhang Lei is a disgrace to the Zhang surname." Zhang Yong replied with a grin. The rest of the day passed uneventfully, though Chen Ping'an endured some discomfort, particularly with the fear of being called upon by the teacher to answer questions. Many of the queries were beyond his grasp. Fortunately, as they were now in the final stretch of high school, teachers mostly assigned practice problems rather than asking questions. However, even the practice problems proved challenging. His memories of high school felt like remnants of a past life. How could he possibly recall the knowledge from those days? He could only endure the torment until the long-awaited lunch break arrived. Fortunately, the school allowed students to leave for lunch. Without hesitation, Chen Ping'an hopped on his bicycle and rode out of the school gates. He had already made arrangements with Zhou Wanhao the previous day to borrow money today. Once the 2 million yuan loan was deposited, he could begin his foray into stock trading, marking the inception of his capital. "Hey, little brother, you made it." Zhou Wanhao greeted him with a smile, wiping the sweat from his brow at the cement factory. "Brother Zhou, your place is quite hard to find." "I almost went to the wrong spot," Chen Ping'an panted, showing no signs of discomfort. Zhou Wanhao grew increasingly fond of Chen Ping'an, feeling that the young man before him resembled someone closer to his own age than a high school student. Nevertheless, Zhou Wanhao had already verified Chen Ping'an's identity and confirmed that he was indeed a senior in high school. "Well, as a cement factory owner, I can't exactly set up shop in the city.
Shall I arrange a car to take you back afterward? Zhou Wanhao inquired cheerfully.
That's all right. I rode my bike here, and it would be inconvenient to return by car. Brother Zhou, let us take care of the main business first, Chen Ping'an replied. A hint of shyness in his tone. All right, as you wish, Zhou Wanhao laughed heartily. Zhou Wanhao led the way to the accountant's office, where the necessary paperwork was swiftly completed. Among close friends, it is vital to keep accounts clear, especially given their particular relationship. Zhou Wanhao's willingness to lend money spoke volumes about his generosity. One could only wonder how many others would have agreed to such a request. Initially, Chen Ping'an had not anticipated that Zhou Wanhao would truly lend him money. He merely sought to test the waters. If Zhou Wanhao agreed, it would be the best outcome. And if not, he would have to rely on the 30,000 yuan bounty as his initial capital. Now, however, with an additional 2 million, the speed of profit-making would significantly increase. With Zhou Wanhao's endorsement, the accountant swiftly finalized the transaction. Chen Ping'an received a 2 million yuan check, while Zhou Wanhao also received a promissory note, handwritten by Chen Ping'an. Thank you, brother Zhou. I promise to repay you in a month, Chen Ping'an assured him confidently. No need for thanks, I'm not losing out here. After all, there's a 20% interest for the month, so I've already gained from this. Zhou Wanhao replied. Ping'an, I won't pry into what you plan to do with the money, but do exercise caution. If you fail to repay, you can't blame me, Zhou Wanhao added sternly. Rest assured, brother Zhou, I am entirely confident that there will be no issues, Chen Ping'an declared with conviction. That's good to hear. Have you eaten yet? Would you like to grab a meal together? Zhou Wanhao asked cheerfully. Chen Ping'an glanced at his watch and shook his head. I'd better not, I'm in a hurry. If I delay, I might miss out. Once this business is concluded, I'll treat you to a meal. No, I'll treat your entire family, he promised with a smile. Sounds great. I'll be looking forward to it, Zhou Wanhao nodded in agreement. As Chen Ping'an exited the cement factory, he felt an exhilarating rush. His initial capital had finally materialized, totaling 230,000 yuan. While that amount might seem trivial to the affluent, for Chen Ping'an, it represented a precious opportunity to commence his journey. With the check in hand, he promptly made his way to Donghai Securities. Though there were several local brokerage firms, he ultimately chose Donghai Securities due to its superior service. Other firms, while present, did not match the level of service provided by Donghai. By the time he arrived at Donghai Securities, it was nearly closing time. The office appeared deserted, with only a receptionist at the front desk. Hello, I'm here to open an account. Is it possible to do so now? Chen Ping'an approached, inquiring eagerly. I'm sorry, but it's too late to open an account now. As you can see, our staff has already clocked out. You can come back after 2 p.m., the receptionist replied with a friendly smile. Please, I'm a student, specifically a senior in high school. During your working hours, I am attending classes, and when I'm free, you've already closed. If this continues, I won't be able to open an account at all. Could you possibly assist me by calling someone to help with the account opening? They wouldn't be at a loss, there's a commission involved. The more I trade, the more they earn, Chen Ping'an pleaded earnestly. Seeing the young student in his school uniform, the receptionist, Chen Xiaoyuan, recognized his status as a student. However, she had never encountered a student wishing to venture into stock trading before. This is a high-risk investment, and you are still a student. It might be best for you to avoid such ventures, as the risks are considerable, she cautioned. Unfazed, Chen Ping'an presented his identification and the 2 million yuan check. This is my ID, I am 18 years old. Additionally, this is the investment capital my family has prepared for me. My parents are businesspeople and wish to cultivate my investment skills, hence providing me with this startup capital. While I am still in school and unable to engage in other types of investments, I would like to practice with the stock market, he explained calmly. Though Chen Ping'an spoke with composure, Chen Xiaoyuan felt increasingly unsettled. At over 20 years old, her savings barely amounted to 20,000 yuan. While this 18-year-old boy casually presented a 2 million yuan check from his family for investment purposes. The stark contrast was astounding, leaving her feeling quite overwhelmed.
Chapter 15, Unveiling the Stock Prediction Scroll. Were a common individual to make such a request, Chen Xiaoyuan would undoubtedly refuse. Such demands were simply preposterous. After all, they were a securities company. It was inconceivable that they would summon off-duty staff for a single customer. However, when Chen Ping'an presented a check for 2 million, demonstrating his considerable means, the situation transformed entirely. Wealthy clients invariably receive preferential treatment, and Chen Ping'an was now enjoying such privileges.
Please hold on, Mr. Chen.
I will summon a manager for you, Chen Xiaoyuan promptly stated.
Thank you, Chen Ping'an replied, nodding in acknowledgement.
Chen Xiaoyuan hurriedly retreated into the office, and moments later,
a striking young woman emerged alongside her.
Sun Haitang gazed at the young man before her, astonished.
She had heard Chen Xiaoyuan mention a wealthy client,
a high school senior no less, who possessed a $2 million check intended for stock investments. Such an advantageous client was not to be overlooked,
prompting Sun Haitang to follow Chen Xiaoyuan out.
Fortuitously for Sun Haitang, she had opted to stay in for lunch rather than dine out, and her amicable rapport with Chen Xiaoyuan facilitated this opportunity. Moreover, Sun Haitang had previously informed Chen Xiaoyuan that she would treat her to dinner that evening,
which delighted Chen Xiaoyuan. Hello, Mr. Chen.
My name is Sun Haitang, and I am a client manager at Donghai Securities.
It is a pleasure to assist you. Are you looking to open an account? Sun Haitang inquired with a warm smile.
Yes, I would like to open a stock account.
Additionally,
I would like to know if you offer leverage options, Chen Ping'an responded.
Indeed, we can provide leverage, however, it requires an application. As a new account holder,
you would be eligible for a maximum leverage of 5 times, though typically it ranges from 1 to 2 times, Sun Haitang explained promptly.
Then let us proceed with opening the account, Chen Ping'an stated.
Very well, please follow me to complete the necessary paperwork, Sun Haitang said, leading him to her workstation where she commenced the account setup. Chen Ping'an had brought along his identification and bank card, making the process quite straightforward. The stock account was established swiftly, though trading in this era was rather cumbersome due to the absence of smartphones and computers for stock trading.
Consequently, Chen Ping'an could only engage in trading at the securities company.
Alternatively, he could authorize Sun Haitang to conduct transactions on his behalf, which was the route he opted for. As for security, there was no cause for concern. Donghai Securities was a reputable firm, and Chen Ping'an felt assured.
He inquired whether the checks could be directly transferred, to which he learned that such transactions could indeed be processed on site. This was considerably convenient. Chen Ping'an then presented 2 checks, one for 2 million and another for 300,000, transferring the entire sum into his account. He had temporarily utilized the 50,000 from Zhang Yong, planning to repay him with a profit once successful. The transfer was executed promptly,
and Sun Haitang's exemplary service left Chen Ping'an thoroughly satisfied, alleviating much of his hassle.
Had he needed to visit a bank for the transfer?
It would have been a significant inconvenience. With the stock account established and 230,000 already deposited, Chen Ping'an also applied for leverage.
However,
the approval for leverage required authorization from the headquarters, where specialized personnel would conduct the review. Ultimately, the process hinged on the amount of capital. The more substantial the funds,
the quicker the approval.
Given Chen Ping'an's 230,000, his account was notably well-funded compared to the majority, leading to a relatively swift review process.
Nevertheless,
even the fastest reviews necessitate time.
While awaiting approval, Chen Ping'an asked, Miss Haitang, may I entrust you with my trading?
Of course. I would be honored to manage your trades, Sun Haitang replied enthusiastically, her heart racing. It was a manager's delight to execute trades for clients, as it often resulted in higher commissions. I will identify which stocks to buy or sell, but the execution will be in your hands, making you my trader.
Is that acceptable? Chen Ping'an inquired once more.
Absolutely, many clients operate this way within our company, Sun Haitang assured him with a smile. That is reassuring, Chen Ping'an replied,
nodding in satisfaction.
He felt a profound sense of comfort, as all his requests had been met.
May I view the stock trends? He asked.
Certainly, Sun Haitang responded promptly, eager to maintain her client's satisfaction. Her tenure at the firm was relatively brief,
and she had few clients, thus, Chen Ping'an stood as her most advantageous client. Consequently, she was particularly attentive to his needs. In the securities company, there was a trading room equipped with computers for clients' use. While Chen Ping'an was not yet qualified for the VIP trading room, he had access to the retail trading area. Though the stock market had closed, many remained to analyze their trades, each absorbed in their pursuits without disturbing one another. Sun Haitang assisted Chen Ping'an in accessing a computer, which required a password that only staff could provide. Fortunately, she possessed the necessary permissions. As Chen Ping'an beheld the computer before him, nostalgia washed over him. It had been years since he had seen such a bulky monitor. Though the computer's speed was somewhat sluggish, it sufficed for stock trading purposes. Feigning interest in the stock market, Chen Ping'an discreetly employed the stock prediction scroll. Chapter 16: Commencing stock purchases after utilizing the stock prediction scroll. Chen Ping'an's system interface now featured a dedicated stock section. In a remarkably short span of time, Chen Ping'an had grasped the intricacies of this stock forecasting function. This capability was truly extraordinary, allowing him to anticipate stock trends for the next 3 days. With the foresight of stock movements, anyone with a modicum of intelligence could surely profit from trading. Though Chen Ping'an feigned interest in the stock data displayed on his computer screen, his true focus was firmly anchored on the projections within his system interface. The upcoming stock trends were laid bare before him. He noted that Sichuan machinery would likely hit its upper trading limit this afternoon, remain stagnant tomorrow morning, yet plummet in the afternoon. Additionally, he had identified Wufu liquor, which would reach its peak tomorrow morning, and resolved to buy into it. In his mind, Chen Ping'an had crafted a meticulous investment strategy for the next 2 days, planning to assess the situation further for the day after. He took out a pen and paper, jotting down the stocks he intended to purchase, and handed the notes to Sun Haitang, who had accompanied him. "Haitang, these are the stocks I wish to acquire. Please ensure they are all purchased after the market opens this afternoon." "All in on this stock?" Sun Haitang asked, uncertainty lacing her tone. "Yes, every share of it. If it hits the upper limit tomorrow morning, sell at that peak." "I suspect I'll only hold this stock for 2 days, Chen Ping'an replied. Sun Haitang was taken aback. It was rare for someone to plan to sell at a peak rather than cling to their shares. Most investors would hold tightly to stocks hitting their limits, but Chen Ping'an, being the boss, had the final say on such matters. "Understood," she affirmed quickly. "We'll decide on tomorrow's stock trades once I assess them during midday," Chen Ping'an continued, as the stocks for tomorrow's trading would not be available until the afternoon. Having signed an authorization agreement, Sun Haitang was now empowered to execute trades on Chen Ping'an's behalf, although she would not have access to funds in the stock account, as the account details remained confidential. "I'll take my leave now, see you tomorrow," Chen Ping'an said, smiling as he waved goodbye and rode off on his bicycle. Sun Haitang watched him depart before retracting her gaze. "Stop staring, or your eyes might just fall out," Chen Xiaoyuan remarked humorously. "What sort of family allows a child to invest over 2 million in stocks?" Sun Haitang queried, brushing aside her bangs as she shifted the topic. "Clearly, a wealthy family. Did you notice those checks?" "They were issued by Zhou Wanhao, so he must be connected to them," Sun Haitang replied with a grin. "The cement tycoon, Zhou Wanhao?" "That explains everything," Chen Xiaoyuan nodded in agreement. "All right, I'm off to eat. I only had half my meal before, I'm quite famished now," Sun Haitang said with a stretch. "Go on, then," Chen Xiaoyuan waved her off. After leaving the securities firm, Chen Ping'an did not return to school but instead sought out a fast food restaurant nearby, indulging in a meal. The cost of living in this era was astonishingly low. He was astounded to find that a meal comprising 3 meat and 3 vegetable dishes cost merely 3 yuan. Can you believe it? 3 meat and 3 vegetable dishes for just 3 yuan. He mused, reflecting on the prices of 1998. It was entirely reasonable, considering that most monthly salaries hovered around 700 to 800 yuan, with only the fortunate few earning over 1,000. Chen Ping'an's father, earning just over 1,000, had been enticed by the thriving internet CAF business, driven by his modest income. As Chen Ping'an savored his 3 yuan meal, he found it surprisingly delectable. Despite the low prices, the fast food of this time was authentic and substantial, lacking the excessive technological enhancements of future decades. Though his parents' earnings were modest,
they were generous with Chen Ping'an, ensuring his living expenses were adequately supported. After his meal, he leisurely rode his bicycle towards school. Meanwhile, the afternoon stock market had finally opened. Sun Haitang booted up her computer, first checking the stock situation before locating the stock Chen Ping'an had requested to purchase. At that moment, the stock was sluggishly declining, casting doubt upon whether she should proceed with the purchase. However, her professional integrity compelled her to adhere to Chen Ping'an's instructions, and she ultimately invested the entire $2.3 million into that stock, despite its negative trajectory. After a few minutes of watching the stock stagnate, she decided not to dwell on it any longer. Her responsibilities had been fulfilled, and whether the stock rose or fell was beyond her control. Sun Haitang continued with her tasks. Her workload light due to the limited number of clients she managed. After half an hour of idleness, she inadvertently glanced at the stock interface and was left dumbfounded. "What on earth is happening?" Sun Haitang exclaimed in astonishment. "What's wrong?" her colleagues inquired, turning their attention to her. She quickly stood, apologizing, "I'm sorry. I misread the data. No need to panic." Fortunately, her colleagues did not reprimand her, as they were equally preoccupied with their own tasks. Taking a moment to calm herself, Sun Haitang returned her focus to the stock interface. Chapter 17, The stock source Sichuan machinery has reached its price limit. Leaving Sun Haitang in disbelief as he gazes at the screen once more. The outcome remains unchanged. Sichuan machinery has indeed hit the ceiling, with buy orders on the limit continuously increasing, suggesting that the price will likely remain capped for the day. How did it soar to this limit? Sun Haitang pondered. Upon examining the stock's trajectory, he noted that it had previously been languishing, only to experience a rapid ascent, reaching the limit within a mere 2 minutes, an astonishing phenomenon. Yet, such abrupt surges are not uncommon in the stock market, and typically, by the time one notices a stock climbing, the opportunity to purchase has vanished. Most individuals hesitate to buy during such swift rises, as they carry the risk of a sudden drop. Once purchased, a decline ensues, leaving one stranded atop a precarious peak. Sun Haitang could not comprehend why the stock that Chen Ping'an had favored would rise so rapidly to its limit. How did he arrive at this judgment? Sun Haitang expressed his confusion. Nonetheless, there was no denying Chen Ping'an's exceptional foresight, and he had indeed profited. Having initially bought at a loss of 2 points, the stock now surged to a 10-point increase, yielding a total profit of 12 points, an impressive gain of 280,000. The allure of the stock market lies precisely in such potential. However, it is a realm of high rewards accompanied by high risks. Although profits can materialize swiftly, losses can occur just as rapidly, making stock investment ill-advised for the average person. Meanwhile, as Chen Ping'an attended class, he opened the system interface to observe the stock's performance. It was only then that he realized the interface could not only forecast the stock's trajectory 3 days ahead but also display its current movements. At that moment, witnessing Sichuan machinery's surge, Chen Ping'an felt a twinge of anxiety, primarily concerned that Sun Haitang might not be reliable and had neglected to purchase the stock. Should Sun Haitang fail to act, Chen Ping'an's loss would be considerable. Now, trapped in the classroom, he could do nothing but place his trust in Sun Haitang. As he lifted his gaze, he spotted Zhang Lei reappearing at the classroom door, glaring at him with palpable resentment. Zhang Lei had long sought revenge against Chen Ping'an but had yet to find an opportune moment, resorting to casting spiteful glances during breaks instead. Chen Ping'an chuckled, dismissing Zhang Lei's malice, as he himself was anticipating the moment of retribution. Chen Guoqing had spent the day surveying potential locations for a cyber CAF, and he had grown increasingly aware of his options. While there were numerous areas suitable for such an establishment, suitable ones for him specifically were few. Many locations demanded exorbitant rents beyond his means. Ultimately, he chose a site not far from home, in a bustling area, as the future location of his cyber CAF. This particular venue was available for lease, previously occupied by a clothing store that had struggled and subsequently vacated. After reclaiming the property, the landlord had reposted the rental advertisement. Several inquiries had been made regarding the rent, but no agreements had been reached due to price disputes. Chen Guoqing learned that the annual rent was 8,000. While that amount might seem ludicrously low 2 decades hence, in 1998, it appeared somewhat steep.
The landlord justified this by emphasizing the spaciousness and prime location of the shop, staunchly demanding the 8,000 rent. Unsure of his decision, Chen Guoqing resolved to consult Chen Ping'an before making a commitment.
At that moment,
Chen Ping'an finally concluded his classes and prepared to leave the school.
Zhang Yong, you may head home first, I have a matter to attend to, Chen Ping'an suddenly informed Zhang Yong. Chapter 18, Zhang Lei faces defeat. What has transpired?
If trouble arises, we shall confront it together, Zhang Yong remarked. Despite being unaware of the exact predicament that Chen Ping'an found himself in, Zhang Yong regarded Chen Ping'an as a dear brother, one with whom he would undoubtedly face challenges alongside.
It's nothing to worry about, I will handle it. You should return home for now. By the way,
I'll give you that 50,000 yuan next month, and it will be a delightful surprise, Chen Ping'an assured Zhang Yong.
Just use it for now.
I'm not in need of money at the moment, Zhang Yong shyly replied, though his eyes sparkled with excitement.
After all,
50,000 yuan was a sum he had never possessed before in his life.
Moreover, he had not mentioned this fortune to his family.
They remained oblivious to the fact that he now had such wealth. This 50,000 yuan was indeed his private stash.
Shall I take my leave then?
Confirming that Chen Ping'an was truly untroubled, Zhang Yong stated.
You may go, replied Chen Ping'an. Zhang Yong's presence would only hinder Chen Ping'an's performance, so it was best to send him away.
Once Zhang Yong departed, Chen Ping'an leisurely rode his bicycle, when suddenly, a group of figures on bicycles began to pursue him.
Chen Ping'an had already noticed that Zhang Lei and a few others were tailing him.
Chen Ping'an, you are doomed today, Zhang Lei coldly intercepted him, his face a mask of frost.
Last time, you weren't sufficiently punished, are you here again to seek vengeance? Do you intend to drink urine once more? With a smile, Chen Ping'an replied, Oh, are you still harping on that?
Zhang Lei's face contorted in rage.
The group of Zhang Lei's companions looked at him in astonishment.
This time, Zhang Lei was accompanied not by Sun Li and his friends, but rather by a band of unfamiliar, unruly youths.
They did not resemble students, they appeared to be a gang of delinquents.
Chen Ping'an recognized them as subordinates of Zhang Lei's cousin, a notorious street thug who commanded a legion of henchmen. Zhang Lei knew that Sun Li and his friends were unreliable, and after losing face in front of them during their last encounter, he had not sought them out for days. Hence, he had borrowed a group of thugs from his cousin specifically to deal with Chen Ping'an.
The henchmen, perplexed by the exchange between Zhang Lei and Chen Ping'an, looked to Zhang Lei for guidance. Did Zhang Lei drink urine?
Chen Ping'an taunted, you better watch your words,
or I may just end your life.
Zhang Lei roared in fury.
Desperate, aren't you?
The fact remains that you have indeed consumed urine, your aggression is futile.
Chen Ping'an retorted with a cold smile. I will slay you. Zhang Lei bellowed, drawing a knife from his waistband and lunging at Chen Ping'an. The henchmen, despite their bravado,
hesitated to intervene, knowing that such violence in public was ill-advised. Calmly, Chen Ping'an observed as Zhang Lei swung the knife at him. He swiftly seized Zhang Lei's wrist and delivered a powerful kick, sending Zhang Lei crashing to the ground, breaking his rib in the process. Zhang Lei let out a pained scream and promptly lost consciousness.
Brothers, attacked together.
The surrounding thugs, disregarding their fears, charged at Chen Ping'an.
Unfazed, Chen Ping'an stepped forward,
placing a foot atop Zhang Lei's body, firmly anchored as he faced the oncoming delinquents. These ruffians might intimidate ordinary people, but they were no match for Chen Ping'an. In a swift display of skill, he dispatched them all in mere moments.
Kind sir, could you assist by calling the police? Chen Ping'an bowed to the onlookers, adopting the guise of a diligent student.
I shall call the authorities, a middle-aged man stepped forward from the crowd, retrieving his phone to dial. Despite the era's high cost of mobile phones, many had begun to acquire them.
After placing the call, the man turned to Chen Ping'an and remarked, Young man,
you possess remarkable skills, have you trained in martial arts? I am but an amateur, Chen Ping'an replied with a smile.
Not an expert? Yet you faced a group with such bravery and defeated them effortlessly, your prowess is undeniable, the man grinned. I have yet to learn your name.
I appreciate your assistance in contacting the police, Chen Ping'an said courteously.
My name is Lin Guanshan, a businessman.
It seems serendipity has brought us together. So let us dispense with formalities, Lin Guanxin replied with a friendly smile. I am Chen Ping'an, a high school senior.
I shall refer to you as Uncle Lin.
Out of respect, I fear that calling you brother might provoke your children, Chen Ping'an quipped humorously.
Ha, you are quite the amusing young man.
Lin Guanxin laughed heartily.
May I ask what business you are involved in, Uncle Lin?
Chen Ping'an inquired, keen on establishing connections for the future. I sell computers, as a high school student.
You must be familiar with them?
Lin Guanxin spoke with a hint of pride. In this era, computers were considered prestigious. And owning a computer sales business was a point of pride for Lin Guanxin, as it was not a venture for the average person.
Uncle Lin.
Running a computer business is indeed a commendable endeavor with a promising future, Chen Ping'an flattered. This compliment pleased Lin Guanxin immensely.
However,
the computer business may only thrive for a decade, one must consider future prospects thereafter, Chen Ping'an added with a smile.
Why is that?
Lin Guanxin inquired.
Curiosity evident in his tone.
Because rarity dictates value, currently, computers are sold at high prices, yielding substantial profits. Yet, as they become more commonplace, their prices will inevitably decline. With lower prices come diminished profits, and as time progresses, more individuals will enter the market. Without a unique competitive edge, mere sales will become increasingly unsustainable. Thus, while selling computers may be lucrative in the short term, I predict that in 10 years, the market will begin to decline, Chen Ping'an boldly stated. Chapter 19 Zhang Lei is captured. Lin Guanxin, filled with skepticism, found himself astonished by Chen Ping'an's articulate reasoning. While the events of a decade hence remain shrouded in mystery, Chen Ping'an's audacious predictions, delivered with such conviction, were indeed remarkable. This young man was no ordinary individual, Lin Guanxin mused inwardly. As they spoke, the constables arrived on the scene, promptly inquiring about the circumstances surrounding the incident and the identity of the person who made the report. Chen Ping'an stepped forward to clarify the situation. Greetings, officers. This is my classmate Zhang Lei, with whom I had some disagreements at school. I never anticipated he would resort to hiring individuals to harm me outside of school. Had I not trained in martial arts since childhood, I may have met a dire fate today. As you can see, he wields a knife, and these individuals are his hired thugs, all armed. He gestured toward the surveillance cameras at the mall's entrance. Perhaps you could request the footage from the mall. Chen Ping'an paused here, as this location was indeed the entrance to a large shopping center. In this era, surveillance cameras were a rarity, primarily found at the entrances of sizable commercial establishments. Consequently, the footage of the assault on Chen Ping'an would likely have been captured. Upon hearing this, two constables immediately proceeded to the mall to retrieve the surveillance footage, while others continued to gather statements from witnesses. The bystanders, eager to assist, provided valuable information. As the one who reported the incident, Lin Guanxin also recorded his account of what he had witnessed, contributing to the clarity of the case. The situation was straightforward, and the officers present had a clear understanding of the events. Just then, another police vehicle arrived, bringing with it several additional constables. Chen Ping'an, what brings you here? One of them exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing him. Chen Ping'an recognized the officer as Zhang Guoda, who had previously apprehended human traffickers. Uncle Zhang, it's unfortunate, but I was attacked by a classmate. I never imagined that a trivial dispute at school would escalate to him attempting to take my life with a knife. Chen Ping'an replied, a look of resignation on his face. Zhang Guoda held a favorable impression of Chen Ping'an and promptly inquired about the details of the incident. Upon learning that Chen Ping'an had been attacked and had successfully defended himself, Zhang Guoda's expression shifted to one of astonishment, mingled with a hint of amusement. He had known of Chen Ping'an's capabilities, but never expected him to become a target of such aggression. Clearly, the assailants had chosen poorly in their attempt to confront him. As Zhang Guoda observed the scene, he came to appreciate the true extent of Chen Ping'an's martial prowess. Previously, he had merely regarded him as a high school student skilled in martial arts, but now he recognized the depth of his abilities. Even as a constable, he would likely have faced dire consequences against such armed assailants, yet Chen Ping'an had emerged unscathed, subduing them all effortlessly. When Zhang Guoda learned that the surveillance footage had captured the incident, he quickly led a team to the monitoring room. As the captain of the constabulary, He was responsible for cases within his jurisdiction, which is why he had come directly.
Upon reviewing the footage, Zhang Guoda's jaw dropped in disbelief. Prior to viewing the video,
he had merely imagined the extent of Chen Ping'an's skills, but witnessing the reality was an entirely different experience. He saw Chen Ping'an single-handedly confronting a group of armed thugs and defeating them all. "You've got some exceptional skills, young man.
After graduating from high school, have you considered joining our constabulary school?" Zhang Guoda asked eagerly.
It seemed a waste for someone with such talent not to pursue a career in law enforcement.
"Uncle Zhang,
I suppose we'll have to wait until my exam results come out to see," Chen Ping'an replied, somewhat evasively. In truth, he had no desire to become a constable. He found the notion absurd. While holding a position within the government might seem prestigious, for an ordinary person, it often meant a life of mediocrity and stagnation. Chen Ping'an aspired to greater heights, envisioning a future as a magnate, establishing his own business empire. He believed that when he attained such status,
even high-ranking officials would treat him with respect.
Moreover, being outside the constraints of the system would afford him greater freedom. As long as he remained unmarried and maintained multiple romantic relationships, no one would have authority over him. The constraints of the system were considerable. And Chen Ping'an had no intention of pursuing such a path. Zhang Guoda sensed Chen Ping'an's subtle refusal and felt a twinge of regret. The case was straightforward. With ample evidence and eyewitness accounts, including video footage of the assailants being apprehended at the scene. While it was possible to contest the case, it would require formidable individuals to intervene, a luxury Zhang Lei's family did not possess.
With Zhang Lei and his accomplices apprehended, Chen Ping'an completed his statement and took his leave, knowing that a grim fate awaited Zhang Lei. However, this matter would not conclude here. Zhang Lei's parents would undoubtedly seek retribution, and Chen Ping'an had no intention of letting them off the hook either.
Chapter 20, The Super Scholar. Why did you return so late?
Chen Guoqing inquired with evident concern upon seeing Li Qingshan's arrival.
Under normal circumstances,
Chen Ping'an would have returned promptly, yet tonight's delay was unusual.
Furthermore, in this era devoid of convenient communication devices such as mobile phones, there was no means for Chen Guoqing to contact him if he was late. "I encountered a bit of trouble on the way back," Chen Ping'an recounted briefly. Chen Guoqing and Yu Xiuying were taken aback by his words, and they immediately rose to inspect their son for any injuries. Fortunately, Chen Ping'an emerged unscathed, which eased their parental worries. He elaborated on the situation, mentioning that the constables had already registered the incident. It seemed that while the matter was largely settled,
some complications might still arise.
As for Zhang Lei's family background, Chen Ping'an chose to withhold further details. Hearing this news, his parents finally sighed in relief, grateful that their son had come to no harm, otherwise, the pain in their hearts would have been immeasurable.
"By the way, Dad, how is the internet CAF situation coming along?"
Chen Ping'an swiftly shifted the topic.
"Eat first, we can discuss the CAF later," Chen Guoqing retorted,
shooting his son a disapproving glance. Since Chen Ping'an had returned late and missed dinner, his father prioritized feeding him. With a chuckle,
Chen Ping'an helped himself to some food and sat down at the dining table.
After taking a drag from his cigarette, Chen Guoqing spoke about the shop's condition.
"I've seen that property, it is indeed quite nice.
However, the rent is a bit steep, and I am still undecided on whether to lease it."
"Dad,
I know the place you're talking about, and I believe it would be a good idea to rent that shop.
The foot traffic in the area is substantial. If we open the CAF there, customers will not be lacking."
Although the rent is high, having a steady stream of clientele is paramount, Chen Ping'an thoughtfully replied.
"Are you suggesting that you support opening the internet CAF there?" Chen Guoqing asked, excitement creeping into his voice.
"Of course I support it, why wouldn't I?
By the way,
I recall that the upper floor is available as well.
Can we rent that space too?" Chen Ping'an proposed.
The upper and lower floors can be rented together.
But we only need the lower one.
I don't require such a large space. Renting both would inflate the annual rent by several thousand, Chen Guoqing explained. We definitely need to rent both. The larger the space, the greater our potential for growth. We can earn money and use the excess to purchase more computers. With so much room, I estimate we could accommodate around 100 computers, Chen Ping'an calculated.
100 computers? Are you out of your mind? Do you have any idea how much a computer costs these days? Over 10,000 each. Chen Guoqing exclaimed, exasperated. Actually, computers aren't that expensive. Their prices are influenced by various factors. I don't know where you got that figure, but it's certainly inflated. I'll figure out a way to acquire computers for 4,000 to 5,000 each, Chen Ping'an asserted. He knew his father must have inquired about branded computers. In 1998, the prices for such computers were indeed exorbitant, often exceeding 10,000. But Chen Ping'an had no intention of purchasing brand-name machines. He intended to procure assembled computers instead. Don't try to fool me, how could there possibly be computers for 4,000 to 5,000? Chen Guoqing responded skeptically. It's too early to say. I need to consult with someone first, Chen Ping'an replied, patting his pocket where Zhang Guangshan's business card remained. Zhang Guangshan specialized in such merchandise and could offer components at a reasonable price. Dad, tomorrow you should secure the lease for the shop and begin renovations. Don't forget to rent both floors. Also, you'll need to handle the business license and other necessary paperwork. After all, this internet CAF will be under your management. Don't tell me you can't manage that, he urged. You underestimate your father, I can handle such trivial matters. Chen Guoqing retorted, though he felt a twinge of apprehension about his ability to oversee the venture. However, spurred on by his son's encouragement, he steeled himself for the task. Yu Xiuying watched this exchange with a smile, her heart filled with joy. After finishing dinner, Chen Ping'an took a refreshing shower before retreating to his room. Once inside, he gathered all his previous textbooks from high school, ensuring he still possessed the materials for his studies. He had anticipated the need for these resources in his senior year. Although he had kept the books, he had not utilized them effectively. Some revision materials remained intact, which relieved him. With all necessary study materials confirmed, he promptly consumed a vial of learning potion. The potion had a somewhat bitter taste, reminiscent of medicine. Fortunately, Chen Ping'an was prepared and quickly chased it down with some water. Initially, he felt nothing after drinking the potion, but gradually, a remarkable sensation enveloped him. He could not quite articulate it. Eagerly, he flipped open his textbooks and began to study diligently. Almost immediately, he experienced the extraordinary effects of the learning potion. Previously, studying these texts had been a struggle. He would read once and forget the content upon turning away. Now, however, after consuming the potion, he found that he retained nearly everything he read after just one pass, and upon reviewing, the information firmly lodged itself in his memory. This capability was akin to photographic recall. Not only could he remember, but he also comprehended the material to a significant extent. In essence, he had acquired superlative memory and comprehension abilities. For a scholar, these two faculties, memory and understanding, are paramount. It is essential to remember, but if one cannot comprehend, such memory serves little purpose. Therefore, the true hallmark of an exceptional scholar lies in the ability to remember and understand simultaneously. Chen Ping'an had indeed become a super scholar. Chapter 21, Exquisite Apples. The sensation of learning is simply exhilarating, Chen Ping'an mused aloud, his face radiating joy. He truly felt an overwhelming sense of delight. Previously, the process of studying had been a torturous endeavor, fraught with difficulties that rendered it particularly agonizing. However, this evening's experience was entirely distinct. He felt no pain whatsoever, but rather an invigorating sense of satisfaction. He was absorbing knowledge effortlessly. Whether it was textbooks or notebooks, once Chen Ping'an perused the material, it etched itself into his memory. And upon a second glance, he retained it entirely, grasping the underlying intricacies as well. The learning process had transformed into one of ease and pleasure. This was the essence of true education, Chen Ping'an chuckled to himself. With his spirits lifted, Chen Ping'an threw himself into his studies with renewed vigor, acutely aware that his time for learning was limited. The effects of the study potion would only last 3 days. After that, his extraordinary learning abilities would wane, though his enhanced memory would persist. As he immersed himself in the world of knowledge, he lost track of time, only to realize it was already 11 at night. Exhaling deeply, a smile graced his lips. Though only a few hours had passed, he had made significant progress. Having thoroughly covered the content of his senior year textbooks,
Now, he only had the sophomore and freshman material left to tackle. Chen Ping'an was confident that he could master the entirety of high school knowledge within 3 days, and perhaps even delve into some university courses. He could hardly believe that someone like him would be unable to gain admission to a prestigious university. "It's time for bed," his mother's voice called from the doorway. "Understood. I'm going to sleep now," Chen Ping'an replied promptly. "All right," his mother acknowledged, retreating to her own room. Once she had left, Chen Ping'an tidied his desk, shed his clothes, and soon lay down, succumbing to a deep slumber. That night, he slept soundly, awakening at dawn to the sound of his father's calls from outside his bedroom. Quickly dressing, he emerged to find his parents had prepared breakfast. Eagerly joining them, he shared the meal. "Mom and Dad, I've finished eating. I'm off to school," Chen Ping'an announced. "Be careful on your way," his mother advised. Acknowledging her words, he slung his backpack over his shoulder and departed. As he rode his bicycle out of the community, he spotted Zhang Yong waiting for him at the entrance. They had been commuting to school together for many years, and it had become a familiar routine. Engaging in casual conversation with Zhang Yong, they arrived at school in no time. Once there, they began their morning reading, while Chen Ping'an eagerly anticipated the start of a special event. The time for the event was set for 8 o'clock in the morning. Finally, the hour arrived. Without delay, Chen Ping'an continued reading while accessing the system interface, which had refreshed with 4 new items for the event: a premium iron wok to enhance culinary delights, a golden necklace for monetary gain, a bottle of kidney tonic, and 100 pounds of exquisite apples known for their exceptional flavor and health benefits. Alas! Chen Ping'an's luck seemed to have waned, as none of the items piqued his interest. However, this was to be expected. It was not every time that one encountered desirable items. The ability to acquire what one needed relied on fortune. Chen Ping'an had previously enjoyed remarkable luck, which had allowed him to encounter valuable items consistently. In the current situation, however, he found himself devoid of any noteworthy finds. After a moment of contemplation, his gaze settled on the last 2 items, the kidney tonic and the exquisite apples. The other items were of no use to him, leaving only these 2 as viable options. Yet, the kidney tonic was unnecessary for a healthy 18-year-old like Chen Ping'an. Ultimately, he decided to try the exquisite apples, curious about their potential benefits. Spending a mere $1, he purchased 100 pounds of exquisite apples, which were promptly stored in the system space for future consumption. Chen Ping'an felt a wave of anticipation wash over him. As the morning study session concluded, he eagerly opened his backpack and retrieved one of the apples. The moment he did, it emanated an enticing aroma, overwhelming his senses with its fragrance. Chen Ping'an was taken aback by how delightful the apple smelled. Its scent was intoxicating. "Wow, Chen Ping'an, why does your apple smell so incredible?" Zhang Yong inquired, astonished. "Isn't it normal for an apple to smell good?" Chen Ping'an chuckled. "Please. As if I haven't eaten apples before. I've never encountered one that smelled like that. Are you sure it isn't coated in perfume?" Zhang Yong questioned skeptically. Chen Ping'an was at a loss for words. "Does your family's apples come perfumed?" He dismissed Zhang Yong's ludicrous notion and took a hearty bite of the apple. It was truly exquisite. Upon biting into it, his mouth was flooded with juice, and the flavor was beyond description: fragrant, sweet, soft, and chewy. Chen Ping'an's face reflected pure bliss. He had never tasted such a delightful apple before. Meanwhile, Zhang Yong was practically drooling, captivated by the aroma wafting from the apple. He wished he could simply knock Chen Ping'an aside and seize the apple for himself. "Stop staring, here's one for you. Enjoy it," Chen Ping'an said playfully, tossing an apple to Zhang Yong. Catching it, Zhang Yong grinned and wiped the apple on his shirt, unbothered by washing it, and took a bite. The surrounding classmates looked on enviously, wishing to partake in such a treat, but their connections to Chen Ping'an were not strong enough, leaving them only to admire Zhang Yong's fortune. Chen Ping'an then retrieved another apple from his backpack and approached Li Mengyun. Noticing him, she looked up and remarked, "What are you doing? Class is about to start. I brought you an apple sent from my relatives in the countryside." "You can't find these in stores," Chen Ping'an offered. "Who cares?" Li Mengyun replied dismissively, yet she quickly accepted the apple, having been enticed by its aroma. She had wanted one earlier but felt too shy to ask. Now that Chen Ping'an had graciously offered, she readily took it.
By the way, you haven't forgotten that I lent you my notes, have you? Chen Ping'an asked with a smile.
Yes, I forgot, Li Mengyun replied seriously. Alright, just don't forget next time, Chen Ping'an said, looking somewhat helpless.
Who would forget? Li Mengyun responded curtly.
After saying this, she took out a bag from her backpack, filled with the study materials she had previously used. These materials were indeed quite valuable. And Chen Ping'an himself did not possess such resources. Here, take it, but don't damage it.
Remember to return it to me, Li Mengyun instructed.
Rest assured. I won't ruin it, I only need to borrow it for a short while. I'll return it to you by tomorrow, Chen Ping'an said happily.
Is one day really enough for you? Li Mengyun asked curiously, a hint of skepticism in her tone.
Don't worry, it will be sufficient. I can copy everything down in one night, Chen Ping'an replied with a smile, although he was not entirely truthful. He had no intention of merely copying the materials.
He planned to study them thoroughly overnight.
Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible to master all this information in just one night. However, given that he had consumed a learning potion and was in a state of superlearning, dedicating an entire night to this task would not pose a significant challenge for him. Li Mengyun nodded, choosing not to comment further.
I'll head back now. If the apple is delicious, let me know, and I'll bring you some more.
Chen Ping'an said with a smile.
Got it, you go back now. Class is about to start, so pay attention, Li Mengyun couldn't help but lecture.
Chen Ping'an chuckled, not taking it to heart, and quickly returned to his seat. After he left, Li Mengyun picked up the apple and took a whiff. The aroma was indeed quite tempting. Unable to resist, she exited the classroom and washed the apple under the tap. Once clean, she took a hearty bite. As she bit into the apple, the rich juice flooded her mouth. It was sweet, soft, and incredibly delicious.
Li Mengyun's eyes widened in surprise. The flavor of the apple was simply exquisite.
Chapter 22, An Unexpected Visit. Where did you get these apples? They are absolutely delightful,
Li Mengyun exclaimed with astonishment.
She was genuinely surprised that Chen Ping'an managed to obtain such delicious apples. With a smile, Chen Ping'an replied, I'm glad you like them.
If you need more, I can bring you some extra after school.
Li Mengyun hesitated for a moment, but thinking of her parents who had yet to taste such exquisite apples, she was tempted and said, that would be wonderful, thank you.
How much do I owe you?
Just let me know and I will pay you back.
There's no need for that.
A few apples aren't worth much. I owe you my gratitude for the notes you shared, they were a tremendous help. Chen Ping'an said with a grin. Alright then, Li Mengyun nodded in agreement. As the class bell rang, Chen Ping'an quickly returned to his seat. Zhang Yong, seated beside him, gave a thumbs up and chuckled, impressive. You're quite remarkable. It's nothing, just a routine operation, Chen Ping'an responded with a smile. Today's class proved to be both surprising and relaxing for Chen Ping'an. In previous lessons, he often felt anxious due to his lack of understanding of the material. But this time, he felt at ease. He no longer had to worry about being called upon by the teacher. He listened intently as the teacher reviewed the content. And the effect of the learning potion had truly transformed his perception. It was evident that the products from the system were of exceptional quality. During class, the homeroom teacher entered with several officers, accompanied by a couple of middle-aged men. Chen Ping'an's gaze immediately fell upon these two men, as he recognized them.
One was Zhang Lei's father, Zhang Mingwang, and the other was Zhang Lei's uncle, Zhang Mingliang.
They were known in the area for their roles as contractors, employing a number of enforcers, making them significant figures locally. While not major players, they were certainly formidable enough to intimidate a high school student like Chen Ping'an. Chen Ping'an had anticipated their visit, knowing that Zhang Lei had ended up in trouble because of him. If no one intervened, Zhang Lei's charges would likely lead to imprisonment. Naturally, the Zhang family would not allow that to happen, which is why they had come to seek him out. The crux of the matter rested on Chen Ping'an's testimony. If he were to change his statement, the situation could be easily resolved. However, he did not expect them to arrive with officers in tow.
Chen Ping'an, please step out. The homeroom teacher called.
Without hesitation, and under the surprised gazes of his classmates, Chen Ping'an walked out.
Chen Ping'an, it's good to see you again. We need your assistance regarding that case.
These gentlemen are relatives of Zhang Lei and would like to speak with you. Rest assured, your safety is guaranteed with us around.
So you needn't worry too much, Officer Zhang Guoda addressed him.
Recognizing Officer Zhang Guoda as the same officer he had encountered previously, Chen Ping'an felt a sense of familiarity.
The officer's demeanor suggested he was not there to cause trouble.
Zhang Guoda, albeit reluctantly, was compelled to bring the others along due to a directive from a deputy director. He had come to realize that his presence might ensure Chen Ping'an's safety more effectively.
Hello, Chen Ping'an. I am Zhang Mingguang, Zhang Lei's father. May we speak privately?
Zhang Mingguang said, turning to Zhang Guoda as he added, Rest assured, Officer Zhang, we have no ill intentions, we simply wish to have a private discussion.
And could you arrange a room for us, please?
His tone was rather commanding, seemingly disregarding the opinions of those around him.
Don't worry, Chen Ping'an, we are all here.
Zhang Guoda reassured him.
All right, I'm not afraid,
Chen Ping'an replied with a smile, genuinely unafraid, as he knew he was the strongest in that room. The teacher did not dare refuse and quickly arranged for an available room. The officers waited at the door while Zhang Mingguang and his brother, Zhang Mingliang, led Chen Ping'an inside and shut the door behind them.
You may speak now, Chen Ping'an said calmly.
You're quite audacious, young man, Zhang Mingliang remarked bluntly, having taken an immediate dislike to Chen Ping'an's composed demeanor.
I am indeed quite audacious. What can you do about it? If you have the guts,
go ahead and kill me now, let us see if the officers outside will arrest you, Chen Ping'an retorted with a cold smirk, exuding confidence and defiance. The Zhang brothers were infuriated by his attitude, wishing they could retaliate, but they knew the officers outside would prevent any such action. Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, Zhang Mingguang spoke slowly, Young man, I must acknowledge your courage, it is truly remarkable.
At your age, I have never encountered anyone so fearless. I admire that.
Therefore, I wish to offer you a lucrative opportunity. I am aware of my son's wrongdoing, and I am here to apologize on his behalf.
Moreover, I am willing to compensate you. I can offer you 200,000 as restitution.
Chapter 23, The Fate of the Zhang Brothers. Upon finishing his words, Zhang Mingguang's gaze turned towards Chen Ping'an.
However, when he noticed Chen Ping'an's impassive expression,
a chill ran down his spine. He realized that this young man was not to be trifled with. Nevertheless, he maintained an outward calm. 200,000 is indeed a substantial sum, but I cannot accept money without merit, Chen Ping'an replied with a smile.
This sum is compensation for you,
and it serves as a transaction between us. Once you accept this money, please cease to trouble my son. Shortly, you will clarify matters with those constables. Just tell them that your interaction with my son was merely playful banter, and not a deliberate act of harm. Have this case dismissed, and I shall provide you with another 200,000 thereafter.
You must understand, that amounts to 400,000. 400,000 is sufficient for you to purchase 2 apartments in the city.
Zhang Mingguang spoke calmly, trusting in the power of his wealth. He believed that with such a hefty sum, Chen Ping'an would lose his composure.
Yet, to his astonishment, Chen Ping'an remained undeterred.
Do not harbor illusions. I will not spare your son. I shall not only pursue him, but I will ensure that not a single member of the Zhang family escapes my wrath. You 2 brothers should prepare yourselves, for I am coming for you, Chen Ping'an spoke softly but firmly, mindful of the constables at the entrance. It was prudent to keep his voice low, should the constables overhear, he would find himself in trouble. The Zhang brothers were taken aback by his words.
Do you harbor such deep animosity towards our family? Zhang Mingguang exclaimed incredulously.
He genuinely could not comprehend the root of such profound enmity between Chen Ping'an and the Zhang family.
Even if his son had bullied Chen Ping'an,
it was merely childish horseplay.
Why was Chen Ping'an so resolute and brimming with such audacity? An 18-year-old senior in high school. What grounds did he possess for such confidence and resentment?
The brothers were confounded, yet the conviction in Chen Ping'an's tone led them to believe he meant what he said.
Young man, your actions will lead you to a dead end. Whether you fear for your parents or have siblings, you must have grandparents, do you not? Are you not concerned about unforeseen calamities befalling your loved ones?
You should know that accidents occur every day in this world.
I am well aware of that. If you have the capability, go ahead and eliminate my entire family. Let us see who meets their demise first, Chen Ping'an retorted with a chilling smile.
His words sent shivers down the spines of the Zhang brothers.
Damn it, you are truly courting death. Zhang Mingliang could no longer endure the oppressive atmosphere and spat at Chen Ping'an. I am indeed courting death, what can you do to me? Zhang Lei has already entered. I doubt you two will face a favorable outcome. The Zhang family is on the verge of collapse, so why should I fear you?
Take my advice, indulge in your meals and drinks, and cherish your current life, Chen Ping'an spoke slowly, his tone dripping with arrogance. The Zhang brothers were infuriated by his words.
You are indeed something else, I wonder how long you can maintain such bravado, Zhang Mingguang said coldly.
He realized that this young man was merely a reckless fool, with whom there was no room for negotiation, as he was unwilling to listen.
Brother, let us leave.
There is no point in conversing with this insolent brat, Zhang Mingliang replied icily, his anger boiling. Without further contemplation, the two turned to exit.
In that moment, Chen Ping'an suddenly rushed forward, touching their backs in quick succession. What are you doing? Zhang Mingliang felt an unusual sensation and turned sharply to confront Chen Ping'an. However,
by the time he turned, Chen Ping'an had already retreated 2 meters away, as if he had never moved at all. Chen Ping'an feigned confusion, saying,
What are you talking about?
I have not moved from my spot.
The Zhang brothers exchanged bewildered glances, sensing that something was amiss.
They indeed felt as though someone had touched their backs, yet with only the 3 of them present, and Chen Ping'an standing still. It implied the existence of a fourth person.
Or was it merely a shared illusion? But how could both have the same delusion? This fellow is suspicious.
We should leave at once, Zhang Mingguang whispered.
Zhang Mingliang nodded in agreement, his mind consumed by fury and a singular desire, to eliminate Chen Ping'an.
Of course. Not on the spot, as the constables were still present, but he could wait until they departed before seeking assistance.
2 mere high school students. How could the Zhang family not manage one?
With their anger ablaze, they pushed open the door and exited. The constables at the entrance glanced at the brothers and then at Chen Ping'an, confirming that none of them appeared to be in distress, nor was there any conflict. They breathed a sigh of relief and promptly moved on.
Meanwhile, a vice principal approached briskly, engaging in pleasantries with the Zhang brothers.
The brothers exchanged jovial banter with the vice principal as they made their way towards the school gates. It must be said that the Zhang brothers had impressive connections,
even knowing the vice principal.
However, just as they reached the gate, they suddenly collapsed onto the ground, blood oozing from the corners of their mouths. A cry of alarm erupted from the vice principal, who was taken aback by the scene. Chen Ping'an, observing from a distance, allowed a smile to grace his lips. His earlier threats towards the Zhang brothers were rooted in confidence. He would not permit them to leave the school unscathed. He had merely struck their vital points. And while they would not die, they would suffer strokes, leading to paralysis far worse than death. For an ordinary person to offend a master like Chen Ping'an, there would be no favorable outcome. Chapter 24, Joy for some, sorrow for others. From a distance, Chen Ping'an observed the scene before him, a subtle smile gracing his lips. In his previous life, he had endured relentless torment at the hands of the Zhang family. Now, in this lifetime, he relished a sense of vindication. Yet, this was merely the beginning, for remnants of the Zhang family still lingered. Chen Ping'an had no intention of letting them escape unscathed. What had transpired thus far could only be regarded as the interest he had collected from the Zhang family. The Zhang family, brimming with arrogance and self-importance, believed themselves to be superior to others. However, in the eyes of certain individuals, they were nothing more than insignificant insects. At that moment, the Zhang family appeared to Chen Ping'an as mere ants, easily subject to his whims regarding their fate. At the school's entrance, the Zhang brothers lay convulsing on the ground, frothing at the mouth. The vice principal, who had been conversing with them, stood in stunned silence, utterly unprepared for the sudden turn of events that had led to the brothers' critical condition. Fortunately, the onlookers acted swiftly and summoned the school doctor. Responding promptly to the vice principal's orders, the school doctor arrived without delay. Although the school doctor may not have possessed exceptional medical prowess, he was well versed in the fundamentals. After a thorough examination, he reached a grim conclusion: both brothers had suffered cerebral hemorrhages, with the possibility of strokes looming. He cautioned against moving them, as any disturbance could exacerbate their dire situation.
Has the ambulance been called?
We can do nothing but wait for it,
the school doctor stated gravely. We have already summoned the ambulance. Is there truly nothing we can do to assist them? The vice principal inquired, his brow furrowed. After all,
the incident involving the two brothers had unfolded on school grounds, reflecting poorly on him. Thus, he harbored a desire to see the Zhang brothers saved.
The school doctor shook his head solemnly.
Principal Wu, I am powerless in this situation. Only specialized doctors at a major hospital can handle such cases.
I dare not intervene, lest I bear the responsibility for any adverse outcomes.
The vice principal fell silent, rendered speechless by the gravity of the situation.
The class bell rang,
and Chen Ping'an chuckled softly as he rejoined the throng of students returning to class.
10 minutes passed before the ambulance finally arrived, transporting the Zhang brothers to the hospital for emergency treatment.
Chen Ping'an remained unaware of the doctor's methods, yet he was certain their fate was sealed. He knew all too well the consequences of the actions he had taken.
Earlier, Chen Ping'an had infused his vital energy into the bodies of the Zhang brothers.
As they reached the school gate, the energy erupted within them, targeting specific nerves in their brains and precipitating the hemorrhage.
This destructive force would soon compromise their central nervous system, leading to strokes and paralysis.
While the brothers would not perish immediately, they would be bereft of any hope of living ordinary lives. While Chen Ping'an delighted in his lessons, the Zhang brothers found themselves in the hospital's emergency room,
receiving urgent medical attention.
The skill of modern physicians proved remarkable, and thanks to their swift intervention, both brothers' lives were preserved.
However,
they were left with profound paralysis from the strokes they had suffered. Once their conditions stabilized, they were transferred to a hospital room.
In this new setting,
the Zhang brothers exhibited distorted expressions, drooling and mumbling incoherently. Their eyes widened in desperation, yet they could not articulate a single word.
Oh my heavens! How could this happen to you too? A plump middle-aged woman exclaimed upon entering the room.
This woman was none other than Zhang Lei's mother, the wife of Zhang Mingguang. She had rushed to the hospital upon receiving the news, though she had been unable to see her family until now due to their emergency treatment. Upon witnessing her husband and brother-in-law in such a state, her heart sank into despair.
Zhang Lei was the family's pillar, and with his collapse, it felt as if the entire Zhang household was crumbling.
The middle-aged woman, whose strengths lay in playing mahjong and berating passers-by, was ill-equipped to manage the family business. The weight of her husband's illness loomed over her, and the specter of a difficult future brought forth tears of anguish.
Oh my heavens, why must I suffer so? My son is headed for prison, and now my husband is gravely ill.
The middle-aged woman wept uncontrollably, her sorrow stemming not solely from her husband's condition, but from the bleak prospects that awaited her.
Madam Zhang, please do not despair. Your husband's condition is stable and not life-threatening, a nearby doctor interjected, attempting to console her. But what of my husband and my brother-in-law? Will they ever return to normal?
She implored, her voice thick with emotion. While their conditions were stable, the doctor explained that they had suffered cerebral hemorrhages, with damaged nerves leading to their paralysis.
Preserving their lives was a significant achievement, yet the path to recovery appeared daunting.
The physician's words were cautiously optimistic, yet he refrained from sharing the harsher truth. The likelihood of their returning to normalcy was exceedingly slim.
The middle-aged woman, no fool, grasped the implications of the doctor's statement and erupted into fresh tears. Please, aunt, do not cry.
We can address this matter gradually, a tall young man interjected,
stepping into the room. This young man, Jiang Su, was Zhang Lei's cousin, the son of Zhang Mingliang.
Although Zhang Mingliang was the younger brother of Zhang Mingguang, he had become a father earlier, making Jiang Su the eldest among the cousins.
Upon receiving the news, Jiang Su was initially taken aback,
but a flicker of delight soon ignited within him. With his cousin imprisoned and both his uncle and father incapacitated, it dawned on him that the Zhang family might soon fall into his hands. As this realization settled in, a sense of elation welled up within him. Chapter 25, Delivering Apples. Jiang Su felt no trace of sorrow, instead, a subtle excitement flickered within him, accompanied by a hint of joy. His father and uncle had both encountered misfortune, leaving the Zhang family without its pillars of support.
Who would take the helm of the Zhang family now? Naturally, it would fall upon him, the eldest son of the Zhang lineage. Under ordinary circumstances, such responsibilities would not have been his. For the majority of the family's assets were entrusted to his uncle, Zhang Mingguang. Thus, the fate of the family would typically rest with Zhang Lei. However, now that Zhang Lei faced imprisonment due to a deliberate assault incident, the case held significant weight, should it solidify into an irrefutable charge. Zhang Lei could find himself incarcerated for several years. Most crucially, if Zhang Lei were to serve time, his prospects would be irrevocably tarnished. The Zhang family would never place their trust in someone with a criminal record. Consequently, Zhang Su stood a chance of seizing control of the family affairs. This was the most favorable outcome he envisioned. Yet, there remained a possibility that Zhang Lei might still retain dominance over the family. Zhang Su felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at this prospect. Yet he recognized the lack of alternatives. Unexpectedly, a series of unforeseen events unfolded. Both his father and uncle suffered strokes and were hospitalized. With their incapacitation, the Zhang family found itself adrift, burdened by the enormity of its enterprises. Who would oversee such vast undertakings? Clearly, it would fall upon him. A member of the Zhang family. Contemplating this, a smile of suppressed glee began to tug at the corners of Zhang Su's mouth. As for the health of his father and uncle, he exhibited no concern whatsoever. It could be said that he was inherently a rather callous individual. To him, the paramount concern was his own benefit, rendering his relatives' well-being inconsequential. Zhang Su harbored these thoughts, yet he was astute enough to keep them to himself. Merely observing his incapacitated father and uncle, his delight was nearly impossible to contain. Chen Ping'an remained oblivious to these machinations. He understood only that the Zhang family was destined for a grim fate. While it was likely that Zhang Lei would face imprisonment, Zhang Mingguang and Zhang Mingyuan were certain to be rendered incapacitated. As for whether Zhang Lei would indeed serve time, that remained uncertain. After all, Chen Ping'an, the victim, had not sustained any injuries, making it challenging to establish a solid case against Zhang Lei. He could easily argue that he merely intended to engage in a confrontation. If Zhang Lei were to employ such a defense, the criminal charges against him could very well collapse. After all, Chen Ping'an lacked any social standing that would grant him influence over such matters. It would be difficult for him to secure a conviction against Zhang Lei. However, if Zhang Lei were imprisoned, it could be perceived as mere fortune. Should that occur, Chen Ping'an would not seek to trouble Zhang Lei within the confines of a prison, thereby allowing Zhang Lei to evade a calamity. Yet if Zhang Lei were not imprisoned, his luck would surely turn, and Chen Ping'an could continue to take action against him. Both outcomes were acceptable to Chen Ping'an. Finally, the bell signaling the end of evening study rang out. The students in the classroom busily packed their bags and exited. Chen Ping'an reached into his bag and produced a packet of apples. He quickly approached Li Mengyun and handed her the bag. "I prepared these apples for you to take home, so your family can also savor their flavor," he stated, placing the apples down and offering her a smile before turning to leave without further ado. "Thank you." Li Mengyun wished to decline, but upon recalling the apple's deliciousness, she swallowed her refusal. Hearing her gratitude, Chen Ping'an waved cheerfully and exited the classroom. Stepping outside, Chen Ping'an's steps were light as he made his way to the adjacent classroom, where Lin Wanjun was also tidying her belongings. He took his time, waiting at the doorway until Lin Wanjun emerged, at which point he retrieved another bag of apples from his backpack. Fortunately, no one scrutinized his bag, unaware of the bounty it contained. With approximately 100 pounds of apples, he had more than enough to last him for quite some time, making it suitable to share. "Lin Wanjun, I apologize for upsetting you last time. These apples are my token of regret," Chen Ping'an said, approaching her with poise. "There's no need, we're all classmates." "It's not a big deal," Lin Wanjun replied, shaking her head at the sight of the apples. "Please, accept them, let's not be formal about it." "There are many classmates around, and it would be awkward to refuse," Chen Ping'an insisted, taking her hand and placing the bag of apples into her grasp. "If you truly dislike them, you may discard them. However, that would be quite a waste, considering they were purchased with money," he added before turning to leave, not allowing Lin Wanjun a chance to protest. "Why are you like this?" Lin Wanjun muttered, seemingly annoyed by his domineering manner, which left her feeling somewhat uncomfortable.
She understood Chen Ping'an's intentions but had no interest in such matters. Being a high school senior, her primary focus was on her studies and preparing for university entrance examinations. Lin Wanjun was acutely aware of what was truly important for her. Though she contemplated discarding the apples, a glance at the vibrant red fruit within the bag, exuding an enticing aroma, made her hesitate. Taking a deep breath, she inhaled the fragrant scent. What is this? Why do the apples smell so delightful? She mused internally, feeling reluctant to part with them. Her family's circumstances were modest, and they rarely indulged in fruits. This was the first time she had encountered such apples. Perhaps I'll take them home for my younger siblings to enjoy. I can repay him later, Lin Wanjun resolved in her heart. Chapter 26, Lin Wanjun considers dropping out. Lin Wanjun's home is situated approximately 7 to 8 kilometers from her school, necessitating her daily bicycle commute. Their residence is located in a suburban village on the outskirts of the city, an area that is not particularly favorable in terms of environment. Upon her arrival home, she found her family already gathered, having anticipated her late return. Although they had already dined, they had prepared a meal for her. I'm back, Lin Wanjun called out at her doorstep. As the door swung open, her younger siblings joyfully rushed out to greet her. Sister is back. Their exuberance was palpable. For Lin Wanjun is the eldest sibling, with her sister Lin Wanjing as the second and her brother Lin Yiming as the youngest. Lin Wanjing is currently in her third year of junior high, while Lin Yiming is in his first. In her hand, Lin Wanjun carried a bag of apples and casually remarked, "A classmate of mine has an orchard and brought some apples to school, gifting me this bag." She explained that they were homegrown and exceptionally delicious and nutritious, prompting her to bring them home for her siblings to enjoy. As she spoke, she displayed the apples, which her siblings had already noticed but refrained from commenting on before. It's wonderful to have apples, we haven't had them in ages, Lin Yiming exclaimed with delight. Although Lin Wanjing was equally thrilled, her maturity led her to question, "Sister, are these apples truly a gift from your classmate?" "Of course, they are from my classmate. What do you think, did I conjure them?" Lin Wanjun replied with a smile. "You two enjoy the apples while I eat my dinner. Then we shall indulge in these apples." Her siblings eagerly agreed. They quickly opened the bag, washed the apples, and began to munch on them in the living room while Lin Wanjun retired to the kitchen for her meal. "Wow, these apples are incredibly delicious. Your classmate's apples are exceptional," Lin Yiming exclaimed, his words muffled by the apple in his mouth, its juiciness overwhelming him. The apples were not only sweet and fragrant but also had a delightful soft texture, marking them as the best he had ever tasted. Lin Wanjing, too, was grinning ear to ear, as the delicious fruit held a significant appeal for her. Given their family's modest means, such treats were a rarity. Do you really need to be so dramatic? Are they truly that good? Lin Wanjun asked, surprised by her siblings' exaggerated reactions, finding their expressions amusing. Sister, have you not tried these apples yet? They are truly delightful, you'll see, Lin Wanjing eagerly interjected. Are they really that remarkable? Lin Wanjun questioned, unable to fully believe it. Absolutely. Wait a moment, I'll wash you one. Lin Wanjing dashed to the kitchen and returned with another apple, meticulously washing it before slicing it into manageable pieces for her sister. The moment the apple was cut, its fragrant aroma wafted through the air, enticing the entire family. Lin Wanjun, taken aback by the apple's enticing scent, cautiously took a piece with her chopsticks and tasted it. Indeed, it was extraordinarily delicious. I never expected the apples from that classmate to be so delightful. Where did he procure them? She pondered silently. While the sisters savored the apples, their mother emerged with a troubled expression. The family's financial struggles were exacerbated by the recent injury of Lin Wanjun's father, who was the family's primary provider. The situation had grown dire, leading Lin Wanjun's parents to contemplate whether she should drop out of school to work instead. At 18, it was deemed acceptable for her to seek employment, especially as societal norms place less emphasis on educational attainment for girls. Lin Wanjun's parents, both illiterate, recognized the value of education yet maintained a belief that it held limited utility. They harbored a preference for sons receiving higher education, while daughters' educational pursuits were deemed less critical. Given their current hardships, they reasoned that it might be more pragmatic for Lin Wanjun to work now rather than continue her studies. If she were to earn a wage, her younger siblings could remain in school. Conversely, if she did not work, the prospect of all three children continuing their education was uncertain. Is something wrong? Lin Wanjun gently inquired, setting down her chopsticks. My dear, could you consider leaving school to work after graduating high school? Her mother replied softly. Lin Wanjuan's heart sank at her mother's words. A diligent student, she had always excelled academically and was well on her way to university. Typically, her entrance into a prestigious institution was a foregone conclusion, assuming no unforeseen circumstances arose. However, the gravity of her family's situation weighed heavily on her. Understanding her mother's implications, Lin Wanjun responded quietly, Do not worry, mother. After I graduate high school, I will work instead of pursuing university. Her expression remained calm, yet within her, a tumult of emotions surged, a reality known only to her. Chapter 27, The Joys and Sorrows of Gain and Loss Upon Returning Home. Chen Ping'an was greeted by delightful news from his father. Chen Guoqing had successfully secured a lease for a shop, eagerly awaiting the establishment of an internet CAF. My son, do you truly believe this internet CAF will come to fruition? Chen Guoqing inquired, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Having spent his entire life as a laborer, this was his inaugural venture into entrepreneurship, which entailed a hefty investment of 200,000 yuan and immense pressure for him. Father, rest assured. The CAF is bound to be profitable. I am here to ensure its success, Chen Ping'an replied, patting his chest confidently. He knew that without his encouragement, his father would be overwhelmed with doubt, as Chen Guoqing already harbored reservations about his ability to manage such a business. Trust me, I have thoroughly researched the operation of an internet CAF. Tomorrow, you must go and complete the necessary business registration. Additionally, it would be prudent to inquire at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau about registering a company specifically for the CAF's management. If we can establish a legal entity, it will greatly facilitate the opening of future branches. Since we are running an internet CAF and not a different kind of establishment, we need not invest heavily in renovations, just a thorough cleaning will suffice. However, we must have a custom sign crafted for the shop's entrance. Please arrange for that tomorrow. Chen Ping'an articulated, outlining his plans with clarity. You impudent rascal, you've even taken charge of my tasks. Chen Guoqing chuckled playfully. Yet, Chen Ping'an's structured approach instilled a significant sense of reassurance in him. Previously, he felt lost, unsure of how to proceed with the CAF, despite having visited other CAFs. Observing others operate a business is markedly different from managing one's own. Chen Ping'an's confidence rekindled his father's hope. All right, you two can discuss matters later. Let us allow my son to enjoy his meal first, interjected their mother, Yu Xiuying, with a warm smile. Go eat, don't let your dinner get cold. Chen Guoqing agreed. Then I shall eat first, we can converse after my meal. By the way, I brought back some apples for you to try. These are homegrown by a classmate of mine, and they are absolutely delicious. I tasted one at school, and it was remarkable, Chen Ping'an said, gesturing towards a bag of apples he had brought. His parents turned to look where he pointed, and indeed, they noticed the bag of apples. These apples appear quite appetizing, Yu Xiuying remarked with a smile. Mom and Dad, I will eat first. If you wish to have some apples, please wash them yourselves, Chen Ping'an replied cheerfully, before serving himself a generous bowl of rice and beginning to eat heartily. Having missed the mealtime, his stomach was already growling with hunger. I will wash the apples, Yu Xiuying declared. After washing, she and her husband each enjoyed one. The moment Yu Xiuying took her first bite, her eyes widened in astonishment. Having lived for half a lifetime and consumed countless apples, she had never encountered one so delectably sweet. What variety of apple is this? It is simply exquisite, she exclaimed in surprise. I'm uncertain. I asked my classmate, and he didn't know either, he simply mentioned they are from his family's orchard. He also noted that their apples have never tasted as good as this year, perhaps due to favorable weather conditions. Once these are gone, we may not see their like again, Chen Ping'an explained between bites. The truth was, these apples were limited in quantity, and he was unsure if he would ever come across them again.
Does your classmate sell these apples? If so, buy more for us. Are you planning to give some away? If so, please refrain, as these apples are truly rare. We should enjoy them ourselves, Chen Ping'an urged. What do you mean by give away? Am I that foolish? I intended to share some with your grandparents, Yu Xiuying retorted playfully. What about your maternal grandparents? Would you not want them to savor such delightful apples? Mother, I was mistaken. Of course, they should enjoy these apples. Tomorrow, I will speak with my classmate and ask him to bring more. However, they are indeed scarce. And it was merely luck that his family's orchard produced them this year. We may not have the opportunity next year, so please do not distribute them indiscriminately. Chen Ping'an cautioned. I understand, you need not worry. These apples are indeed delicious, we should purchase more for ourselves, Chen Guoqing chimed in. Father, your words ring true. We must stockpile some for our home, Chen Ping'an agreed, smiling. After dinner and a refreshing shower, Chen Ping'an retreated to his room to continue his studies. Time was of the essence, and he needed to make the most of every moment left for learning, as the effects of the study potion were nearing expiration. Fortunately, he had managed to cover the entirety of his high school curriculum over the past 3 days. While he wouldn't claim to be a top scholar, he was confident that passing the college entrance examination would pose little difficulty. Whether he could secure admission to prestigious institutions like Peking University or Tsinghua University remained uncertain. But gaining entry into a key university seemed promising. Taking advantage of the potion's effects, Chen Ping'an studied diligently until midnight. Realizing he had classes the following day, he reluctantly compelled himself to bed. Perhaps due to his exhaustive studies, he quickly succumbed to slumber upon lying down. When Chen Ping'an awoke, daylight had broken, signaling the arrival of a new day. He checked the system interface and noted that there was still an hour and a half remaining until the next product refresh. He wondered if today's flash sale would yield any delightful surprises. Chapter 28, The Advanced Hacking Skills Manual at 8 o'clock in the morning. The system's marketplace refreshed its offerings. Today's new items appeared on the interface: 100 pounds of exquisite strawberries, a 30-carat ruby, a manual on Shaolin Arhat Fist, and an advanced hacking skills manual. These were the 4 items available today. Chen Ping'an's gaze swept over the offerings, ultimately fixating on the advanced hacking skills manual. His fortune today seemed rather favorable, as at least 3 of the items were quite valuable. Whether it was the ruby or the Shaolin martial arts manual, both held utility for him. However, among these 4 items, the advanced hacking skills manual stood out as the most exceptional. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Ping'an spent One-Yuan to secure the advanced hacking skills manual. The transaction was successful, and he obtained the manual. Suppressing his excitement, he clicked to begin his studies on the system interface. In silence, he absorbed the vast knowledge contained within the advanced hacking manual. The immense power of the system was once again displayed at this moment. Normally, such a learning process would be lengthy and burdensome for the brain. Yet, under the influence of the system, Chen Ping'an felt almost no strain at all. He comfortably completed his studies on all the hacking skills. At this moment, Chen Ping'an had mastered some of the most advanced hacking techniques in the world. He realized that the advanced hacking skills manual was categorized according to the current world standards, and the skills he possessed ranked among the top 10 globally. This alone demonstrated the remarkable prowess of his hacking abilities. However, Chen Ping'an held a significant advantage over other hackers. He was also a master of internal martial arts. Thus, during actual keyboard operations, his speed surpassed that of the average person. For a hacker, proficiency with the keyboard is an integral part of their skill set. A slow typist would inevitably face dire consequences, while Chen Ping'an's typing speed was exceptionally swift. A deep smile crept across Chen Ping'an's lips. The advanced hacking techniques were exhilarating. He now felt confident that even without the One-Yuan purchase system, he could establish himself in this world. With such advanced hacking skills, he was poised to become one of the elite. Chen Ping'an had already devised several ways to leverage these advanced hacking techniques. Earning money with such skills was remarkably straightforward. For instance, he could create an antivirus software, which, in 1998, was not yet widespread. If he developed a free antivirus program, it would undoubtedly become a sensation.
allowing him to seize a significant share of the market. When the antivirus company eventually went public, Chen Ping'an could effortlessly become a magnate. Beyond antivirus software, countless other related ventures beckoned. With ambition surging within him, he was eager to embark on his entrepreneurial journey. However, reality dictated that he could not simply dive into this endeavor. As a high school senior facing imminent college entrance examinations, the entrepreneurial plans he envisioned would have to wait until he entered university. Moreover, starting such a company would require substantial capital, a significant hurdle for him. One step at a time, this is already a promising beginning, he reassured himself. Gradually, Chen Ping'an found his composure again, restoring his calm demeanor. Old Chen, what good thoughts are you having? I can see that smile of yours, his classmate Zhang Yong teased, poking Chen Ping'an's arm. Last night, I dreamt I won the lottery and then started a company, becoming a billionaire. I was just thinking about that, and it made me smile, Chen Ping'an replied cheerfully. But you're dreaming. Lottery tickets are a scam, Zhang Yong scoffed. He had ample experience in this area, as his father had been buying tickets for years without winning a single significant prize. Thus, Zhang Yong was well aware of the lottery's deceit and had never participated. What's wrong with dreaming? Who knows, it might just come true one day, Chen Ping'an said with a grin. As the two continued their banter, the teacher entered the classroom, prompting them to fall silent. At that moment, a figure appeared at the classroom door. Chen Ping'an sensed a wave of malice directed toward him and swiftly turned to see Zhang Lei standing there, glaring menacingly. Zhang Lei made a slicing motion across his throat, indicating a threat, before turning to leave. This kid actually emerged. The Zhang family's influence is indeed considerable, Chen Ping'an mused inwardly. However, he was not particularly surprised by this turn of events. Zhang Lei's actions could be significant or trivial, depending on whether anyone was orchestrating things behind the scenes. Clearly, someone had intervened, allowing Zhang Lei to reappear. Although Chen Ping'an was the victim, he had received no notification regarding this matter. In 1998, many situations were still undeveloped, and unexpected occurrences were not uncommon. Even 2 decades later, such scenarios would still be considered normal. After all, even death row inmates could sometimes be released without execution. Zhang Lei's relatively minor offense could easily be overlooked with the right connections, leading to his release under the pretense of rehabilitation. If that were the case, Chen Ping'an would be powerless to intervene. Yet, he did not concern himself with such matters. If imprisonment were to occur, it would merely be a stroke of luck for him. Now that Zhang Lei was free, he would certainly face repercussions from Chen Ping'an. Chen Ping'an was resolute in his intention to ensure that Zhang Lei would not have an easy time. Chapter 29, The Shock of Sun Haitang After Class. Chen Ping'an ventured into the adjacent classroom, only to find that Zhang Lei was absent. It seemed that Zhang Lei was not in the mood for school, and his gesture of pretending to cut his throat at Chen Ping'an was merely an attempt to instill fear. Chen Ping'an could only conclude that such antics were remarkably juvenile. Without Zhang Lei in sight, Chen Ping'an felt powerless against him and chose to set the matter aside, focusing instead on his studies as the college entrance examination loomed ever closer. It was imperative for him to be a diligent student within the school. During lunch, Chen Ping'an made his way to the securities company once more. As he entered, the manager Sun Haitang greeted him with a warm smile. Mr. Chen, welcome, she said enthusiastically. This marked Chen Ping'an's third visit to the securities firm, and each time, his remarkable trading acumen left Sun Haitang astounded. Initially, she regarded him as a novice investor. But as his stocks began to soar, she soon realized he was a formidable player in the market. Chen Ping'an had only purchased 3 stocks to date, yet each one experienced a meteoric rise. The stock he bought yesterday had reached its peak today. Sun Haitang now viewed Chen Ping'an as a veritable fortune-bringer. As his stockbroker, she earned commissions on his trades, meaning the more he profited, the greater her earnings. It was in her interest for Chen Ping'an to accrue as much wealth as possible. Mr. Chen, I prepared the trading computer for you, Sun Haitang promptly announced. Thank you. I will first take a look at today's stock market, Chen Ping'an replied with a smile. Even without consulting the market, he was well aware of the trends, for he possessed an innate radar for stock movements. Nevertheless, he understood the necessity of feigning ignorance, otherwise, it would appear rather peculiar for him to know the market's trajectory without prior observation. Half an hour later, Chen Ping'an had thoroughly reviewed the stock situation for the day. He then took out a piece of paper and penned his trading results. "Miss Haitang, I must trouble you to assist me with these transactions," he said cheerfully, handing her his note. "It is my duty, you are too polite," Sun Haitang replied, taking the paper with both hands. As she glanced at its contents, a look of perplexity crossed her face. "Mr. Chen, this is Shenzhou Electric. It has been languishing for quite some time, and there has been little activity recently. What prompted you to consider purchasing it? Is the risk not too great? I do not question your judgment, but as your stockbroker, I feel it necessary to remind you of the potential hazards," she said earnestly. "Thank you, but let us proceed with my instructions. I have full confidence in my assessment. In my estimation, there are major players manipulating Shenzhou Electric. If I am correct, we will see a spike in its value this afternoon. Of course, there is a possibility that I could be mistaken. Investing is inherently a gamble on probabilities. Should I err, I will cut my losses, but if I succeed, I shall reap substantial rewards," Chen Ping'an replied, his face radiating confidence. Chen Ping'an did not linger long at the securities company, as he had classes to attend in the afternoon. After clarifying his trading orders, he departed and returned to school. Sun Haitang, however, remained contemplative as she held the note in her hands. In truth, she was capable of trading stocks herself. Although she could not use her own account, she could have a family member open an account for trading. Many stockbrokers employed this method to engage in the market. Previously, Sun Haitang had advised herself against trading privately, fully aware of the inherent risks involved. Yet, witnessing Chen Ping'an's consistent profits over the past few days, coupled with her advance notice of his trading instructions, made her contemplate following his lead. After careful consideration, she shook her head with a wry smile, decisively dismissing the notion of trading on her own. The risks associated with stocks were far too significant, it was prudent to remain uninvolved. As a stockbroker, she understood these dangers all too well. Upon returning to school, Chen Ping'an was unexpectedly greeted by a familiar face, Lin Wanjun, who was waiting for him at the classroom entrance. "Chen Ping'an," she called out as he approached. "Did you come looking for me? What do you need?" he asked, puzzled, as he was well aware that their relationship was not particularly close. "The apples you gave me last time were delicious, so I brought you some pickled vegetables my family made," she stated, offering him the bag without hesitation. "Pickled vegetables? How delightful. Thank you," Chen Ping'an replied, initially taken aback but quickly smiling as he accepted the gift. Lin Wanjun breathed a discreet sigh of relief. She had feared that Chen Ping'an might reject her offering. Her family had little to boast about, but her mother's pickled vegetables were a point of pride. If Chen Ping'an had declined, she would have been at a loss for how to respond. Lin Wanjun was determined not to owe him any favors, even if it was merely for a bag of apples. Hence, she had brought the pickled vegetables as a token of gratitude. "Have you encountered any troubles lately? If you have, feel free to let me know. I am willing to help," Chen Ping'an ventured, unable to contain his concern. Lin Wanjun regarded him thoughtfully. "The troubles I face are beyond your ability to resolve. Let this matter rest," she replied, acknowledging that her issues were indeed beyond the reach of a high school student like Chen Ping'an. "The troubles you might face are likely financial in nature, either your parents require money or you need it for your studies. Money can resolve such matters, and they do not pose a challenge for me. Would 100,000 suffice? If not, we can arrange for 200,000 or even 300,000, Chen Ping'an slowly offered. Chapter 30, Will You Be My Wife? What kind of joke are you playing with me? Do you think this is amusing? Lin Wanjun spoke coldly. She felt that Chen Ping'an's words offered her no assistance, rather, they seemed to be an insult. Chen Ping'an was at a loss for words. He had expressed himself clearly. Yet she still reacted this way. Were women's thought processes truly so perplexing? I don't find anything amusing about this. I genuinely wish to help you. I know you must be in need of money. Regardless of your thoughts on the matter, I stand by what I have said.
If you require funds, come to me.
I am not offering this money as a gift, consider it a loan.
Once you have completed your studies and secured employment, you can repay me gradually.
I have made my intentions clear, please take me seriously and do not think I am jesting, Chen Ping'an asserted, nearly pleading as he spoke.
Why was conversing with these women so arduous? Lin Yuan's expression softened slightly. You truly aren't joking with me? She inquired.
Do you believe I would jest about such matters? We have been classmates for several years, I understand what is appropriate to joke about and what is not.
I have conveyed everything that needed to be said.
How you choose to proceed is entirely up to you, for your fate lies in your hands.
I can assist you once, but not for a lifetime.
If you choose to give up on yourself, then no one can save you, Chen Ping'an concluded, turning to leave.
Wait, don't go.
Lin Yuan suddenly called out from behind him. Chen Ping'an's heart leapt with joy as he turned back.
What is it you wish to say? He asked. Can you truly lend me money? Is it your family's money or your own? That is quite a sum, where do you acquire such funds? Lin Yuan questioned. Are you aware of the case regarding the missing child of the Cement King? Chen Ping'an began.
I have heard about it, it has garnered significant attention.
Lin Yuan acknowledged with a nod. You don't mean to say that you rescued the Cement King's child, do you? She asked hesitantly. You are quite astute.
It is indeed correct. I was the one who rescued that child. He had previously offered a reward for anyone who could bring his child back up to several 100,000. Since I saved his child, he rewarded me with that sum, which I currently have deposited in the bank. I have no need for it myself.
And if you require it, I can lend it to you.
However, please do not let me suffer a loss, you may pay me a small interest annually. Chen Ping'an suggested with a smile.
He understood that Lin Yuan was not one to take advantage of others.
If it were another woman in her position,
she would likely be overjoyed at such an opportunity.
But Lin Yuan was different, which is why Chen Ping'an proposed the idea of interest. If I truly need money,
how much can you lend me?
Lin Yuan asked softly, her cheeks tinged with a blush.
This was her first time asking someone for financial assistance. I can lend you any amount you need.
Whatever you require is not an issue, Chen Ping'an replied cheerfully. He felt a sense of relief that Lin Yuan was willing to approach him for help. Thank you, Chen Ping'an, she expressed sincerely, feeling immense gratitude towards him. Regardless of whether he could ultimately lend her the money, his promise was invaluable to her. However, I worry about my ability to repay you in the future.
Lin Yuan hesitantly admitted.
As a high school senior, she was uncertain about her capability to earn money later on.
Borrowing such a large amount from Chen Ping'an would be a considerable burden. Chen Ping'an suddenly teased, why not consider it as a dowry?
Once we graduate from college,
we could marry, and then you wouldn't have to repay me. In all honesty, he merely jested.
While Lin Yuan was indeed beautiful, he would never take advantage of her vulnerability in such a situation. You are insufferable, Lin Yuan retorted coldly, casting him a glance before turning away.
Yet, deep down,
she felt a fleeting sense of warmth. After all, she was a girl who would eventually marry. Her parents likely hoped for her to marry sooner rather than later. While her previous impression of Chen Ping'an had been unfavorable, marrying him now seemed less objectionable. At least they had known each other as classmates, developing a certain familiarity. However, discussing such matters in front of him felt too embarrassing, prompting her to flee.
Wait, is she truly angry? Chen Ping'an pondered, feeling distressed.
He found women to be exceptionally challenging to understand. Dealing with the Zheng family had never been this exhausting. After all, confronting them relied solely on physical strength.
Yet, engaging with Lin Yuan required far more than mere force.
The crucial difference was that Chen Ping'an was not trying to confront Lin Yuan, he aimed to save her life. You two seem to have something going on, a youthful voice suddenly interjected nearby.
Chen Ping'an's expression stiffened as he turned to see Li Mengyun approaching. You've misunderstood.
We were merely discussing other matters, he quickly clarified. Why are you so flustered? Class has started, let us return to the classroom, Li Mengyun remarked nonchalantly, turning to leave.
She seemed neither jealous nor indifferent, yet there was a hint of both.
Chen Ping'an ran his fingers through his hair helplessly, wishing he possessed the ability to read minds. These girls were all so astute and complicated, it was truly a challenge to navigate their emotions. Yet, he had no choice, after all. Chen Ping'an found himself drawn to such complexities. Chapter 31, The introduction of Zhang Lei. Another monotonous day at school had come to an end. Chen Ping'an was eager to conclude his high school journey. Throughout this period, he felt powerless, constrained to spend the majority of his time within the school walls. Fortunately, this phase of his life was nearing its conclusion, with merely over a month remaining until the college entrance examination. As school let out, Chen Ping'an took a moment to scan his surroundings, anticipating trouble from Zhang Lei. To his surprise, Zhang Lei did not approach him. A knot of apprehension tightened in Chen Ping'an's chest. In truth, he harbored no fear of Zhang Lei, he was more than capable of handling any confrontation. However, Zhang Lei's absence only served to heighten Chen Ping'an's sense of unease. "Since you won't come to me, I shall seek you out," he muttered to himself. Chen Ping'an was acutely aware that Zhang Lei's reluctance to confront him likely indicated that he was concocting some sinister scheme. He had no intention of remaining a passive target. Knowing that Zhang Lei would eventually seek him out, he resolved to take the initiative. A plan began to formulate in his mind, though it was prudent to postpone action until the following day. Upon returning home, Chen Ping'an's father, Chen Guoqing, approached him with a smile. "Son, let me share some updates about our store," he said, clearly in good spirits. After a lifetime of laboring for others, he had finally established his own business. It was only natural for a middle-aged man to feel a sense of fulfillment. While Chen Ping'an did not regard his father's modest venture with much esteem, he engaged in conversation, determined to ensure his parents enjoyed a better life than he had afforded them in his previous life. As they shared a meal, time slipped by swiftly. After dinner, however, Chen Ping'an had no intention of lingering at home. The effects of his study potion had worn off, and with the weekend approaching, he decided it was time for relaxation. "Mom, Dad, I'm going out for a walk," he announced before stepping outside. "Be safe and return early," his mother called after him, allowing him the independence befitting an 18-year-old. Initially, he considered postponing his confrontation with Zhang Lei. But the thought of him being a ticking time bomb compelled Chen Ping'an to act that very night. If he could locate Zhang Lei, he would put an end to the matter. The question remained, where could he find Zhang Lei? Chen Ping'an's mind began to recall relevant details, and a plan began to take shape. Although he did not possess extensive knowledge of Zhang Lei's whereabouts, he knew someone who would be better informed: Zhang Lei's cousin, Jiang Su. While Chen Ping'an was uncertain of Zhang Lei's location, he was aware that Jiang Su frequented a particular venue each evening. Half an hour later, Chen Ping'an arrived at a bar owned by Zhang Lei, where Jiang Su could often be found with his subordinates. The establishment, though not particularly upscale, enjoyed a steady stream of patrons. Upon entering, Chen Ping'an quickly spotted Jiang Su, who sat alone at the bar, seemingly lost in his thoughts. "Who are you?" Jiang Su inquired coldly as Chen Ping'an took a seat beside him. "You appear intoxicated," Chen Ping'an replied, lightly tapping Jiang Su on the shoulder. Instantly, Jiang Su stiffened. Chen Ping'an then helped him to his feet and led him toward the exit. The bar was chaotic, and no one seemed to notice their departure. Although several of Jiang Su's underlings were present, they were preoccupied with their own affairs, oblivious to Jiang Su's condition. As they stepped outside, Jiang Su's eyes widened in fear, unable to comprehend how easily he had been led away. Once across the street, Chen Ping'an unceremoniously tossed him into a secluded alley. After delivering a swift kick, he released Jiang Su from his restrained state. "You are either a man or a monster. I have not wronged you." Jiang Su stammered, his face a mask of terror. It was evident that he was thoroughly frightened. Anyone in his position would be similarly unnerved. "Rest assured, I am not here to trouble you. I have a score to settle with Zhang Lei, and I need your assistance in summoning him," Chen Ping'an stated calmly. "I don't know where Zhang Lei is," Jiang Su exclaimed, his eyes darting. "If you wish to remain obstinate, then so be it. This is a matter between Zhang Lei and me, and I expect you to bear the consequences." Chen Ping'an's tone grew icy. Sensing the gravity in Chen Ping'an's voice, Jiang Su quickly backtracked. No. Zhang Lei's affairs are not my concern. Although he is my cousin, I will not take responsibility for him. I will contact him immediately, I assure you he will come. Despite the limited prevalence of mobile phones in 1998, those with means often possessed one. Trembling, Zhang Su produced his device. An outdated model that Chen Ping'an regarded as an antique. Nonetheless, such phones were exorbitantly priced, costing thousands, and were a luxury few could afford. Zhang Su nervously dialed a number, and the call was answered promptly. Hello, is this Zhang Lei? It's your brother, Zhang Su, he said, attempting to maintain his composure. What's going on? Zhang Lei replied, concern evident in his voice. I know you're feeling down. So I've arranged for a few lovely girls to meet you at the bar. Come quickly and let loose tonight. Zhang Su suggested. Is that appropriate? Zhang Lei hesitated. But his interest was piqued. Enough of your hesitation. Hurry over, I'll be waiting outside the bar, Zhang Su urged. Thanks, brother. I'll be there shortly. Zhang Lei responded, agreeing at last. Chapter 32, Better Off Dead Brother, I've called my cousin out as you instructed. Can you now let me go? Zhang Su pleaded. Desperation evident in his expression. His greatest fear was that Chen Ping'an would not honor his word and would not spare him. Rest assured. I am a man of my word and shall not make things difficult for you. However, I must trouble you to take another nap here. Chen Ping'an replied with a grin. Before Zhang Su could fully comprehend the situation, Chen Ping'an reached out and struck several pressure points on his body. Zhang Su's eyes widened in shock, and he collapsed limply onto the ground. He convulsed briefly before falling silent. Though Zhang Su was not dead, he had suffered a stroke. Among those who had bullied Chen Ping'an in his previous life, Zhang Su was complicit. Thus, how could Chen Ping'an possibly let him off the hook? Previously, Chen Ping'an had contemplated various forms of retribution against the Zhang family. Ultimately, he chose the simplest and most effective method, rendering all the men of the Zhang family bedridden. You enjoy bullying others, don't you? You boast wealth and connections, don't you? Very well. I shall make you all incapacitated. Chen Ping'an was eager to witness whether their money and connections would still hold value after their incapacitation. In executing this plan, Chen Ping'an felt no moral burden. Had it been 2025, he would have hesitated, for the abundance of surveillance cameras would pose a significant risk of detection. However, it was 1998. A time when surveillance was scarce. For instance, the area surrounding Chen Ping'an's actions was devoid of any cameras. Bars, in particular, lacked surveillance due to the illicit activities that often transpired within. Zhang Su was no fool, he would never dare to install cameras in his own bar. Thus, there could be no footage of Zhang Su being taken away by Chen Ping'an. Furthermore, the dark alley they found themselves in had no streetlights, let alone surveillance. Chen Ping'an could commit murder here without fear of being discovered. However, he was not inclined to resort to such extremes. A homicide would escalate into a major case, prompting an extensive investigation by law enforcement. But without a fatality, the situation was entirely different. Understanding this distinction, Chen Ping'an refrained from taking a life. He merely struck Zhang Su's pressure points, rendering him paralyzed. Yet, Chen Ping'an did not simply strike his pressure points, he shattered them. This was akin to severing critical circuits in a robot. Unless a skilled technician could reconnect those circuits, the robot would be rendered useless. Zhang Su now found himself in a similar predicament. The vital meridians and pressure points in his body had been compromised, leaving him unable to speak or move. His consciousness remained intact, yet his body lay paralyzed. If a doctor were to examine him, they would diagnose him with a stroke and paralysis. Such conditions are notoriously difficult to diagnose, as Western medicine would attribute the issue to the brain. While only an exceptionally skilled practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine might discern that the root of the problem lay in the meridians. Even if a traditional doctor could identify his condition, curing him would prove immensely challenging. Chen Ping'an exhaled, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. He had avenged a significant portion of his past grievances. Only Zhang Lei remained. Concealed in the shadows, Chen Ping'an awaited Zhang Lei's arrival. As anticipated. After a span of 20 minutes, Zhang Lei leisurely arrived at the bar, riding his bicycle. He proceeded to lock it outside. Suddenly, an individual approached him and struck several pressure points on his body.
Zhang Lei instantly froze, feeling as if his body had been rendered weightless. He collapsed to the ground, unable to comprehend his predicament. "You chose to seek your demise instead of serving your sentence. I shall grant you that wish," a familiar voice whispered in his ear. It was a voice Zhang Lei could never forget, Chen Ping'an's. Zhang Lei attempted to speak, but his mouth refused to cooperate. The only part of him that could move were his eyes, which gazed vacantly at the night sky, leaving him utterly helpless. Chen Ping'an turned and departed, estimating that he would never again encounter Zhang Lei or the rest of the Zhang family. Zhang Lei, Zhang Su, and their father were all now incapacitated. With 4 members of the family rendered unable to move, the Zhang family was finished. "Mom, Dad, I'm home," Chen Ping'an announced cheerfully upon his return. "You're back so early. Why not stay out a little longer?" his mother inquired with concern. "There was nothing interesting to do, so I decided to return early and read a bit more," Chen Ping'an replied. "That's for the best. It's not safe to be out late at night," his father, Chen Guoqing, nodded in agreement. "By the way, I have a few questions regarding the internet CAF," Chen Guoqing added hastily. "Go ahead, Dad," Chen Ping'an said with a smile as he sat beside his father. The two began discussing matters concerning the internet CAF. Observing this exchange, his mother could no longer suppress her smile. The following day was the weekend. Yet Chen Ping'an opted to rise early. After a quick jog downstairs to stretch his body, he returned home for breakfast. Upon his arrival, his parents were already awake. His father, Chen Guoqing, was particularly excited, for today was of great significance. Chen Ping'an was home, and they needed to seize the opportunity to head to the computer market and purchase the necessary computers for the internet CAF. "Hurry up and eat, you rascal. Once you're full, we must rush to buy the computers," Chen Guoqing urged. "Why the rush, Dad? It's still early, and the computer market hasn't even opened yet." "What's the hurry?" Chen Ping'an replied nonchalantly. "You're right, son. Why are you in such a hurry?" "The computers won't run away," his mother chimed in, unimpressed. Hearing his wife and child express such sentiments, Chen Guoqing finally calmed down. Chen Ping'an leisurely finished his meal, and soon it was 8 a.m. New products had refreshed once again. Since his parents could not see the system interface, Chen Ping'an directly opened it to check for new items. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he discovered something remarkable. Chapter 33, Mastery in Medicine, a book on advanced medical skills, a tome on masterful painting, a text on proficiency in medicine, and a manual on expert go strategies had all been refreshed today, totaling 4 skill books. Each of these volumes promised the acquisition of formidable abilities upon mastery. However, from a pragmatic standpoint, the book on medical proficiency stood out as the most invaluable. Chen Ping'an hesitated for merely a heartbeat before decisively purchasing the medical skill book. After all, among the 4, it was the only one of substantial worth and practicality. While the other skills were undoubtedly beneficial, they paled in comparison to the significance of medical expertise. The transaction for the skill book was swift, and soon the medical proficiency book was safely stored within the system interface. With time still on his side, Chen Ping'an announced, "I'll retreat to my room to study for a while." His eagerness was palpable. Having acquired the skill books, he felt an irresistible urge to delve into learning. Go on, Chen Guoqing replied somewhat brusquely. With a chuckle, Chen Ping'an retreated to his room, securely locking the door behind him. He activated the system interface and chose to use the medical proficiency skill book. A radiant beam of golden light enveloped him, infusing his body with a wealth of medical knowledge. At that moment, Chen Ping'an comprehended that medical proficiency encompassed mastery of all medical practices within the current realm. Traditional Chinese medicine, Western medicine, Miao and Mongolian medicine, Indian healing techniques all would now reside within his intellect at an expert level. This was indeed extraordinary. Should Chen Ping'an harness all this medical knowledge, he would stand as the foremost physician in the world. The influx of information was so vast that, despite the system's might, it consumed a notable span of time. After a quarter of an hour, Chen Ping'an finally completed the absorption of knowledge. He felt a throbbing ache in his head, a consequence of assimilating such a vast array of information in a brief period. Had it not been for the protective capabilities of the system, the sheer volume of medical knowledge could have overwhelmed his mind, potentially leading to dire consequences. Fortunately, He had persevered and successfully absorbed the wisdom. Exhaling deeply, a smile graced his face. What a remarkable sensation! He thought. He was now among the world's elite physicians, having mastered the finest medical skills. Yet, a tinge of regret lingered, despite the advanced nature of contemporary medicine. There remained many ailments deemed incurable even by the most skilled doctors, himself included. However, Chen Ping'an possessed a unique advantage: he was a general practitioner. In contrast to specialists who focus solely on particular ailments, his broad expertise allowed him to address multiple health issues concurrently. This comprehensive approach was particularly advantageous, as patients often suffered from various ailments simultaneously, necessitating collaboration among several doctors. Such collaborative efforts, however, often bore flaws. In Chen Ping'an's case, his all-encompassing medical knowledge enabled him to devise the most effective treatment plans. He contemplated whether to pursue a medical degree. With his current skills, he would undoubtedly excel in medical school, paving the way for a prestigious career. Yet, after reflecting on the arduous path of a physician, he ultimately dismissed the idea. After all, he had come to this world to enjoy life, not to toil for others. Moreover, the number of patients a doctor could treat was inherently limited. In contrast, if he amassed great wealth, he could potentially reach and assist many more individuals. For instance, with sufficient resources, Chen Ping'an could establish an affordable clinic, significantly benefiting the community. Alternatively, he could start a pharmaceutical company to produce effective yet reasonably priced medications. Such endeavors would allow him to aid countless individuals, far surpassing the reach of a solitary physician. The crux of it all, however, was that he needed to be financially prosperous. As he mused over these plans, his father's voice echoed from the living room. "Chen Ping'an, are you ready? We must leave." I'm coming," he called back, realizing his father was eager to purchase a computer. Having resolved his tasks and completed his studies, he felt ready for the outing. Stepping out of his room, he spotted his parents in the living room. Observing their demeanor, he noted that while they appeared generally healthy, minor issues persisted. He resolved to find an opportunity to treat their ailments, perhaps with a massage later that evening. For he possessed not only top-tier medical skills but also the life-prolonging energy to enhance his treatments. The computer market was a fair distance away, and without a car. They opted for the bus, an economical but time-consuming choice. The fare was a mere 50 cents per person, totaling $1.50 for the three of them. By the time they arrived at the computer market, it was already 9:30 a.m., and the vendors had commenced their operations. "I have an acquaintance here. Let us seek him out to inquire about the prices," Chen Ping'an suggested. "You have a connection here?" His father, Chen Guoqing, asked incredulously. "Father, I am an adult." "It's not unusual to have acquaintances," Chen Ping'an replied with a smile. Though he had a contact, he first perused the various stalls, casually asking about prices. Unfamiliar with the cost of computers in 1998, he sought to gauge the prevailing market conditions. To his dismay, the prices for computers were exorbitantly high, with even the most basic models exceeding 10,000 yuan. The specifications were utterly subpar, rendering the situation ludicrous. Yet, Chen Ping'an found himself helpless in the face of the reality of 1998. Chapter 34, The Internet CAF opens. "Brother Lin, I finally found you." Chen Ping'an greeted Lin Guanchen with a smile upon spotting him. "Ah, it's you, little brother." Lin Guanchen beamed back at Chen Ping'an. "Brother Lin. We agreed that I would buy a computer from you, and you promised me a discount," Chen Ping'an said with a grin. "No problem. We are all in the same circle. I will definitely give you a preferential price," Lin Guanchen replied with a smile. "By the way, let me introduce you. This is my father, Chen Guoqing," Chen Ping'an added, gesturing to his father beside him. Chen Guoqing appeared somewhat reserved, but Lin Guanchen warmly greeted him. Chen Guoqing was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that his son would have acquaintances here. Knowing someone in the business is certainly advantageous. At least we won't be taken advantage of. "What kind of computer are you planning to buy?" Lin Guanchen inquired. "How about a Lenovo desktop? Their after-sales service is quite commendable," Lin Guanchen recommended. "Forget about the brand machines, I want a custom-built one. You can obtain all the necessary components, right?"
Chen Ping'an stated directly.
A custom-built machine?
No problem at all, just tell me what specifications you need, Lin Guangchen asked with a smile. Chen Ping'an had already inquired about prices at other stores and had his specifications in mind. Now it was merely a matter of whether Lin Guangchen's prices would be satisfactory. The specifications you mentioned are quite good, Lin Guangchen thought to himself, realizing that Chen Ping'an was knowledgeable about computers. He silently considered that he couldn't set the price too high. Although they were acquaintances, they were not close enough for significant discounts, especially since computers were a lucrative business. The pricing in this industry is notoriously opaque, making it difficult for outsiders to ascertain.
If you want this configuration, I'll quote you a price,
Lin Guangchen said as he took out a pen and paper, listing the prices of each component. Brother Lin, your prices are rather steep, Chen Ping'an remarked.
I'm not just buying one computer, we are opening an internet CAF. This is our first batch of computers.
If this initial collaboration goes smoothly,
we can continue working together in the future.
However, if you start with such prices, this business cannot proceed. Lin Guangchen's prices were not exorbitant, but they lacked sincerity.
Indeed.
One should not expect a businessman to offer a favorable price. Upon hearing that Chen Ping'an intended to start an internet CAF, Lin Guangchen's interest was piqued. Since you are purchasing in bulk, I will calculate a wholesale price for you. I assure you that the price I provide will be the lowest in the market, Lin Guangchen stated earnestly. Chen Ping'an, however, did not take his words at face value. Some statements are best taken with a grain of salt.
Please tell me the price.
If it is reasonable, I will purchase all my computers from you in the future, Chen Ping'an smiled.
Take a look at the price I've quoted. Lin Guangchen wrote a figure down on the paper.
This price is still too high. Let's negotiate, can you accept this revised price?
Chen Ping'an replied,
also jotting down a figure.
Your price is far too low.
Raise it a bit, with such a low price, I won't make any profit, Lin Guangchen quickly countered. The two began to haggle. Chen Ping'an was well aware that he had offered an unrealistic price, but he knew that in this era, computers are a highly profitable industry. If he didn't allow Lin Guangchen to earn some profit, he would lose the deal altogether. After some back and forth, both parties arrived at a relatively agreeable price. Lin Guangchen would profit handsomely, while Chen Ping'an would save a considerable sum. Based on the configuration provided by Chen Ping'an, Lin Guangchen quoted a price of 8,500 yuan for a custom-built computer, which included the main unit, monitor, speakers, mouse, and keyboard. For a similar brand-name machine, the price would be around 15,000 yuan. And even in other shops, a custom-built machine would typically cost about 12,000 yuan. Thus, the 8,500 yuan price was indeed quite advantageous for Chen Ping'an.
Chen Guoqing,
overhearing the price, was equally pleased, unable to suppress a smile. He had previously inquired about computer prices, knowing they generally started at over 10,000 yuan.
Now, with his son finding a familiar face, acquiring a computer for 8,500 yuan was excellent news. If it's 8,500 yuan per unit, then I will purchase 20 computers.
This totals 170,000 yuan, leaving us with some extra funds for additional components.
Computer desks and chairs, among other necessities, will require further investment.
Lin Guangchen was overjoyed to secure this deal and promptly assured that he would assemble all 20 computers by the end of the day.
Unfortunately,
he only sold computer components and did not have desks and chairs for sale. Chen Ping'an paid a deposit of 30,000 yuan, with the remaining balance to be settled once the computers were delivered to his shop. Lin Guangchen had no objections to this arrangement and readily agreed. Next, they needed to purchase computer desks and chairs. Acquiring these was quite straightforward, as their prices were reasonable. The bulk of the investment, after all,
lay in the computer units themselves.
The father and son then proceeded to the neighboring store to purchase desks and chairs.
The shop owner also offered delivery service,
which was practical given the volume of items to be transported. Almost forgot, Dad, we also need a computer for ourselves.
We need one for the cash register.
And since the purchase price is quite reasonable, let us get an additional one, Chen Ping'an thought, returning to the shop to add another computer to his order. Lin Guangchen had no objections, after all, an extra sale meant more profit for him. the desks and chairs were delivered to the shop. Once there, the father and son set to work arranging them. Before long, Chen Ping'an's mother joined them, and the family busied themselves in the shop. Lin Guangxin efficiently delivered all 21 computers by the afternoon. He provided exceptional service, assisting his staff in setting up all the computers upon arrival. Once everything was assembled, Lin Guangxin cheerfully inquired, "Little brother, can we settle the payment now?" "Just a moment, I'll be right with you," Chen Ping'an replied, checking each computer thoroughly. Lin Guangxin patiently waited nearby. After a while, Chen Ping'an finished inspecting all the units, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Although Lin Guangxin had been firm on the price, he conducted his business with diligence and integrity. The computers were flawless. Chen Ping'an was thoroughly satisfied and promptly settled the remaining balance. Chapter 35, Internet CAF Management System. Our Internet CAF is finally up and running, Chen Guoqing exclaimed with delight, gazing at his establishment. It is no wonder that Chen Guoqing is so elated. He has invested all of his family's savings into this venture. Over 200,000, even after 2 decades, is a considerable sum. Not to mention that in 1998, this amount could easily purchase a modest courtyard house in the capital city. In this era, avenues for making money abound. Chen Ping'an can effortlessly devise profitable opportunities. "What should we do next, son?" Chen Guoqing asked with anticipation. "Father, I will first install a game for you to try. After all, this CAF will eventually be yours to manage. You cannot be unfamiliar with the computers here. As for myself, I need to develop a program. I may have to work late tonight," Chen Ping'an replied with a smile. "What exactly are you doing?" Chen Guoqing inquired. Puzzled. "Father, you must learn well," Chen Guoqing insisted eagerly. "Don't worry, computers are quite easy to learn. Once I show you, you'll understand. Currently, our computers are not connected to the internet, so we will be playing single-player games. The functionalities are quite simple, you can think of them as gaming consoles." Chen Ping'an explained while teaching his father how to use the computer. The broadband has yet to be installed, so they are utilizing the computers as standalone units. Even if they were connected, the internet at this time offers limited resources, and single-player games are still the norm. For Chen Ping'an, this is encouraging news, as it indicates an untapped market. He envisions the possibility of establishing his own commercial empire within this realm. However, this ambition hinges on his financial capacity, which, at present, is insufficient. Although he has garnered some income from the stock market, it remains far from adequate. "Computers aren't difficult at all," Chen Guoqing chuckled. Previously, he had been completely ignorant of computers and even somewhat intimidated by them, having never used one before. They seemed too advanced for him. However, under Chen Ping'an's guidance, he soon realized the simplicity of it all. Learning to operate a computer is akin to learning to drive, while manufacturing a car is complex, mastering its operation is not. "Father, enjoy yourself, I need to attend to something," Chen Ping'an said before heading to the cashier's desk to begin his work. He aimed to create a management system for the CAF. In 1998, such systems were non-existent. CAFs relied on manual calculations for billing, recording usage time and calculating charges upon logging off. The early CAFs operated this way, lacking any management systems. Eventually, systems were developed allowing users to log in with an account and password, automatically tracking usage time and deducting fees directly from the computer. What Chen Ping'an is undertaking is precisely this type of management system. Fortunately, he had acquired advanced hacking skills earlier, which would enable him to create such a system. For him now, this task is relatively straightforward, albeit time-consuming, suggesting a long night ahead. Chen Guoqing remained engrossed in his gaming, oblivious to his son's endeavors. Although online games were scarce, single-player games flourished, with classics like Red Alert, StarCraft, and Age of Empires readily available. Chen Ping'an set his father up with Age of Empires, adjusting the difficulty to the easiest level to ensure an enjoyable experience for the novice. "Boss, can we use the computers here?" a voice suddenly called from the entrance. Chen Guoqing, momentarily taken aback, stood up. "Yes, we are in a trial phase today. I can offer you a lower rate, just 2 yuan per hour. Are you interested?" Chen Ping'an approached with a smile. 2 yuan per hour? Is that for real?" The young man at the door asked incredulously. Absolutely. There's no deception here. However, as you can see, our computers were just set up today, and they are still being fine-tuned. If any issues arise, I will address them promptly. I kindly ask for your understanding, Chen Ping'an replied courteously. That is perfectly fine, I understand, the young man grinned. The allure of 2 yuan per hour was too enticing to resist, especially given that many internet CAFs charged 5 yuan per hour. Will the price increase later? The young man inquired. Not at all, today is merely a trial, allowing you to test the machines, Chen Ping'an reassured him with a smile. Though the young man felt a twinge of disappointment, he accepted it as reasonable. Soon after, he chose a computer and began his session. Father, please record this gentleman's usage. Chen Ping'an instructed promptly. Of course, I'll take care of it, Chen Guoqing responded, albeit a bit flustered at this new responsibility. Fortunately, the tasks were minor and quickly manageable. Once the first customer was settled, Chen Guoqing felt a wave of relief wash over him. Perhaps due to this newfound ease, a steady stream of customers began to arrive. Chen Ping'an quoted the 2 yuan per hour rate to each new patron. The news of such an enticing offer spread rapidly, attracting a significant crowd. Although online surfing was not an option, the availability of single-player games was more than sufficient. All the necessary games were pre-installed and ready for play. Before long, the CAF was bustling with activity, leaving Chen Guoqing unable to use the computer himself. Yet, he did not feel disheartened, instead, a joyful smile spread across his face. His earlier worries about the CAF's success had evaporated entirely. Chapter 36, Thriving Business. This money is earned too effortlessly, Chen Guoqing remarked with a smile to Chen Ping'an. With all 20 computers operational, they could earn 2 yuan per hour per machine, amounting to 40 yuan for the entire hour. Calculating for a full day, that would yield a staggering 960 yuan. Chen Guoqing gasped at the thought. This daily revenue surpassed his monthly salary. Presently, with the rate set at 2 yuan per hour, the market rate being 5 yuan, the potential earnings appeared even more astonishing. The prospect of such income from the internet CAF made Chen Guoqing beam with delight. Dad, please stop smiling like that, it's quite frightening, Chen Ping'an said helplessly. Chen Guoqing chuckled softly, then closed his mouth. I can't help it, it's just too unbelievable how easy it is to make money, he murmured, a grin returning to his lips. Dad, this is just the beginning, we only have one internet CAF. Once we recoup our initial investment, we can open a second and a third. We could even collaborate with computer distributors to procure machines on an installment basis. Initially, we could buy with cash, and subsequently through installments. If we can purchase through installments, our expansion would accelerate significantly. Just imagine if we could establish 17 or 18 branches. Think of the profits we could generate in a day, a month, or even a year. Chen Ping'an's enthusiasm left Chen Guoqing momentarily speechless. I can't keep up with the numbers, if that day comes, we would surely strike it rich, Chen Guoqing replied with a wry smile. Yet, a flicker of anticipation ignited within him. Dad, just watch for now, I'll keep working. Be cautious and ensure no one steals our computer towers, Chen Ping'an advised quietly. This concern was not unfounded, each computer was valued at over 10,000 yuan, and in 1998, with many struggling financially, the temptation to steal was real. Upon hearing this, Chen Guoqing's expression turned serious. The cost of a single computer was substantial, and losing one would result in significant losses. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he widened his eyes and began patrolling the area. Chen Ping'an smiled slightly and resumed his work, for he had much to accomplish. He estimated he would complete the software programming within 2 hours, a much quicker timeline than he had anticipated. Initially, he thought he would need to work overtime, but it appeared that would not be necessary. As father and son busied themselves at the CAF, his mother, Yu Xiuying, arrived. Are we open for business today? Why are there so many people in the shop? She asked in astonishment, observing the bustling scene. When she arrived, the CAF was even more crowded. Although there were only 20 computers, each was flanked by 2 or 3 individuals, some waiting their turn and others simply watching others play games. Such scenes had become rare 2 decades later, but in 1998, they were quite common.
There were too few computers to accommodate everyone.
And the cost of playing was prohibitively high for many young people. Consequently, they could only watch others play, finding enjoyment in observing, as if watching a film. Particularly in this era, computers were a novelty, and the allure of single-player games captivated many who had never experienced them before.
Mom, we're just in a trial operation today. But look, our business is thriving.
You and Dad need not worry anymore, Chen Ping'an said with a smile.
Not worried at all, no need for concern, Yu Xiaoying responded quickly, shaking her head with a smile. Initially, it was impossible not to worry,
as they had invested all their savings into the CAF.
If it failed, decades of hard work would go to waste. Now, witnessing the success,
both Yu Xiaoying and Chen Guoqing felt a wave of relief.
What are you working on, young man?
Yu Xiaoying asked. Unable to comprehend her son's actions but feeling a sense of pride in his apparent expertise. I'm developing a program, it will be finished shortly, Chen Ping'an explained. Although she did not grasp the technical details, she was content knowing her son was diligently working.
What would you like to eat tonight? I can fetch something for you, she offered.
With little time to cook and the back and forth proving time-consuming, she decided it was best to buy food instead. There were plenty of restaurants nearby, ensuring they wouldn't lack for options. Mom, just choose whatever you like, Chen Ping'an replied casually.
Chen Guoqing was equally unconcerned about the matter. Yu Xiaoying nodded and soon departed.
In just a few minutes, she returned carrying 2 takeout boxes. Stop working for now, let us eat, she said while opening the boxes. After saving his progress, Chen Ping'an joined his father for dinner, each enjoying a meal tailored to their tastes. Truly, a mother knows best. As she had prepared a meat-heavy meal that Chen Ping'an relished.
How much was this meal, Mom? He inquired between bites. Not too bad, 3 yuan per portion,
Yu Xiaoying replied nonchalantly.
Chen Ping'an paused, astonished.
He hadn't expected such an affordable price for a meal, especially one that included 3 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes. In 20 years, such a meal might cost at least 20 yuan. Yet in 1998, a hearty meal like this was merely 3 yuan. The cost of living was remarkably low during this period, but so were incomes. Many earned only a few hundred yuan a month. Those with slightly higher incomes brought in 1,000 to 2,000 yuan. The low wages were a primary factor for the lower prices, yet even in this era,
wealth still existed among certain individuals. Chapter 37, Launch of the Internet Cafe Management System. The Internet Cafe Management System was finally completed. 2 hours later,
Chen Ping'an exhaled a sigh of relief, a smile gracing his face. This management system, crafted by Chen Ping'an, may not boast an array of complex features. Yet it encompasses all essential functions, ingeniously tailored from his observations of existing systems.
With the advent of this management system, the need for manual supervision of the computers would become obsolete.
Chen Ping'an promptly summoned his father, instructing him on the use of this innovative system.
Remarkable, my son. You created this?
Chen Guoqing marveled upon discovering the system's capabilities, his gaze filled with incredulity as he looked at his son, utterly astonished by his unexpected talents.
When did you learn this? Do they teach such things at your school?
Chen Guoqing inquired, his disbelief evident. He was not particularly knowledgeable about the curriculum, but he assumed that such advanced knowledge was unlikely to be covered, especially since computer technology was not part of the college entrance examination. We don't learn such things at school, I taught myself at the library.
Dad, it's not as difficult as you think.
Many skills appear daunting at first, but once you grasp them, you'll realize they are quite simple, Chen Ping'an explained with a smile. That just goes to show how intelligent my son is, otherwise,
how could you have learned it independently?
Chen Guoqing praised, his eyes brimming with pride.
A father's pride in his son's accomplishments is truly a universal sentiment. Can we use the program now?
Chen Guoqing asked curiously. Not quite yet, I need to install it in the background first, Chen Ping'an replied. Although the computers in the cafe were not connected to the internet, they were linked to a local area network. Thus, while the games were single-player,
they could still be played in a networked environment.
Chen Ping'an proceeded to install the management system on each computer. The installation process caused some lag, but fortunately,
the current games were not demanding in terms of computer performance, so the users remained oblivious to any irregularities. After 10 minutes, the installation was complete.
Chen Ping'an then began manually inputting the usage time for each computer. Previously recorded on paper, the usage times could now be directly logged into the system. It didn't take long for him to document the times for all 20 computers.
"Dad, let me show you how this works. Here is the computer's usage time.
This is the price, and here is the remaining time." Chen Ping'an patiently taught his father how to navigate the system.
Understanding its significance,
Chen Guoqing focused intently on the lesson. "Dad, it's getting late, let us wrap up for today," Chen Ping'an said, glancing at the clock, which read 11 p.m. Despite the late hour, the business was thriving, with all 20 computers occupied.
"Why not keep it open tonight? Business is so good," Chen Guoqing urged, reluctant to close.
"Father, there will be plenty of opportunities to earn in the future, we shouldn't obsess over just one night.
Even if we wanted to stay open, we need to be prepared. We have no provisions for late-night customers.
Plus, it's not feasible for just you to manage the cafe alone, we need other staff present," Chen Ping'an advised.
"Trust me. Let us call it a night. Tomorrow, we can be fully prepared for business. I've already set the operating hours online.
We can charge a flat rate for overnight use from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. for just 20 yuan.
20 yuan for a night's use of a computer? For 20 computers, that amounts to 400 yuan. What a lucrative business!"
Chen Guoqing exclaimed, though he understood his son's reasoning about not continuing operations that night.
Thus, the father and son notified the customers that the cafe would close for the night.
After all the patrons departed, they powered down the computers and secured the doors.
"Wait.
I can't just leave it like this," Chen Guoqing suddenly interjected. "We have 21 computers worth over 200,000 yuan here.
If no one is watching tonight, we could be targeted by thieves."
"Alright, Dad, you can stay and watch over things," Chen Ping'an nodded, reassured by the presence of his father. Chen Ping'an was not overly concerned about his father's safety, after all, they were not running a jewelry store.
As long as someone was present, he believed thieves would think twice about attempting anything.
He returned home briefly to fetch a blanket and bedding for his father, who set up a makeshift bed at the entrance. This way, he would be alerted at the first sign of trouble.
The cafe's door was securely locked, ensuring a reasonable level of safety.
"You two are quite amusing, letting your father sleep in the cafe," his mother, Yu Xiaoying,
commented with a bemused expression upon his return home.
"Mom, the computers in the cafe are worth 200,000 yuan, Chen Ping'an chuckled.
"Are you truly not worried about thieves targeting our cafe?"
Yu Xiaoying asked, her expression shifting to concern. "Indeed, it's essential to have someone watch over it," she quickly added, realizing the gravity of the situation.
"What will we do moving forward? We need someone there every day," she pressed, anxious. "Tonight is just a precaution. Once we get through it, everything will be fine. Tomorrow during the day,
we should look for a surveillance installation service to set up cameras both inside and outside the cafe.
With surveillance in place, thieves will be deterred. Plus,
we plan to operate the cafe at night, so as long as there are customers, security should no longer be a concern. It is imperative that fire safety measures are meticulously implemented, as any potential safety hazards must be unequivocally avoided," Chen Ping'an reiterated. He would rather forego this financial gain than overlook the significance of safety concerns.
Subsequently, the tragic arson incident at an internet CAF served as a stark reminder for Chen Ping'an. He is resolute in his desire to prevent any occurrence of such a calamity at his own establishment.
Chapter 38, Exquisite Peaches. Though it was merely talk, Chen Ping'an found himself genuinely concerned for his father's safety.
Thus, early the next morning, he rode his bicycle to the internet CAF. Upon his arrival,
he discovered that the CAF's doors were already open, with his father having commenced operations long before. What surprised Chen Ping'an was that, at such an early hour,
there were already patrons utilizing the CAF's services.
One could only commend their industriousness. "Let us organize an opening event," Chen Ping'an suggested softly as he approached his father.
"What kind of event do you have in mind?" inquired Chen Guoqing.
Currently, the market rate for internet usage was 5 yuan per hour. A price they did not intend to disrupt.
However, Chen Ping'an proposed we could implement a promotional activity. For the first 7 days, we could offer 1 hour free for every hour purchased, effectively halving the price. Although this may result in reduced profits, it will certainly attract more customers during our opening.
I am not well versed in such matters. If you believe it is a good idea, we shall proceed as you suggest, Chen Guoqing replied quietly, acknowledging his limitations. Through their interactions, he had come to realize that his son possessed considerable experience in these areas. As this was his son's recommendation, he agreed to follow Chen Ping'an's lead. In addition to the promotional activities, they needed to enhance the CAF's safety measures. Surveillance cameras were to be installed both inside and outside, and fire extinguishers were to be readily available. Moreover, we could sell snacks and bottled water in the CAF. These could provide a significant additional income, Chen Ping'an noted.
To which Chen Guoqing nodded in agreement.
The internet CAF industry was indeed lucrative, with rates set at 5 yuan per hour. Yet, such profitability was unlikely to endure.
As more CAFs opened in the coming year, prices were bound to drop.
Nevertheless, Chen Ping'an had no intentions of lowering their rates, as the prevailing market price was 5 yuan per hour.
To undercut this would invite trouble from competing CAFs. Having resolved the CAF's operational strategies,
Chen Ping'an purchased a steamer of buns and a bowl of soy milk from a nearby breakfast shop, enjoying his meal before the clock struck 8.
At that time, the system mall refreshed its inventory.
Opening it, Chen Ping'an felt a twinge of disappointment. The offerings were not always remarkable. The randomness of the day's luck dictated the quality of the items available. Today, the selections included a premium iron pot, a fine t-shirt, a solid gold earwax scoop, and 100 pounds of exquisite peaches. Initially, Chen Ping'an had hoped for special effects from the iron pot and t-shirt, but upon reviewing the system's descriptions,
he found they provided no unique enhancements.
Their quality was higher than average due to being system products, yet this did not serve his needs. The gold earwax scoop, however, was intriguing, weighing 10 grams, it would fetch a good price at a gold shop, yet Chen Ping'an did not find it appealing at the moment.
The final item,
100 pounds of exquisite peaches, drew his attention. He recalled the last time he purchased 100 pounds of premium apples. Such fine fruits were delectable and nourishing.
If Chen Ping'an were in dire financial straits, acquiring the gold earwax scoop would be the most prudent choice.
However, as his financial situation was stable,
the exquisite peaches seemed the more fitting option.
He spent 1 yuan to procure the 100 pounds of peaches, which were stored in the system interface and could be retrieved when needed. This hidden feature allowed for temporary storage of purchased items,
although they could not be returned once taken out.
Seizing a moment when no one was watching, Chen Ping'an produced a particularly large peach. Akin to the size of a fist, its appearance reminiscent of a celestial peach held by the god of longevity.
Its mere aesthetic was enough to captivate many. The CAF boasted restrooms and wash basins, and after cleansing the peach, Chen Ping'an took a bite.
Delicious, he thought to himself, savoring the exquisite flavor.
Confirming its taste,
he washed another peach and presented it to his father. "Where did you procure this peach?
Are peaches in season now?" Chen Guoqing asked,
astonished by the fruit in his hand.
"Father, this is an early ripening variety," Chen Ping'an explained calmly. His explanation held merit, as early ripening peaches were indeed available in the market.
"Just try it and see if it tastes good," Chen Ping'an encouraged.
"Very well, I shall give it a taste. Early ripening varieties are often inferior."
"But I must admit this peach looks splendid," Chen Guoqing remarked with a smile. After taking a bite, he was taken aback by its exceptional flavor.
"Where on earth did you find this peach? It is simply delightful," he exclaimed. "Do not inquire too much, just enjoy it. Next time, I will purchase more."
"I got them from a friend whose fruits are truly delectable. The apples we had last time were also from him," Chen Ping'an replied. "Your friend certainly possesses remarkable quality fruits," Chen Guoqing nodded, refraining from further questions, acknowledging that it was merely delicious fruit.
"Father, I will seek out Lin Guangshan to see if he knows anyone who can manage the CAF. Also, please check with our relatives to see if anyone is looking for work. We could use the help at our CAF. Though we are small, we still require adequate staff," Chen Ping'an suggested, to which Chen Guoqing readily agreed. Chen Ping'an then visited Lin Guangshan at the computer shop.
requesting assistance in finding someone knowledgeable about computers to serve as a manager. Lin Guangxun readily agreed, understanding that it was a minor request. The matter of surveillance was also easily resolved, as surveillance equipment was available in the computer complex. Lin Guangxun promptly took Chen Ping'an to a familiar store specializing in surveillance systems, offering a variety of models for sale. In this era, while surveillance equipment was not inexpensive, it was undeniably indispensable. Without surveillance, Chen Ping'an feels a profound sense of insecurity. Therefore, this expenditure is deemed essential. Chapter 39, Your Illness, I Can Cure Brother Zhou. I hope my unannounced visit hasn't disturbed you, Chen Ping'an remarked with a smile. Now that you're here, there's no need for such formalities. Zhou Wanhao responded with a chuckle. Prior to his visit, Chen Ping'an had contacted Zhou Wanhao by phone to confirm that he was at home, ensuring he had the correct address before making his way over. There's no need for gifts, your presence is enough, Zhou Wanhao said, noticing the items Chen Ping'an held in his hands. This is not merely a gift, it is a local specialty from my hometown. Do give it a taste? Chen Ping'an replied, lifting the 2 bags he was carrying. One bag contained apples, while the other held peaches, both exquisite fruits produced by the system. Such premium fruits are unattainable for purchase in the market, making them an ideal gift. Upon realizing that the bags contained only fruit, Zhou Wanhao smiled. Ah! Fruit is more acceptable, though our household is not lacking in it, he said casually. He did not appear overly formal with Chen Ping'an, speaking in a relaxed manner. You've come to see me for a reason, I presume? Zhou Wanhao invited Chen Ping'an into the living room, then inquired. There are 2 matters at hand. First, I wish for you to try the fruits I brought. Secondly, I have results from my investment that I would like you to review, Chen Ping'an replied, raising 2 fingers. Certainly, it is only fitting to become better acquainted, our family should grow closer, Zhou Wanhao smiled, acknowledging the debt of gratitude he owed to Chen Ping'an for saving his son. As such, he regarded Chen Ping'an's gesture with a sense of obligation. Not overly concerned about the fruit itself, given his family's affluence. Please do not underestimate the fruits I brought, they are truly exceptional and cannot be purchased, Chen Ping'an asserted confidently. He understood that if he did not clarify the significance of these fruits, Zhou Wanhao might disregard them, as individuals like him typically had no shortage of fruit. The emphasis Chen Ping'an placed on this matter stemmed from the fact that the fruits were produced by the system. If they were not valued as intended, his gesture would be in vain. One must ensure that good deeds are recognized. This was a lesson Chen Ping'an had learned in life. Many act discreetly, hoping their kindness remains anonymous, but such actions lack true significance. If one chooses to do good, it should be acknowledged by those who benefit from it, otherwise, it becomes a futile endeavor. If the fruits you've brought are as remarkable as you claim, then I shall certainly indulge, Zhou Wanhao replied with a smile. He then summoned the housekeeper to wash several apples and peaches. While the housekeeper attended to the fruits, Chen Ping'an scrutinized Zhou Wanhao closely. Brother Zhou, there is something I am uncertain whether to say, Chen Ping'an began cautiously. Speak freely. I am curious to know what you wish to convey, Zhou Wanhao encouraged. I wanted to mention this during our first meeting, but the circumstances made it difficult to broach. I feared I might be mistaken. However, upon closer examination today, I am certain I am correct, Chen Ping'an stated. What exactly have you observed? Zhou Wanhao inquired, increasingly intrigued. I learned traditional Chinese medicine from my grandfather since childhood. Although I am not a licensed physician, I can assist with ailments. Brother Zhou, if I am not mistaken, it seems you are experiencing some challenges, particularly of a more intimate nature, Chen Ping'an articulated calmly. His words, though composed, shocked Zhou Wanhao, as they resonated with painful accuracy. He indeed faced difficulties in this regard, despite being physically active and relatively young. This issue had also hindered his wife from conceiving. Can you truly discern such things? Zhou Wanhao questioned skeptically. Allow me to take your pulse, it may yield more precise insights, Chen Ping'an suggested earnestly. Very well, proceed, Zhou Wanhao replied, now serious. Extending his hand, Chen Ping'an gently took Zhou Wanhao's pulse, measuring it for a minute or 2 before retracting his hand. Brother Zhou, it appears you sustained an injury to your perineum during your youth.
The treatment you received at that time was inadequate, leading to lingering issues that have resulted in your current condition, Chen Ping'an stated with utmost seriousness. Zhou Wanhao's expression shifted abruptly, for Chen Ping'an's assessment was alarmingly accurate. At the age of 18, he had indeed been kicked in that area during a fight. While he had received treatment at the time, he was young and unaware of the long-term implications. It was only after marrying that he realized he had developed a problem, but by then, it was already too late. He had consulted numerous doctors, all of whom diagnosed him with kidney deficiency, prescribing various remedies, both traditional and modern, yet none proved effective. Zhou Wanhao had resigned himself to the belief that this was simply his fate. To think that Chen Ping'an could identify the root of his ailment so swiftly was astounding, especially considering that no previous physician had been able to discern the injury from his youth. You can truly deduce such things from past injuries? Zhou Wanhao asked, incredulously. Indeed. Signs of past injuries leave traces on the body. Western medicine has its limitations in this regard, as it often cannot discern previous ailments unless it examines medical histories. Their diagnostic methods are based solely on current conditions, which can overlook critical aspects. My training in traditional Chinese medicine affords me a distinct advantage here. I cannot delve into extensive explanations, as they may be beyond your comprehension. However, I can assure you that I can treat your condition, Chen Ping'an declared confidently. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wanhao's expression shifted once more. Chapter 40, The Shock of Zhou Wanhao. Little brother, you are not jesting with me, are you? Is my ailment truly curable? Unbelievable, utterly astonishing. Do you have any idea how many physicians I have consulted for this condition? They have all been unable to remedy my affliction. Yet now you tell me that you can heal me. It is not that I doubt you, rather. I am simply overwhelmed with excitement, Zhou Wanhao exclaimed, his expression one of incredulity. The gravity of the situation left him in a state of disbelief. Zhou, my friend. Please wait a moment. Allow me to demonstrate my medical expertise, Chen Ping'an replied with a smile, refraining from further explanation. He then grasped Zhou Wanhao's arm and gently pressed several points on his wrist. Of course, this brief treatment would not resolve Zhou Wanhao's long-standing ailment, as his condition had persisted for many years, making a swift cure improbable. However, it was sufficient to temporarily restore his body to a state of normalcy and vitality. Indeed, Chen Ping'an's method proved remarkably effective. Zhou Wanhao's complexion blossomed with a healthy glow, his face radiating sheer joy. I can feel it. This is incredible, truly incredible. How have you achieved this? Zhou Wanhao exclaimed with excitement. Initially skeptical of Chen Ping'an's claims, he now harbored no doubts, having witnessed the tangible results of Chen Ping'an's treatment. Zhou Wanhao felt as though his vitality had been rekindled. A man is most aware of his own condition, and Zhou Wanhao was no exception. Brother Zhou, do not rejoice too soon. I have merely activated your body temporarily, I have not cured your underlying condition, Chen Ping'an clarified. How, then, shall I be treated? Please inform me of anything you require, and I shall cooperate fully, Zhou Wanhao replied earnestly. After years of battling this illness, he had long since abandoned hope for recovery, only to find a glimmer of possibility reignited. For someone like Zhou Wanhao, nothing was more paramount than health. Only those who have suffered illness can truly appreciate the value of well-being. The treatment is not arduous. I will perform a massage shortly and then prescribe a remedy. Follow my prescribed regimen for 3 months, and I assure you that you will feel rejuvenated. However, there is one condition: during the course of your treatment, you must abstain from all carnal pleasures. If you falter, you will need to start anew, and the wait will begin again, Chen Ping'an stated with utmost seriousness. That is acceptable, I agree to your terms, Zhou Wanhao replied without hesitation. Presently, he was grappling with impotence, feeling inadequate, yet not entirely incapable. He could still experience fleeting moments of desire, but he was unable to embody the true vigor of manhood. The prospect of enduring nearly 3 months to reclaim his masculinity was a sacrifice he was willing to make. Bring me paper and a pen. I will write you a prescription, Chen Ping'an instructed. Zhou Wanhao promptly retrieved the requested items. Chen Ping'an swiftly inscribed the prescription, detailing each necessary component clearly. Zhou Wanhao clutched the prescription as if it were a priceless treasure, for it was as vital to him as life itself. Sir, the fruit has been washed.
the housekeeper announced, arriving with freshly cleaned peaches and apples, 3 of each, a total of 6 fruits.
Zhou Wanhao's spirits lifted as he regarded the fruit, finding them more appealing than before.
Brother Zhou, do try the fruit I brought.
I assure you, it is exquisite, Chen Ping'an encouraged, gesturing towards the offerings.
Very well. I shall taste it, Zhou Wanhao responded with a smile. Regardless of the fruit's flavor, he appreciated the sentiment behind the gesture.
Scanning the peaches and apples,
he ultimately opted for a peach, believing it to be the more succulent choice. Upon taking a bite of the peach, Zhou Wanhao's eyes widened in astonishment.
Delicious. What variety is this peach?
Where did you procure it?
It is unlike any I have tasted before,
he exclaimed, his mouth full of peach. It is from a friend's garden, you cannot find it in stores. I was fortunate enough to acquire some, Chen Ping'an replied with a smile.
Such delectable peaches. Could they not be cultivated on a larger scale?
I do not care about the potential profit, even for our own consumption, it would be worthwhile, Zhou Wanhao mused,
displaying his entrepreneurial acumen.
Regrettably, that may prove difficult. My friend has tried cultivating others, but none compare to those from those particular trees. It is akin to the precious mother tree of Dihong Pao Ti, while its leaves are renowned. Replicating that quality is impossible, Chen Ping'an remarked half-jokingly.
Zhou Wanhao nodded thoughtfully, clearly disappointed.
What a pity, he lamented, uncertain whether he regretted the lost business opportunity or the prospect of never tasting such fine peaches again.
By the way, do you possess the ability to treat other ailments?
My elderly relatives could use your expertise, Zhou Wanhao inquired suddenly.
Does your family have an elder in need of care? Chen Ping'an asked.
My father's health has been poor of late. He has consulted numerous doctors, all attributing it to age, merely advising rest. Now that you are here, I wonder if you could examine him, Zhou Wanhao explained earnestly.
Very well.
I shall take a look at your father. Until I assess the situation, I cannot make any promises, Chen Ping'an replied with sincerity. While his medical skills were exceptional, geriatric conditions often posed significant challenges, as the body deteriorates with age, leaving little room for effective treatment.
Chapter 41. Do you have a computer at home?
Of course.
Let me first check on my father's health, Zhou Wanhao responded promptly.
The two swiftly made their way to Zhou Wanhao's father's bedroom. The elder, though advanced in years, was resting on the bed, his health somewhat frail. Upon entering, Chen Ping'an greeted the elderly gentleman, while Zhou Wanhao introduced his father, who, upon realizing that Chen Ping'an had come to conduct a health examination, smiled amiably in agreement.
The elder's kind visage radiated warmth, resembling a quintessential good-natured person. Chen Ping'an approached to take the elder's pulse, and his expression soon turned grave. Witnessing Chen Ping'an's serious demeanor, Zhou Wanhao's heart sank.
And even the elder felt a twinge of concern regarding his health. After exhaling deeply, Chen Ping'an addressed the elder earnestly, your health is not in the best condition. Even with my intervention, it is likely I can only extend your life by another 10 to 20 years. The elder, taken aback, inquired, what did you say? I could live another 10 or 20 years? His disbelief was palpable.
Indeed, Chen Ping'an affirmed. If I cannot grant you an additional decade or two,
then my efforts would be in vain.
You young man truly astonish me.
I thought I was on the verge of death just moments ago, the elder chuckled,
his spirits lifting. If I can indeed live another decade or two, what more could I wish for?
He continued to smile. Zhou Wanhao gently patted Chen Ping'an on the back, commenting, you really scared me with that expression just now.
Chen Ping'an joined in the laughter,
revealing that he had merely jested. His jest stemmed from confidence in his ability to prolong the elder's life, knowing that after taking the pulse, the elder's condition was not as dire as it appeared.
I shall first conduct some therapeutic massage, followed by prescribing a medication regimen.
As long as you adhere to my prescriptions, your health will gradually improve, Chen Ping'an declared with unwavering confidence. His conviction was bolstered by the fact that the elder's ailments were primarily age-related, a condition that other doctors might struggle to treat,
but one that Chen Ping'an was well equipped to address.
Then I must trouble you, the elder replied graciously.
Chen Ping'an smiled and began the massage,
employing techniques that were anything but ordinary, infused with the internal energy derived from the longevity technique. This unique approach enhanced the efficacy of the treatment significantly. The entire process of massage lasted a full half-hour, after which Chen Ping'an felt the need for a set of silver needles. With them, he could employ acupuncture, a method far superior to mere massage. Young Chen, your skills are truly miraculous. After your treatment, I feel warm and invigorated, as if rejuvenated, the elder praised, giving Chen Ping'an a thumbs up, genuinely impressed by the effectiveness of the massage. While my massage techniques yield results, they only address the symptoms, not the root cause. To achieve a complete recovery, adherence to the prescribed medication is essential. You must remember to take your medication on time each day, Chen Ping'an advised with a smile. Absolutely. I will remember to take my medication daily, the elder assured, his smile radiant. Zhou Wanhao, witnessing the transformation in his father post-treatment, was elated. His confidence in Chen Ping'an's methods firmly established. Please rest for a moment, we will step outside to discuss further, Chen Ping'an suggested. That works. Son. Do take good care of young Chen, he is a great benefactor to our family, the elder urged. Rest assured, father, I will look after young Chen, Zhou Wanhao promised, thumping his chest. Previously, Chen Ping'an had saved his son, earning Zhou Wanhao's admiration. Now, with Chen Ping'an's assistance, the entire family owed him a great debt of gratitude. By the way, Chen Ping'an, what was it you wanted to discuss regarding investments? Zhou Wanhao inquired once they exited the room, recalling that Chen Ping'an had mentioned two matters. Brother Zhou, do you have a computer at home? Chen Ping'an asked. Yes, we do, but I rarely use it. It seems rather impractical, Zhou Wanhao replied. Is your computer connected to the internet? Chen Ping'an queried, somewhat surprised. Of course. A computer without internet is even less useful, Zhou Wanhao laughed. Relieved to learn that Zhou Wanhao's computer was indeed connected, Chen Ping'an felt a weight lift from his shoulders. As he had feared there might be no computer or internet access at Zhou's home. The computer is in my office, let us proceed there to talk, Zhou Wanhao suggested. His home, a spacious flat, featured numerous rooms, including a dedicated office. Upon entering the office, they found an old computer with a bulky monitor. As the machine booted up, Chen Ping'an remarked, Brother Zhou, computers have vast utility. Although you purchased one, it appears you may not fully grasp its potential. The future undoubtedly hinges on technology. And I recommend you engage with your computer more actively. Please, enlighten me on what exactly a computer can do, Zhou Wanhao inquired, his curiosity piqued. While I have one, it has merely gathered dust at home, as I have yet to find it particularly useful. Chapter 42, Profiting from stock trading. A computer is merely a tool. Its efficacy hinges upon the skill of its user. If you merely let your computer sit idly in your home, what purpose does it serve? Chen Ping'an remarked with a smile. Pray tell, what utility does this computer possess? Zhou Wanhao inquired, curiosity etched upon his face, unfazed by the jest. The computer offers myriad functions, yet presently, its most significant advantage for you lies in its ability to connect to the internet. Once the computer is online, you can access a wealth of information. However, it must be acknowledged that our domestic internet infrastructure still leaves much to be desired. In contrast, the United States boasts a far more advanced network, having developed its online capabilities years ahead of us. Thus, they can easily search for any information they require online. Have you considered, my friend? Our computer network is akin to a blank canvas, representing an untapped market. If someone were to cultivate this market, the potential for success would be immense, Chen Ping'an elucidated with a grin. Initially perplexed, Zhou Wanhao gradually grasped the implication. Are you suggesting that you aspire to engage in such an enterprise online? To venture into the realm of the internet? At present, I lack the capital for such an endeavor. To be precise, I wish to establish a website, Chen Ping'an replied, navigating to a webpage to illustrate his point. He opened Sina.com, a leading site from 1998, during a time when the domestic internet was rather sparse, with only a handful of notable websites beginning to emerge, such as Sina, NetEase, Sohu, Yahoo, and Mop.com. Behold, this is a website, replete with diverse content. Here, we can read the news and engage in conversations with others. Chen Ping'an declared, his thoughts drifting momentarily to the yet-to-be-established Penguin Company. He recalled that Penguin was founded in 1999,
and if he had sufficient funds, he could easily launch his own enterprise. The very thought sent a chill of excitement through him. Besides the Penguin Company, Taobao had yet to make its debut, with its inception not occurring until 2003. If Chen Ping'an possessed the necessary financial backing, he could indeed establish both Taobao and his own company. With these two enterprises under his control, financial worries would be a thing of the past. Overcome with enthusiasm, Chen Ping'an's excitement did not go unnoticed by Zhou Wanhao, who questioned, "What has stirred you so, young man?" "Nothing much, I merely contemplated the market's potential, and it exhilarated me," Chen Ping'an replied with a smile. Zhou Wanhao remained unconvinced, shaking his head in bewilderment. It was understandable, given that he had not experienced the internet era of 2 decades hence. Only Chen Ping'an, who had lived through that time, could fully comprehend the significance of these future internet companies. "Is it merely to show me these things?" Zhou Wanhao asked, growing increasingly perplexed. "Not at all. Allow me a moment to open another webpage," Chen Ping'an responded cheerfully, subsequently accessing the stock market website. He logged into his account, noting that it was the weekend and the market was closed, yet he could still view his account status. Chen Ping'an displayed his account details and transaction history to Zhou Wanhao. Though unfamiliar with the internet, Zhou Wanhao had some knowledge of stocks, having dabbled in trading himself. "Did you seek my assistance to invest in stocks?" Zhou Wanhao exclaimed, astonished. "Your audacity is remarkable." For Zhou Wanhao, borrowing money to invest in stocks was a taboo, as he fully understood the considerable risks involved. Investing with one's own capital was one thing, losing money would only affect oneself. However, borrowing funds to trade escalated the risks to perilous heights. "I have studied the stock market for many years, and I have observed a consistent upward trend in the past month. We are currently in a brief bull market phase, and I have several stocks that I firmly believe will rise. This conviction is why I sought your financial support," Chen Ping'an confidently asserted. "Please take a look at my trading records," he added, having already devised a plausible excuse. He could not divulge the system's secrets, but claiming to have researched stocks was a simple enough rationale. Zhou Wanhao fell silent, scrutinizing Chen Ping'an's transaction history, his eyes widening in disbelief. He questioned whether Chen Ping'an had fabricated the information. However, upon further inspection, he confirmed the legitimacy of the trading platform, having utilized a similar interface at a brokerage firm. Yet, Chen Ping'an's performance left him astounded, a consistent profit margin. Every stock Chen Ping'an had purchased had experienced a meteoric rise. In just a few days, his account balance had surged by over 40. Starting with 2.3 million, he now boasted 3.28 million in his stock portfolio, amassing over $1 million in mere days. Zhou Wanhao found the speed of Chen Ping'an's earnings astonishing, surpassing any profits he had achieved from running a factory. "My friend, the opportunity to earn is right before us. While I cannot guarantee long-term success, the stock market is poised for growth this month. I have identified several stocks with significant potential for appreciation. If we fail to seize this opportunity, it would be a grave oversight. Initially, I was hesitant to take larger risks, hence my modest request for 2 million. However, my confidence has grown, and I would like to invite you to join me in this venture. The question remains, are you willing to take the plunge?" Chen Ping'an intoned slowly. Zhou Wanhao felt a stirring within him, realizing that Chen Ping'an's trading history was not fabricated. He was convinced that Chen Ping'an had indeed discovered a way to profit through stock trading. Chapter 43, Acquiring a Substantial Loan. How do you intend to collaborate?" inquired Zhou Wanhao. There were two potential avenues for cooperation. One option involved lending me money while I would calculate the interest risk, relieving you of any burden. We can negotiate the interest rate. The second option entails investing in the stock market, but I would require 70% of the profits. In this case, you would need to absorb a portion of the investment risk. Of course, you would provide the trading account, I would merely handle the investments. Chen Ping'an calmly proposed two collaboration methods, one devoid of risk but yielding lower returns, and another fraught with risk yet promising higher rewards. Zhou Wanhao furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. The dichotomy of these proposals left him in a quandary. Despite Chen Ping'an's apparent reliability, he felt a pang of unease at the prospect of investing a significant sum into stocks.
After pacing back and forth, Zhou Wanhao abruptly halted and turned to Chen Ping'an.
I can lend you 20 million, with a 1-month term and an interest rate of 50%.
Thus, after a month, you would owe me 30 million.
Principal and interest included. Brother Chen, we are conducting business here. Are you willing to proceed with such an arrangement? This, in Zhou Wanhao's view, was the most advantageous proposal for himself.
He was uncertain how much profit Chen Ping'an could garner from stock trading, perhaps over 50%, or maybe less, or even suffer losses. Zhou Wanhao, well aware of the perils of the stock market, had experienced losses himself. Although Chen Ping'an had displayed impressive success rates in his trading history,
doubt lingered in Zhou Wanhao's mind.
Hence, he proposed a more stable arrangement, seeking a fixed return, albeit set rather high, as he believed that earning 10 million in a month would be exceptionally lucrative.
However, an additional stipulation was necessary. If you are unable to repay this amount,
you must work for me for 20 years. At that time, I will invest further funds to help you establish a clinic, Zhou Wanhao stated with a smile, though his demeanor was serious.
Zhou Wanhao's willingness to invest in Chen Ping'an stemmed from his admiration for Chen Ping'an's medical skills.
He reasoned that even if the investment was lost, Chen Ping'an could recoup the funds through his expertise in other avenues. Thus, Zhou Wanhao proposed this condition,
envisioning a substantial private hospital where Chen Ping'an could practice medicine.
Brother Zhou, are you serious?
Chen Ping'an asked, mirroring Zhou Wanhao's smile. He found this collaboration quite agreeable. A 1-month term with a 50% interest rate was exceedingly generous.
Yet, Chen Ping'an sought to leverage the stock market for even greater profits.
Indeed, I am serious.
We must draft a contract shortly, Zhou Wanhao replied earnestly.
Absolutely, I agree.
Let us proceed with the contract, Chen Ping'an responded hastily, anxious that Zhou Wanhao might reconsider.
Are you in such a rush because you fear I might have second thoughts? Zhou Wanhao queried seriously.
Perhaps a little, as this arrangement is quite favorable for me. I worry you might withdraw your investment, Chen Ping'an chuckled. Rest assured, this transaction will be highly profitable for me. I have no reason to back out.
Zhou Wanhao laughed heartily.
Chen Ping'an shared in the merriment, refraining from suggesting the second option,
as he too was uncertain whether the 30% yield would be advantageous for Zhou Wanhao. From every perspective, the current arrangement favored Chen Ping'an.
By the way, Brother Zhou,
do you know anyone at the brokerage? Could you assist me in securing financing? Chen Ping'an inquired further. You're considering leveraging your investments? Your audacity is growing, Zhou Wanhao remarked, astonished. I cannot let such a lucrative opportunity pass me by.
The greater the risk, the greater the potential reward, Chen Ping'an asserted earnestly.
Which brokerage do you have an account with? Zhou Wanhao asked. Chen Ping'an disclosed the name of his brokerage.
Ah, I know a junior supervisor there. I can make an introduction, but I cannot guarantee the outcome, Zhou Wanhao replied. Brother Zhou, I genuinely appreciate your assistance, Chen Ping'an expressed gratefully.
Brokerages typically offer financing services, but the requirements can be stringent and the process cumbersome.
Given that Chen Ping'an's account was newly opened, he might struggle to access such features.
However, with Zhou Wanhao's intervention,
the situation would be markedly different.
The amount in Chen Ping'an's account, now exceeding 3 million, combined with Zhou Wanhao's promised 20 million, would amount to over 23 million.
Such a substantial sum would surely attract the brokerage's attention, treating Chen Ping'an as a valued client, thereby increasing the likelihood of activating the financing option. Zhou Wanhao took the transaction seriously, placing a call to summon the financial and legal departments.
With their assistance,
a formal contract was swiftly drafted, not as a loan agreement but as an investment agreement. A loan agreement stipulating a 1-month term at 50% interest would undoubtedly be considered usury, and Zhou Wanhao would likely lose any ensuing legal battle.
Hence,
the contract was crafted accordingly. Despite Zhou Wanhao's high regard for Chen Ping'an, he approached business matters with utmost seriousness. Chen Ping'an scrutinized the contract, finding it legitimate and reasonable,
with terms reflecting Zhou Wanhao's assertions. Once satisfied, he affixed his signature. With both parties having signed, the contract was deemed effective.
The final step involved the transfer of funds, which necessitated a visit to the bank, as it could not be executed on site.
Brother Zhou, thank you.
You truly are my benefactor, Chen Ping'an expressed sincerely. This sentiment was no exaggeration. Without Zhou Wanhao's support, amassing such a considerable sum at this nascent stage would have been exceedingly difficult.
Zhou Wanhao, the cement magnate with deep pockets and unwavering faith in Chen Ping'an, possessed the means to provide this support, an opportunity few others could offer. We are kin. There is no need for such formality between us. Moreover, I must say, you are my benefactor as well, the benefactor of my family, Zhou Wanhao remarked. Patting Chen Ping'an on the shoulder, his expression equally filled with gratitude.
For Zhou Wanhao, Chen Ping'an was also a significant benefactor in his life. Chapter 44, 100 million in 1998, 20 million was indeed considered a substantial sum. However, Zhou Wanhao, known as the King of Cement, managed to produce this amount without hesitation.
Chen Ping'an swiftly received the 20 million in his account.
With this loan, Chen Ping'an felt a significant sense of relief. He finally had the capital to initiate his ventures. Yet, this amount was still insufficient, he required more funds.
Thus, financing became imperative.
Zhou Wanhao, ever the kind-hearted benefactor,
promptly contacted an acquaintance at a securities firm.
This acquaintance, known as Mr. Zhang, held a mid-level management position within the firm. Although his title was not particularly high,
he wielded considerable authority.
Upon learning that Chen Ping'an had over 20 million at his disposal, he readily agreed to the financing request.
Mr. Chen, I am currently at the securities company.
You can come over right away, and I will facilitate the financing procedures for you, Mr. Zhang conveyed over the phone.
Thank you, Mr. Zhang.
I will be there shortly, Chen Ping'an replied eagerly. Upon arriving at the securities firm, Chen Ping'an was welcomed by Mr. Zhang, a middle-aged man displaying a friendly demeanor, albeit slightly balding. It is true that wealth tends to render individuals more amiable, Chen Ping'an mused silently.
Mr. Chen, what a pleasure it is to meet you. Thank you for your trust. Our company is eager to assist you in investing in stocks, Mr. Zhang warmly exclaimed. After all,
with over 20 million in Chen Ping'an's account and his intention to continue trading, he was indeed a valued client, explaining Mr. Zhang's enthusiastic reception. The profits of a securities company primarily stem from transaction fees, thus, they were particularly fond of clients like Chen Ping'an.
After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Mr. Zhang swiftly moved to the crux of the matter, efficiently processing Chen Ping'an's financing request in the office.
Mr. Zhang secured a five-fold financing limit for Chen Ping'an, with a deposit of 20 million, allowing for a financing amount of 100 million.
This 20 million would be transferred to a designated account as collateral for the securities firm,
enabling Chen Ping'an to engage in stock trading with a capital of 100 million.
Should this amount incur losses of 20 million, the firm would automatically liquidate the position.
Hence, this type of trading is fraught with both high risk and high reward. While losses could be devastating, profits could be substantial.
Chen Ping'an's capital instantly multiplied to over 100 million.
As he gazed at the figure in his account, his breath caught slightly. This was indeed an extraordinary sum in 1998. Accessing over 100 million at this time was no small feat. The forthcoming transactions demanded utmost caution.
Mr. Chen, here is my business card. May I have the privilege of knowing your phone number?
We can stay in touch, Mr. Zhang said with a smile, extending his card. Chen Ping'an accepted the card with both hands, then replied with a hint of resignation, Mr. Zhang, you are too kind.
It is an honor to have your number. However, staying in touch might be somewhat inconvenient as I currently do not own a mobile phone.
To be frank, I have invested all my funds into the stock market, leaving me with very little cash on hand.
Ah, I see.
It seems you have great confidence in our stock market, Mr. Zhang remarked, surprised.
It's fair enough.
I believe the stock market is relatively stable at the moment.
We are in a minor bull market, Chen Ping'an boldly asserted. You certainly have an eye for opportunity.
It's no wonder you are destined for success, Mr. Zhang responded, giving a thumbs up in admiration.
By the way, I have a mobile phone here. A reward from a company event. If you don't mind, would you like to use it? Mr. Zhang said, suddenly inspired,
as he opened his drawer and retrieved a box containing the phone. This phone was a gift to Mr. Zhang, who had no personal use for it,
and he now offered it as a gesture of goodwill to Chen Ping'an.
Priced at over 5,000, it was a generous gift in Mr. Zhang's eyes. Considering the potential relationship with Chen Ping'an. Mr. Zhang, your generosity is much appreciated. I truly need a mobile phone, Chen Ping'an replied with a smile. We are all in this together, please don't be formal with me, Mr. Zhang laughed heartily. Mr. Chen, I must say, I admire your straightforward nature, Mr. Zhang continued. Chuckling. Chen Ping'an accepted the phone, inspecting it. It already comes with an anonymous SIM card for your temporary use, Mr. Zhang explained. That is splendid, thank you very much. Mr. Zhang, Chen Ping'an expressed his gratitude. I will treat you to a meal soon. I look forward to it, Mr. Zhang replied cheerfully. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Chen Ping'an departed the securities company, discarding the phone box in a nearby trash bin. He examined the phone and confirmed that it appeared untouched, safe for use. Given his modest status, Chen Ping'an reasoned that there was no need for anyone to employ deceit against him. Having some knowledge of hacking, he was familiar with mobile technology. Unfortunately, the phone was an outdated model, limited to making calls with few additional features, yet it was still quite costly. Once I have the means, I shall endeavor to create our own smartphones, he silently vowed. However, manufacturing phones was no simple task, even with wealth, such aspirations seemed distant. Moreover, Chen Ping'an was far from affluent, as the 100 million in his stock account did not belong to him. Nevertheless, possessing a phone would significantly ease communication. Chen Ping'an first called Zhou Wanhao to share his new mobile number, ensuring future correspondence would be more convenient. Next, he contacted Miss Haitang, as her continued support would be essential for his stock trading endeavors. Having a phone would indeed facilitate his trading activities significantly. Chapter 45, Sun Hailiang is startled. Hello? Who are you? Greetings, is this Miss Sun Hailiang? I am Chen Ping'an. This is my new phone number, please save it so we can communicate in the future. Chen Ping'an explained with a smile. Oh, it's Mr. Chen. That's wonderful. Now that you have a phone, it will be much more convenient for us to stay in touch. Sun Hailiang chuckled over the line. By the way, there have been changes in my stock account, you might want to take note, Chen Ping'an mentioned. Ah, what changes? Sun Hailiang inquired, puzzled. I managed to raise a substantial amount of funds and secured financing from your company. Currently, I have 100 million in my account. Chen Ping'an explained succinctly. A profound silence enveloped the conversation. Miss Sun Hailiang, are you still there? Chen Ping'an asked in astonishment. Yes, I'm here. Mr. Chen. You're not joking with me, are you? Sun Hailiang asked, a hint of panic evident in her voice. Do you think I would joke about such matters? You can verify my account at the company to confirm, Chen Ping'an said calmly. Sun Hailiang pondered for a moment and realized that the truth of Chen Ping'an's words could be easily validated by checking the account at the office. Thank you for your trust, Mr. Chen. I will certainly strive to serve you better, she replied hastily. Very well, let's leave it at that for now. We'll be in touch, Chen Ping'an concluded before hanging up. While Chen Ping'an ended the call, Sun Hailiang was far from calm. The sudden influx of 100 million into Chen Ping'an's account implied astronomical transaction fees. Just a simple transaction from him could yield staggering fees, which in turn would result in monumental profits for Sun Hailiang. Although she was not scheduled to work that day, the news propelled her to the office to check on Chen Ping'an's account. Upon her arrival, she was utterly astounded to discover that indeed, his account had ballooned by 100 million. How impressive! There really is an additional 100 million. Although this funding is borrowed, it is still quite remarkable. Just who is this Mr. Chen? I heard he is still in school, how does he possess such wealth? Sun Hailiang mused aloud, her eyes gleaming with intrigue. Meanwhile, Chen Ping'an was unconcerned with Sun Hailiang's reaction. After hanging up, he called Lin Guangchen. Hey, little brother Chen, your call is timely. Aren't you in need of network administrators? I have just connected with 2 suitable candidates. If it's convenient for you, shall we meet them now? Lin Guangchen suggested. I'm available now. If they are free, could you ask them to come directly to my internet CAF? Chen Ping'an replied. Absolutely, Lin Guangchen agreed readily, well aware of Chen Ping'an's internet CAF's location.
having sold him the computers previously. After ending the call, Chen Ping'an rode his bicycle to the CAF. The business was thriving, with no vacant seats and several patrons standing behind each computer. His father, Chen Guoqing, was beaming from behind the cash register, evidently in high spirits. Previously concerned about the CAF's performance, he now showed no signs of worry. "Father, I've recruited 2 network administrators. Let's interview them shortly," Chen Ping'an greeted his father. "Perhaps we should save the effort. I can manage things myself," Chen Guoqing hesitated, wary of the payroll expenses. "Let me ask you this, if a computer malfunctions, will you be able to handle it?" Chen Ping'an inquired with a grin. Chen Guoqing sighed. Although he had learned to use a computer, troubleshooting issues was beyond him. Moreover, the CAF operated around the clock. He could manage during the day, but what about the night? If he were alone, he would quickly become overwhelmed. Additionally, we intend to open more branches. How could we expect you to oversee them all? Father, the salary we pay is negligible compared to our earnings. Besides, as we prosper, we should also uplift those around us, Chen Ping'an patiently explained, understanding his father's reluctance to spend given the prevailing low wages. However, the salary he proposed for the network administrators was already above average, set at 1,500 per month. Reluctantly, Chen Guoqing nodded in agreement. Moments later, 2 young men arrived. "Hello, which one of you is Mr. Chen Ping'an?" "We were referred by Lin Guanshan," one of them said. "I am Chen Ping'an, please introduce yourselves," he replied, rising to greet them. "My name is Su Hong. I am Wei Yong." Chen Ping'an regarded Su Hong thoughtfully, despite being a boy. He bore a name typically associated with females, prompting his curiosity about the parents' intentions. Lin Guanshan had previously briefed Chen Ping'an about the two. Neither had a formal background in computer science, which was not unusual, as those with such qualifications would not typically seek positions as network administrators. However, they had acquired sufficient knowledge to handle basic computer issues. After posing a few simple inquiries, Chen Ping'an found that while their responses were somewhat hesitant, they were competent enough to fulfill the role of network administrators. The probation period would last 1 month, with a salary of 800. Upon successful completion, they would earn 1,200 monthly, plus a 300 full attendance bonus, which they would receive as long as they worked the full month. In essence, upon confirmation, their monthly earnings would total 1,500. Meals would be provided during working hours, though accommodation would not be included. "I'll take the job," Su Hong exclaimed eagerly. "So will I," Wei Yong quickly chimed in. Chapter 46, Lin Wanjuan's plea for help. Chen Ping'an found the offered remuneration to be quite satisfactory, prompting both individuals to readily accept the position. They had previously inquired about the compensation at other internet CAFs, only to discover that the pay for network administrators at those establishments was notably lower than what Chen Ping'an was offering. Additionally, other CAFs had already filled their network administrator positions, making it difficult for them to find such employment. "Let me show you how to use our CAF management system," Chen Ping'an instructed, gesturing toward the computer. The two were genuinely taken aback. It was their first encounter with the concept of a CAF management system. In other CAFs, all transactions were recorded manually, which was a tedious process. After Chen Ping'an thoroughly explained the management system, their astonishment only deepened. Although they were not industry professionals, both had a profound love for computers and had self-taught their technical skills. Compared to their father, Chen Guoqing, who had only a superficial understanding, they felt significantly more adept. They now grasped just how impressive the CAF management system was. "Other CAFs lack such a management system, yours is truly exceptional," Su Hong remarked incredulously. "Indeed. I developed it myself," Chen Ping'an replied with a smile. "In truth, it doesn't require extensive technical knowledge, it's merely that no one has bothered to create it." "That is still quite impressive." "We certainly couldn't achieve that," Wei Yong added, his eyes filled with admiration as he regarded Chen Ping'an. Before coming to work here, both had harbored a sense of pride in their self-taught computer skills, believing themselves to be quite remarkable. However, they now felt a stark contrast to that previous confidence. Chen Ping'an was merely a senior in high school, yet they were several years his senior.
When it came to computer skills, they felt utterly inadequate in comparison to him.
It's no wonder he can run an internet CAF, while we are merely workers.
He is indeed extraordinary, Su-hwan thought silently to herself. With 2 network administrators now in place, Chen Ping'an felt a sense of relief.
After informing his father, he departed,
secure in the knowledge that the CAF was operating smoothly without his constant presence. Lacking interest in the games on the CAF computers, he went home to study instead.
That evening, Chen Guoqing returned home beaming with joy. The CAF had enjoyed a remarkably profitable day, and the earnings had left him grinning from ear to ear.
With network administrators now overseeing operations, he felt considerably more at ease. After a hearty meal, he took a packed meal for the network administrators' dinner, grateful for the added support.
The next day dawned, and it was Monday once again, prompting Chen Ping'an to resume his studies.
He felt a sense of resignation about this routine.
Fortunately,
with less than a month until the upcoming college entrance examination, he only needed to endure a little longer.
However,
he was unprepared for the sight that greeted him upon arriving at the classroom. Lin Wanjun stood at the doorway, her eyes slightly red, suggesting she had been crying.
Chen Ping'an,
she murmured softly, her lips moving as she called his name.
Wait for me a moment, I need to drop off my backpack. Let us find a place to talk,
he replied, quickly stowing his belongings before hurrying back to her.
There are too many people here, shall we find somewhere quieter? He suggested tentatively. There's no need for that.
I just have a few questions, Lin Wanjun said, wiping her eyes gently.
Go ahead and ask, Chen Ping'an urged decisively. Is what you said before true? Are you really willing to lend me money? Do you actually have the means to do so?
Lin Wanjun inquired, her eyes glistening with unshed tears.
Of course. I can help you.
Just tell me how much you need, he assured her earnestly. I wish to borrow 300,000. I may not be able to repay you, but I can marry you, Lin Wanjun confessed, her teeth clenched.
Chen Ping'an was taken aback, swallowing hard.
Although she was only 18, her beauty was striking, with a tall and graceful figure that made her a true gem among her peers.
For Chen Ping'an,
securing such a stunning school belle for 300,000 seemed almost too good to be true. Yet he understood the implications of taking advantage of her vulnerability. It's not that serious, and there's no need to phrase it that way. If you truly require the funds, I can lend you 300,000, he replied gently.
Chen Ping'an,
understanding that they were classmates and recalling the hardships Lin Wanjun had faced in her previous life, did not wish to exploit her situation.
Upon hearing his response, tears streamed down Lin Wanjun's face. Chen Ping'an, thank you.
I will remember your kindness for a lifetime, she said softly, her voice filled with emotion.
We're classmates. It's not a matter of such gravity. You needn't overthink it. I'm not rejecting you, you're beautiful, and I do like you. However,
I hope your feelings for me are genuine and not merely born from this situation.
Is there something troubling your family that has led you to borrow 300,000? Chen Ping'an asked, concern etched on his face.
Yes, Lin Wanjun nodded softly, then explained in hushed tones.
Over the weekend,
my aunt brought a man to my home for an arranged marriage. He is nearly 40, quite unattractive, and immediately expressed his desire to marry me, even offering 300,000 as a betrothal gift.
My parents were tempted.
I have no other options, I do not want to marry him.
Chen Ping'an, if you lend me this money, you will be saving my life.
I understand the implications of such arrangements, and I will marry you in return, Lin Wanjun said, her expression earnest as she wiped her tears. Chen Ping'an's expression remained composed. He was not taken by surprise, for he knew this had transpired in his previous life.
Yet, unlike before, someone was now ready to intervene.
In his previous life, no one had come to Lin Wanjun's aid, leading her to marry that man for the 300,000 betrothal gift, ultimately resulting in her tragic demise at his hands. Now, the opportunity to alter Lin Wanjun's fate lay before Chen Ping'an. Chapter 47, The Storage Ring. Chen Ping'an never contemplated taking advantage of the situation. His sole intention was to procure 300,000 to save Lin Wanjun's life. However, Lin Wanjun harbored a different perspective. To her, 300,000 was an astronomical sum, one she could never hope to repay.
After all, she was destined to marry someday. If she could not repay that amount, then why not simply marry Chen Ping'an instead? In Lin Wanjuan's eyes, acquiring the 300,000 from Chen Ping'an meant she would become his woman. Can you truly give me 300,000? Lin Wanjun inquired softly, biting her lip. She still found it hard to believe, as 300,000 seemed like an insurmountable figure to her. Yes, I can provide it. I will give you the 300,000 tomorrow, Chen Ping'an assured her. However, if possible, could I delay it for a month? Would that be acceptable? After a brief pause, he added this request. Is that inconvenient? Lin Wanjun asked hesitantly. It is not that it is inconvenient, rather, I have invested all the money into the stock market. I can withdraw 300,000 at any time. But if it remains in the market, the returns will be significantly greater. How about this? I will give you 350,000 in a month. Does that sound agreeable? After a moment's contemplation, Chen Ping'an proposed. 350,000 in a month? Are you serious? Just a month's wait for an additional 50,000. Lin Wanjun responded with disbelief. Indeed. Waiting a month grants you an extra 50,000. I will handle your parents' concerns as well. This evening, I will accompany you home after school, Chen Ping'an stated decisively. He understood that Lin Wanjun could not make this decision alone, her parents held the real authority. Though Lin Wanjun appeared aloof, she was, in fact, a dutiful daughter. As long as he could persuade her parents, there would be no issue. All right, I suppose that's fine, Lin Wanjun replied hesitantly, nodding her head. I'll head back now. She turned and, in a sudden flurry, dashed away. In her impulsiveness, she had approached Chen Ping'an, but now that she had regained her composure, she felt a wave of shame wash over her. What were you doing with Lin Wanjun? You seemed quite close, have you become friends? A girl's voice chimed in, laced with a hint of jealousy. Chen Ping'an turned to see Li Mengyun standing beside him. Are you jealous? He teased with a smile. Don't be ridiculous. Why would I be jealous? Li Mengyun retorted, her face flushed. Let me tell you, but you must keep it confidential. Lin Wanjuan's family is facing difficulties. Her parents have arranged a match for her, hoping to marry her off. She came to me seeking a loan, and I agreed to help her through this tough time. Chen Ping'an explained candidly. There was no underlying romantic tension between him and Lin Wanjun, which allowed him to speak about the matter openly. Of course, he omitted certain details. Is that so? But wait, do you really have the means to assist her? Li Mengyun asked incredulously. Of course. Don't underestimate me, Chen Ping'an replied, puffing out his chest with confidence. I don't believe your nonsense, Li Mengyun said, making a face before returning to her seat. Chen Ping'an. What are you still doing here? Get back to your studies. The Chinese teacher chided as she approached him. Yes, teacher, I will return to my seat right away. Chen Ping'an acknowledged, strolling back leisurely. He harbored no fear of the teacher, after all, within this high schooler's body resided the soul of a middle-aged man. There was nothing to fear from a teacher. In the days to come, he would engage with several female teachers in much the same manner. A notification chimed in his mind, the system's product refresh alert resonated within him. Casually, Chen Ping'an opened the system interface, which only he could see, ensuring that no one in the classroom noticed. His eyes widened as he scanned the available products. 4 items had appeared today: a gold brick, a premium healing ointment, a pair of imperial green jade bracelets, and a storage ring with a vast capacity. The first 3 items barely registered in his mind. The fourth, the storage ring, was incomparable and held immeasurable value. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Ping'an spent $1 to purchase the storage ring. Nonchalantly, he slipped his hand into his pants pocket, and when he withdrew it, a platinum ring adorned his middle finger. The ring was simply designed, featuring some ancient patterns and a large blue gemstone. The most striking aspect was the blue gem, which seemed to harbor a swirling vortex within its depths. This ring was indeed the storage ring with an immense capacity, now bound to Chen Ping'an alone. He could, however, unbind it should he wish to allow another to wear it, prompting a new binding process.
Naturally, he had no intention of relinquishing such a treasure. As his consciousness entered the storage space, he was immediately struck by its vastness. It was a colossal cubic area, each side measuring 1,000 meters. No wonder the ring was named the storage ring with an enormous capacity. How delightful! With this storage ring, if I were to engage in transportation, I could amass great wealth, Chen Ping'an mused, reveling in the thought. Yet, while he enjoyed the fantasy, he knew there were myriad ways to earn money without resorting to transportation. With the storage ring, his daily life would undoubtedly become significantly more convenient. Quietly, he began transferring textbooks from his desk into the storage space, leaving only the most essential books behind. The process of storing items was seamless, unnoticed by anyone. The storage ring truly proved to be exceptionally useful. Chapter 48, Discovering a Lucrative Stock. The flash sale system heavily relies on fortune. When luck is on one's side, even a storage ring can be purchased with ease. Conversely, during less fortunate times, one may only afford to savor an apple. Fortunately, the flash sale system refreshes its offerings daily, significantly amplifying Chen Ping'an's chances of encountering valuable items. Even in the face of adversity, good fortune is bound to present itself eventually. The One-Yuan flash sale system has bestowed upon Chen Ping'an boundless confidence and an infinite future. Old Chen, why are you grinning so widely? Have you stumbled upon something good? His deskmate, Zhang Yong, inquired softly. Indeed, I have good news. Remember I mentioned investing in stocks? Well, our investments have skyrocketed. You invested 50,000 yuan with me. A month later, I'll return 100,000 yuan to you. Isn't that exhilarating? Chen Ping'an replied. His voice lowered, a smile gracing his face. Wow, old Chen, you truly are something else. This is exhilarating. I knew following you would lead to wealth. I'm sticking with you for life. Zhang Yong exclaimed excitedly. Brothers for life. You'll follow me, and I promise to lead you to prosperity, Chen Ping'an declared solemnly. In his previous life, he had failed to assist Zhang Yong, but in this life, he was determined to lend a helping hand. Hey, old Chen. I'll be relying on you. Zhang Yong chuckled. Chen Ping'an, Zhang Yong, stop whispering and focus on your studies. The teacher called out from the podium. Zhang Yong immediately straightened up, attending to his studies. Although Chen Ping'an paid little heed to the teacher's admonition, he too shifted his demeanor and began to read attentively. Not far away, Li Mengyun cast a disapproving glance at Chen Ping'an, silently chastising him for his lack of focus on his studies. Little did she realize that she herself was not fully engaged, otherwise, she would not have noticed Chen Ping'an's every move. While feigning concentration, Chen Ping'an secretly opened the stock trading interface of the system. The trading software could be utilized for a month, followed by an additional 3 weeks. Chen Ping'an was eager to seize the opportunity and amass a significant fortune. Previously, he had only a few million yuan, allowing him the freedom to invest without caution. However, with his capital now reaching 100 million yuan, he could influence stock price trends, necessitating a more strategic approach to buying and selling. Northwest Shipbuilding is set to surge. As Chen Ping'an searched for suitable investment targets, a stock price caught his attention. The stock named Northwest Shipbuilding had experienced an unexpected surge this afternoon, hitting its price limit just before the market closed. This was merely the beginning. It was anticipated that the stock would continue to rise over the following days, though the exact duration of the price limit was uncertain. It was assured that it would continue to rise the next day. Furthermore, the stock had a substantial trading volume, meaning that his investment of 100 million yuan would likely create minimal ripples. Chen Ping'an noted down the name and stock code of Northwest Shipbuilding. After the morning study session, he ascended to the rooftop and called Sun Haitang. Haitang, please purchase Northwest Shipbuilding stock in batches. I want to invest 100 million yuan before 2:00 p.m. today. Be cautious and discreet about the purchases. Northwest Shipbuilding? You want to invest the entire 100 million? Sun Haitang asked for confirmation. Yes, by the entirety for Northwest Shipbuilding, Chen Ping'an affirmed. Understood, Sun Haitang replied, already accessing the stock interface to review Northwest Shipbuilding. Upon analyzing its trend, she felt a twinge of concern.
Mr. Chen, the trend for Northwest Shipbuilding isn't promising, it has been in a downward spiral. Are you sure you want to invest 100 million? It's approaching its bottom.
Now is the ideal time to buy. I'm fully aware of the risks. Trust my judgment, Chen Ping'an stated unequivocally.
Alright, I understand.
I'll proceed as you directed, Sun Haitang conceded, albeit reluctantly. Though she had her doubts. Her integrity as a professional compelled her to follow Chen Ping'an's instructions. After ending the call, Chen Ping'an felt a hint of frustration.
Ideally,
he would prefer to manage the stock trading himself, but as a high school student, he lacked both the time and capacity for such endeavors. Thus, he had to place his trust in Sun Haitang, knowing she was a reputable employee of a securities firm.
Right.
I need to set up a computer at home and get an internet connection, Chen Ping'an remarked. Previously, financial constraints had prevented him from acquiring a computer. But now he had ample funds. Moreover, his parents were likely to support his decision since they were aware of his financial situation. Meanwhile, at the securities firm, Sun Haitang remained skeptical about Chen Ping'an's instructions. Nevertheless, her character and professional ethics remained intact. Thus, despite her reservations, she executed the transactions as per Chen Ping'an's directives. She began by selling off all the stocks in her account, totaling over 3 million yuan, swiftly completing the process.
Consequently, Chen Ping'an's account now held over 100 million yuan.
Sun Haitang then commenced the gradual purchase of Northwest Shipbuilding stocks. The stock had been on a consistent downward trajectory for 2 months, making it an ideal candidate for investment, as sellers outnumbered buyers.
Once purchases began,
sellers would inevitably rush to offload their shares. Although not a professional trader, Sun Haitang's capabilities were commendable. She began purchasing Northwest Shipbuilding stocks incrementally, which, in turn, prompted a slight increase in the stock's value. However, this rise was barely perceptible, unnoticed by the multitude of retail investors. The major shareholders likely recognized this shift and began to suppress the stock price, gradually releasing their shares, leading to a slow decline.
Noticing this trend,
Sun Haitang furrowed her brow. Yet, as Chen Ping'an's directive was to fully invest in Northwest Shipbuilding, she continued to execute the purchases as instructed. Within just 2 hours, the entire investment of 100 million yuan had been completed. However, at this point, Chen Ping'an's account was already reflecting a loss, with the stock price having fallen continuously,
resulting in a 1-point decrease.
The morning session had now concluded.
Chapter 49, earning 12 million as the afternoon trading commenced.
Sun Haitang was utterly astonished by the unfolding situation on the market.
Northwest Shipbuilding surged ahead, ascending almost in a straight line.
Within a mere 2 minutes,
the stock hit its upper limit.
Such violent surges are not uncommon in the stock market, yet ordinary individuals often miss these fleeting opportunities. By the time they notice the stock's rapid ascent, it is already too late to purchase. Even if given a chance, most retail investors lack the courage to take action.
Northwest Shipbuilding had closed the morning session at a 3-point deficit. However, upon the afternoon opening, it experienced a dramatic rise, reaching the upper limit.
Chen Ping'an had initially purchased the stock at a 1-point loss, but the violent surge propelled it upward by 12 points.
With an investment of 100 million, the resultant profit was a staggering 12 million.
This exemplifies the power of finance.
It is no wonder that many risk everything to engage in stock trading.
If one selects the right stock, achieving wealth becomes a straightforward endeavor.
Conversely, purchasing the wrong stock can lead to financial ruin just as easily.
Sun Haitang gazed incredulously at the stock interface, unable to fathom that the stock Chen Ping'an had chosen had surged to its limit in the afternoon.
Could Mr. Chen be a stock market oracle?
Her thoughts were punctuated by disbelief.
Hastily,
she reviewed relevant information and soon discovered a news article revealing that Northwest Shipbuilding had received a significant order exceeding 1 billion, a contract from the government. No wonder the stock soared ahead, leaving all others behind.
Any company awarded such a substantial order would likely see its stock price skyrocket.
I'm thankful I didn't doubt Mr. Chen's judgment and instead followed his trading directives, otherwise, I would have been in quite a predicament, Sun Haitang remarked.
A hint of relief evident in her voice.
Meanwhile, in General Manager Zhang's office, he too was rendered speechless by the data displayed in the monitoring account. The financing conditions set by Chen Ping'an were approved by Zhang, which made him particularly attentive to the situation. He was keeping an eye on Chen Ping'an's account. And although he felt some concern when 100 million was invested in Northwest Shipbuilding that morning, he understood it was a normal trading practice as long as there were no violations or significant losses. However, Zhang was utterly blindsided when he learned that by the afternoon, Northwest Shipbuilding had indeed hit its upper limit. This singular investment had netted Chen Ping'an a profit of 12 million. Zhang felt a twinge of envy as he considered the outcome. After a brief moment, he composed himself, having navigated the stock market for many years. He had witnessed such events before. It is not a great skill to earn money in the market, the true accomplishment lies in making a profit and exiting safely. Nevertheless, Chen Ping'an's maneuver opened Zhang's eyes to new possibilities. He pondered whether Chen was merely fortunate or possessed some deeper insight. Fortunately, having given Chen Ping'an a mobile phone previously, a bond had formed between them, allowing their relationship to deepen further. Unbeknownst to Chen Ping'an, who was still attending classes, he had become a millionaire. During class, it was inconvenient for him to check his phone, leaving him unaware of the stock's current status. However, if the system interface was functioning correctly, his investment in Northwest Shipbuilding should have indeed reached its upper limit. Chen Ping'an was confident in this regard. His phone vibrated, signaling the receipt of a message. Yet he chose to ignore it, focusing instead on his class. Finally, when the lesson concluded, he glanced at his phone to find a brief message from Sun Haitang. Northwest Shipbuilding has violently surged to its upper limit, yielding 12% profit. A smile crept across Chen Ping'an's face upon reading the message. His worries dissipated, his primary concern had been whether Sun Haitang followed his instructions. The results indicated that she had indeed adhered to his guidance and had not acted impulsively. She is quite commendable, he mused, planning to reward her with a token of appreciation once the trading concluded. Additionally, Chen Ping'an intended to evaluate Sun Haitang's character and capabilities. Should she prove herself worthy? He aspired to recruit her for his ventures. With a month of trading ahead, he anticipated accumulating a significant sum to invest in future entrepreneurial endeavors. Yet, Chen Ping'an found himself without a team to assist him, as his university commitments consumed his time. Sun Haitang had caught his attention. But whether she would join him depended on further assessment and her willingness. Chen Ping'an was confident he could entice her, for despite her current position at a securities firm, her remuneration was modest. As long as Chen Ping'an offered a competitive salary, attracting her would be a relatively simple matter. Such is the power of capital, with sufficient resources. Many obstacles can be easily overcome. As the countdown to the college entrance examination began, academic demands intensified. Fortunately, having enhanced his learning capabilities through a study potion, Chen Ping'an found high school subjects to be no challenge at all. His thoughts shifted from academia to future entrepreneurial aspirations, having devised several potential business ventures. However, which path to pursue remained uncertain, hinging on the profits from his current stock trading. Regardless of the venture, each represented a promising future for Chen Ping'an. While others navigate their entrepreneurial journeys cautiously, he strides confidently, standing on the shoulders of giants, well aware of the industries poised for success. Should all else fail, he could invest in the thriving sectors represented by Alibaba and Tencent, ensuring a prosperous future. As time pressed on, the school day finally drew to a close. Packing his bag, Chen Ping'an exited the classroom, only to find Lin Wanjun standing in the corridor with her backpack, her eyes lighting up with delight upon seeing him. Chapter 50, the envy of Zhang Yong's school was dismissed. Lin Wanjun awaited Chen Ping'an at the school gate. Upon spotting her, Chen Ping'an approached. Old Chen, why are you walking so briskly? Wait for me. Zhang Yong had already rushed out at this moment. I'm not walking home with you tonight. I have some matters to attend to, Chen Ping'an replied. What's the situation? Can't you return home with your good brother? Are you no longer my dear friend? Zhang Yong's face was etched with disappointment. Enough of your antics. This weekend, I'll take you to my family's internet CAF for some fun, Chen Ping'an retorted, somewhat irritated. Did you really promise I could have a blast at your internet CAF? Zhang Yong exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Chen Ping'an's family owned an internet CAF.
a fact Zhang Yang was already aware of.
Hearing Chen Ping'an's words now filled him with exhilaration.
Rest assured, I will keep my promise. The computers at the CAF are decent enough. Once I get my share of the money next month, you should buy a laptop.
Having your own laptop would be truly delightful. It's portable, so you can even take it to university with you, Chen Ping'an elaborated. Although it was only 1998,
and desktop computers were still uncommon with few internet CAFs around, laptops did exist.
However, their prices were quite steep, and their performance somewhat lacking.
Yet, they were functional,
especially due to their high portability.
Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang was filled with an almost euphoric excitement. Incredible, old Chen. No, big brother. You will be like my real elder brother from now on,
he shouted with enthusiasm.
Quiet down. If you keep making such a racket, the laptop might just slip away, Chen Ping'an cautioned.
I'll keep my mouth shut, Zhang Yang promptly covered his mouth, though suppressed laughter still escaped.
Alright, I won't chat with you any longer.
I have my own matters to attend to, so head home by yourself, Chen Ping'an waved goodbye to Zhang Yang.
He then rode his bicycle towards Lin Wanjun.
She nodded at him, her expression neutral. The two of them cycled away together, one behind the other, disappearing from the school gate.
Many students witnessed this scene.
But with the throngs of classmates leaving at this hour, few paid attention. Zhang Yang, however, wore a knowing grin. Suddenly, a cold snort pierced the air beside him. Turning his head, he saw Li Mengyun striding past him with a frosty demeanor. It was evident that she had also observed the scene.
Zhang Yang, startled by her snort,
dared not utter a word and hastily rode away on his bicycle.
How do you plan to explain this to my parents? Lin Wanjun unexpectedly asked as they rode.
I'll say I'm willing to lend you 300,000.
Does that sound alright? Chen Ping'an questioned, somewhat uncertain. Will this 300,000 need to be repaid? If not, what will my parents think? If it does need to be repaid, how will they manage that? Lin Wanjun inquired with remarkable composure.
She had pondered this question repeatedly but struggled to devise a satisfactory response.
Chapter 51, Chen Ping'an's assertiveness. Lin Wanjun, this is unacceptable. You are still young and lack understanding of many matters.
I am fully aware of the implications of this situation. You are at a significant disadvantage.
Let us proceed as I suggest. Consider this 300,000 as a loan from me.
Once you graduate from university and secure a job, you may repay me then.
However, I will clarify everything to your parents.
Trust in my eloquence, I can persuade them, Chen Ping'an stated earnestly. Lin Wanjun was undeniably beautiful, a fact that required no debate. Chen Ping'an had previously pursued her, yet she had not reciprocated his affections. Nevertheless, he could never bring himself to take advantage of her vulnerability. One must uphold righteous principles. Otherwise, one risks facing dire consequences. Thank you, Chen Ping'an, Lin Wanjun said, tears streaming down her cheeks, overwhelmed with gratitude. She had not anticipated such a selfless choice from him in this dire situation.
Let us go, we will follow through with my plan, Chen Ping'an insisted with sincerity. Lin Wanjun nodded in agreement. Lin Wanjun's home was somewhat distant, situated in an outlying area of the city. After a 20-minute bike ride from school, they finally arrived at the village.
The distance was considerable, and it was indeed a challenge for Lin Wanjun to commute such lengths daily. We have arrived, Lin Wanjun announced. Following her lead, Chen Ping'an spotted her home. They parked their bicycles outside. At this juncture, Lin Wanjun hesitated. Previously, she had displayed courage. But now that they had reached her home, the prospect of introducing Chen Ping'an made her feel timid. Come on, it's alright, I'm here, Chen Ping'an reassured her.
Bolstered by his encouragement, Lin Wanjun found her resolve. I can do this, let us go.
I will take you inside, she declared, summoning her courage.
Together, they entered her home. Daughter, you are finally back. Look, Jun has been waiting for you, Lin Wanjun's mother exclaimed upon seeing her daughter return.
Lin Wanjun turned to see a man in the room. She recognized him as Zhao Dajuan, her suitor, a man in his 40s with dark skin and many wrinkles. He wore a suit that appeared ill-fitting and wrinkled, creating a rather incongruous appearance. Furthermore, one of his legs seemed to be affected by some affliction. Zhao Dajun had promised to provide a dowry of 300,000 to marry Lin Wanjun. Her parents were quite fond of this arrangement, as such a sum was substantial in their era, where dowries could be as little as a few hundred or even a few thousand. The prospect of such wealth could transform their lives dramatically. Though they felt pangs of sympathy for their daughter, they ultimately prioritized familial welfare, even at her expense. Lin Wanjun, in her naivety, was unaware of the depths of her parents' intentions. Had it not been for Chen Ping'an's intervention, she might have indeed ended up marrying Zhao Dajun. Upon noticing Lin Wanjun's return, Zhao Dajun stood abruptly, a wide grin spreading across his face, though his injury became more apparent as he did so. Lin Wanjun's complexion paled at the sight. At that moment, Chen Ping'an, who had been following Lin Wanjun, stepped forward decisively. "Hello, uncle and auntie. I am Chen Ping'an, Lin Wanjun's classmate. I have come to propose," he declared, his words sending shockwaves through the room. Lin Wanjun's parents were taken aback, and Zhao Dajun stood frozen in disbelief. What is the meaning of this? Daughter, what is happening? Her mother stammered. Lin Wanjun's father, confined to bed due to an injury, could still hear the commotion unfolding in the living room. "Young man, what do you mean by this? Are you here to steal my fiancée?" Zhao Dajun retorted coldly. Being enamored with the young and beautiful Lin Wanjun, he had no intention of relinquishing her. "Uncle and auntie, I understand that marrying Lin Wanjun requires a dowry of 300,000. I am willing to provide that amount. Furthermore, as her classmate, I am of a similar age. If we were to unite, it would bring honor to your family. Conversely, should Lin Wanjun marry this older man, it would only bring shame to you both, and she would face a life of hardship. Look at him, disheveled and unkempt. What woman could expect a prosperous life with him? Just because he can offer 300,000 does not guarantee a good life with him. His age and appearance are not worthy of Lin Wanjun," Chen Ping'an spoke candidly. Aware of Zhao Dajun's sinister nature, Chen Ping'an felt no need for courtesy in addressing him. "What do you think you are doing? You dare speak to me in such a manner? You must be seeking death," Zhao Dajun growled, his rage evident. Chen Ping'an, unperturbed, replied, "You are nothing to me." Zhao Dajun's fury escalated, his face contorted with rage as he lunged towards Chen Ping'an, clearly intent on teaching him a lesson. "Run, Chen Ping'an," Lin Wanjun urged, realizing the imminent danger. "Run? Why would I need to flee from such a worthless man? I could dispose of him with a mere flick of my wrist," Chen Ping'an retorted coldly, seizing Zhao Dajun by the neck as if he were a mere chicken, effortlessly dragging him outside. Once outside, Chen Ping'an flung Zhao Dajun to the ground, eliciting a pained cry from him. "Zhao Dajun, Lin Wanjun will be my woman from now on. You are not to lay a finger on her, if I see you again." "I will not hesitate to teach you a lesson," Chen Ping'an warned, pointing a finger at Zhao Dajun. Zhao Dajun glared at Chen Ping'an, his teeth clenched in fury. Yet he uttered no threats, turning away and limping off in defeat. Chen Ping'an's gaze turned icy, a resolute determination etched upon his face. Chapter 52, Increasing Satisfaction. Zhao Dajun harbored deep thoughts. He was a man who could not be spared. Chen Ping'an silently concluded in his heart. It was evident that Zhao Dajun was a perverse individual, a dangerously malevolent one at that. He had developed a hatred for Chen Ping'an and likely for Lin Wanjun as well. What heinous acts could someone like him refrain from committing? Thus, it was imperative that he be eliminated. However, this was not the opportune moment to act. Chen Ping'an felt no urgency, for he had finally learned the name of his adversary, Zhao Dajun. He planned to inquire about Zhao's residence later, seeking an opportunity to deal with him. In his mind, Chen Ping'an had already sentenced Zhao Dajun to death. Lin Wanjun's mother emerged hastily, her gaze fixed vacantly on the departing Zhao Dajun. What were they to do now? She uttered a few words, clearly at a loss. After all, Zhao Dajun had promised a dowry of 300,000, which had greatly pleased the elderly couple. With his departure, it also meant forfeiting that substantial sum. Although Chen Ping'an had also claimed he could provide an equivalent dowry, he appeared to be nothing more than a child. How could he possibly have such wealth? "Uncle, aunt, I apologize, I deceived you earlier.
I have feelings for Lin Wanjun. But we are still too young to consider marriage. However, I understand that she is facing difficulties, and I am willing to offer financial assistance. This sum does not need to be repaid by Lin Wanjun, consider it a personal favor owed to me. In the future, I will start my own company. And I would like Lin Wanjun to work for me. This amount can gradually be deducted from her salary, Chen Ping'an suddenly declared. Upon hearing his words, Lin Wanjun's parents were taken aback. In truth, they held a fondness for Chen Ping'an, yet they had not anticipated such a narrative. His proposal was one they could hardly refuse, an unsolicited gift of money, and a promise that Lin Wanjun could repay it after graduating from university. Was an offer too good to decline? Are you jesting, young man? You wouldn't be deceiving us, would you? You must be aware that our family's situation is dire, and we are relying on this money to improve our lives. This is our lifeline, you cannot mislead us. Lin Wanjun's mother insisted earnestly. Of course, if you can genuinely manage this, we would not oppose your relationship with our daughter. You are indeed a far better choice than Zhao Dajuan, she added. Although Lin Wanjun's parents were intent on securing a good price for their daughter, she was still their child. Naturally, they wished for her to have a better future. Chen Ping'an's terms were evidently far superior to those offered by Zhao Dajuan, who had merely made a desperate choice. Within their acquaintance, there were no wealthy individuals. Zhao Dajuan was the most affluent among them, willing to offer such an exorbitant dowry. This was the nature of their social circle. Lin Wanjun's parents were impoverished, surrounded by others of similar means, rendering it impossible to find anyone wealthy. Even if they wished to sell their daughter for a good price, they had no potential buyers. This situation had inadvertently favored Zhao Dajuan, given Lin Wanjun's attributes. Even in this era, there would be numerous suitors willing to pay a handsome dowry. Chen Ping'an had merely been fortunate enough to cross paths with her. Of course, luck alone would not suffice. If Chen Ping'an could not muster such a sum, Lin Wanjun's parents would never agree to the arrangement. Once assured of Chen Ping'an's financial capability, Lin Wanjun's mother's smile returned. Indeed, she was rather materialistic. Chen Ping'an sighed inwardly, recognizing the hardships Lin Wanjun faced in such a family environment. It was no wonder she presented herself as aloof at school, it was perhaps better described as reclusive. Her upbringing had shaped her character in such a manner. Aunt, uncle, how is your health? Chen Ping'an inquired. About the same, we can only take it slow, Lin Wanjun's mother replied. I'll have a word with uncle, Chen Ping'an stated. In truth, he intended to offer treatment to Lin Wanjun's father. However, such matters required no lengthy explanations, it was best addressed in person. Lin Wanjun's mother would not decline Chen Ping'an's request. In the bedroom, he found Lin Wanjun's father, a tall man, aged and lined with wrinkles. Upon seeing Chen Ping'an, he became somewhat uneasy, a bashful smile gracing his face. Forgive me for the awkwardness, young man, Lin Wanjun's father said, embarrassed. Please, just call me Chen Ping'an. He replied with a smile. Very well, I shall call you Chen Ping'an, Lin Wanjun's father said, his satisfaction growing as he assessed Chen Ping'an. Although they were selling their daughter, they sought a handsome price, and having a son-in-law who was tall and handsome would certainly bring them pride. Uncle, how is your leg injury? May I take a look? Chen Ping'an asked. I have studied medicine under my elders. Lin Wanjun's father expressed some reluctance. Chen Ping'an, there is no need for an examination, my injury is quite severe and requires surgery at a hospital. Unfortunately, we lack the funds for the procedure. All the compensation we received has been spent at the hospital, yet my condition remains untreated. He sighed heavily. Chen Ping'an examined the injury, furrowing his brow. As Lin Wanjun's father had mentioned, it was indeed serious, with inadequate prior treatment. Although he had received care, it had not been sufficient, leading to a slow healing process. According to current medical standards, multiple surgeries would be necessary. Fortunately, Chen Ping'an had arrived. Chapter 53, Healing a Leg Injury. Uncle, I can treat your injury. There is no need to go to the hospital. Even if you undergo surgery, your leg may never fully recover. Even after a successful operation, you will likely walk with a limp, and the leg will lose its strength, Chen Ping'an stated candidly. Are you serious, Xiao Chen? Lin Wanjun's father asked, astonished. He found it hard to believe such a dire outcome. He had thought that spending money on hospital treatment would ensure the preservation of his leg. What I say is true, and I have no reason to deceive you. Rest assured, with my help, your leg will be saved. Now, please lie still while I perform the treatment. I will need to apply pressure to several acupoints on your body to alleviate your pain, Chen Ping'an declared without seeking his consent. Before Lin Wanjuan's father could fully comprehend the situation, Chen Ping'an swiftly pressed several acupoints on him. Understanding the potential for endless complications, Chen Ping'an acted decisively, first applying pressure to the acupoints. After doing so, Lin Wanjuan's father lost control over his body. With rapid, somewhat rough movements, Chen Ping'an removed all the bandages and bindings from Lin Wanjuan's father's leg. Then, under the astonished gaze of Lin Wanjuan's father, he began to realign the bones of his foot. Performing manual bone realignment is an ancient skill in traditional Chinese medicine. However, in modern society, practitioners of this technique have become increasingly rare, especially those who excel in it. Chen Ping'an, however, was among the elite, possessing remarkable medical skills. While Western medicine requires invasive surgery to realign bones piece by piece, Chen Ping'an managed it effortlessly and without complication. Once the bones were properly aligned, Chen Ping'an utilized his qi from the longevity technique to repair the wounds. This technique can both harm and heal human organs, and combined with Chen Ping'an's medical expertise, it yielded astonishing results. Throughout the treatment, due to the acupoint pressure, Lin Wanjuan's father felt no discomfort. Indeed, he was entirely numbed. His body rendered unresponsive as his nervous control was temporarily severed. A skilled martial artist can easily end a life. Chen Ping'an could, with a heavier hand, have severed his father-in-law's nerves, leaving him paralyzed for life. However, he would never resort to such cruelty against his own father-in-law. Approximately 10 minutes later, Chen Ping'an completed the treatment and rewrapped the bandages. Uncle, you must not move your leg for the next 2 weeks. During this time, remain in bed and refrain from any activity. After 2 weeks, you should be able to move about a bit. I will prescribe some medicine for you. Taking it regularly will expedite your recovery, he advised. Xiao Chen, why do I feel so numb all over? Lin Wanjuan's father stammered, his voice laced with fear. Uncle, I've realigned your leg, and it will still hurt quite a bit. I applied pressure to your acupoints to spare you from pain temporarily. Just relax. In 2 to 3 hours, your body will return to normal, though the pain will return as well. You'll need to endure it, Chen Ping'an explained, acknowledging that this process was unavoidable. I see, that reassures me, Lin Wanjuan's father sighed in relief. So, is my leg healed? Do I still need to go to the hospital? He asked uncertainly. I have treated you, there is no need for a hospital visit, Chen Ping'an affirmed earnestly. Rest easy. Uncle, I would never deceive you regarding such matters. Previously, Lin Wanjuan's father would have doubted Chen Ping'an's words, but after witnessing his acupoint technique and remarkable healing methods, he found himself believing in Chen Ping'an's abilities. The cost of treatment had also weighed heavily on his mind. He knew that hospital procedures would cost him several thousand yuan, depleting his savings. Now, however, he was relieved to avoid that expense, a tremendous blessing for someone of his modest means. Thus, Lin Wanjuan's father chose to trust Chen Ping'an. Xiao Chun, I don't know how to express my gratitude, he admitted somewhat bashfully. Uncle, there's no need for such formality, Chen Ping'an smiled softly. I wish you could be my son-in-law, Lin Wanjuan's father remarked hastily. At that moment, Lin Wanjuan and her mother finally entered the room. Lin Wanjuan had witnessed the treatment but had not dared to intervene while Chen Ping'an was at work. Now that the procedure was complete, the mother and daughter hurried inside. Chen Ping'an, you are not joking, are you? My father's leg cannot be treated carelessly, Lin Wanjuan said, her eyes glistening with concern. Trust me. I would never jest about such matters. If anything were to happen to Uncle's leg, I would take care of him for life, Chen Ping'an responded reassuringly. Lin Wanjuan shot him a reproachful glance, but it was evident that her anger was feigned. It's getting late, I should head back now. On the table, I've left a prescription for you, please remember to have it filled tomorrow. Rest assured, the herbal medicine I prescribed is quite affordable, around 100 yuan, I estimate. Chen Ping'an assured them. Indeed, the realm of traditional Chinese medicine can be quite complex. Using rare herbs can skyrocket costs, while ordinary ingredients can be very economical. Chen Ping'an's prescription contained no rare materials, ensuring its affordability.
Thank you, Chen Ping'an, Lin Wanjun said gratefully.
Why not stay for a meal? Lin Wanjuan's mother suggested eagerly. Auntie.
Perhaps another time, it is getting rather late. I will come back soon, Chen Ping'an replied hastily.
That's fine.
My dear, please see him out properly, Lin Wanjuan's mother urged.
Chapter 54, Taking Action Tonight. By the way, Aunt, do you know where Zhao Dajuan resides?
I am concerned that he may cause trouble for you or even for me in the future. Therefore, I wish to inquire about his character and at least ascertain his address.
Chen Ping'an casually inquired as he approached the door.
Lin Wanjuan's mother paused momentarily,
but did not dwell on it. After hearing Chen Ping'an's explanation, she promptly divulged Zhao Dajuan's address.
He resides not far away, just 2 streets over, in another urban village.
The address is 85, Yanghe Road. Chen Ping'an memorized the address, expressed his gratitude, and then rode away on his bicycle.
Dear,
can you really rely on this classmate of yours? Lin Wanjuan's mother sighed after Chen Ping'an departed, still feeling uneasy.
He is quite dependable, I trust him, Lin Wanjun replied, hesitating for only a second before speaking with conviction. You chose this man yourself. Whether you endure hardship or enjoy a good life in the future is entirely up to you.
As your mother, I can only let you make your own choices. Her mother sighed again.
Mom, I understand, Lin Wanjun murmured, her head bowed.
If she had a choice, would she have made such a selection?
Yet, she felt powerless. Had it not been for Chen Ping'an's appearance, she would have been wed to Zhao Dajuan.
Choosing Chen Ping'an over Zhao Dajuan was her decision.
It was a simple choice between two, and she chose Chen Ping'an. Moreover, Chen Ping'an had mentioned that the money he lent her was temporary. Once she earned her own income in college, she could repay him. At that time, she could explain everything to her parents.
After departing on his bicycle, Chen Ping'an did not head straight home. Instead, he took a detour towards Zhao Dajuan's residence. 10 minutes later, he arrived at Yanghe Street.
Chen Ping'an had visited this area several times before and was familiar with it. Previously, there had been a food street filled with delightful delicacies that he often frequented. Although he had not come to Yanghe Street as often, he still knew the general route. Furthermore, he had already learned Zhao Dajuan's house number. The location of Yanghe Street was somewhat secluded, yet easy to find, as it was built alongside a small river. Once he located the river, finding Yanghe Street would be straightforward. Upon reaching 55, Yanghe Street, Chen Ping'an glanced at the house number and continued his search.
It did not take long before he found 85, Yanghe Road. Observing his surroundings, he noticed the absence of surveillance cameras.
Fortunately, it was 1998. And the prevalence of cameras was quite low, most streets lacked them, which facilitated his actions. Zhao Dajuan's residence was a standalone courtyard, which was good news for Chen Ping'an. However, a piece of bad news soon followed. Zhao Dajuan was not home. Standing at the entrance, Chen Ping'an could sense that no one was inside. Although the house was empty, a dog was present. As Chen Ping'an approached the door, the dog in the yard began barking furiously at him. Realizing that Zhao Dajuan was not at home, Chen Ping'an cursed under his breath and left, as his mother was waiting for him at home to have dinner. He had no time to linger. Nonetheless, he had successfully determined Zhao Dajuan's location, and a plan began to form in his mind.
Unobtrusively,
Chen Ping'an mounted his bicycle and rode home.
Where have you been? It's late, I was worried sick and almost went to the school to look for you. Upon entering,
his mother, Yu Xiuying, scolded him immediately. Usually, he would have returned by this time, but today he was an hour late, which explained her distress.
Mom, it's not my fault. The teacher assigned us a test paper that we had to complete at school before coming home. Please understand, the college entrance examination is approaching.
So the teachers are intensifying our workload, Chen Ping'an quickly explained.
Is that true? You aren't deceiving me, are you? Yu Xiuying asked skeptically. If you don't believe me,
you can ask our teacher at school tomorrow, Chen Ping'an asserted confidently. Or you can tell the teacher not to assign us extra homework and to allow us to leave school on time every day, he added.
That won't work.
The entrance exam is imminent, and you must increase your study intensity, Yu Xiaoying replied promptly. Never mind, just hurry up and eat, she waved her hand, finally letting Chen Ping'an off the hook. Chen Ping'an smiled inwardly, thinking it was easy to handle. The food had cooled somewhat, but he was not concerned and devoured it heartily. After dinner, he retreated to his room to study. As the clock struck 10 p.m., Chen Ping'an finished washing up and returned to his bedroom, ready for sleep. An hour later, at 11 p.m., the house lay in darkness and silence. The door to Chen Ping'an's bedroom creaked open. Dressed in dark sportswear and wearing a mask, he emerged. Revenge is a dish best served cold, a gentleman takes 10 years. While a villain seeks immediate retribution. Chen Ping'an did not consider himself a gentleman, he preferred to act like a villain. Therefore, he believed that vengeance should not wait. Zhao Dajuan needed to be dealt with tonight. Pausing at the door, Chen Ping'an listened intently to the sounds from his mother's bedroom. It was already 11 p.m. and she had long since fallen into a deep slumber. Chen Ping'an quietly stepped out of his home. Once outside, he walked briskly towards the community exit. There were no security guards at the entrance, but to be cautious, he opted to scale the wall. The 2-meter-high fence was easily surmountable for him. After climbing over the wall, Chen Ping'an made his way towards Zhao Dajuan's home. This time, he chose not to ride his bicycle. Yet his walking pace was as swift as if he were cycling. The night air at 11 p.m. felt desolate, with hardly any pedestrians in sight. Nevertheless, Chen Ping'an moved with great caution, sticking to the corners to avoid detection. Half an hour later, he arrived at Zhao Dajuan's doorstep. As he approached, the dog in the yard began to bark. With a leap, Chen Ping'an vaulted over the yard wall, landing inside Zhao Dajuan's courtyard. Upon landing, the large black dog charged at him. Chen Ping'an shot a cold glance at the dog, raised his foot, and kicked it away. With just one kick, the dog fell lifelessly to the ground. The yard fell silent immediately. Chen Ping'an slowly made his way towards the bedroom, but it was eerily quiet. Zhao Dajuan had yet to return. Chen Ping'an's frustration grew as he began to curse under his breath. Chapter 55, Good night, Zhao Dajuan. Cursing aside, Chen Ping'an's patience was unwavering. Since Zhao Dajuan had not yet returned, he deemed it inconsequential and chose to wait. Chen Ping'an had resolved that he must confront him this evening. The thought of not doing so would disturb his rest. As the hours dragged on, 2 more passed before the sound of the door creaking open echoed through the silence. Stumbling in, reeking of alcohol, Zhao Dajuan finally made his entrance. It appeared that after leaving Lin Wanjun's home, he had sought out his drinking companions. A band of revelers adept at whiling away the hours over copious amounts of alcohol. After indulging in their libations for several hours, he returned home inebriated, oblivious to the grim reality that his dog had been brutally killed. Even more so, he failed to notice the presence of another in his abode. A figure advancing towards him. Who the hell are you? Are you here to steal from me? Zhao Dajuan squinted, irritation etched on his face. Mistaking Chen Ping'an for a thief. Little did he know that the stranger had come to collect a grim debt. With a firm grip on Zhao Dajuan's neck, Chen Ping'an effortlessly dragged him toward the bedroom. Despite Zhao Dajuan's robust physique, he offered no resistance against Chen Ping'an's strength and was tossed onto the bed with ease. Who the hell are you? Are you seeking death? Zhao Dajuan slurred, still inebriated and belligerent. Chen Ping'an, unfazed, pressed several points on his body, not aiming to inflict harm but rather to jolt him awake. Remarkably, this method proved effective, and within a few brief moments, Zhao Dajuan's intoxication began to fade. Do I know you? What do you want? Aware of the precarious situation, Zhao Dajuan's bravado wavered upon recognizing Chen Ping'an. Though unfamiliar with his background, he was acutely aware that this was the man who had taken his wife. The late hour in Chen Ping'an's sudden appearance heightened his sense of foreboding. Nevertheless, Zhao Dajuan's arrogance lingered. He dismissed Chen Ping'an's presence, perceiving him as merely a timid youth lacking the capacity for violence. I know you. You're quite bold to steal my woman. Let me tell you, I won't spare you. I will kill you and your entire family. Just wait. You'll all die, he spat venomously. In stark contrast, Chen Ping'an remained composed, resolute in his purpose.
Do you understand why I roused you? Killing you while you were inebriated would have been effortless. But I won't grant you such an easy demise. I intend to wake you fully and then subject you to torment. Let me enlighten you on how you will perish. I will sever your tendons and spinal nerves, rendering you a paralyzed shell, incapable of movement. I've heard your parents are deceased and your relations are strained. Should you find yourself paralyzed at home? Who will bring you sustenance? If someone does, you may live like a dog, but if no one comes, you will starve here to death. Chen Ping'an's words dripped with a chilling malice that overshadowed Zhao Dajuan's threats. That is impossible. Don't try to intimidate me with your empty words. Do you think I'm easily frightened? Come on then, I want to see if you have the guts to act against me. Have you ever killed a chicken? You wouldn't dare to kill a man, would you?
Zhao Dajuan scoffed, his face a mask of disdain, incredulous at Chen Ping'an's claims.
Chen Ping'an merely smiled. Offering no rebuttal, for explanations were futile, action was his intent.
Before Zhao Dajuan could fully comprehend the situation, Chen Ping'an grasped his arm and, with a deft motion, severed the nerves in his wrist using his qi. This technique was exquisite, allowing him to slice through the subdermal nerves without leaving a trace detectable by modern medicine. Even upon autopsy, the cause of death would remain elusive, with findings suggesting he had starved.
Chen Ping'an worked swiftly, severing the nerves in Zhao Dajuan's limbs,
ensuring a thorough paralysis. While he could have simply severed the spinal cord, he opted for a more meticulous approach, prioritizing assurance.
With every nerve rendered useless, Zhao Dajuan was left entirely immobilized. What are you doing to me? What is happening? Zhao Dajuan howled, now resembling a rabid dog. Chen Ping'an allowed the cacophony to continue.
Having noted the isolation of their surroundings, no one would hear him in this desolate location.
After severing the spinal nerves,
Chen Ping'an turned his attention to the nerves in Zhao Dajuan's head. A few precise movements rendered him mute, his ability to speak annihilated.
Lying silently on the bed,
the only movement left in Zhao Dajuan were his frantic, fear-filled eyes. He longed to plead for mercy, yet found himself utterly powerless.
I am leaving now. Relish your future existence. I never intended to kill you, merely to instill fear. However, your threats were taken to heart. Thus, for the safety of my family, I had no choice but to act. Good night, Zhao Dajuan.
Chapter 56, The Enchanting Farm. After a night devoid of conversation, Chen Ping'an awoke the next day, having indulged in a beautiful dream. At last, he had avenged Lin Wanjuan's past grievances against Zhao Dajuan.
Although Chen Ping'an did not personally end Zhao Dajuan's life, the outcome was virtually the same.
Zhao Dajuan was now completely severed from all bodily functions, unable to move or speak, confined to his own bed, quietly awaiting death. His demise would be a rather tragic one. If no one discovered him, he would perish from starvation within his own home.
Under ordinary circumstances,
one might expect that he would have friends who would come looking for him, thus providing him a glimmer of hope for survival.
However,
it was highly unlikely that anyone would seek him out, as Zhao Dajuan's door was firmly locked. Even if someone were to come knocking, Zhao Dajuan, now a cripple,
lay helplessly in his bed, unable to seek assistance or let anyone in. His fate was almost predetermined. He would languish and ultimately starve to death,
with only the stench of decay to alert the neighbors to his tragic end.
Chen Ping'an felt no concern that this matter would implicate him,
as he had not directly taken Zhao Dajuan's life. Given the investigative capabilities of the era, it was improbable that he would be linked to Zhao Dajuan's demise.
Responding to his mother's calls, Chen Ping'an rose, dressed, and washed up.
After enjoying breakfast, he rode his bicycle to school. Zhang Yang was waiting outside his home, as usual, a testament to their steadfast friendship.
Hey, Chen, what is going on between you and Lin Wanjun?
Zhang Yang inquired, drawing closer on his bike, his expression somewhat lewd, leaving Chen Ping'an to wonder what was on his mind. Old Chen, I've noticed you're quite impressive now, Zhang Yang remarked, a hint of excitement in his voice.
Only just realizing this?
Your perception must be lacking. I've always been impressive, you know, Chen Ping'an replied with a grin.
The two friends bantered jovially, swiftly making their way to school.
At 8 o'clock, the morning reading session commenced, Chen Ping'an's favorite time of the day, for it was when the system refreshed its offerings. Today presented him with 4 brand new items: the fully upgraded powerful palm, a premium embroidered spring knife, an enchanting farm, and a Barrett sniper rifle. The emergence of these 4 items filled Chen Ping'an with delight. While the premium embroidered spring knife was rather ordinary, the other 3 items were extraordinary. The fully upgraded powerful palm held considerable allure, promising to enhance Chen Ping'an's combat abilities. Yet, upon reflection, he realized he would have little use for such martial skills in modern society. The same reasoning applied to the spring knife. The true intrigue lay in the last 2 items, the enchanting farm and the Barrett sniper rifle. Like many boys, Chen Ping'an had a fascination with firearms. And the formidable presence of the sniper rifle was undeniable. However, his attention gravitated more towards the enchanting farm. Chen Ping'an was eager to uncover the nature of this enchanting farm. Each system item came with a brief description, and he needed only to peruse this to understand the farm's essence. Upon reading the introduction, he gasped in astonishment. The enchanting farm was a real-life version of QQ Farm. It was remarkably impressive. The enchanting farm boasted capabilities for both cultivation and livestock management, with crops maturing at an astonishingly rapid pace. While rice cultivation typically required several months to yield a harvest, within the enchanting farm, the process could be completed in mere days. Furthermore, the farm featured a one-click planting and harvesting function. The system interface provided only basic information, and Chen Ping'an would need to purchase the enchanting farm to explore its full potential. Nevertheless, he had already made a decision: he would acquire this enchanting farm, for it was undoubtedly the most valuable item available. With a mere $1, he purchased the enchanting farm. The thrill of the system lay in its pricing. Any item could be procured for just a single dollar, without any hidden costs. "Congratulations, host, on acquiring the enchanting farm," the system announced. And a new functional button labeled Enchanting Farm appeared on the interface. Chen Ping'an eagerly activated the button, revealing a watercolor-style animation of the farm. This was the enchanting farm, sprawling with ample land and abundant space, far surpassing QQ Farm. The farm featured mountains, rivers, and vast fields, replete with lush pastures. Yet, everything appeared desolate, with weeds overtaking the fields. After examining the functionalities, Chen Ping'an quickly grasped how to utilize the enchanting farm. He could engage in both planting and raising livestock. But seeds and young animals would require purchase. Fortunately, he could buy them directly through the system interface without needing to spend money externally. Once he acquired seeds and young animals, he could begin his agricultural pursuits. As he attended classes, Chen Ping'an found joy in managing the enchanting farm, which operated similarly to QQ Farm. He quickly became adept at its mechanics. However, he soon realized that maintaining the enchanting farm could be quite costly, as all seeds required financial investment. The farm operated on cash, and a cash recharge window allowed him to add funds directly. Unfortunately, Chen Ping'an's finances were limited, and he could only load $100, barely familiarizing himself with the operations. To truly excel in managing the enchanting farm, he would need to invest more money. Chapter 57. I went to treat patients. After some time of exploration, Chen Ping'an finally grasped the fundamental functions of the magical farm. Initially, the magical farm spanned an area of 100 acres, featuring a pond, a pasture, and a livestock shed. These constituted the farm's original possessions. However, the magical farm could be expanded, albeit at a cost. For instance, cultivating additional farmland was entirely feasible, yet the expenses were considerable: 10,000 yuan per acre. Such a price was exorbitant for Chen Ping'an at this moment. Yet, from another perspective, the farmland within the magical farm was entirely his private property. Purchasing an acre for 10,000 yuan allowed for perpetual use without any constraints. In the absence of limitations, this could be deemed quite a bargain. Most importantly, the growth rate of crops within the magical farm was astonishingly rapid, 10 times faster than in the outside world. For example, while it took 150 days to harvest rice outside, it required merely 15 days within the magical farm, all without the application of any fertilizers. If fertilizers were purchased for irrigation, the growth rate would accelerate even further, although fertilizers also incurred costs. This magical farm bore an undeniable resemblance to QQ Farm, where every item necessitated expenditure, and the payment was always in cash. Despite the need for financial outlay, Chen Ping'an felt that the value was evident. The soil of the magical farm was exceptionally fertile, yielding bountiful harvests. And according to the system's explanation, there was a certain probability that the crops produced would be of exceptional quality. The exquisite peaches and apples Chen Ping'an had previously acquired were indeed products of the magical farm. However, Chen Ping'an was still unaware of the specifics, as he had yet to engage in substantial cultivation. Although he had sown a few fruits and vegetables, he had not yet reaped any harvest, leaving the actual situation in an ambiguous phase. Nonetheless, the immense potential of the magical farm was already apparent to Chen Ping'an. The possibility of unlimited expansion of the farm's land, contingent upon financial resources, was a tantalizing prospect. If, in the future, his wealth were sufficient, he could purchase an astounding 100 million acres of land. With the magical farm's tenfold growth speed, he could harvest rice or wheat after merely 15 days. This cycle could be repeated indefinitely, allowing Chen Ping'an to potentially sustain the entire world. The mere thought of such a scenario left him breathless. However, whether to pursue such an audacious endeavor remained a different matter. After all, if Chen Ping'an were to engage in such ostentatious activities, it was likely that governments worldwide would seek to complicate his life. In summary, Chen Ping'an was now certain that the magical farm was indeed remarkable. Although large-scale cultivation was not yet feasible, small-scale planting posed no issues. With 100 acres at his disposal, he could easily address his family's dietary needs through the magical farm. Moreover, he could also provide for his relatives and friends. However, this thought was quickly extinguished by Chen Ping'an himself. Some matters appear simple in contemplation but are fraught with difficulties in execution. Secretly consuming a small amount for oneself was inconsequential, but distributing vegetables and fruits to relatives and friends could lead to complications. Thus, certain thoughts were best left unacted upon. Chen Ping'an envisioned how to utilize the 100 acres, planning to cultivate vegetables and fruits he desired. However, at present, he had only planted a few acres due to insufficient funds. Both seeds and cultivation required expenditure, indeed. The magical farm was a voracious consumer of gold. As Chen Ping'an immersed himself in studying the magical farm, he was startled to realize that class had already concluded. Suddenly, Li Mengyun approached him and inquired, "What is going on between you and Lin Wanjun?" "What do you mean?" Chen Ping'an feigned ignorance, finding the question bewildering. "I saw you both riding off together last night. Are you planning to pursue Lin Wanjun?" Li Mengyun asked, her expression calm. "That's not the case at all. You must be mistaken. Lin Wanjun's father is ill, and their situation is dire. They cannot afford medical treatment. She heard I have some medical skills, so she asked me to visit her home to treat her father," Chen Ping'an replied, weaving a story that, while misleading, contained a kernel of truth. "Who do you think you are to be summoned for medical assistance?" Li Mengyun scoffed. "Though I am not a doctor, I have studied medicine, and I dare say my skills surpass those of most physicians. Lin Wanjun sought me out precisely because of this. Besides, you know her personality. Do you think she would associate with me without reason?" Chen Ping'an countered. "Do you truly believe Lin Wanjun would be interested in me?" This question caught Li Mengyun off guard. Familiar with both Lin Wanjun and Chen Ping'an, she recognized that they were unlikely companions. Although not classmates, they were in the same grade and thus had some familiarity. Li Mengyun was aware that Lin Wanjun was an aloof beauty, seldom seen in close company with any male. Under typical circumstances, it seemed implausible that Lin Wanjun would develop an interest in Chen Ping'an. After pondering, Li Mengyun concluded that it was indeed unlikely for Lin Wanjun to have feelings for him. Could it be that Chen Ping'an was speaking the truth? This thought plunged her into self-doubt. "You claim to possess medical skills, then please tell me what ailment I have," Li Mengyun asked with a hint of arrogance. "Certainly. Your issue is not significant. Come closer, and I shall whisper it to you," Chen Ping'an replied softly. "Is it truly necessary to be so close?" Li Mengyun pouted, though she found herself inching closer nonetheless. "You experience menstrual pain every month. Am I correct?" Chen Ping'an smiled. At this, Li Mengyun's face flushed crimson. For he had indeed hit the nail on the head, she did suffer from such discomfort monthly. Chapter 58. Back to the rooftop. Menstrual pain is a common ailment among girls, yet Li Mengyun finds it rather peculiar.
Naturally, as a young woman,
she feels a twinge of embarrassment when this topic arises. Your condition is not severe, I can treat it, Chen Ping'an gently assures her.
Just give me your hand, and I will massage it for a while.
Once I apply pressure to the acupoints, you will feel significantly better. Then, I will prescribe a remedy for you to follow for a month, and your ailment will be completely resolved.
Are you trying to deceive me? Li Mengyun expresses her skepticism. Why would I need to lie to you? Moreover, such matters cannot be fabricated.
If I fail to help you, feel free to hit me, Chen Ping'an confidently replies. I wouldn't want to dirty my hands by striking you, Li Mengyun retorts playfully. However, after saying this, she furtively glances around, noticing the gaze of several classmates upon them, which makes her feel even more self-conscious. This isn't the right time, let's discuss it over lunch.
If you can truly cure my ailment, I'll treat you to a meal, she proposes before swiftly departing. Chen Ping'an chuckles softly, shaking his head.
Li Mengyun and Lin Wanjun are the school's two most admired beauties, and no boy can resist their allure. Zhang Yon, of course, is no exception. His admiration, however, is innocent and devoid of romantic intentions.
Yet, this does not prevent him from envying Chen Ping'an.
You're impressive, Zhang Yon acknowledges, giving Chen Ping'an a thumbs up, his expression filled with admiration.
Their silent exchange conveys a mutual understanding.
During lunch, Chen Ping'an takes the initiative to approach Li Mengyun. They sit together, marking the first time they share a table.
Chen Ping'an is at ease, while Li Mengyun feels increasingly uneasy, as if the other students are mocking her.
Li Mengyun, are you being secretive?
Are you hiding something? Chen Ping'an teasingly inquires.
She merely rolls her eyes at him, responding, you're the one with secrets.
Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Let us eat first.
Afterward, we should find a secluded spot for your treatment. Your time of the month is approaching, and if we don't address it soon, you'll suffer for a while. Chen Ping'an lowers his voice, making her blush deeply.
How does a boy know so much about this?
She murmurs through clenched teeth, her frustration adorably evident.
I'm a doctor, how could I not be informed about such matters? I understand your condition better than you do. Hurry up and eat.
You won't enjoy the consequences if it flares up, Chen Ping'an states matter-of-factly.
Li Mengyun's expression shifts suddenly as she feels a slight ache in her lower abdomen,
the harbinger of her impending discomfort.
You're surprisingly accurate, she concedes.
Now, please take my hand, help me alleviate this. This time, she willingly extends her wrist, and Chen Ping'an takes her delicate hand, applying pressure to several acupoints. As he massages, he gently channels his energy into her.
In just 2 minutes,
Li Mengyun is astonished to find her pain has subsided. You truly possess some skill, I feel no pain at all, she exclaims, her surprise evident.
This relief is temporary.
Let us finish our meal, then find a private area for further treatment.
Remember to drink warm water during the day and avoid getting cold tonight.
I will also prepare a prescription for you, ensure your family picks up the medicine as per the instructions I will provide. You must take it consistently for a month. Your condition isn't a true illness, it stems from a weaker constitution and coldness in your body, leading to these symptoms. The remedy I'll prescribe is designed to strengthen your body, thus alleviating your issues, Chen Ping'an elaborates. Thank you, Li Mengyun replies, her spirits lifted. This ailment has plagued her for quite some time. She had previously consulted her mother and sought medical advice, but the treatments offered little relief. Each time she stopped taking medication, the discomfort returned, resulting in a relentless cycle of suffering. Listening to Chen Ping'an's confident explanation ignites a flicker of hope within her. I hope this time it truly works, she silently wishes. After their meal, they quickly depart together. Let us go to the rooftop, it's deserted there, Chen Ping'an suggests. Li Mengyun hesitates, feeling shy, but ultimately agrees, albeit requesting that they walk separately.
Chen Ping'an, slightly bemused, complies. He ascends to the rooftop first, followed by Li Mengyun.
Returning to this familiar place evokes an indescribable feeling in Chen Ping'an, as it is where he experienced his rebirth and confronted Zhang Lei and his gang.
I wonder how Zhang Lei is doing now.
If all goes well, he should still be in the hospital, he muses.
But quickly dispels the thought upon noticing Li Mengyun's arrival. Come here, let me treat you, he beckons her. You're not planning anything strange, are you? She asks warily as she arrives. Why would you think that? We've been classmates for 3 years, you should know me by now, he responds with exasperation. That is not certain, one can never fully know another, she pouts. Enough with the hesitation, let us get on with it, Chen Ping'an insists. Moving closer to take her hand and begin the treatment. Initially embarrassed, Li Mengyun soon finds herself relaxing, as his technique is incredibly soothing. Chapter 59, I will not be a doctor. It would be such a pity if you don't become a doctor in the future. After all, your medical skills are exceptional. If you choose not to pursue medicine, it would be a waste of your talents, Li Mengyun praised earnestly. Her words held no hint of jest. She genuinely believed in Chen Ping'an's remarkable abilities as a physician. Having seen numerous doctors before, none had been able to remedy her minor ailment until she encountered Chen Ping'an, who swiftly alleviated her discomfort. Li Mengyun was acutely aware of the extent of his medical prowess, having experienced it firsthand. Becoming a doctor? That is an impossibility for me. I aspire only to be wealthy. Why would I toil like a servant for others? Chen Ping'an retorted disdainfully. That's nonsense. How could being a doctor equate to servitude? Li Mengyun countered. Chen Ping'an merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate. For the average person, being a doctor is a prestigious profession. Yet to those in the upper echelons of society, doctors are merely laborers. Do you feel better now? Chen Ping'an inquired after a moment. Much better. Which is why I insist you should consider becoming a doctor. Your skills are truly impressive, Li Mengyun urged once more. Please, let's change the subject. This conversation holds little interest for me. What about discussing the type of boy you prefer? Chen Ping'an asked with a mischievous grin. What I like in a boy is none of your business. Why ask so many questions? Li Mengyun replied, casting him an exasperated glance. I was simply curious. No need to be so dramatic. Why the eye roll? Chen Ping'an chuckled. I will not engage in a romantic relationship during high school. At least, not until I attend university. For now, we can only be good friends, understand? Li Mengyun stated earnestly. I understand, rest assured. I completely grasp your perspective. Chen Ping'an nodded in agreement. So, can we consider ourselves good friends now? Let us say we can, Li Mengyun replied softly. Then as a good friend, allow me to perform a magic trick. Would you like to see? Chen Ping'an proposed with a smile. Look at my hands, they are empty. But now, do you see a peach appearing in my hand? In an instant, a peach materialized in his previously empty hands. How did you do that? Can you really perform magic? Li Mengyun asked, astonished. Let me see that peach, it couldn't possibly be a prop, could it? Rest assured, it is no mere prop. This is a genuine peach. And it's edible. Take a bite and see for yourself, Chen Ping'an said, offering the peach to Li Mengyun. Is it real or fake? Don't deceive me. She questioned skeptically as she accepted the fruit. Is it real? Just take a bite and you'll know. Go on, try it, he encouraged with a grin. Li Mengyun examined the peach closely, her conviction growing that it was indeed real. The enticing aroma wafted from it, making her mouth water. Well, I suppose I shall give it a try, she decided, carefully taking a bite. With just that single bite, she confirmed its authenticity. It was delicious. The quality of the peach was evident, and she could now assert with certainty that it was indeed real, surpassing any peach she had ever tasted in her life. This peach is exquisite, just as delightful as the apple you gave me last time. Do you have more? Please give me some to take home for my mother. Li Mengyun insisted. Of course, my esteemed class beauty, Chen Ping'an teased. Enough with the flattery. Stop joking around, she scolded, though an unusual feeling stirred within her. All right. I'll heed your request and remain silent, Chen Ping'an quickly acquiesced, mimicking a zipper motion across his lips. As they shared laughter and light-hearted banter, Li Mengyun finished the peach, leaving no remnants behind. They departed together, with Li Mengyun leading the way and Chen Ping'an following closely behind. However, as Chen Ping'an descended from the rooftop,
he paused in surprise upon encountering Lin Wanjun. She glanced at him briefly before turning away, her expression composed. Chen Ping'an exhaled in resignation. It was a situation beyond his control.
Chapter 60, Movie Night. Chen Ping'an sought an opportunity to explain himself to Lin Wanjun.
Yet it seemed as though she was deliberately evading him. Even until the end of school, he struggled to find a moment to approach her.
You aren't angry, are you? Or perhaps you're feeling jealous?
He whispered, trailing alongside her.
I'm neither angry nor jealous, Lin Wanjun replied tersely.
However, her expression betrayed her true feelings, revealing unmistakable signs of displeasure.
Can we not hold back and just talk things out? Chen Ping'an suggested calmly. What do you mean by that?
You went to my house to propose, and then turned around to take Li Mengyun up to the rooftop.
Who knows what you two did there?
Lin Wanjuan's face remained impassive. Deep down, she was indeed feeling jealous, a sentiment that, undoubtedly, was a privilege of being a girl. The sight of Chen Ping'an laughing and chatting with Li Mengyun stirred a pang of discomfort within her, akin to having something precious snatched away.
In essence, Lin Wanjun was grappling with jealousy, regardless of her feelings towards Chen Ping'an.
The fact that he had proposed to her and promised a betrothal gift meant that she had already claimed a place for him in her heart. Thus, seeing him close to another woman was unbearable for her.
I've been pursuing Li Mengyun because I like her, but she doesn't return my feelings.
I once liked you and tried to win your heart, but you turned me down. If you had accepted my proposal to be my girlfriend back then,
none of this with Li Mengyun would have happened.
I would have devoted myself entirely to you, he continued earnestly.
Are you implying that this is all my fault? Lin Wanjun retorted, speechless.
No, the fault lies with me.
I failed to manage my emotions properly.
Please give me some time, I will sort this out.
Chen Ping'an replied with sincerity.
Furthermore, my relationship with Li Mengyun is entirely innocent, you know she doesn't have an interest in me. Lin Wanjun was at a loss for words, yet found some merit in Chen Ping'an's reasoning. Don't be upset, it's not worth it to fight over such matters. By the way, we haven't had a meal together or watched a movie. How about I treat you to dinner tonight, and then we can watch a film together? He proposed.
You make it sound so convoluted.
Fine, let's go with that, Lin Wanjun sighed softly, deciding not to overthink it.
I'll accompany you home to inform your parents. Then we can go out for dinner and the movie.
Afterward, I'll return you home. Titanic is quite popular these days, have you seen it?
Chen Ping'an suddenly inquired.
He had just realized that Titanic was indeed released this year.
I've heard of it but haven't seen it.
I've heard it's quite good, Lin Wanjun admitted, her interest piqued. Many of her classmates had seen it, but due to her family's circumstances, she had never visited a cinema.
Chen Ping'an's invitation to watch Titanic sparked a newfound desire within her to see the film.
No refusals, it's settled, Chen Ping'an insisted playfully.
Lin Wanjun did not decline,
which was tantamount to acceptance. They rode together towards her home, during which Chen Ping'an took out his phone to call his mother.
Mom!
I'm going to the movies with a female classmate, so I'll be home a bit late, he said quietly.
What? You rascal! Just be careful.
His mother's surprised voice responded, quickly becoming admonishing. This illustrated the difference between boys and girls. If a girl were to go out with a male classmate, her mother would certainly disapprove. Yet, the scenario shifted dramatically when the roles were reversed. And Chen Ping'an's mother was thrilled at the prospect of him going out with a girl. Once he had assured his mother, Chen Ping'an felt a sense of relief.
Lin Wanjun overheard the conversation, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. They exchanged light banter as they continued cycling toward her home. Upon arriving,
Lin Wanjuan's mother greeted Chen Ping'an warmly. She even offered him dinner, but Chen Ping'an politely declined, as he preferred not to miss out on a better meal and the opportunity to deepen their connection.
After some persuasion, Lin Wanjun's mother relented. Shouldn't you leave your backpack at my house?
Lin Wanjun asked, noticing the large bag he carried.
No need, watch closely as I perform a magic trick. Chen Ping'an replied with a smile, then recited incantations dramatically.
Suddenly, his backpack vanished.
What?
Where did your backpack go?
Lin Wanjun exclaimed in astonishment, approaching him to investigate.
She even checked his bicycle for any hidden compartments, but found nothing. How did you do that? Where did you hide it? She bombarded him with questions. I won't tell you, heh, Chen Ping'an chuckled mischievously. Fine, don't tell me, I don't want to know anyway, Lin Wanjun retorted, though her curiosity lingered. Chapter 61, The First Date with Lin Wanjun. Why didn't we dine at my home earlier? Lin Wanjun inquired as they strolled along. This marked their inaugural date and their first meal together, which held significant sentimental value. Chen Ping'an felt it should be a momentous occasion, deserving of a certain level of decorum. Rather than dining at an extravagant hotel, we ought to have a decent meal, he explained. Upon hearing Chen Ping'an's reasoning, Lin Wanjuan's heart fluttered with delight. Although she had never experienced romantic entanglements before, the sensation of being valued was undeniably comforting. So, what shall we eat? She asked. Is there anything in particular you wish to try? Chen Ping'an responded. I've never had a hamburger. Could you take me to try one? Lin Wanjun pondered before speaking. Certainly. Whatever you wish to eat today, we shall indulge in. However, I must forewarn you, hamburgers may not be as delectable as you envision. But if you've never had one, it's certainly worth a try, Chen Ping'an chuckled. In 20 years, it would be quite unfathomable for someone to claim they've never tasted a hamburger. By then, hamburger establishments will be ubiquitous and prices significantly reduced. Yet, in 1998, the scenario was entirely different. A casual hamburger meal would set one back a considerable sum, often exceeding 10 or 20 yuan. To put it in perspective, a bowl of fried sauce noodles cost merely 1 yuan in that era, and bus fares were just 50 cents. Fast food could be had for 2 or 3 yuan. Thus, one can appreciate just how expensive a hamburger was back then. Chen Ping'an's family was relatively well off, allowing him the experience of tasting hamburgers. In contrast, Lin Wanjuan's financial circumstances were less fortunate, rendering her unable to afford such luxuries. The author recalls his own childhood, having only witnessed classmates enjoying hamburgers without ever indulging himself, making this memory particularly vivid. Despite being a small town, a KFC had already established its presence. Chen Ping'an promptly rode his bicycle with Lin Wanjun to the fast food chain. The exterior of KFC appeared unchanged, prompting a wave of nostalgia for Chen Ping'an. Upon arriving at the entrance, Lin Wanjun hesitated, glancing at Chen Ping'an with a whisper. Isn't everything here rather expensive? Should we consider another place instead? Not at all, if you enjoy it, we shall dine here, Chen Ping'an reassured her, taking her hand and leading her inside. Lin Wanjuan's heart raced, and although she attempted to pull away, she found herself unable to escape. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she allowed him to guide her. The establishment was bustling with patrons, nearly filled to capacity. Despite the high prices at KFC, there was minimal competition at that time. For those craving hamburgers, KFC was the sole option. This stood in stark contrast to 20 years later when various hamburger shops would abound, providing a plethora of choices and driving prices down. At present, KFC was nearly unrivaled. Let us order a family bucket, I have quite the appetite, Chen Ping'an announced, scarcely considering Lin Wanjuan's preferences. He understood that even if he sought her opinion, it would be in vain, as this was her first visit to KFC and she was unfamiliar with what could be deemed tasty. Given the circumstances, a family bucket seemed the most pragmatic choice, as it offered a variety of items. Despite only being 2 diners, their appetite was unaffected, particularly given Chen Ping'an's substantial hunger, a consequence of his martial arts training. Isn't it rather expensive? Are we ordering too much? Lin Wanjun expressed her apprehension, noticing the prices displayed. This was her first time inside a KFC, and she was astonished by how steep the prices were. Previously, she had only vaguely heard that the food was delicious but costly. Now, she was confronted with the reality of it all. A family bucket cost over 90 yuan. A staggering amount considering her monthly allowance fell short of that figure. From now on, when you're with me, you needn't worry about finances. In your eyes, prices will merely represent numbers. You need only consider your own desires, Chen Ping'an stated earnestly, causing Lin Wanjuan's heart to race once more, her cheeks aglow. She felt a warmth enveloping her, accompanied by an indescribable sensation of comfort. If Lin Wanjun were a more experienced girl, she might recognize the budding romance blossoming between them. After ordering, Lin Wanjun found herself somewhat at a loss. Chen Ping'an led her to an available table, gently guiding her into her seat. "Stay put, claim the spot. We have our receipt, and when our order is ready, we can collect it from the counter. They don't provide table service here," he explained softly, raising the receipt to illustrate his point. Understanding that Lin Wanjun was a newcomer, he took it upon himself to clarify the process. Lin Wanjun nodded, touched by Chen Ping'an's attentiveness. She felt a sense of surprise. Back in school, she perceived him as more carefree and boyish. Now, he exuded a mature demeanor, instilling a sense of safety and stability. Do boys mature this quickly? She pondered inwardly. The restaurant was busy, causing a delay in their wait time. Chen Ping'an, however, was not one to remain idle. He promptly fetched 2 cups of beverages, and the two enjoyed sipping their drinks while sharing quiet conversation. Lin Wanjun relished this moment, feeling increasingly at ease with Chen Ping'an, who had once made her feel a bit apprehensive. At long last, their family bucket was ready. Chen Ping'an returned, carrying a heaping tray of food. "Isn't this a bit much? Can we possibly finish all of this?" Lin Wanjun exclaimed in bewilderment. "Rest assured, I have quite the appetite." Chen Ping'an chuckled. "Let me open this for you. Here is the hamburger, and these are the fries, along with some fried chicken." He diligently unwrapped each item, serving Lin Wanjun with care. The two began to savor their meal, relishing every delectable bite. Chapter 62, Lin Wanjun's touching moment after satisfying their appetites. The two intended to watch a movie. This era, of course, cannot be compared to 20 years later, yet cinemas do exist. However, in Chen Ping'an's view, the cinema of this time appears rather antiquated. Lin Wanjun, on the other hand, perceives it as quite grand and splendid. This reflects the disparity in their perspectives. Chen Ping'an has witnessed the cinemas of the future, thus the current one seems particularly old-fashioned to him. Conversely, Lin Wanjun has never seen the cinemas of 20 years hence, making her view of the present cinema quite favorable. Chen Ping'an purchased 2 tickets, and they settled into their seats. With an hour remaining before the film commenced, he suggested, "Shall we take a stroll?" Lin Wanjun readily agreed. "Which university do you plan to apply to?" Chen Ping'an casually inquired. "I intend to attend a university in the capital." "Do you think it's suitable?" Lin Wanjun replied, somewhat lacking in confidence. Her greatest aspiration had always been to enroll in a university in the capital, believing it to be a significant blessing. Yet now, she found herself contemplating the impracticality of her ambition. It wasn't that she doubted her ability to gain admission, rather, she worried about the exorbitant tuition fees associated with such institutions. Given her family's circumstances, what chance would she have to study in the capital? Since you aspire to study in the capital, let us pursue that dream together. Your primary focus should be on your studies and performing well in the college entrance examination. The financial aspect is not your concern. I shall make all necessary arrangements. What you truly need to worry about is whether you can gain admission to a university in the capital," Chen Ping'an said with a smile. "Of course I can," Lin Wanjun exclaimed, her voice rising. She was aware of her academic prowess, as she was indeed a top student at her school, with a reasonable chance of succeeding at prestigious institutions like Tsinghua or Peking University. She had never doubted her academic capabilities, but her concern lay solely with her family's financial situation regarding her university tuition. "I understand your worries, particularly about the tuition fees. I am looking forward to you graduating and earning money to repay me, so I will cover all your expenses, tuition, living costs, everything. I want you to have no worries," Chen Ping'an said calmly. His tranquil words stirred a profound sense of gratitude within Lin Wanjun, for she recognized that Chen Ping'an spoke with intention. "Chen Ping'an, why are you so kind to me?" Lin Wanjun asked, tears streaming down her face. She felt her parents had never treated her with such kindness. Yet, here was Chen Ping'an, who had pulled her from despair, showing no disdain for her family's situation and supporting her desire to pursue higher education. In their community, many girls married right after high school, never having the opportunity to attend university. Chen Ping'an had afforded her that chance. At that moment, Lin Wanjun was overwhelmed with emotion. As she gazed at Chen Ping'an, Tears flowed uncontrollably, and for the first time, she experienced the warmth of genuine affection.
Don't cry, we should be happy. It's as if I'm bullying you.
If you must cry, save it until after you repay me, Chen Ping'an teased. Shut up, Lin Wanjun laughed, her spirits lifted. Though she couldn't quite fathom why his words amused her so.
Chen Ping'an, if you like Li Mengyun, feel free to pursue her.
You needn't worry about my feelings. I know you have an affinity for her, and I don't want my situation to affect your relationship, Lin Wanjun said, wiping her tears. She understood that Chen Ping'an's so-called dowry was merely to assist her.
This revelation startled Chen Ping'an. What nonsense are you talking about?
You know very well that Li Mengyun doesn't like me. Please don't overthink things, he reassured her, concerned that Lin Wanjun might be misled by her thoughts. Having spent time with her, Chen Ping'an recognized that while Lin Wanjun appeared aloof, she was, in fact, quite fragile, likely due to her upbringing.
I'm not overthinking. I understand more than you realize.
Please don't underestimate my understanding, Lin Wanjun replied softly, scrunching her adorable nose.
All right, you know everything, Chen Ping'an conceded. However,
he found the topic difficult to continue.
Have you thought about what you want to do after you graduate from university? What major are you considering? I'm uncertain. What do you think I should major in? What kind of job should I pursue?
Lin Wanjun pondered, evidently distracted by the shift in conversation.
You needn't worry about finances. Focus on what you love, Chen Ping'an suggested.
I'd like to study business, but I'm unsure if such a program exists.
I see how poor my family is. And I want to earn more money.
I'm interested in a major related to business, Lin Wanjun said playfully, sticking out her tongue. You could study something related to commerce, like business administration.
But are you truly suited for business? Do you think you can handle it? Chen Ping'an asked, skeptical.
From his experience, he believed that women who excelled in business were often versatile and socially adept.
The strong women he had encountered were not only competent but also possessed exceptional interpersonal skills, emotional intelligence, and acumen.
Lin Wanjun, however, seemed lacking in these areas.
Nevertheless,
it mattered little. If Lin Wanjun harbored such aspirations, she should certainly explore them. Should she discover that it was not her calling, she could always pivot to another path. By the time Lin Wanjun graduated, Chen Ping'an anticipated that his own career would be thriving, enabling him to support her in whatever business endeavor she chose.
You have a point.
I will think it over more carefully, Lin Wanjun replied, taking his advice to heart.
Chapter 63, Liquidation of Stocks. The two conversed cheerfully. And time flew by swiftly.
The film was about to commence. Chen Ping'an and Lin Wanjun soon arrived at the cinema, found their seats, and shortly after, the lights dimmed.
The movie began to play.
Before entering, Chen Ping'an had purchased cola and popcorn. He reached for a piece of popcorn and playfully tossed it towards Lin Wanjun's mouth.
Initially,
she was a bit taken aback, but gradually she acclimated to it. Chen Ping'an had already seen this film numerous times, so he paid little attention to the storyline. What truly mattered was the company he shared the experience with. Watching a movie alongside a stunning beauty like Lin Wanjun undeniably created a unique ambience. The cinema was sparsely populated, and with the lights dimmed, Chen Ping'an felt emboldened. Lin Wanjun's hands were not particularly delicate, rather, they bore a slight roughness. This was due to her regular household chores, which left her hands unpampered. You ought to take better care of your hands, they feel a bit coarse.
Chen Ping'an whispered close to Lin Wanjun's ear.
His warm breath against her earlobe stirred an unusual sensation within her. Lin Wanjun remained silent, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment.
Fortunately,
Chen Ping'an was mindful of his actions. He merely spoke without any further advances. As the film concluded, Lin Wanjun's eyes were glistening with tears.
Moved by the unexpected emotional depth of the ending.
It is often said that girls are easily touched by cinematic tales, a sentiment less common among men.
After the movie,
Chen Ping'an treated Lin Wanjun to a late-night snack before escorting her home and finally returning on his bike.
Young man, you finally came back. Explain yourself. What were you up to tonight?
Upon his return, Chen Ping'an was greeted by his mother's eager inquiry.
Mom, please, don't be so dramatic.
Let me catch my breath first, he replied, exasperated. It's your own fault for not communicating clearly.
Now, tell me what is going on. Yu Xiaoying pressed, her urgency palpable. You know Lin Wanjun from our school, right? The exceptionally beautiful girl?
You once mentioned how delighted you'd be if she were to become my daughter-in-law.
Well, tonight I went to see a movie with her. I'm planning to pursue her, do you support me? Chen Ping'an stated calmly. You're referring to that Lin Wanjun?
Of course.
I support you.
My son, if you manage to win her over and marry her, I would be overjoyed. Yu Xiaoying exclaimed with delight. Having seen Lin Wanjun during a parents' meeting, Yu Xiaoying was well aware of her striking beauty, which left a lasting impression on anyone who met her.
However, a moment later, Yu Xiaoying's expression shifted to one of skepticism. Young man, you aren't just trying to please your mother, are you? That girl seems rather proud. Do you really think she would look your way?
Mom, please don't be so lacking in confidence. I assure you, your son is quite remarkable, Chen Ping'an responded playfully. Just wait and see, before the college entrance examination concludes, I will definitely win her heart. After that, I'll bring her home for dinner with you.
Fine.
If you truly bring that girl home, I will wholeheartedly support your relationship, Yu Xiaoying said, a smile dancing on her lips. The thought of Lin Wanjun as her daughter-in-law was enough to make her dream in delight. Nevertheless, she remained cautious. Knowing Lin Wanjun's exceptional qualities made her feel her son was somewhat outmatched. Days flowed by, drawing ever closer to the college entrance examination. Chen Ping'an filled his days with productivity, eagerly anticipating the daily One-Yuan flash sales. Yet, luck was indeed a fickle mistress. Previously, he had occasionally struck gold with desirable purchases. But lately, he had encountered few items of interest. Nevertheless, he had amassed an impressive array of jewelry, gold bricks, rubies, sapphires, diamonds, and exquisite jade. All stored within his system's space, as he had no immediate use for them.
The day arrived for the final stock trading session. After this, Chen Ping'an would be uncertain of the market's future.
He called son Haitang, sister Haitang, please proceed to liquidate all stocks in my account.
All stocks? Understood. Which stock shall we purchase next? Son Haitang inquired.
No new purchases, I shall pause my trading for now. I need to withdraw the funds from my account for personal use, Chen Ping'an replied.
Son Haitang was taken aback.
Chen Ping'an was her most significant client. And his decision to halt trading meant a substantial loss in her earnings from commissions.
By the way, after liquidating, how much capital will I have in my account? Chen Ping'an asked.
Chapter 64, Becoming a Billionaire starting today. Please hold on for a moment, I will proceed with the clearance operation now.
Alright, everything has been sold.
Your current account balance stands at 269 million.
Upon mentioning this figure, Sun Haitang's breath quickened.
In just 17 trading days, under Chen Ping'an's adept management, an initial capital of 100 million had transformed into over 260 million. This exemplifies the formidable power of the financial market.
Chen Ping'an's principal was 23 million. With an additional 80 million provided as leverage by the brokerage firm.
Therefore, this 80 million must be returned to the brokerage.
After deducting the 80 million,
Chen Ping'an's account still held 189 million. This sum truly belonged to him. However, of this cash, 32.4 million was owed to Zhou Wanhao, representing borrowed funds.
Once Zhou Wanhao's investment was repaid, Chen Ping'an's remaining funds would amount to 156 million.
Upon mentally calculating this figure, Chen Ping'an was taken aback, his heart racing with excitement. In merely a month, he had amassed over 100 million through stock trading. What an exhilarating achievement! Sister Haitang, I still have classes to attend.
So I will leave it at that for now.
I will come find you after school at noon, and we can handle the account transfer, Chen Ping'an stated.
All right.
I will take care of it for you, Sun Haitang promptly replied. Yet, a tinge of regret lingered in her heart. She was soon to lose Chen Ping'an, her valued client.
During the noon break, Chen Ping'an seized the opportunity to visit the brokerage firm.
The executives, aware of his arrival, had been eagerly awaiting him. Unbeknownst to Chen Ping'an, he had become quite a celebrity within the brokerage over the past month. While the ordinary staff may not recognize him, the executives certainly did. The transaction fees he had paid had proven immensely profitable for them, and his use of financing had also incurred significant fees.
Naturally,
They were eager to cater to such a distinguished client. Despite being a high school senior, Chen Ping'an was no stranger to the business world. He had battled in the marketplace in a previous life. He was well versed in the nuances of social interactions, effortlessly navigating conversations with these executives. Chen Ping'an also exchanged contact information with them and assured them of his continued patronage of their brokerage, though the specifics of future trades would depend on market conditions. The executives understood this, recognizing that true experts do not engage in trading daily, only novices would eagerly await market openings. Real traders patiently await opportune moments, seizing opportunities decisively when they arise, while retreating to rest when they do not. Chen Ping'an's trading methods were regarded as exemplary by the executives, though they were unaware that he was not a seasoned trader. His month-long trading period had concluded, and he could no longer predict market trends, necessitating his withdrawal from trading. After dismissing the executives, Chen Ping'an, with Sun Haitang's assistance, completed the necessary formalities. Normally, withdrawing funds from a stock account requires a waiting period of 1 business day. However, as Chen Ping'an was now a high-level VIP client at the brokerage, Sun Haitang facilitated an immediate withdrawal for him. Furthermore, she assisted him in upgrading his bank account, resulting in the issuance of a black gold card. This card is exclusively available to those whose accounts exceed 100 million in cash. The black gold card offers numerous special features, such as large transfers, interest-free loans, and low-interest loans. While applying for such a card independently could be quite cumbersome, the brokerage's assistance made the process remarkably smooth. Chen Ping'an valued the black gold card primarily for its large transfer capabilities, in contrast to ordinary bank cards, which impose significant transfer limits. The black gold card had none. He promptly transferred over 30 million to Zhou Wanhao's bank account in one fell swoop. While dining with clients, Zhou Wanhao was suddenly startled by a text notification from his bank, revealing a sudden influx of over 30 million. Bewildered, he was momentarily at a loss regarding the source of the funds. Just then, he received a call from Chen Ping'an. Recognizing the number, Zhou Wanhao's mind raced with the possibility that this transfer might indeed be from Chen Ping'an. With this thought in mind, he answered the call. Chen Ping'an wasted no time in clarifying the situation. What did you say? That 30 million transfer truly came from you? Zhou Wanhao exclaimed in astonishment. Previously, Zhou Wanhao had speculated that the funds were from Chen Ping'an but had lacked certainty. However, with the confirmation now received, he understood that the substantial amount constituted Chen Ping'an's repayment. In reality, Zhou Wanhao had lent around 20 million. But they had previously agreed upon a high interest rate, a form of short-term high-interest borrowing. Nonetheless, for Chen Ping'an, this capital had proven invaluable. Without Zhou Wanhao's generous loan, he would not have been able to earn over 100 million. Zhou Wanhao had indeed been a benefactor to Chen Ping'an. Chen Ping'an duly noted this favor. You truly are impressive. I imagine you've made quite a profit for yourself, Zhou Wanhao remarked jovially. Fortune smiled upon me. I earned over 100 million, Chen Ping'an humbly replied. Zhou Wanhao was taken aback by the casualness of Chen Ping'an's statement. To him, the weight of such a sum was profound. As the so-called cement king, Zhou Wanhao struggled to produce a comparable amount in cash, with his total assets merely amounting to several hundred million, of which only a few tens of millions were readily accessible. The years of toil and hardship that had culminated in his wealth were known only to him. In contrast, Chen Ping'an had effortlessly garnered over 100 million in just over half a month, inciting a twinge of envy within Zhou Wanhao. Chapter 65, Recruiting Sun Haitang. When shall we find an opportunity to share a meal together? Zhou Wanhao invited with a smile. Ever since you treated my father, his health has significantly improved. He wishes to dine with you. This Saturday sounds perfect, Chen Ping'an replied directly. Out of respect for Zhou Wanhao, he did not decline the invitation, and moreover, he was keen to deepen their friendship. After a few more pleasantries, they quickly ended the call. Putting away his phone, Chen Ping'an turned to the ever-patient Sun Haitang beside him, smiling as he spoke. Miss Haitang, you have worked hard during this time. May I have the honor of treating you to a meal? Without hesitation, Sun Haitang responded, Of course, I would love that. Then let us go. By the way, do you have any particular cuisine in mind?
Today, you shall decide. If I may choose, how about Western cuisine?
Sun Haitang playfully suggested. I know of a well-known Western restaurant that is said to serve exquisite dishes, though I must admit, the prices are rather steep. I have refrained from visiting.
But since it's you, Mr. Chen, I shall indulge.
Absolutely, let us dine at this restaurant, Chen Ping'an said, his face beaming with joy. Neither of them owned a car, so they hailed a taxi.
Services like ride-sharing would not emerge for another 20 years. The restaurant was not far, and they arrived in just over 10 minutes.
Upon disembarking, Chen Ping'an stood before the entrance of a restaurant named Dream Paris. He recalled that this establishment was indeed quite renowned, though it would sadly close down 2 decades later.
This was Chen Ping'an's first visit to Dream Paris in both of his lifetimes.
Once inside, Chen Ping'an requested a private room, which came with a minimum spending requirement of 388, a considerable sum in that era. However, for Chen Ping'an, now a billionaire, it was merely a trifling expense. Sun Haitang was also aware of his newfound wealth, having known him for about a month, during which they had grown familiar with one another.
Without hesitation,
she picked up the menu and ordered several dishes she typically wouldn't dare to choose, including caviar and steak, both luxurious items. After the server departed, Chen Ping'an directly inquired.
Sister Haitang, have you ever considered changing jobs?
Changing jobs?
I haven't thought about it. I quite like my current position. Besides, suitable opportunities are hard to come by. Are you asking me this because you intend to offer me a job?
Sun Haitang countered.
Indeed, I have a position in mind for you.
I have gathered some initial funding and am planning to start a business, but I lack personnel.
After observing you for a month, I believe you would be a perfect fit for my team.
If you choose to join me, the base salary would be 10,000, with additional bonuses and benefits, including a year-end bonus. The key is that working with me provides ample room for advancement.
By joining now, you would be considered one of the founding members of my company.
As my business grows, so too will your status and position. Chen Ping'an spoke earnestly, believing his words to hold merit. Although he was painting an optimistic picture, it was a genuine vision.
Upon hearing the base salary, Sun Haitang nearly choked on her drink.
Her current job offered a mere 1,500 a month, while Chen Ping'an's proposition was tenfold that amount, an offer she could hardly refuse.
Moreover, he mentioned additional benefits, indicating further advantages.
Sun Haitang was aware that Chen Ping'an was being ambitious, yet she had witnessed his abilities firsthand. He had amassed over 100 million in just a month, an achievement she had scarcely dared to dream of. His potential for success in entrepreneurship was palpable. And if he succeeded, her role as a founding member might eventually lead her to a vice presidential position in a large corporation, a status she could hardly fathom at present.
Are you serious about what you just said?
Sun Haitang asked, her uncertainty apparent.
And what exactly would you need me to do? I worry I might not perform well.
That was indeed her greatest concern.
We are in the early stages, and currently, it's just you and me.
You would serve as my assistant,
executing tasks I assign to you.
Essentially, your role would involve supporting me in handling errands. I believe you are more than capable of fulfilling such responsibilities.
However,
this position is of utmost importance, only those I trust can undertake this role.
Throughout this time,
you have executed every stock trading plan I entrusted to you with remarkable accuracy.
Regardless of any doubts you may have harbored, you adhered to my directives. This is what I admire most about you.
As my assistant, my greatest concern is that you might act with ulterior motives or presume to know better.
So, what do you say? Have you made your decision?
Chen Ping'an gazed at Sun Haitang expectantly.
With a smile, Sun Haitang replied,
I truly cannot find a reason to decline this opportunity.
Welcome to the team, you will not regret it.
Chen Ping'an smiled broadly and extended his hand. Sun Haitang mirrored his gesture, their hands clasping gently. In that moment, Sun Haitang felt an unusual sensation, though it was fleeting as Chen Ping'an withdrew his hand.
Now, what do you plan to do next, boss? Sun Haitang inquired. First, I have an essential task for you. We need to register a company,
which will serve as our parent company moving forward.
This company will be registered in the Cayman Islands.
And I will provide you with several names to see which one can be successfully registered, Chen Ping'an stated.
Chapter 66, The Gift of a Mobile Phone. When can you come to work for me? Chen Ping'an inquired. I need about a week to process my resignation.
Once that is settled, I can start working, Sun Haitang replied after a moment of contemplation.
By the way, where will our workplace be? She asked again. That depends on where I attend university. Wherever I go to college, that's where our company will be located, and naturally, you will work there too. Chen Ping'an answered with a smile.
Sun Haitang felt a bit speechless, yet she understood the truth in Chen Ping'an's words. You need not worry. Once we begin working in a different city, we will provide you with various allowances. You won't have to fret about your living expenses, Chen Ping'an hastily reassured her.
Sensing her concerns.
All right, I understand, Sun Haitang nodded gently. In truth, she had anticipated such an outcome. Although her parents resided locally, it wasn't an insurmountable issue. After all, her monthly salary was already in the 5-figure range. Most likely, we will either go to Shanghai or Beijing, Chen Ping'an stated. He hadn't yet finalized where he would attend university, but his primary choices were indeed these two cities. Given that one is the political hub and the other the financial center, both rich in potential.
Of course, Chen Ping'an's preference leaned towards Shanghai. I see.
Sun Haitang nodded lightly. As they conversed, the dishes began to arrive. Let us put a pause on work discussions for now and enjoy our meal, Chen Ping'an declared.
Of course, boss, Sun Haitang replied, beaming.
Chen Ping'an smiled back, feeling grateful for the pleasure of working alongside such a beautiful companion. This was precisely why he had chosen to recruit Sun Haitang as his assistant, who wouldn't he want a stunningly attractive aide? Regardless of her work capabilities. At the very least, her appearance was delightful. With classes awaiting him in the afternoon, their meal was brief. After finishing,
Chen Ping'an headed to a nearby store and purchased 2 mobile phones.
Returning to the classroom, he found Li Mengyun engrossed in her exam paper. He approached and placed the phones on her desk.
What are you doing?
Li Mengyun exclaimed in surprise, her gaze fixating on the phones.
Although she owned a phone, it was an outdated model passed down from her mother.
As a high school senior, possessing a phone was quite impressive. Yet it was still a relic from her mother's collection. Li Mengyun wished for a new phone, but the cost was indeed steep.
Her family could afford it.
But they hesitated to spend on luxuries, especially with future plans for her to study abroad. Seeing Chen Ping'an place a new phone before her startled Li Mengyun. I recently earned a bit of money, so I bought you a phone.
Didn't you mention that yours was getting quite old? This is the latest model.
Chen Ping'an said with a smile.
What's the meaning of this? You're giving me a phone? Do you even have enough money?
Li Mengyun replied, concerned. A decent phone costs at least 4,000 to 5,000, which many families struggle to save over a year. She felt pity for Chen Ping'an's expenditure. I'm now quite wealthy, so this is no burden for me. In fact, this phone is nothing compared to what I plan to create. One day, I'll manufacture a phone specifically for you, Chen Ping'an stated earnestly. The phone he referred to was a smartphone. Producing smartphones was indeed part of Chen Ping'an's future aspirations.
If Xiaomi could succeed, he believed he could too. You're going to make your own phone?
You're quite the dreamer, Li Mengyun retorted, though she dismissed his claims lightly. Little did she know, one day, he would indeed fulfill that promise. Gifting her a phone of his own making. This phone is far too extravagant, I cannot accept it, Li Mengyun shook her head.
Are you certain you don't want it?
If you refuse, I can't return it, and I have no choice but to give it to another classmate. Chen Ping'an said, feigning exasperation.
You wouldn't dare. This phone is mine now.
Li Mengyun exclaimed, snatching it from him. The notion of him gifting it to another girl was simply unacceptable. Class is about to start, I'll return to my seat. We can chat more later, Chen Ping'an said before leaving. Upon returning to his seat, he tapped Zhang Yong on the shoulder.
The money I promised you is ready.
Would you prefer cash or a bank transfer?
Chen Ping'an asked.
Previously, when they had apprehended a trafficker, Chen Ping'an had promised Zhang Yong 50,000 yuan. Instead of giving it directly, he had opted to invest that amount in stocks, intending to double it before returning it to Zhang Yong.
I have a bank card.
Please transfer the money to my account, Zhang Yong replied, excitement evident in his voice.
By the way, how much will I receive this time? He asked again, anticipation lacing his tone.
100,000, Chen Ping'an stated succinctly.
100,000?
Zhang Yong gasped, his jaw dropping in disbelief. Previously, it had only been 50,000.
He never imagined it would double so quickly.
What on earth will I do with 100,000? He exclaimed, his expression exaggerated yet genuine. Having never encountered such a large sum, he was taken aback. With current prices being so reasonable, 100,000 could buy an abundance of items.
Don't overthink it. Spend it on food and drinks, buy whatever you like.
Just don't expect this money to make you rich, it's merely your usual expenses.
When I become wealthy,
I'll take you along, Chen Ping'an assured Zhang Yong. If Zhang Yong decided to invest that 100,000, it could prove beneficial. He could purchase an old, rundown apartment in either Shanghai or Beijing, which could appreciate significantly over 20 years. Alternatively, he might consider investing in stocks, such as those of Apple, which were currently priced at 0.3 cents, projected to rise to over $230 by 2025. Although Chen Ping'an was not a professional investor and lacked detailed knowledge of stock prices, he had a vague recollection of some major company shares.
As a reborn individual,
amassing wealth was relatively straightforward with the right information. However, while such knowledge could yield riches, it would not suffice for establishing a business empire.
That would require Chen Ping'an's own ingenuity.
Chapter 67, Delivering Money this evening, I have some matters to attend to, so you may return home alone. Chen Ping'an said to Zhang Yong. Old Chen, you're becoming increasingly impressive, Zhang Yong remarked with a hint of envy. He was well aware of many things, though he chose to keep them to himself. Rest assured, once you enter university, there will be plenty of beautiful girls around. Your current priority is to study diligently and gain admission to a respectable institution. If you only manage to get into a mediocre university, there likely won't be many girls there, and you will miss out entirely, Chen Ping'an advised. But I'm truly not cut out for studying, Zhang Yong replied with a resigned expression. Chen Ping'an understood this all too well, and he chose not to press the issue further. The matter of whether Zhang Yong was academically inclined was clear to him, and it didn't matter, with Chen Ping'an around, even if Zhang Yong didn't get into university.
It would be of little consequence.
Well then, I shall take my leave, Chen Ping'an said, turning to ride his bicycle towards Lin Wanjun, who was not far ahead. Seeing Chen Ping'an and Lin Wanjun riding side by side, Zhang Yong felt a flicker of envy. After all, it was Lin Wanjun. However, this envy would not affect the bond of brotherhood between Zhang Yong and Chen Ping'an. What brings you here? Lin Wanjun asked in surprise as she rode her bike. I've got the money, and I'm here to deliver it to your home tonight, Chen Ping'an replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanjun's face flushed, and she felt a bit embarrassed. Why are you blushing? This money is merely a loan, you can repay me when you have the means.
It's not a big deal.
Once you are financially stable, you can return it, Chen Ping'an said, laughing heartily. Thank you, Chen Ping'an, Lin Wanjun expressed her gratitude.
By the way,
I have a gift for you, Chen Ping'an announced as he stopped his bicycle and retrieved a small box from his backpack.
Lin Wanjun clearly saw that it was a phone box.
He took out a compact and elegant phone from the box.
A phone? Lin Wanjun exclaimed, her expression one of astonishment. Chen Ping'an handed the phone to her.
It's for you, he said, beaming. The phone was white, and although it had a plastic body, its design exuded a certain stylish elegance. The cost of the phone was not insignificant, amounting to over 5,000 yuan, but for Chen Ping'an in his current circumstances, that was merely a trivial sum.
Why are you giving me a phone? Lin Wanjun quickly declined.
We're good friends and classmates, what's wrong with gifting you a phone?
You wouldn't deny me this small courtesy, would you? The phone has already been registered, so it can't be returned.
If you refuse, where would that leave my pride? Besides, not having a phone makes communication quite inconvenient. With a phone, everything changes. Take it, I'll call you now, Chen Ping'an insisted, placing the phone firmly in Lin Wanjuan's hands before pulling out his own to make a call. The phone in Lin Wanjuan's hand vibrated and emitted a melodious tune. This phone was capable of storing songs, allowing her to use them as ringtones. Listening to the delightful sound, Lin Wanjun felt a surge of joy. Stop enjoying the music. Please answer the call, Chen Ping'an urged playfully. All right, I'll answer it right away, Lin Wanjun replied, flustered as she fumbled to open the phone, appearing somewhat lost. She looked up at Chen Ping'an, her face a picture of confusion. How do I answer the phone? It's quite simple. You see this green button? Press it to answer the call. If you wish to hang up, just press the red button, Chen Ping'an explained. Before long, Lin Wanjun had grasped how to use the phone. There are a few other settings as well, you can explore those at home. Now, let's head back, Chen Ping'an suggested. Okay, Lin Wanjun replied, and together they rode their bicycles towards her home. Before long, they arrived at Lin Wanjuan's house. Her father was outside, moving about with a slight limp. Upon seeing Chen Ping'an, he greeted him with evident joy. Since receiving treatment from Chen Ping'an, his injury had begun to heal rapidly. He could now move his limbs, although walking was still a challenge, and he could only manage light movements. Uncle, how are you feeling? Chen Ping'an inquired. Look at how much better my limbs are. Lin Wanjuan's father replied with a hearty laugh. Uncle, I came this evening to deliver some money, Chen Ping'an said with a smile. Lin Wanjun, overhearing this, cast a grateful glance at Chen Ping'an once more. Upon hearing that Chen Ping'an was there to deliver money, Lin Wanjuan's father's face lit up with a smile. Although he had mentioned repaying the money, it seemed likely that they would not have to, which brought them both great joy. This sum was incredibly significant for their family, especially in this era. Even 20 years hence, 350,000 yuan would not be a trifling amount. As a high school senior without parental accompaniment, Chen Ping'an's claim of being able to produce 300,000 yuan in cash lacked persuasive impact, which had made Lin Wanjuan's father somewhat apprehensive. However, hearing now that Chen Ping'an had indeed brought the money was a great relief. Upon entering the living room, Chen Ping'an opened his backpack and began to pull out stacks of cash. These bills had been withdrawn from the bank earlier that day. The VIP bank card was indeed impressive. Typically, banks would be closed by midday, and large withdrawals needed to be scheduled in advance. Yet, for Chen Ping'an, a single phone call had arranged everything seamlessly, requiring no effort on his part. By midday, he had managed to withdraw 350,000 yuan in cash. At this moment, the joy of wealth was vividly on display as stacks of cash piled up on the table, creating a striking visual impact on Lin Wanjuan's family. Lin Wanjuan's parents were utterly delighted, their smiles stretching from ear to ear. Chapter 68, A Joyful Family. Lin Wanjuan's parents were indeed somewhat avaricious, however. Their circumstances had long rendered them wary of poverty. It was their first encounter with such an abundance of wealth, and their eyes widened in astonishment. Lin Wanjun felt a surge of emotion, her eyes glistening with tears, as she recognized the sum as the price of her sacrifice. Nevertheless, the amount was substantial. And through her interactions with Chen Ping'an, she had developed a fondness for him. After all, he had treated her with genuine kindness. If fate dictated that she were to find companionship in her next life, choosing Chen Ping'an would not be a regrettable decision, she mused silently. The agreed-upon betrothal gift was initially 350,000, but Lin Wanjun found the figure unappealing and took the liberty of increasing it by 38,000, bringing the total to 388,000. Chen Ping'an gestured towards the pile of cash on the table, saying, Uncle and Auntie, please verify the betrothal gift, it is only fitting for a proper handover. Well, let us count it then, Lin Wanjuan's father replied somewhat shyly, though he had long been eager to examine the betrothal gift. There is no need for formality. It is only right, Chen Ping'an assured him. I will prepare something delicious for you. Chen Ping'an, please take a moment to rest, Lin Wanjuan's mother chimed in eagerly. With the acceptance of Chen Ping'an's betrothal gift, the engagement was officially secured, leading Lin Wanjuan's mother to grow increasingly warm towards him. Meanwhile, Lin Wanjuan's father was diligently counting the sizable sum, relishing the process of tallying the 388,000, a figure that was not insignificant. Come. Let us sit in my room, Lin Wanjun suggested. That sounds agreeable, Chen Ping'an responded.
Lin Wanjuan's room, though modest, was tidy and well kept, far cleaner than Chen Ping'an's own quarters. Is my room not a bit lacking? Lin Wanjun asked, a hint of bashfulness in her voice. Not at all.
It is splendidly organized, Chen Ping'an replied with a smile.
Lin Wanjun smiled back, yet remained silent.
Which bed is yours?
Chen Ping'an inquired. This one, Lin Wanjun indicated a bed near the door.
I shall lie down for a moment, Chen Ping'an said with a chuckle as he lay down on the bed. Do not lie down, Lin Wanjun suddenly exclaimed,
realizing she had left some undergarments on the bed.
At that moment, Chen Ping'an had already reclined, inadvertently pulling out a piece of lingerie from the covers. The sight, a somewhat worn brassiere, yet of considerable size, caught him off guard. Lin Wanjun quickly reached for it, and an air of awkwardness enveloped them both. I'll step outside for a moment while you tidy up, Chen Ping'an suggested, promptly exiting the room. In the living room, Lin Wanjuan's father had finished counting the betrothal gift. His face aglow with satisfaction. The amount of 388,000 was unfathomable, transforming dreams into reality.
With this fortune, their home could be renovated.
And their younger daughter and son would have the means to pursue their education.
The family could finally enjoy a more prosperous life. Moreover,
it was evident that Chen Ping'an truly cared for Lin Wanjun, alleviating any fears they might have had regarding her future happiness. They were all immensely pleased with this outcome.
Before long, the meal was ready.
Lin Wanjuan's mother hurriedly called for her and Chen Ping'an to join.
Forgive the lack of preparation, there is not much to offer.
But please, make do, she said with a hint of embarrassment. Their living conditions were modest, reflected in their daily meals. Fortunately, they had some cured meats and vegetables.
Managing to prepare a decent spread.
Auntie, you are too kind, this meal is delightful to me, Chen Ping'an responded quickly. As long as you find it acceptable, please eat. You must be hungry, Lin Wanjuan's mother smiled warmly. The food was palatable enough for Chen Ping'an, though he felt time with Lin Wanjun was too fleeting. He had hoped for more intimate moments, but time was not on their side. After the meal, Chen Ping'an took his leave.
And Lin Wanjun personally escorted him to the door. He did not linger, waving goodbye as he rode away on his bicycle. In matters of love,
one must strike a delicate balance, and Chen Ping'an was keenly aware of this.
Chapter 69, Opening another internet cafe upon returning home.
Chen Ping'an was immediately met with his mother's inquiries.
So, when will you bring that girl home for me to see? She asked. Yes.
Chen Ping'an replied with a silly grin. Honestly, if you truly like her and she reciprocates, you could consider an engagement.
Let's settle this matter, Yu Xiuying suggested.
Clearly placing great importance on her son's future. Mom, such matters cannot be rushed. Bringing her home for a meal is fine, but please refrain from mentioning engagement.
Chen Ping'an explained.
Think about it, we are about to take our college entrance exams.
After that, we will be heading off to university. If she and I end up at the same university, that would be ideal. However, if we end up at different institutions, the future becomes uncertain. Without an engagement,
we could simply be considered friends, and parting ways wouldn't be a significant issue.
But if we were engaged and then separated, that would certainly complicate matters. After contemplating,
Yu Xiuying acknowledged the validity of her son's reasoning. Then bring her home for me to meet, she insisted.
Understood, I'll bring her back after the exams. By the way, how is Dad's internet cafe doing? Is the business still thriving? Chen Ping'an quickly changed the subject.
Upon mentioning the internet cafe, a smile blossomed on Yu Xiuying's face. Your idea of opening an internet cafe has been our greatest success. Our cafe is bustling every day, earning us hundreds daily. We are truly on the path to wealth. She exclaimed, her enthusiasm palpable.
That's wonderful. By the way, isn't your job going well too?
Perhaps we could open another internet cafe, Chen Ping'an suggested.
The major expense lies in the computers. Remember when I spoke to the computer supplier?
They agreed to a payment plan.
For instance, a 200,000
yuan computer can be set up for us to use initially, and we can pay them back 20,000 yuan a month, settling the debt in 10 months. With 20 computers, we could earn tens of thousands each month. We can certainly manage a monthly repayment of 20,000 yuan. Chen Ping'an was earnest. He had indeed negotiated this arrangement with Lin Guanshan. He further assured his mother that should any unforeseen circumstances arise with the cafe's business, he would personally cover any shortfalls. "Are you serious, son?" Yu Xiaoying asked, excitement evident in her voice. She was well aware of the lucrative nature of internet cafes. Having witnessed the daily full house and the substantial income during night shifts, which rivaled her monthly salary. "Of course, it's a great opportunity. My only concern is whether I can handle it." Yu Xiaoying ultimately expressed some reservations. "Mom, there's nothing to worry about. I will hire a manager for the cafe. Your role will simply be to oversee them. As long as you're there, they won't dare to misbehave. That will be your most significant responsibility. If we open another internet cafe, our income could double." Chen Ping'an encouraged. Yu Xiaoying was swayed by the prospect. It does seem feasible. But do we have enough funds? She pondered aloud. I received a bonus recently. I can contribute 100,000 yuan to cover the initial expenses. The cost of computers can be managed with monthly repayments later. Chen Ping'an assured her. Yu Xiaoying's face lit up with anticipation at his words. The next day marked the eagerly awaited refresh of system goods. Revealing 4 new items, a gold brick, a pair of exquisite imperial green jade bracelets, a skill book on virus immunity, and a skill book on master level Go. Among the offerings, the gold brick was a familiar sight for Chen Ping'an, who often encountered it. However, today it was the first item to be dismissed due to its lower value. The jade bracelets, on the other hand, held considerable worth, potentially fetching several million even in 1998. Yet, they paled in comparison to the other 2 items. Chen Ping'an had no interest in Go. Thus he lacked the desire to acquire the skill book. Ultimately, he spent $1 on the virus immunity skill book. Mastering this skill would grant him immunity to any virus, enhancing his safety against potential threats. While this passive skill bore great value for the average person, it was of lesser significance for Chen Ping'an, a martial arts adept with profound internal strength, making him resistant to common ailments. Nonetheless, the ability to be immune to viruses remained a beneficial asset. As expected, Chen Ping'an entrusted the management of the internet cafe to Sun Haitang, who did not refuse the additional responsibility, especially given the generous salary offered by the owner. However, she was still in the process of resigning from her position at the securities company, rendering her available time limited. After some thought, Chen Ping'an decided to call the company as CEO, hoping for leniency in expediting Sun Haitang's resignation. I recall that girl is quite beautiful, he remarked. Mr. Chen, your taste is impeccable, the CEO responded, mistakenly assuming a closer relationship between Chen Ping'an and Sun Haitang. Rest assured, I will facilitate this matter swiftly. However, we must agree that your account will remain with our company for future stock trading. Of course, we are all friends here, Chen Ping'an replied with a laugh. With that single call, Chen Ping'an successfully expedited Sun Haitang's resignation process. Although she could have chosen to leave without formalities, risking a blemish on her record, she preferred to avoid such a scenario. Thanks to Chen Ping'an's intervention, her resignation proceeded smoothly, and by the afternoon, she had officially left her job. Soon after, Sun Haitang called Chen Ping'an to deliver the good news. She was now fully available to dedicate herself to working with him. Chapter 70, the conclusion of high school. Sun Haitang's work capability did not disappoint Chen Ping'an. In merely 2 days, she had already located a suitable venue for opening an internet CAF. This establishment was conveniently situated within a short walking distance from Chen Ping'an's home, taking just a few minutes to reach. The area surrounding the shop also boasted a considerable foot traffic, making it an ideal location for such a venture. Chen Ping'an found himself relieved, as he no longer needed to handle the myriad tasks associated with opening the CAF. Sun Haitang officially managed all the necessary arrangements. The process of registering the company was already underway, though it required some time due to its registration in a foreign country, necessitating the involvement of certain agencies. Naturally, establishing such a company incurred significant expenses, yet Chen Ping'an was not lacking in funds. Given the availability of computers, opening an internet CAF was indeed a straightforward endeavor. Furthermore, this particular shop was spacious enough to accommodate a greater number of computers. Chen Ping'an contacted Lin Guanchen, and they agreed that 40 computers would be provided. The initial funding would come from Chen Ping'an, although he resolved to keep this information from his parents. He would simply inform them that the computers were procured through an installment payment plan. Within just a few days, the second Internet CAF was up and running. This new establishment employed an Internet CAF management system and required more staff due to its larger scale and increased number of computers. Having too few attendants would likely lead to operational difficulties. Yu Xiaoying was delighted to witness the emergence of the new CAF. Aware of her limitations in other tasks, she took it upon herself to oversee the cleaning duties. Chen Ping'an found himself both amused and exasperated by this decision. For it was uncommon for a business owner to also serve as a cleaner. However, he realized he could not win an argument against his mother, leading to this inevitable outcome. According to Yu Xiaoying, hiring cleaning staff was essential. If she refrained from taking on this role, they would need to employ someone else, incurring additional costs. By assuming this responsibility herself, she effectively saved the CAF money. After all, she was not equipped to handle other operational tasks, which would fall to the attendants. Chen Ping'an recognized that the cleaning duties in an internet CAF were relatively minimal, making it a rather easy job. Thus, he allowed his mother to make this choice. Regardless, working as a cleaner in the internet CAF was far less strenuous than her previous job. For Yu Xiaoying, the most significant aspect was the higher income. This CAF housed 40 computers, effectively doubling the number available in their first establishment, thereby directly increasing their revenue. Initially, Yu Xiaoying harbored concerns regarding the viability of the business when purchasing the 40 computers. The thought of potentially wasted investments in the event of poor business weighed heavily on her mind. However, once the CAF opened, those worries proved unfounded. Customers flocked to the new CAF from the outset, and it quickly reached full capacity. The business thrived, alleviating any concerns about its sustainability for the foreseeable future. In fact, it would take several years before competition in the internet CAF sector intensified, leading to decreased profitability. Currently, there was little reason for concern. The competition was scant. Yet demand for internet access remained high, ensuring that business flourished. Daily revenues reached several thousand yuan, and within just a few days of operation, they had already earned 10,000 yuan. This outcome brought immense joy to Yu Xiaoying. The couple, who had previously felt uncertain and anxious about their future, experienced a transformation in their outlook following the CAF's success. Chen Ping'an was equally pleased with the results. As time passed and the date of the college entrance examination drew near, his investment company was finally registered. Located in the Cayman Islands, this registration offered numerous advantages, particularly in terms of tax benefits, which many international corporations utilized. The company was aptly named Qingyun Investment Company. After contemplating various names, Chen Ping'an was fortunate that this particular one was still available for registration. Once the company was established, Chen Ping'an assigned Sun Haitang a well-deserved break, encouraging her to spend quality time with her family. With his own college entrance examination approaching, he resolved to defer other matters until after the exam. Peacefully, without any disturbances, Chen Ping'an emerged from the examination hall, marking the definitive end of his high school years. Since his rebirth into this era, he was now poised to embark on a new chapter of his life. Chapter 71, The Objective, Magic City. Upon the conclusion of the college entrance examination, Chen Ping'an took it upon himself to estimate his scores. According to his own assessment, he anticipated achieving exceptionally high marks, sufficient to gain admission to any university of his choosing. This accomplishment could be attributed to the academic elixir he had previously obtained. Without the enhancement of such a potion, it would have been utterly impossible for Chen Ping'an to attain such impressive results. Once he approximated his scores, Chen Ping'an began to contemplate his university options. He had two locations in mind. One was in the capital city, and the other was in the Magic City. After careful consideration, he resolved to pursue his studies in the Magic City, for it served as the financial hub and was far more conducive to his entrepreneurial aspirations than the capital.
With the location settled, the selection of a university became a considerably simpler task.
Chen Ping'an's method of choosing a university was likely beyond the imagination of the average person,
who typically considers their scores before selecting an institution. Instead, Chen Ping'an focused on which university would best serve his interests. The finest option in the Magic City was undoubtedly Magic City University, a prestigious institution recognized nationwide.
Gaining admission to Magic City University was no trivial feat.
Yet Chen Ping'an believed his scores would likely suffice.
He planned to list Magic City University as his first choice, followed by the remaining institutions in the area.
Ultimately,
the specific university mattered little. As long as he was studying in the Magic City, it would facilitate his entrepreneurial endeavors. After confirming his intention to attend university in the Magic City, it was time to assign tasks to Sun Haitang.
Chen Ping'an called her,
and they arranged to meet at a CAF. He arrived early, already seated and awaiting her arrival. When Sun Haitang entered the CAF, she spotted him and hurried over. "I apologize for being late, boss," she said with an air of regret.
"No worries, I arrived early."
"Please, have a seat," Chen Ping'an replied casually.
"Thank you, boss,"
she said, taking a seat beside him. "In the workplace, you may refer to me as boss, but privately, feel free to call me by my name," he suggested. Sun Haitang pondered this for a moment before shaking her head.
"I think I'll stick with calling you boss. It feels more appropriate." Chen Ping'an nodded,
understanding that this was a minor issue. "I plan to attend university in the Magic City, so I need to assign you some tasks," he stated.
Sun Haitang's heart raced, and she promptly took out a pen and paper to jot down notes.
Chen Ping'an was pleased with her readiness.
"I intend to study in the Magic City, which means our business will also commence there.
Your first task is to register several companies, one named Penguin Technology Company, Limited, another called Alibaba Trading Company, Limited, and a third named Legendary Games Company, Limited. Additionally, you will establish a fourth company, Xiandu Online Search Company," he instructed.
"Your job is to ensure these 4 companies are registered in the Magic City. All these firms will be wholly owned subsidiaries of Qingyun Investment Company.
You should know the process better than I do."
"Understood, boss," Sun Haitang replied with a nod.
She found the task of registering companies straightforward, especially with her previous experience. Knowing that she could enlist a local agency to handle the registrations made the task considerably easier and less burdensome than attempting to do it herself.
These 4 companies represented the direction Chen Ping'an wished to pursue.
Given his limited funding and the current low prevalence of computers, he anticipated that these companies would not experience rapid growth in the short term. Nonetheless, their future potential was immense, and he was determined to see them through.
"Once you arrive in the Magic City, please scout for suitable residential complexes near Magic City University.
If the prices are reasonable, I will purchase a property as my temporary residence. Additionally, we will need an office space for the companies, so please look into that as well. After registering the 4 companies, there will be no immediate need for further action until you receive my instructions.
Do you have any questions?" "Boss, I have one concern. May I hire some staff?"
"It's just me at the moment, and as a woman, I feel somewhat unsafe," Sun Haitang voiced her apprehension.
"You raise a valid point.
I apologize for my oversight," Chen Ping'an responded swiftly. As a martial arts expert himself, he had overlooked Sun Haitang's safety concerns. While the year was 1998 and societal security had improved, it was not entirely foolproof.
A young woman conducting business alone could indeed be vulnerable. How about this? You can recruit a few individuals to assist you.
And also look into hiring a professional security company to see if you can employ a few female bodyguards, he suggested thoughtfully.
"Boss, I don't think female bodyguards are necessary. I'm not a major player, and it's unlikely any robbers would target me.
I just need a few people to help me with my work," she replied.
"That's perfectly fine.
You have the autonomy to make those decisions. As for expenses, do not fret, any necessary expenditures will be reimbursed by the company."
Chen Ping'an assured her with a smile.
"Thank you, boss," Sun Haitang replied, her spirits lifted.
Feeling somewhat shy, she added, "Actually, I have a cousin who used to be a wrestler.
She is currently retired and struggling to find suitable employment.
I think I could hire her.
She could help with errands and offer protection when needed." Don't underestimate her just because she is a woman, she can hold her own against most men. No need to elaborate, I trust your judgment, Chen Ping'an replied with a smile. Thank you, boss, Sun Haitang said, touched by his faith in her. Encountering a trustworthy employer was truly heartwarming. Chapter 72, the young master Ma Sun Haitang intends to venture to the bustling metropolis ahead of schedule. While Chen Ping'an has his own matters to attend to. He recalls that the Penguin Company was established this year, yet upon conducting a search, he finds no information about it, which piques his curiosity. Resolute in his decision, Chen Ping'an plans to investigate in Shenzhen. His aim is to either assimilate the Penguin Company or, if that proves impossible, to undermine it before it gains strength. Such matters are not easily explainable to his parents. So he informs them that he will be traveling. Without waiting for their objections, he departs with his luggage. Chen Ping'an informs Lin Wanjun and Li Mengyun of his itinerary over the phone, reiterating that he is traveling for leisure. Lin Wanjun responds with understanding, wishing him safety. While Li Mengyun expresses her frustration, as she had anticipated spending time with him. Despite her anger, Chen Ping'an boards a plane to Guangdong, and after a smooth journey, he arrives in Shenzhen a few hours later. Unaware of the current affairs regarding Master Ma of Penguin, Chen Ping'an has a general idea of where Ma's office is located. He leisurely begins to explore the city, noting its rapid development, though it pales in comparison to what it will become in 2 decades. As one of the first cities to open up, Shenzhen boasts impressive growth. After a brief exploration, he loses interest and hails a taxi, directing the driver to Nanshan district, where Ma's office is presumably situated. Upon arrival, he checks into the finest establishment in the area, the White Swan Hotel, a 5-star venue. Having pre-booked a suite, he proceeds to the front desk, provides his name, and completes the check-in process. Chen Ping'an has no particular demands regarding his accommodations, however. He is not one to deprive himself, given his financial means. Once settled in his room, he retrieves his laptop. Rather than aimlessly searching for Ma Xiaodong, he plans to utilize his hacking skills to locate him. Connecting to the internet, he swiftly infiltrates the local household registration system, which is riddled with vulnerabilities. After a brief exploration, he successfully accesses the internal database and searches for Ma Xiaodong. The number of candidates matching his criteria is limited. And soon he identifies the correct individual, acquiring Ma Xiaodong's home address. Unfortunately, he has yet to find the office location or a contact number. But he notes the residential address before exiting the network. Storing his luggage, Chen Ping'an contacts the hotel front desk to inquire about car services. Unsurprisingly, the hotel offers such amenities, albeit with certain regulations. Should he desire a premium vehicle, additional fees would apply, which poses no issue for him. A Mercedes-Benz awaits him at the entrance, and with the assistance of hotel staff, he boards the vehicle. He provides the driver with the address and offers a 100-yuan note as a tip, to which the driver gratefully accepts. Half an hour later, they arrive at the destination. Chen Ping'an alights and instructs the driver to find a parking spot. Uncertain if Ma Xiaodong is home, he approaches the residence and knocks, but no one responds. After waiting a quarter of an hour, he decides to leave his contact information on a note affixed to the door before departing. As he exits the neighborhood, a group of young people approaches, one of whom appears strikingly familiar. Chen Ping'an halts and calls out, "Ma Xiaodong?" The young man, taken aback, turns to face him. "Who are you? Do I know you?" Ma Xiaodong inquires, puzzled. "I am Chen Ping'an, here specifically to find you." Chen Ping'an replies with a smile as he extends his hand. Though Ma Xiaodong does not recognize him, he reciprocates the gesture. "We don't seem to have met before." Ma Xiaodong states again. "We haven't, but we do now. I've heard about your newly formed internet company. If possible, may I visit your office?" Chen Ping'an proposes. Ma Xiaodong hesitates, filled with uncertainty. "How do you know about me?" he asks. "I am the founder of Qingyun Investment Company and also a hacker. I've learned that you are developing an instant messaging software, which greatly interests me," Chen Ping'an states candidly. "Oh, I see," Ma Xiaodong responds, though his mind feels more muddled. "This isn't the best place for a discussion. Can we go to your office and talk more comfortably?" "Certainly." "Let us head to your company," Chen Ping'an replies, a smile gracing his lips as Ma Xiaodong nods in agreement.
Chapter 73, It's called QQ. Is your company's location far? Chen Ping'an inquired.
If it is, we can take my car, it's parked just ahead. Upon hearing that Chen Ping'an had a car, Ma Xiaoting and his companions felt more assured about his identity. Moreover, Chen Ping'an exuded an air reminiscent of a successful individual. Or more accurately, a man of wealth.
No, our company is just a few steps ahead, we can walk there, Ma Xiaoting quickly replied.
The other young men fell silent. Along the way, Chen Ping'an posed several questions, and given Ma Xiaoting's youth, he lacked the cunning to evade them.
Thus, he answered candidly.
Chen Ping'an nodded internally, gaining insight into Ma Xiaoting's current situation. Ma Xiaoting had gathered some funds to establish a company with the aim of developing an instant messaging software. They were in the process of registering the company, but it had yet to be officially completed. Simultaneously, the software was still under development, not yet finished. The scale of the company was understandably modest, as Ma Xiaoting did not possess substantial funds.
Ma Xiaoting was truthful, his company was indeed nearby. However,
it was merely a slightly larger office space.
The company was located within an aging residential building, unremarkable in appearance. Upon arriving, Ma Xiaoting felt a flush of embarrassment.
He found it somewhat shameful to refer to this place as his company. It's commendable to have achieved this scale at the inception, Chen Ping'an remarked.
Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaoting's expression softened, his gaze towards Chen Ping'an taking on a gentler demeanor.
Inside the office, several individuals, whom Ma Xiaoting had invited, were engrossed in their tasks, paying no heed to his group's arrival.
At what stage is your software development? Chen Ping'an asked. That's not convenient to disclose, Ma Xiaoting promptly replied.
It wasn't merely inconvenient, it was a matter of embarrassment, as their instant messaging software was essentially a copy of a foreign product.
Moreover,
they had only replicated a framework and had yet to copy the core components.
However, the framework was nearing completion. With an additional 2 months,
they anticipated the software could be ready for launch, likely by November or December of this year.
You haven't finished it yet, have you? Let me show you something.
Chen Ping'an smiled, retrieving his laptop from his bag. He opened it and launched a particular software.
What is this? Ma Xiaoting stammered, recognizing it as an instant messaging software.
He was not mistaken, it was indeed the product developed by Chen Ping'an. Chen Ping'an regarded it as a rather rudimentary creation, having spent merely 2 days crafting it. For someone with superior hacking skills like Chen Ping'an, developing such software posed little challenge.
If Chen Ping'an possessed such expertise, why seek out Ma Xiaoting and his team?
The answer lay in the need for a collaborative effort. He required a team to assist him in subsequent development. Historically, Ma Xiaoting and his associates had performed admirably,
prompting Chen Ping'an's interest in enlisting their talents.
Of course, if they were resistant, Chen Ping'an would not hesitate to undermine them, extinguishing their potential before it could flourish. This is an instant messaging software I developed.
Although it's somewhat crude, it should function adequately for basic use.
Let us connect via the local network to demonstrate its capabilities, Chen Ping'an stated.
Alright, Ma Xiaoting replied without hesitation.
Chen Ping'an connected his laptop to the local network and installed the software on another computer.
What is the name of this software? Ma Xiaoting inquired with curiosity. Do you see this icon? It's a penguin, right?
Therefore, we VE named it Penguin Communication Software for convenience. It also has a nickname, QQ, Chen Ping'an explained with a smile.
What a great name! Ma Xiaoting exclaimed, suddenly filled with excitement, though he couldn't pinpoint the reason for his fervor. Perhaps it was simply that the name resonated so well.
Now that the software is installed, let us try chatting, Ma Xiaoting suggested. Chen Ping'an smiled and sent a smiley face to Ma Xiaoting, typing, "Nice to meet you, mister."
Ma.
Hello, Ma Xiaoting replied, his enthusiasm palpable. Due to the local network, the response time was instantaneous, and both parties received the messages simultaneously.
Such speed! And the interface is delightful! Exclaimed several young men nearby.
They regarded Chen Ping'an with newfound respect. While they had invested considerable time developing merely a framework, this man had presented them with a finished product. The disparity was staggering.
Mr. Chen, did you genuinely create this software? Ma Xiaoting asked, almost in disbelief. Chen Ping'an nodded, casually reciting a few lines of code.
Although he spoke them nonchalantly, the complexity of the code revealed his high level of expertise.
Ma Xiaodong and his team,
being technically inclined, recognized the significance of what Chen Ping'an had shared. "You are truly remarkable, a master," Ma Xiaodong admired.
"However, I am perplexed. What is your intention in seeking us? With your skills, you could easily surpass us." Ma Xiaodong's tone conveyed both confusion and despondence. "Because I operate alone, yet require a team."
"I believe you all form an excellent group, which is why I approached you," Chen Ping'an replied, smiling.
Chapter 74, Mr. Ma agrees. Although Chen Ping'an came to recruit them, the term recruit did not sound appealing.
Therefore, he opted for a more palatable phrase. Chen Ping'an continued.
"I am here to seek your cooperation."
Naturally, Chen Bin did not use the term recruit, so he referred to it as collaboration. "You are here to seek our cooperation."
Ma Xiaodong felt a buzzing in his head. Indeed, he was there to seek their collaboration, with the intention of inviting them to join his company.
He possessed both financial resources and technical expertise, while they had talent. Together, they could form a formidable partnership, embarking on a shared entrepreneurial journey to create a promising future. Potentially even developing the most powerful instant messaging software.
"Do you have any thoughts regarding our collaboration?" Chen Ping'an asked directly.
It was too sudden. Ma Xiaodong hesitated, unsure of how to decide. He had begun to realize that despite the allure of Chen Ping'an's words, the reality was that he was there to recruit them. Once Ma Xiaodong and his team joined Chen Ping'an's company, they would merely become employees, which was far from Ma Xiaodong's original intention. His primary goal had always been to carve out his own path.
He did not wish to be just an employee.
"Time may not be on your side,"
Chen Ping'an warned. "My time is valuable and limited.
I will not linger here for long.
If you choose not to join me,
I will seek collaboration with other teams or recruit talented individuals directly from universities."
We both understand that having more than one instant messaging software will only create fierce competition,
leading to a scenario where only one can survive. I initially planned to invest 5 million in this instant messaging software, with continuous funding in the future.
My goal is to establish it as the strongest instant messaging software in the country. With each word Chen Ping'an spoke, Ma Xiaodong's expression grew dimmer. Compared to Chen Ping'an,
their advantages seemed minuscule. Ma Xiaodong had exhausted all means to gather a few $100,000 in startup funds, and now that he had nearly depleted this amount,
he needed to find new ways to secure more. In contrast, Chen Ping'an's initial investment was a staggering 5 million, which overshadowed their efforts. Moreover,
Chen Ping'an already had a finished product of instant messaging software, poised to launch it in no time, while their own project seemed a distant prospect. Ambition urged Ma Xiaodong to pursue his own venture, yet reason compelled him to consider joining Chen Ping'an's company. "Allow me to present the conditions I offer," Chen Ping'an continued. "I have registered an instant messaging software company in Shanghai with a capital of 5 million.
Should your team choose to join, I will grant you 20 equity.
This equity belongs to your entire team, and you may divide it among yourselves as you see fit.
The office will be located in Shanghai,
and you will relocate there with me.
I will cover all your living expenses, and additionally, I offer an annual salary ranging from 100,000 to 300,000.
The starting salary is 100,000, with a maximum of 300,000 based on your capabilities.
If you have any other requests, we may discuss them.
All terms are negotiable should your team decide to join."
Chen Ping'an spoke with great sincerity. The moment he presented these conditions, gasps of astonishment filled the air.
It was important to note that the individuals who followed Ma Xiaodong did so primarily out of respect for him.
However, their income under Ma Xiaodong was meager, often non-existent,
as they worked without pay. They understood the difficulties of starting a business, yet the exceptional conditions offered by Chen Ping'an were undeniably enticing.
An annual salary starting at 100,000
in 1998 was a significant proposition. One could purchase a house in the outskirts of Shenzhen after just a year of work, and perhaps afford a property in the city center after 2 to 3 years. Several young men began to breathe more rapidly, captivated by the prospect of shares and high compensation.
All eyes turned to Ma Xiaodong, eagerly anticipating his acceptance. A bitter smile crossed Ma Xiaoting's face. Mr. Chen, you have presented an offer that is quite difficult to refuse, he remarked. Chen Ping'an's generous terms left no room for denial. Chen Ping'an smiled but remained silent. In truth, he had laid a trap. Was 5,020,000 equity truly generous? In reality, it was hardly sufficient, as that amount would soon be consumed. Once depleted, further funding would be necessary, diluting everyone's shares over time. The 20 could shrink to 10, then 5, and continue diminishing. However, should the company's valuation increase, the reduced shares might gain higher value. Ma Xiaoting, still inexperienced, likely did not grasp this nuance. He was unaware of the financial demands of running a software company. Historically, his previous venture nearly faced bankruptcy due to a lack of funds. Thus, the success of a company often hinges on both fortune and serendipity. Mr. Ma, it seems you are inclined to accept my proposal. If so, that would be splendid, Chen Ping'an said, extending his hand to shake Ma Xiaoting's, his face alight with enthusiasm. While some portion of this excitement was strategic, genuine emotion was also present. After all, to recruit Mr. Ma would be a stroke of luck. Mr. Chen, your conditions are so favorable that I cannot refuse, Ma Xiaoting replied with a smile. However, I have a few questions to clarify. Why must we establish ourselves in Shanghai? The conditions here are quite satisfactory for us to function as our headquarters. That cannot be helped, Chen Ping'an explained. Having just completed my college entrance examination, I plan to attend university in Shanghai. Setting up the company there will facilitate my commute, he added with a smile. The crowd was taken aback, their faces reflecting astonishment. After all this time, the person before them was still a high school student. Chapter 75, Recruiting the Ma Xiaoting team. Upon learning that Chen Ping'an was still a high school senior, everyone was struck with astonishment. At that moment, Mr. Ma began to doubt whether the young man before him was jesting or perhaps attempting to mock him. Mr. Chen, you aren't playing a prank on us, are you? The benefits and the companies you mentioned, are they truly legitimate? Ma Xiaoting inquired, uncertainty lacing his voice. See for yourself. This is a portion of my funds, Chen Ping'an replied. Fully aware of their skepticism, he promptly displayed a text message from his bank on his phone. Ma Xiaoting's eyes widened as he processed the information. Over 100 million. Such a substantial amount of capital explained why someone so young had embarked on entrepreneurial ventures. With this revelation, Ma Xiaoting's doubts evaporated. After all, with such resources, any endeavor could flourish. Moreover, the technological prowess of the individual before him and their team was undeniably impressive. Mr. Chen, I apologize, I was just being naive, Ma Xiaoting said, feeling embarrassed. There's no need for concern, it's only human nature. They say youth often lacks the wisdom of experience. While this adage may not hold true in every instance, it does carry some weight. Young people, like us, may have less life experience, but we also possess the courage to dream, act, and explore. In that regard, the older generation cannot compete with our zeal. This is precisely why I sought out young talents like you. I recognize your drive, Chen Ping'an stated, his simple words igniting a wave of enthusiasm and goodwill among the crowd. If there are no further objections, let us proceed as I have suggested. Chen Ping'an addressed the group. Very well, we shall follow your lead, Ma Xiaoting replied after glancing at his companions, who showed no dissent. Although working in Shanghai posed certain inconveniences, Chen Ping'an had promised to cover their meals and accommodations, leaving little room for hesitation. Ultimately, their work location mattered less than the opportunity itself. However, Mr. Chen, the cost of living in Shanghai is significantly higher, which may hinder our company's development. Ma Xiaoting gently cautioned. You raise a valid point, one I have also contemplated. Therefore, I plan to establish our headquarters in Shanghai, while simultaneously setting up a branch office in Shenzhen. We cannot afford to neglect our growth there either, Chen Ping'an responded with a smile. As the saying goes, one should not place all their eggs in one basket. Although Chen Ping'an intended to focus on Shanghai, he remained committed to expanding in other regions as well. After all, what if he faced adversities in Shanghai? It was prudent to prepare for contingencies. Furthermore, Ma Xiaoting's observation regarding the high cost of living in Shanghai was indeed accurate.
While Shenzhen was also experiencing rapid development, its cost of living remained considerably lower, making it a more viable option for establishing a business. Chen Ping'an's strategy was to maintain the headquarters in Shanghai while allowing the operational base to be in Shenzhen. However, that was a matter for the future, for now. They needed to gather their small team in Shanghai and focus on their work. Once the company expanded, they could consider establishing branch offices. There would be ample time for that later. Chen Ping'an had his own plans. His venture was just beginning, and being based in Shanghai was crucial to maintaining oversight. If the company were to be located in Shenzhen, it risked being undermined without his knowledge. Thus, it was essential to keep the company close at hand until he could grasp the larger picture. By that time, the company would likely have grown substantially, requiring many employees. Alleviating his concerns, Ma Xiaodong, though initially unaware of these complexities, nodded in agreement with Chen Ping'an's rationale. You can take a few days off, consider it a holiday. Pack your belongings and handle any personal matters. I plan to visit Hong Kong, and upon my return, we will head to Shanghai together. By the way, do you have any connections in Hong Kong? Chen Ping'an inquired. Though Hong Kong was reclaimed last year, traveling there remains cumbersome due to bureaucratic red tape. However, it is manageable with sufficient funds, Ma Xiaodong replied with a smile, revealing his local connections. Does the company have legal counsel? We should draft a contract, Chen Ping'an asked. Ma Xiaodong felt a pang of embarrassment. Their company lacked legal representation. Thus, they had to enlist a professional lawyer to prepare the contract, which was straightforward and uncomplicated. Chen Ping'an invested $5 million to establish the company, holding an 80% stake, while Ma Xiaodong's team contributed 20% through technical investment. Additionally, a supplementary agreement stipulated that Chen Ping'an would purchase all the equipment from Ma Xiaodong's team for $500,000, which Ma Xiaodong had personally financed. These gestures, though seemingly minor, were profoundly heartwarming for Ma Xiaodong. He felt immense gratitude towards Chen Ping'an, as he had spent tens of thousands on the equipment, depleting his family's resources. Receiving this sum back allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. Part of the money went towards repaying debts, while the remainder became personal capital, transforming him into a wealthy individual. He couldn't help but feel that this deal was remarkably advantageous. That evening, Chen Ping'an treated everyone to an extravagant seafood banquet, the price of which was not insignificant, given the high-quality fare. However, in this era, money was exceedingly valuable. Such a lavish meal could easily cost several thousand yuan, a feat that would surely require tens of thousands 2 decades hence. After enjoying a hearty meal, everyone returned home, and Chen Ping'an made his way back to the hotel. To his surprise, he discovered the door filled with small cards. Feeling a fleeting thrill from the alcohol, he noted that the women depicted were quite alluring. A simple phone call would bring them to his doorstep. Yet, he scoffed and discarded the cards into the trash. Having been reborn and now a billionaire, he cherished his virginity too much to squander it on such frivolities. With that thought, his mood lifted considerably. After brushing his teeth and taking a warm shower, he felt utterly refreshed. After watching television for a while, he unknowingly drifted off to sleep on the bed. When he awoke, it was already the following day, and the sound that greeted him was the notification from the system. Chapter 76, Telekinesis. The system's notification sound roused Chen Ping'an from his slumber. As he groggily opened his eyes, he realized it was already 8 a.m., and the items in the system shop had refreshed once again. The notification sound could be customized. He could silence it or allow it to alert him. However, Chen Ping'an preferred to keep the alert sound active, as the daily refresh of goods was always the most thrilling moment. He wanted to be promptly informed. Today's refresh revealed 4 items: a defensive golden bracelet, a manual for light-footed waterwalking, a fragmenting devil fruit, and a telekinesis skill book. Upon seeing the 4 items, Chen Ping'an gasped in astonishment. After such a long time since the system's inception, the first refresh was nothing short of spectacular. None of the items were trivial, each was of exceptional quality. The defensive golden bracelet promised to enhance his defensive capabilities upon wearing it, a genuinely valuable asset. The light-footed water-walking manual was equally enticing, offering the potential to master impressive agility. Although Chen Ping'an possessed profound internal strength, he was not particularly adept at light-footed techniques.
Mastering this skill would be remarkable. The third item was a devil fruit, yet regrettably, its ability did not appeal to Chen Ping'an. Consuming this fruit would grant him the power of fragmentation, allowing his body to disintegrate and each piece to move independently. While this ability seemed impressive, the mere thought of transforming into a monster deterred him. Moreover, this power offered little enhancement to his overall strength. He would rather pursue the light-footed technique. The final item was a skill book that would enable him to master telekinesis. In simple terms, telekinesis involved projecting one's mental energy to materialize it, allowing for the manipulation of objects. Should Chen Ping'an's telekinetic ability prove sufficiently potent, he could wield it to control a sword and vanquish foes from a distance. While the notion of taking an enemy's head from 1,000 miles away was exaggerated, achieving such feats within tens or hundreds of meters was certainly plausible. Chen Ping'an's gaze swept across the 4 items, ultimately settling on the telekinesis skill book, as its practicality was paramount. He spent 1 monetary unit to purchase the skill book. Upon acquiring it, he immediately began his studies. A golden light enveloped him, and soon he found himself endowed with the skill of telekinesis. His mental energy underwent a remarkable transformation, growing stronger and enabling him to effortlessly wield telekinesis. As he utilized telekinesis for the first time, Chen Ping'an sensed an invisible hand extending from his mind. He could control this intangible hand with remarkable ease, an entity unseen by others, visible only to him. As he stretched the telekinetic hand outward, he noted that the further it reached, the more mental energy it consumed. At 5 meters, he felt a strain; at 10 meters, he recognized it as his limit. Thus, it seemed optimal to use his telekinesis within a 5-meter range, with a maximum distance not exceeding 10 meters, which, while not considerable, was functional. Curious about the extent of his telekinetic strength, he attempted to lift the nearby wooden table, which was quite heavy. To his disappointment, he could not budge it at all. Telekinesis appeared less formidable than he had hoped. After a series of tests, he managed to lift a suitcase weighing approximately 30 pounds with relative ease. But anything over 50 pounds proved challenging. This limitation left him bemused, pondering the utility of telekinesis given his own capabilities. However, a moment of clarity struck him. Unlike the maximum level skills he had previously acquired, such as the longevity technique, which he instantly mastered, telekinesis was different. Its potency depended on the strength of his mental energy and mastery over the skill. The greater his mental prowess, the more adept he would become at utilizing telekinesis, resulting in a stronger application of the skill. Presently, as an ordinary individual with high combat prowess but average mental strength, his initial encounter with telekinesis yielded expected results. After all, even extraordinary talents do not develop overnight, they require time and effort. With this newfound understanding, Chen Ping'an's mindset calmed. He resolved to dedicate time each day to honing his telekinesis, recognizing that the process would also strengthen his mental energy. The journey of developing telekinesis would inherently enhance his overall mental capacity, thus bestowing upon him numerous benefits. After rising and refreshing himself, Chen Ping'an called Ma Xiaodong, who had already been awaiting his call. After their communication, they arranged a meeting place. Half an hour later, Ma Xiaodong awaited Chen Ping'an outside the hotel. This time, Chen Ping'an summoned the hotel vehicle once more, and they both entered a luxurious Mercedes-Benz. As Ma Xiaodong settled into the opulent car, he gazed at it in admiration. Having never experienced such luxury before, he secretly fantasized about owning a similar vehicle one day. "Do you fancy this car?" Chen Ping'an inquired with a smile. "Who wouldn't like a luxury car?" Ma Xiaodong replied candidly. "Once our company is on the right track, I'll gift you one," Chen Ping'an stated nonchalantly. "Mr. Chen, you're not jesting, are you?" Ma Xiaodong asked with excitement. "Do I appear to be joking?" "If you think so, then so be it," Chen Ping'an chuckled. No. You must be serious, I'm taking this seriously." Ma Xiaodong exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. Although he had no knowledge of the car's exact value, the prospect of receiving such a luxury vehicle from his boss thrilled him immensely. Chapter 77, Auctioning Treasures. Having acquaintances in the right places makes any undertaking considerably easier. Ma Xiaodong busily assisted Chen Ping'an in completing all necessary procedures.
Under normal circumstances, such formalities would require a significant amount of time, however, this was not the case now. And the entire process was swiftly concluded. On the same day, Chen Ping'an received his travel permit. Upon returning to the hotel, he collected his luggage and checked out. That very day, he set off for Hong Kong. Given the tight time frame, he was determined to make the most of every moment. Acquiring the travel permit made the journey to Hong Kong remarkably straightforward, as the distance was merely a few dozen kilometers. The hotel service was exemplary, promptly dispatching a vehicle to transport Chen Ping'an to Hong Kong. Previously, he had been concerned about how to reach his destination, but now he found himself arriving effortlessly. The purpose of Chen Ping'an's visit to Hong Kong was simple: to liquidate some jewels in his possession. Upon arrival, he adhered to his usual routine of checking into a hotel. He chose the Peninsula Hotel, a renowned establishment favored by the affluent. Its prestigious reputation had long intrigued him, which is why he opted for this hotel. The check-in process was completed swiftly, and Chen Ping'an successfully settled into his room. After stowing away his less significant luggage, he utilized the hotel's telephone to contact Sotheby's auction house, one of the most distinguished auction houses in the region, known for its international standing and formidable strength. Chen Ping'an's intent in reaching out was to sell the treasures he possessed. With time being of the essence, he aimed to find a reputable auction house to facilitate a bulk sale. He had obtained the contact number online, which belonged to the reception of Sotheby's. Once the call connected, Chen Ping'an communicated in fluent English, as he was unfamiliar with the local dialect and concerned that Mandarin might not be understood. Communicating in English in Hong Kong posed no issues and elevated his status, minimizing unnecessary complications. Chen Ping'an was there to conduct business, not to encounter difficulties. So reducing potential problems was undoubtedly advantageous. The disposition of the staff transformed into one of utmost respect upon hearing his fluent English. Had he spoken in Mandarin? The effect would likely have been markedly different. Chen Ping'an's spoken English was quite proficient, allowing for seamless communication. After discussing the details, he decided to head directly to the auction house, as time was limited. He retrieved the treasures he intended to sell, carefully wrapping each one in cotton cloth before placing them in his backpack. He had a total of 9 items, all acquired through the system. Although he was uncertain of their exact value, he was confident they were worth a considerable sum. Upon reaching the hotel lobby, he requested the front desk to arrange a vehicle for his outing. High-end hotels typically provide transportation services for their guests, and the staff promptly obliged, arranging a vehicle for Chen Ping'an. However, the distance from the Peninsula Hotel to the auction house was considerable, taking over an hour to arrive. While the hotel transportation was convenient, it had its drawbacks. Once at the destination, the vehicle would not remain to wait for him, necessitating that Chen Ping'an secure another means of transport if needed later. Fortunately, he had arrived at the auction house. With his backpack in hand, he entered the auction house, where 2 Indian security guards were stationed at the entrance. Upon seeing Chen Ping'an approach, they halted him, aware that such subordinates could be difficult to manage. He confidently stated in fluent English, "I have an appointment with the auction house to sell treasures." Had he spoken in Mandarin, it would have yielded little effect. However, upon hearing his eloquent English and noting his appointment, the guards smiled and granted him access. In a nation still striving for strength, such interactions are regrettably necessary. Without the obstruction of the guards, Chen Ping'an quickly made his way to the front desk. After stating his name, the staff promptly checked the records and warmly escorted him to the waiting room, where refreshments were soon provided. Before long, a middle-aged man approached to attend to Chen Ping'an. Speaking in Cantonese, the man was met with a polite wave from Chen Ping'an, who responded in English, "I apologize, but I do not speak Cantonese. Let us converse in English." Upon hearing his fluent English, the middle-aged man's demeanor shifted to one of heightened enthusiasm. "Good day, sir. My name is Zhang Huihuang, and I am the client manager at our auction house. Do you have items you wish to auction?" Without further ado, Chen Ping'an opened his backpack and began to present the 9 treasures, one by one. As Zhang Huihuang beheld the array of jewels before him, his eyes widened in astonishment. While none of these items were ancient artifacts, they were all exquisite pieces of jewelry. For instance, one ruby necklace was crafted entirely from platinum and adorned with high-quality diamonds. culminating in a pendant that housed a ruby the size of a pigeon's egg. In his estimation, the necklace alone could fetch at least 20 million. Another piece, a statue of the god of wealth, stood about a foot tall and was composed entirely of imperial green jade, its color exceptionally vibrant and its quality remarkable. Zhang Huihuang could confidently appraise this statue at no less than 10 million, though precise valuation would require a professional appraisal. Each of the 9 items presented were undoubtedly valuable. In truth, had Chen Ping'an not been in financial need, these treasures would not have been for sale, they ought to be preserved as collectibles, appreciating in value over a decade or two. However, Chen Ping'an found himself in need of funds. Despite already possessing over 100 million in cash, he still sought additional resources. He understood well that liquidating these treasures would enable him to invest the cash, potentially leading to even greater future achievements and a faster rate of appreciation. Chapter 78, another windfall upon confirming that Chen Ping'an had indeed brought treasures. Zhang Huihuang subsequently contacted professional appraisers. Given the esteemed status of these experts, it was not a matter of merely summoning anyone at random. It was essential that the items presented warranted such scrutiny. With Chen Ping'an presenting 9 treasures, Zhang Huihuang enlisted 3 appraisers to ensure a higher accuracy rate through cross-examination, thus enhancing safety in the evaluation process. The appraisal itself proved to be rather time-consuming. The evaluation of the 9 treasures took over 2 hours to complete. The auction house estimated the total value of these treasures at 130 million. Naturally, this was merely an estimated figure, not the final auction price. They intended to promote these treasures for an international auction, where, based on their experience, the selling price could potentially exceed 200 million. However, the actual price realized would hinge on the circumstances of the auction day. "I urgently need funds. What price can you offer me?" Chen Ping'an inquired directly, eschewing unnecessary pleasantries. While participating in the auction could yield a higher price, the lengthy process, which could span several months, was not feasible for him. The sale of such luxurious jewels could not be executed hastily. Substantial time and effort were required for promotion. Only when the affluent around the world were aware of these treasures could they be auctioned effectively. Rushing into an auction without a well-prepared audience of wealthy bidders would hardly result in a high price. However, the auction house was also capable of direct purchases. Chen Ping'an's intention was to sell the treasures outright to the auction house, which would then auction them off, accepting the associated risks for potentially higher profits. As these treasures were indeed of high quality, the auction house was keen on acquiring them. "Mr. Chen, our auction house is willing to offer 135 million for the acquisition of all 9 of your exquisite items. This is the highest price we can provide. You understand that this industry carries its own risks, which we are now assuming. You can take the money and leave if you are in urgent need of funds. However, if you find the price unsatisfactory, I recommend entrusting us with the auction, or they may fetch a higher price," Zhang Huihuang confidently stated. Chen Ping'an shook his head with a wry smile. "My family is in dire need of funds, I cannot afford to wait. Let us proceed as you suggest. I look forward to a fruitful collaboration." "Indeed, a fruitful collaboration," Zhang Huihuang replied with a beaming smile. "This transaction would yield considerable profit for the company. And Zhang Huihuang's commission would be substantial as well." The next phase entailed a series of intricate procedures, as the auction house needed to ensure that the treasures were not illicit. Initially, they would absolve themselves of any liability, declaring that if the items were indeed stolen, the auction house would bear no responsibility. They would also conduct a swift investigation through their channels to ascertain the legitimacy of the treasures, as they wished to avoid complications. After several hours of inquiry, they regrettably found no evidence to suggest that the items were stolen. Consequently, they could not leverage the possibility of them being illicit to negotiate a lower price. Once the procedures were completed, 135 million was transferred directly into the company account provided by Chen Ping'an Qingyun Investment Company. Such a public-to-public transaction minimized potential complications. "Mr. Chen, it has been a pleasure collaborating with you. Should you have any other valuable items in the future, please do not hesitate to contact our auction house," Zhang Huihuang said, shaking Chen Ping'an's hand with a smile. "I will," Chen Ping'an nodded lightly. Should he possess any additional treasures that he did not need, he would certainly consider selling them. After all,
These so-called treasures could not serve as sustenance, yet could swiftly convert into cash. Chen Ping'an preferred cash. He was exceedingly content with this transaction.
Having unexpectedly received 135 million for the 9 items, which he had acquired for a mere 9 yuan in his system's marketplace.
Should this information be disclosed?
It would likely astonish Zhang Huihuang. Yet, Chen Ping'an vowed to keep this secret for a lifetime. With the 135 million, combined with the 150 million earned from stock trading,
Chen Ping'an's cash reserves now totaled 280 million. Remarkably, even before commencing university, he found himself in possession of such wealth, a most exhilarating sensation. As Chen Ping'an exited the auction house, night had already fallen.
Zhang Huihuang had initially wished to invite him for a meal, but Chen Ping'an politely declined. The two were still unfamiliar, and dining together might render him uncomfortable. He hailed a taxi at the entrance and, as was his habit, inquired in English.
"Excuse me, sir. I do not speak English. Do you speak Cantonese?" The middle-aged driver replied apologetically. Many from the lower strata in Hong Kong often lacked proficiency in English, with some having never received formal education. "Can you speak Mandarin?" Chen Ping'an probed tentatively. "Wonderful. I can speak Mandarin too," the driver responded with a smile. His Mandarin tinged with a heavy Hong Kong accent, yet comprehensible. This was indeed a blend of Cantonese and Mandarin. "You are from the mainland, aren't you?" the driver inquired. "Yes, I have come to handle some affairs. It has gone relatively smoothly. I have completed what I needed to do. I am looking for a place to dine. Could you recommend any good restaurants locally?" Chen Ping'an asked. "Are you looking for a high-end restaurant or would you prefer our local eateries?" the middle-aged driver queried. Chapter 79, Street Stalls. What is the distinction between high-end restaurants and street stalls? Chen Ping'an inquired, perplexed. Being a non-local, he was indeed unfamiliar with the local customs.
High-end restaurants offer superior ingredients, exquisite preparations, and a pleasant ambience, albeit at a steep price. In contrast, street stalls are far more grounded, relying on culinary skill and fresh ingredients to deliver the most authentic flavors. If you wish to savor the most genuine local delicacies, I would recommend the street stalls, suggested the middle-aged driver. Many celebrities and affluent individuals also enjoy dining at these humble establishments. All right, I will heed your advice. Please direct me to the finest street stall. Chen Ping'an replied with a smile. Taking counsel from others often leads to a satisfying meal, and since the middle-aged driver praised the street stall's authentic flavors, he decided to follow his recommendation. Not a problem. At this hour, it's still relatively early. Let's head to Fuji Street Stall. It's a beloved spot for us, offering delicious food at reasonable prices. As the driver spoke, he navigated the car while engaging Chen Ping'an in conversation. It turned out that these drivers were well informed, and they exchanged lively banter throughout the journey. By the way, the stock market has been performing quite well lately. I have several friends who have made a significant profit, the middle-aged driver remarked wistfully. Unfortunately, I do not know how to trade stocks, otherwise, I would have joined in the gains. Let me offer you a piece of advice: steer clear of stock trading. Just look at those who engage in it, how many end up well? It's akin to gambling. And in fact, gambling is often more transparent. At least you can see your wins and losses right there at the table, Chen Ping'an cautioned. While he had indeed made his fortune through stock trading, he was acutely aware of its inherent risks, particularly as the notorious financial showdown in Hong Kong approached in August. One of Chen Ping'an's motives for coming to Hong Kong was to participate in this impending battle. Although his capital was insufficient to sway the outcome, he hoped to seize an opportunity amidst the chaos. Thank you, Mr. Chen. You are absolutely right, I will refrain from stocks, the middle-aged driver quickly concurred. By the way, may I ask your name? Chen Ping'an inquired with a smile. My surname is Song, my given name is Yuan, which means fate. Most people simply call me Lao Song, he replied, somewhat sheepishly. Then I shall call you Lao Song. By the way, how much do you earn in a day? Chen Ping'an asked, curious. It varies, typically. I make around 500 to 800, Lao Song said with a hint of pride. In this era, such earnings were considered decent. though still on the lower end within Hong Kong.
In contrast, these figures would place someone firmly in the affluent class on the mainland.
This disparity highlighted the differences in living costs and income levels between the two regions.
I plan to stay here for a while. I would like to hire you for 1,000 a day. I'll take care of you and your vehicle, what do you think? Chen Ping'an proposed.
With no shortage of funds, he found it quite convenient to employ someone to cater to his needs.
Are you joking, boss? Lao Song asked, somewhat incredulous. Is this a joke? Let us do it this way, starting tomorrow, you'll work for me.
We'll settle payment daily, Chen Ping'an stated firmly.
Absolutely. I accept this job. Lao Song readily agreed.
After all, working for Chen Ping'an would yield him significantly more than he typically earned in a day.
As they conversed,
they arrived at the street stall.
Consider today an early end to your shift.
Join me for a meal, I'll treat you. It's the perfect opportunity to enjoy some drinks and chat, Chen Ping'an suggested.
Of course, I'm more than happy to be treated by the boss.
You find a spot while I park the car, Lao Song replied cheerfully, showing no hesitation in accepting the invitation. Though their acquaintance was relatively brief,
Lao Song quickly perceived that Chen Ping'an was an amiable individual.
Naturally, he was astute enough to maintain his boundaries and not overstep, ensuring he did not become a nuisance to his employer. Having lived to his age, he understood the intricacies of social etiquette.
Lao Song was clearly not a fool.
Chen Ping'an's invitation to dine was also a means for him to glean more information from Lao Song, for drivers were often the most well-informed individuals in their communities. The street stall was bustling with patrons, and despite arriving early, a queue had already formed. Fortunately, there were only a few people ahead of them. And Chen Ping'an remained unperturbed, since Lao Song had recommended this place for its delectable offerings, he was willing to wait a little longer.
Additionally, he was genuinely intrigued by the local street culture of Hong Kong. Once Lao Song parked the vehicle, it was their turn to be seated.
They occupied a small table without menus, indicating that customers were to order freely, though Chen Ping'an was uncertain of what to choose.
Lao Song, please recommend a few dishes.
Money is no object, he said with a smile. Then I won't hold back, I'll order a few delicious dishes, Lao Song grinned. Feel free to order as you like, Chen Ping'an responded with a nod. In such a street stall, even if the prices were on the higher side, he truly did not mind Lao Song ordering freely. Lao Song placed an order for 4 dishes and a soup, along with a portion of stir-fried beef rice noodles for each of them. As they would be driving, they decided against ordering alcohol, with Chen Ping'an opting for a few bottles of soda instead. While enjoying their meal, Chen Ping'an engaged Lao Song in casual conversation, primarily inquiring about local matters. Lao Song, being quite the chatterbox, readily shared stories and information. Chen Ping'an genuinely enjoyed listening to Lao Song's tales. The dishes arrived swiftly, and Chen Ping'an sampled each one, finding them quite delightful. However, the street stall did have its drawbacks. The dishes lacked refinement, adhering to the simplicity of street food. Nevertheless, the flavors were commendable, and he found the cuisine quite enjoyable. He resolved to try a high-end restaurant on his next visit, after all. It would be a shame to visit Hong Kong without experiencing its upscale dining. As they dined, an intense argument erupted nearby. You deadbeat! You have debts and no money. Yet here you are dining out? Are you looking for trouble? Is this your daughter? She is quite beautiful, perhaps I'll just take her as payment for your debts. Chapter 80, Suyuqing. Chen Ping'an found himself struggling with the Cantonese spoken around him, but it was evident that the words were far from kind. Turning his gaze, he spotted a family encircled by a group of thugs. Among the crowd, a young woman stood out, her beauty striking enough to leave Chen Ping'an momentarily breathless. It was indeed a rarity for a girl to captivate him so, considering he had been exposed to the allure of many online beauties. What is going on here? Lao Song? Chen Ping'an inquired with curiosity. The gambler has accrued debts and is now cornered by loan sharks. This family is in for a terrible time, Lao Song replied, his expression reflecting a mix of pity and disdain. But one must understand, gamblers are not deserving of sympathy. Their essay saying aid the urgent, not the impoverished, but there exists a more terrifying breed than the destitute, the gambler, for they are an endless pit.
Onlookers merely gathered to spectate, none daring to intervene.
In Shangjiang, two types of individuals are best avoided: the wealthy elite and the street gang members. The affluent wield both wealth and power, while gang members boast sheer numbers, rendering both groups untouchable.
Ordinary citizens would do well to keep their distance.
Chen Ping'an stole another glance at the girl, a strange familiarity washing over him.
Suddenly,
he recalled seeing her photograph 2 decades later, a revelation that explained the sense of recognition he felt despite not knowing her. He vividly remembered seeing her in a newspaper,
though by then she was no longer a girl but a middle-aged beauty.
If memory served him correctly, her name was Su Yuqing, who had risen to become the head of a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate, with rumors circulating that she was the mistress of a certain powerful figure. Whether these rumors held any truth was uncertain, but Chen Ping'an believed them to be credible, as the paparazzi had thoroughly investigated her background, uncovering her humble origins before her meteoric rise to power. Never did he expect to encounter Su Yuqing in such a setting. It seemed she had yet to cross paths with that influential individual.
"Let me go. I'm calling the police," Su Yuqing cried out,
her voice laced with terror as the thugs dragged her away. The onlookers felt a pang of compassion, yet none dared to step forward, unwilling to invite trouble upon themselves or their families.
"Lao Song, do you have the courage to help me translate?"
"I wish to rescue that girl," Chen Ping'an urged. Lao Song hesitated, fear evident in his eyes, but ultimately nodded, feeling pity for the girl. Chen Ping'an knew he was at a disadvantage,
as he lacked any proficiency in Cantonese.
Without Lao Song's assistance, communicating would be nearly impossible.
"Tell them I will cover the family's debts," Chen Ping'an declared.
Lao Song hurriedly translated his words.
The lead thug, upon hearing Chen Ping'an speak in Mandarin, cast him a disdainful glance. However,
when Lao Song conveyed that Chen Ping'an was willing to pay, the thug's expression shifted.
"Does he really think he can come up with 50,000? This old man owes our boss that much.
If he can pay it back, then that debt can be settled," the thug, sporting green hair, scoffed.
"If you want to settle this, bring us the IOU. But it's not with us. Here's the deal, you come with us to our boss. If you can pay the 50,000, everything can be resolved. But let me make this clear, if you can't come up with the money, our boss won't let you off easily.
Interfering comes with consequences. The money is negotiable, but you must release this young lady," Chen Ping'an insisted, pointing at Su Yuqing.
"When you bring the money, we'll let her go.
Until then, we might as well have our fun with her," the thug chuckled,
reaching out towards Su Yuqing in an inappropriate manner.
Tears streamed down Su Yuqing's face as she was clearly terrified, her hands held tightly by 2 other thugs, rendering her helpless to defend herself. Just then, a powerful kick sent the thug flying, catching the others off guard as they were similarly dispatched with swift kicks. "Crossing the line comes with consequences," Chen Ping'an declared coldly.
Lao Song stood in stunned silence, momentarily forgetting to translate. "You're looking for death, daring to strike us? Do you know who we are? We belong to the number gang. Cross us and your entire family will pay the price."
The green-haired thug shouted angrily. Lao Song finally regained his composure and translated, his own expression turning grave as he realized they had crossed paths with a formidable gang, one far beyond their means to confront. Without uttering another word, Chen Ping'an stepped closer to the thug and delivered another kick.
"You think the number gang is powerful?
You have no idea how much more formidable I am. Offending me means you're courting your own demise.
Do you believe I can't make a call to Beijing and have your gang wiped out? Xinjiang has been reclaimed, and you little thugs dare to act so brazenly? Are you asking for a swift end?"
Chen Ping'an spoke with unabashed arrogance, knowing that no one here knew his true identity, allowing him to boast without fear of exposure.
The onlookers, upon hearing his words, nodded in agreement, many suddenly realizing the source of Chen Ping'an's boldness.
They had previously wondered how he dared provoke the thugs, but now it made perfect sense. He was undoubtedly a significant figure from the mainland, someone the numbered gang couldn't afford to offend. The thug's bravado faltered, concern washing over his face as he realized he might have provoked a dangerous adversary.
"We're leaving. Just you wait, this isn't over."
He spat before hastily retreating with his companions.
Little did they know,
Chen Ping'an's second kick had already infused the thug with internal energy, sealing his fate. Chapter 81, a million to buy green hair departed with his subordinates, leaving behind a chilling remark, oblivious to the fact that his fate had already been sealed. After his departure, Su Yuqing finally exhaled a long sigh of relief. The earlier events had terrified her. At merely 20 years of age, she had found herself in a harrowing predicament when that group of ruffians attempted to abduct her, plunging her into a nightmarish abyss. It was only due to Chen Ping'an's timely intervention that she was pulled back from the brink of despair. "Sir, thank you for saving me," Su Yuqing expressed, approaching Chen Ping'an and speaking fluent Mandarin. Her command of the language took Chen Ping'an by surprise, yet he quickly regained his composure, recognizing that they were in Xiangjiang, where many locals had come from across the strait and thus spoke Mandarin fluently. "You're welcome, it was but a trifling effort. However, I fear this matter will not conclude so easily. What are your plans moving forward?" Chen Ping'an inquired directly. Su Yuqing's complexion paled at the mention of her father's substantial debt of 500,000. The weight of despair threatened to consume her. Even if they were to sell their entire family, they could never amass such a sum. "Sir, please, you must save my family. If you do not intervene, we are doomed," she pleaded fervently. Suddenly, an emaciated old man knelt before Chen Ping'an, clasping his leg and beseeching him. This man was Su Yuqing's father, Su Dafu. Ironically, his name was aptly chosen. In his youth, he had been a wealthy heir, only to squander his family's fortune in reckless abandon. Su Yuqing had once lived a life of privilege, but her father's irresponsibility had stripped away their wealth, leaving her on the verge of being sold into servitude. Had it not been for Chen Ping'an's timely rescue, her fate would have been dire, the details of which remained uncertain. "This is not a suitable place for discussions. Let us find somewhere more private," Chen Ping'an suggested, noting the onlookers that surrounded them, rendering any conversation uncomfortable. "Why not come to my home? It is just across the street," Su Dafu quickly proposed. Chen Ping'an nodded in agreement, relieved that he had finished his meal, sparing him from wasting the food. After settling the bill, Chen Ping'an followed Su Dafu's family. Old Son, understanding the situation, opted to wait in the car. Fortunately, Su Yuqing's family spoke Mandarin, eliminating the need for a translator. Their residence was modest, located in a rundown apartment building across the street. The environment was far from pleasant, with litter strewn across the corridors and walls adorned with graffiti, exuding an air of disarray. Su Dafu produced a key and unlocked the door to their rented home, a place they had resorted to in order to evade creditors after selling their previous property. "Mr. Chen, you mentioned earlier that you might assist us in repaying our debts. Is that offer genuine?" Su Dafu asked, his expression a mixture of hope and desperation. The offer was sincere, but Chen Ping'an questioned, "What is in it for me? I can provide the 500,000 to settle the gambling debt, but what do you propose in return?" His gaze lingered on Su Yuqing, the implication clear. Su Dafu, not oblivious to Chen Ping'an's intentions, licked his lips and raised a finger, whispering, 1 million. "If you grant me 1 million, my daughter will be yours." "Father? What are you saying?" Su Yuqing exclaimed in disbelief. "My dear, I only wish what is best for you. Life with a gambling father offers no prospects. This is an opportunity for you to secure a better future. Look at Mr. Chen, he is capable and kind-hearted, a man of noble character is rare to find." Su Dafu implored earnestly. Initially saddened, Su Yuqing's expression shifted as her father's words resonated with her. After all, Chen Ping'an had already saved her life. And he was young and handsome, becoming his partner could be considered a fortunate turn of events. "Consider your father's plight, my daughter. At my age, I face ruin without settling this debt. The debtors will not relent. If you refuse, I may face dire consequences," Su Dafu continued, desperation tinging his voice. Su Yuqing bit her lip, remaining silent. Yet, Su Dafu could read her acceptance in her expression. "Mr. Chen, my daughter has consented. She will be yours. Provided you grant me the 1 million, he stated eagerly. Chen Ping'an was momentarily taken aback by the swift turn of events. While he harbored feelings for Su Yuqing, he had not anticipated such a straightforward proposition. He had expected complications, yet here was a chance to secure a beautiful woman like Su Yuqing for a mere million, a bargain. Indeed. The allure of such a prospect was difficult for any man to resist.
I have no qualms about the money. But can you assure me that once I provide this sum, you will not further endanger Su Yuqing?
He questioned, aware of the notorious nature of gamblers.
Rest assured. I will reform.
I shall repay the 500,000 debt, and the remaining will be used to secure a modest apartment, allowing me to live out my days peacefully. My daughter will belong to you, and my affairs will not affect her future, Su Dafu insisted.
Su Yuqing, what are your thoughts?
I respect your decision and will not coerce you, Chen Ping'an asked gently.
Chapter 82, The Death of Green Hair. I have no objections. I am willing to go with you, Su Yuqing declared resolutely as she gazed at Chen Ping'an.
She had come to a realization: following her gambling father would lead her to a life of despair. Thus, she decided to seize her own destiny and, in turn,
allow her father to benefit.
She could find a good man, and her father would receive $1 million.
Very well, it is settled then. Let us proceed to the bank to complete the necessary formalities. Chen Ping'an nodded in agreement. Su Yuqing, please pack your belongings.
We shall depart directly, Chen Ping'an added. Since they had already spent the money, there was no need for hesitation. If they were in the mainland, Chen Ping'an would never have dared to take such a step, as there were too many concerns. However, in Hong Kong, the atmosphere was entirely different. It was a haven of freedom.
Furthermore,
Chen Ping'an had his own plans. He needed someone he could trust in Hong Kong, and Su Yuqing was his chosen ally. With the potential to manage a multi-billion conglomerate in the future, her capabilities were beyond doubt, which was precisely why Chen Ping'an decided to invest in her.
Su Yuqing nodded and swiftly began to gather her belongings.
She did not possess many items, only a small suitcase, leaving the rest behind. The person most elated by the turn of events was Su Dafu, who had never anticipated that he could make such a windfall under these circumstances. Su Yuqing's mother silently wept at the sight, fully aware of the nature of her husband. She understood that her gambling husband was beyond redemption and that their daughter's association with them would lead to ruin.
Now, with the opportunity to follow a good man,
their daughter had gained a chance at life. The group quickly made their way to the bank across the street, where they completed the transfer process. A sum of 1 million was transferred into Su Dafu's bank account, while no other agreements were documented.
Upon seeing the additional 1 million in his account, Su Dafu was overjoyed.
Let us go, Chen Ping'an said to Su Yuqing.
Are we leaving just like that? Shouldn't we draft an agreement? Aren't you concerned that my father might change his mind? Su Yuqing inquired curiously as they walked. Your father cannot even manage a group of petty thugs. If he were to provoke me, do you think he would have a way out? Therefore, is there even a need for a written agreement? Chen Ping'an retorted.
You are right. I trust that my father will not go back on his word. Moreover, since I have promised to follow you, I will not retract my commitment either. Su Yuqing replied earnestly. That is the best course of action. From now on, you shall be mine, Chen Ping'an said with a smile, playfully pinching Su Yuqing's cheek. Her skin felt incredibly smooth. Chen Ping'an was aware of where Old Song had parked. He led Su Yuqing directly to Old Song's taxi. Old Song cast a brief glance at Su Yuqing but said nothing. Yet, a flicker of envy passed through his eyes. A seasoned man like Old Song could easily discern the outcome of the situation without Chen Ping'an having to explain. Such occurrences were commonplace in Hong Kong. And Old Song was unfazed.
Boss, where are we headed now? Are we returning to the hotel? Old Song asked. Let us hold off for a moment.
We need to shop for some items, Chen Ping'an replied. Understood, then we shall head to Causeway Bay.
As Chen Ping'an took Su Yuqing away,
Green Hair returned to the casino. Boss, we did not bring that girl back, she was taken by someone else, Green Hair reported, looking dejected.
Shao Kai. What is the situation? You couldn't handle such a trivial matter?
His boss, Scar Brother, a small-time leader of the Number Gang, questioned. Who owned a casino and several nightclubs with over 100 subordinates, doing quite well on this street.
Since Scar Brother last saw Su Yuqing,
he had been infatuated with her.
However, he understood that obtaining her through legitimate means was improbable. Hearing that Su Yuqing's father was a gambler,
Scar Brother devised a scheme that successfully ensnared Su Yuqing's father. In just one night, he lost 200,000 at the casino, a sum borrowed at exorbitant interest. This debt quickly escalated from 200,000 to 500,000 in a matter of days. Scar Brother sensed the timing was right and dispatched his underlings to capture Su Yuqing. He was well aware of the family's movements, thus, this nighttime operation was not a chance encounter, but a premeditated action. He entrusted this task to his capable subordinate, Shao Kai. However, unexpectedly, Green Hair had botched the operation. "Boss, this is not my fault," a mainlander intervened and took her away. "I told him we are the numbered gang, but he paid us no heed." Green Hair anxiously explained. "What do you want me to do? Is this your first day in this line of work? Offending the numbered gang will not end well for him. Find out who he is and gather information. And as for that Su Yuqing, the woman I have my sights set on, it is unacceptable for her to escape," Scar Brother coldly stated. "I'll do it, boss. I will definitely get the girl back." Green Hair hastily reassured, thumping his chest. "Enough. All of you, quiet down. Shao Kai, get to work. I am giving you this one chance, do not disappoint me." Scar Brother barked. "Rest assured, I will bring the woman back," Green Hair vowed loudly. However, just as he finished speaking, he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Chapter 83, Shopping. Suddenly, Green Hair opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, startling everyone present. The boss, Scarface, was equally taken aback. Completely unprepared for Green Hair's sudden hemorrhage. "Quick, check if that kid is dead," Scarface exclaimed, pointing at Green Hair. Nearby, DeFei, known for his bravery, stepped forward to assess Green Hair's condition. After feeling for his pulse, he shook his head at Scarface. "Boss, Green Hair has passed away." "Green Hair is dead? How could that be possible?" "He was perfectly fine just moments ago," Scarface replied, his face a mask of disbelief. After all, just a moment ago, Green Hair had been lively and ready to carry out his orders. Now, it seemed, he had suddenly collapsed, bloodied and lifeless. Scarface was utterly baffled by the circumstances surrounding Green Hair's demise. "What do we do now, boss? Should we take him to the hospital?" one of the underlings inquired. "Hospital? Are you kidding? He is dead," Scarface retorted, scratching his head in agitation. "Damn it, could he have some terminal illness?" He began to pace back and forth. Then pointed at Green Hair's body and instructed DeFei, "Take Green Hair's remains back to his home, give his family 50,000 as a settlement. And ensure they keep their mouths shut. As the leader, offering him 50,000 is the least I can do." "Understood, boss. I know how to handle it," DeFei replied. "It's generous of you to give him 50,000 even in death. Being with you as a leader is worth it," he added quickly. "You still have that silver tongue," Scarface chuckled heartily. He brushed off the incident of the fallen underling, though he felt a twinge of pain at the thought of handling the body and the compensation. "DeFei, I'm leaving this matter in your hands. From now on, Green Hair's subordinates will also be under your command. Are you up to the task?" Scarface asked. "Of course, no problem at all. Thank you for the trust, boss," DeFei declared, patting his chest with a look of excitement. "My good brother, I knew you wouldn't let me down," Scarface laughed heartily. Unbeknownst to them, they were entirely oblivious to the peculiar circumstances of Green Hair's death and had no inkling that he had been murdered. Meanwhile, Chen Ping'an and Su Yuqing were leisurely exploring a shop. With ample funds in his pocket, Chen Ping'an had brought Su Yuqing to a luxury boutique. Su Yuqing gazed at the exorbitantly priced items, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by their cost. She had never before encountered such high prices and hesitated even to touch the merchandise. However, she couldn't help but admire the exquisite beauty of the items on display. Having only seen such luxurious goods on television and in magazines, this was her first experience viewing them up close. "Which one do you fancy? If you like it, we'll buy it," Chen Ping'an said with a smile. "But they are all so expensive," Su Yuqing whispered. "With my financial means, purchasing this entire store would be a triviality. Moreover, we're only buying a few items," he reassured her. "So, you needn't worry about the prices. Just tell me what you like." "I like this handbag, and I also adore this dress," Su Yuqing said.
contemplating briefly before selecting a handbag and a dress.
"We'll take this handbag and dress. Please find a size that fits my girlfriend," Chen Ping'an requested, speaking in English,
as it was more suitable for communication in the luxury store.
Speaking Mandarin might have led to condescension from the staff, and there could have been significant communication barriers,
as they might not even speak Mandarin.
The sales personnel quickly fetched a suitable size for Su Yuqing. When she emerged from the fitting room in the dress, Chen Ping'an was momentarily dazzled. The adage clothes make the man rang true, as Su Yuqing looked even more beautiful in her new attire.
Feeling a bit shy yet overjoyed, Su Yuqing responded, "This dress suits me well."
"Great.
Let us get a few more outfits.
If you see anything you like, we can buy it," Chen Ping'an encouraged her. "Thank you," Su Yuqing expressed her gratitude, feeling a warmth she had rarely known. With a timid mother and a gambling father, she had never experienced such affection at home. However, in the brief time spent with Chen Ping'an, she felt enveloped in love.
"In the future, you will be my woman, you mean to keep thanking me."
"If you wish to show your gratitude, you can do so with actions tonight," Chen Ping'an whispered playfully in her ear.
Li Mengyun and Lin Wanjun were both young women,
but they were still somewhat naive. Chen Ping'an had affection for them, even love, yet his interest was not as pronounced due to their youth.
In contrast, Su Yuqing was a fully matured beauty.
Although her demeanor still held some innocence, her physical form had developed completely.
At 19, Chen Ping'an's body was young,
but his soul felt much older. Faced with a mature woman like Su Yuqing, he found himself stirred with desire.
Chen Ping'an bought several outfits for Su Yuqing,
refreshing her wardrobe entirely. In addition to clothing for her, he also purchased numerous garments and bags for Li Mengyun and Lin Wanjun, recalling their sizes with great clarity. These gifts were meant for them upon his return. The clothing he selected for the two girls was modest yet stylish, featuring designs not easily found in the mainland. Su Yuqing noticed the clothes Chen Ping'an had bought for other women but chose not to comment, fully aware of her own position. She understood she could never be the legitimate wife, but rather a cherished companion, a notion she accepted with grace.
As they amassed a considerable haul,
Chen Ping'an spent a substantial amount, likely several tens of thousands, reflecting the high cost of living in Hong Kong. This was without even indulging in the highest luxury brands. Had he chosen those, expenditures could have easily reached hundreds of thousands. Chen Ping'an also treated himself to several new outfits, including a few suits for everyday wear.
After all, Buddha depends on gold adornments, and people depend on fine attire.
He too needed a few sophisticated suits to make a good impression.
Chapter 84. The gambler Defei had just departed but soon returned, his expression somewhat peculiar.
"Boss, that old gambler, Su, is back again," he whispered to Scarface, his leader. Scarface was taken aback by this news. He had assumed the old gambler had fled, yet here he was, back in their midst.
"Where is he?" Scarface inquired.
"He claims he is here to repay his debts at our casino," Defei replied.
Scarface's expression shifted to one of skepticism. What money could this old rascal possibly have? He mused. Never mind, let us go meet this old fellow. With a wave of his hand, Scarface led Defei to their underground casino.
Their establishment was illicit, hence the need for secrecy.
On the surface, it appeared as a mahjong parlor, bustling with patrons enjoying the game.
However, behind the mahjong tables lay a substantial hidden space, housing the underground casino.
While the casino was not vast, it thrived,
serving as one of Scarface's crucial sources of income.
Upon arrival, Scarface spotted Su Dafu intently watching others gamble,
his eyes gleaming with excitement as he observed the Pai-Gao cards on the table. The thrill of the game captivated him, almost compelling him to join in. Yet, the memory of his previous misfortunes held him back.
"Su, old ghost, have you returned to settle your debts?" Scarface addressed him. Su Dafu snapped back to reality, quickly adopting a sycophantic demeanor. "Boss Scarface, I've come to repay my debts." "Well then, let us discuss this in the office," Scarface replied, nodding as he turned to lead the way. Su Dafu cast a lingering glance at the gambling table before following. In the office, Su Dafu produced his bank card.
"Boss Scarface, I have the funds ready, let us settle this with a card swipe." Despite their underground status, the casino boasted modern equipment. including card readers always at the ready.
Not a problem.
Here's your IOU, ensure you review it carefully. Once you pay, you may take the document with you. Scarface stated, his tone straightforward. He understood the importance of maintaining integrity in their line of work. Without it, no gambler would dare set foot in their establishment. Su Dafu was there to repay, so Scarface was careful not to exploit this moment.
He had no doubt about Su Dafu's compulsive nature.
As long as the old gambler had money, he would inevitably return to the tables, risking all until he was penniless.
The card transaction of 500,000
yuan successfully transferred to Scarface's account. In accordance with their agreement, he returned the IOU to Su Dafu, who immediately lit a lighter and incinerated it.
Sighing in relief, a smile spread across his face. Su boss, it seems you're in good fortune now. Care to play a few hands at our casino? Scarface inquired with a broad grin.
No more playing for me, I swear.
Su Dafu quickly protested, yet his eyes strayed back to the gambling table.
Scarface chuckled knowingly. He understood that Su Dafu, despite his words, would not be able to resist the allure of the game for long. By the way, Su boss. My subordinate mentioned seeing a young man with your daughter.
Who is that young man? Scarface asked with feigned casualness. You mean Mr. Chen?
Yes, quite impressive. I've heard he comes from a prominent family in the mainland. As for his exact background, I'm not entirely sure, but I know he is powerful. I suppose I can consider myself his half-father-in-law now, as my daughter is with him, Su Dafu said, pride evident on his face.
Unbeknownst to him,
Scarface felt a pang of jealousy. He had harbored interest in Su Yuqing himself. However, his aspirations were more about exploiting her advantageous position rather than genuine affection. He envisioned her as a prime asset in the nightclub scene, where her allure could bring him considerable wealth. Despite feeling a sense of regret for the lost opportunity, Scarface recognized that there were still avenues for profit with Su Dafu. Su boss, since we are old acquaintances and you've repaid me so promptly today,
I cannot let you leave empty-handed.
He instructed Defei to present Su Dafu with 50,000 yuan in chips.
What is the meaning of this, boss Scarface? Su Dafu stammered, bewildered.
Just a gesture between old friends, these chips are a gift for you to enjoy.
I want you to have a good time, Scarface laughed heartily.
Defei obediently handed over the chips to Su Dafu. Although he initially hesitated to accept, the allure of free chips was too tempting to resist.
With thoughts of doubling his fortune, Su Dafu could hardly contain his excitement.
Thank you, boss Scarface. I'll just play for a little while.
I promise it won't be long, Su Dafu exclaimed eagerly. My casino is open for you to enjoy at your leisure.
The happiness of our loyal patrons is paramount. Scarface replied with a warm smile.
Thank you, boss Scarface. I'm off to play, Su Dafu declared, dashing towards a gambling table, eliciting knowing laughter from Scarface and Defei.
Chapter 85, the first time in this lifetime Chen Ping'an remained oblivious to Su Dafu's predicament, even if he were aware. It would matter little, for that man was not his father. At this moment, he felt a mix of anticipation and anxiety. He was in a hotel suite, with Su Yuqing bathing in the adjoining bathroom. Through the frosted glass, a slender silhouette was discernible, shrouded in an enchanting haze. Chen Ping'an felt a dryness in his throat and gulped down a large jug of hot water. Yet, rather than quenching his thirst, it only heightened his agitation. This time around, he was finally on the verge of becoming a real man. In his previous life, he had experienced such moments extensively and had long grown accustomed to them. However, this was his first encounter in this lifetime. He had never anticipated that this moment would arrive so swiftly. Previously, he had envisioned that his first time would either be with Li Mengyun or Lin Wanjun. Yet it appeared fate had orchestrated a different scenario altogether. Nevertheless, Chen Ping'an did not dwell too much on this matter, as he was not a woman. Su Yuqing's attributes alone marked her as a top-tier beauty. He certainly would not find himself at a disadvantage. With a visage and figure that reached such heights, she was undeniably flawless. In fact, Chen Ping'an felt he was gaining immensely from this encounter. I've finished my shower, you can go now. Su Yuqing emerged from the bathroom clad in a nightgown, her damp hair cascading around her, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, unable to meet Chen Ping'an's gaze.
All right.
You take a break, I will shower now, he replied with a nod, nonchalantly shedding his clothing right there. He felt no shame, for they would inevitably face each other in such a manner. Su Yuqing's face reddened further, yet she found herself unable to avert her gaze from Chen Ping'an, marveling at his impressive physique. Previously, she had perceived him as somewhat frail, but upon seeing him without his outer garments, she discovered a body sculpted with muscle, akin to that of Bruce Lee, lean yet distinctly defined. Su Yuqing lowered her gaze, her heart racing. It was only when Chen Ping'an entered the bathroom that she regained her composure. As he washed up, she dried her hair and donned a set of enticing sleepwear that Chen Ping'an had chosen for her. Upon wearing it, her cheeks flared crimson. The outfit was undeniably provocative, suitable only for the confines of a bedroom. Chen Ping'an typically showered swiftly, yet today he took his time, aware of the significance of this first encounter. Once he emerged from the bathroom, his eyes were immediately drawn to Su Yuqing, who looked breathtaking in her attire. Overcome with a wave of emotion, he felt an overwhelming urge to act. With determination, he strode towards her and lifted her into his arms, carrying her into the bedroom. Su Yuqing's face was aflame, yet she acquiesced to his embrace. A night of passion ensued, and Chen Ping'an reveled in the happiness of the moment. The following morning, after a night of exertion, he awoke later than usual, roused by the system's alert. It was already 8 a.m., and the system's products had refreshed. Rubbing his eyes, he rose from bed, careful not to disturb Su Yuqing, who remained in a deep slumber. He proceeded to the bathroom to wash his face and brush his teeth, seeking clarity. After boiling a kettle of water, he poured himself a cup of instant coffee provided by the hotel. As he savored the beverage, he opened the system's marketplace, where 4 new items awaited him. Among the offerings were one Shaolin Minor Recovery Pill, a comprehensive language mastery skill book, a nano high-strength bulletproof vest, and an attack-enhanced wooden sword. The randomness of the system's refresh meant that he could only hope for good fortune. Today, luck seemed to favor him. These 4 items were quite satisfactory compared to the lackluster offerings he had encountered prior to the college entrance examination. The minor recovery pill would aid those with internal injuries, but its significance for Chen Ping'an was minimal. However, the language mastery skill book was exceptional. According to the system's description, mastering it would enable him to comprehend every language in this world, including dialects and foreign tongues, even the indigenous languages of tribes in the Amazon rainforest. Contemplating the purchase of the skill book, he noted the bulletproof vest offered formidable defense, yet it was unlikely he would need it. The attack-enhanced wooden sword was even less relevant. In this scenario, the language mastery skill book was undoubtedly the superior choice. With a mere expenditure of $1, he acquired the language mastery skill book. Upon successful purchase, he immediately began to absorb its knowledge, an overwhelming influx of linguistic information flooding his mind, causing a sensation of pressure and pain. Collapsing onto the sofa, he began to silently process this wealth of information. The assimilation of knowledge required time, but the absorption was swift. Within 3 to 5 minutes, the discomfort dissipated, leaving him with an astonishing repertoire of thousands of languages. It was astonishing to discover the existence of such a multitude of languages on this planet. While many were obscure and some long extinct, the skill book even documented those lost tongues. Rubbing his temples to ease the strain, Chen Ping'an tested his newfound abilities, effortlessly speaking in Japanese, French, English, German, and Russian. He then transitioned to Cantonese, Miao, Tibetan, and Hakka, each language flowing from his lips without a hint of accent. This skill book is truly remarkable. I can now traverse any corner of the world without concern for language barriers. Chapter 86. Now fluent in Cantonese before long, Su Yuqing awoke as well. She felt a tinge of embarrassment in the presence of Chen Ping'an. He smiled gently and said, "Take your time to freshen up. I'll step outside for a moment." Chen Ping'an took the initiative to leave, granting Su Yuqing the space she needed. She let out a sigh of relief. A short while later, Su Yuqing emerged, refreshed and dressed anew. With her attire restored, she no longer felt as shy in front of Chen Ping'an, though a hint of bashfulness lingered in her gaze. "I have a task for you," Chen Ping'an proposed. "I have no objections, but I worry I might not perform well," Su Yuqing replied softly. "Rest assured, you will excel. I plan to establish a company in Hong Kong, and I would like you to manage it, as I will soon return to the mainland for university. My time here will be limited, and I entrust the company to your stewardship, Chen Ping'an explained.
Su Yuqing was taken aback by this revelation. You're still a university student? She stammered.
She was aware of Chen Ping'an's youth, yet his demeanor exuded a maturity that suggested he was several years her senior. She never expected him to be a university freshman.
Yes, I am a first-year student.
I just took the college entrance examination this year and I am only 19.
You might say I'm an old bull courting a young calf, Chen Ping'an jested. Hearing the phrase old bull courting a young calf, Su Yuqing's cheeks flushed crimson.
She was astonished to learn that Chen Ping'an was indeed younger than her by several years. Taking a deep breath to compose herself, she inquired.
What if I cannot manage the company well? Fear not, I certainly won't simply leave everything to you. I will outline the company's development direction. And we can stay in touch frequently via phone.
You merely need to follow my directives.
Alternatively, you may consider yourself my assistant, though in the company.
You will be the president, and I will be the chairman, Chen Ping'an reassured her with a smile.
Ah, that sounds manageable, Su Yuqing nodded, visibly relieved.
As a young woman, the prospect of managing a company felt daunting. However, if her role were more akin to that of an assistant, she believed she could excel. After all, she was a graduate of a prestigious university and retained a measure of confidence. She even found herself looking forward to the possibility of managing a company in the future.
Let us have breakfast first.
Once we are done, we can commence our work,
Chen Ping'an said to Su Yuqing.
He had already called the front desk to order breakfast. Such a high-class hotel naturally offered room service.
Before long,
the hotel staff delivered a sumptuous breakfast. Chen Ping'an had ordered a variety of local delicacies, sufficient for both of them. After their meal, the pair exited the hotel, where Old Song was waiting for them in a taxi.
Boss, Old Song greeted respectfully. Chen Ping'an nodded and asked, Have you had breakfast?
I've already eaten,
Old Song replied promptly. Good, let us set off then. I intend to register a company. Do you know whom we should consult? Chen Ping'an inquired as he settled into the back seat with Su Yuqing. For company registration, I know of a firm that specializes in this.
A friend mentioned they are quite reputable.
Shall we inquire?
Old Song suggested after some thought. Let us proceed to the company you mentioned, Chen Ping'an agreed.
Old Song complied, starting the car for the journey. The distance was considerable, and they encountered delays along the way, taking an hour and a half to arrive at the firm. Named Xuanfa Financial Services. Chen Ping'an instructed Old Song to wait downstairs while he escorted Su Yuqing into the establishment. Upon learning of Chen Ping'an's purpose,
the receptionist at Xuanfa Financial Services greeted him warmly.
Soon, a plump female manager approached briskly. Hello, Mr. Chen.
I am Shen Suihua, the general manager of Xuanfa Financial Services.
My friends call me Sister Hua.
I'm likely older than you, so feel free to call me Sister Hua if you prefer, she said with a beaming smile. It was evident that Sister Hua possessed a charming demeanor. Likely in her 30s, she was an appropriate figure for Chen Ping'an to address as Sister Hua.
Hello, Sister Hua. Chen Ping'an replied, shaking her hand in greeting. I understand your company can assist with registration? He asked. Indeed, we can.
Our fees are reasonable, and our efficiency is unmatched.
You will be thoroughly satisfied.
We also handle various business matters related to companies. If you have any financial needs, we can assist with those as well, Sister Hua said,
her smile unwavering.
While Chen Ping'an could register a company on his own, the process was convoluted and time-consuming. Engaging a specialized firm such as theirs would undoubtedly make the task more manageable.
After a brief inquiry,
he learned that the registration could be completed within a week at a reasonable cost, well within his budget.
By the way, do you have connections for obtaining an identification card? Chen Ping'an asked again. Certainly. Is it for a friend of yours? Sister Hua inquired. No, it's for myself.
I've come from the mainland and need to obtain an ID card, Chen Ping'an clarified.
Sister Hua was taken aback. Had you not mentioned it,
I would never have guessed you were from the mainland, she exclaimed, surprised. This was due to Chen Ping'an's fluent Cantonese, devoid of any foreign accent,
making him sound like a local.
Su Yuqing, only just realizing this, recalled that Chen Ping'an had spoken Mandarin with her previously.
It dawned on her now.
Thanks to Sister Hua's comment. I learned Cantonese from a friend, Chen Ping'an explained succinctly. Su Yuqing shot him a curious glance but chose not to probe further, presuming he had intentionally concealed this fact yesterday. For Sister Hua, registering a company and processing identification cards were minor endeavors. Nonetheless, she treated them with utmost enthusiasm. No wonder Old Song had recommended this place. Sister Hua was indeed an exemplary businesswoman.
Sister Hua, could you advise me on the best locations to rent an office building for my company? Chen Ping'an inquired.
Given his limited funds, purchasing an office building outright was impractical. Renting would be a more economical choice until he could afford to buy one in the future.
Chapter 87, Patek Philippe watch. If you're considering renting an office building, why not reside here?
Sister Hua cheerfully explained.
Our office building is available for rent, situated in a prime location at an affordable price,
with ample space and all necessary tools at hand.
Does Sister Hua know someone in property management?
I'd like to inquire about the pricing, Chen Ping'an stated. He had previously visited and noted that the location was quite decent, not the most bustling area, but surrounded by numerous office buildings, making it a suitable choice for work.
Moreover, his requirements for an office were not particularly high. Any place that could serve as an office would suffice.
Sister Hua agreed and promptly summoned the property manager. The manager personally guided Chen Ping'an through the vacant offices on both floors. Ultimately, Chen Ping'an opted for the entire 7th floor, securing the lease without hesitation. The rental cost was indeed substantial. The annual rent for the expansive 7th floor amounted to 200,000 yuan. This was a reasonable price considering that if the office were located in a more central area, the annual rent could easily reach several million yuan. Thus, there were advantages to being in a less frequented location. Upon completing the contractual formalities and making the payment, the 7th floor officially belonged to Chen Ping'an.
With the office location settled, registering the company would now be considerably more straightforward. Currently, the company existed only as a framework, with no immediate need for hiring personnel. Consequently, Su Yuqing's tasks were relatively uncomplicated.
Next, they needed to resolve the issue of accommodation.
Since the office was established here, it would be logical for their residents to be nearby.
Sister Hua, being well informed, was directly consulted by Chen Ping'an regarding potential avenues for purchasing a property. Upon hearing that he intended to buy, Sister Hua eagerly introduced him to a trustworthy real estate agent.
A reliable agent could indeed save both time and money,
a fact that Chen Ping'an fully understood.
Through Sister Hua's introduction, he met a real estate agent named Zhou.
Chen Ping'an's request was straightforward. He sought a suitable apartment for rent in close proximity, prioritizing a pleasant environment over cost. Aware that Chen Ping'an was financially stable,
the agent presented a splendid flat, conveniently located just a 10-minute journey from the office.
This spacious flat, situated within an upscale community,
boasted an area of 120 square meters, a considerable size in Shangjiang.
The rental price was certainly not low, but for Chen Ping'an at this moment, it was merely a trivial expense. He intended to purchase a property in the future, however, he preferred to allocate his funds wisely for now,
opting for rental rather than buying.
Furthermore, he anticipated a significant drop in property prices in the near future, suggesting that it would be prudent to wait before making a purchase.
After a full day of arranging both housing and office matters, Chen Ping'an successfully moved into the flat.
Su Yuqing gazed at their new home, her heart bubbling with joy.
This would be their new residence.
The furnishings were already in place, eliminating the need for additional purchases,
although new bedding would be necessary.
Chen Ping'an took Su Yuqing to a nearby mall to acquire various necessities, including fresh sheets and comforters.
By evening,
their new home was finally set up.
From now on, this will be our home. Are you happy?
Chen Ping'an inquired with a smile, glancing at Su Yuqing.
Of course I'm happy. How could I not be, living in such a spacious place?
She replied, covering her mouth as she chuckled softly.
Just yesterday,
Su Yuqing harbored mixed feelings towards Chen Ping'an, particularly since he had essentially purchased her freedom. Anyone would feel uneasy in such a situation.
However, within a single day,
Her perception of him had completely transformed. She recognized Chen Ping'an as a good man who treated her well. Being beside her father had stripped her life of hope. Yet being with Chen Ping'an instilled a sense of optimism about her future. She felt assured that her life would undoubtedly improve.
"Since you're happy, shouldn't you show me some gratitude?" Chen Ping'an said, a hint of anticipation in his voice. "How would you like me to express my gratitude?" Su Yuqing asked, tilting her head in confusion.
"This will suffice," Chen Ping'an replied, stepping closer and gently pressing his hand atop her head.
Initially puzzled, Su Yuqing quickly understood, casting him a playful glare before obediently kneeling. Another night of passion ensued.
Upon waking, Chen Ping'an felt invigorated rather than fatigued.
As the saying goes, lonely yin does not last, lonely yang does not thrive.
The longevity technique he practiced was indeed a supreme method of harmonizing yin and yang. Previously, while practicing alone, he struggled to grasp some of its subtleties. However, since becoming a true man and being with Su Yuqing, he finally began to perceive the intricacies of the technique. He sensed his internal energy becoming increasingly refined, his vitality flourishing.
Indeed, life thrives through motion. At 8 o'clock,
the time had come again for the refresh of the 4 items.
Chen Ping'an glanced at the offerings, shaking his head in resignation. It was evident that today's selection lacked any remarkable items.
Such was the nature of luck, not every day could yield treasures.
Today's 4 items included a bicycle made of alloy, an electric scooter, a Patek Philippe watch, and a diamond ring. While each item held value, none were particularly extraordinary.
The bicycle and scooter were standard items without any special features. The diamond ring contained a 3-carat diamond, which was worth a bit, but not exorbitantly so. Perhaps the most valuable item was indeed the Patek Philippe watch. However, the model was not specified, leaving its precise value uncertain. Nevertheless, he decided to take a gamble for just 1 yuan. With that thought, Chen Ping'an spent 1 yuan to purchase the Patek Philippe watch.
After completing the transaction,
he received the watch along with its packaging and certificate, all meticulously arranged by the system. When he opened the box, a stunning gold watch radiating a soft blue glow came into view.
With a sapphire cover and a golden body, it was love at first sight.
This watch was nothing short of a masterpiece. The high price of Patek Philippe watches stems not only from brand prestige but also from their exquisite craftsmanship. Each watch is indeed a work of art. As Chen Ping'an slipped the watch onto his wrist, it fit perfectly. "This watch seems oddly familiar," he mused aloud.
"Honey, is this your new watch?" Su Yuqing chimed in.
"It's the Patek Philippe Dreaming Starry Sky Commemorative Edition. I previously saw it in a magazine. It was incredibly expensive."
"Seemingly over 7 million.
Su Yuqing approached, clad in her pajamas, expressing her astonishment with a look of wonder.
Chapter 88, Tenfold Financing. "Do you recognize this watch?" Chen Ping'an inquired with curiosity.
"I don't know it either, I've merely seen it in a magazine.
It's so expensive that it left a lasting impression on me,"
Su Yuqing admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed.
"Honey, how much did you spend on this watch?" Su Yuqing asked. The term honey rolled off her tongue with familiarity.
"It was a gift from my father, I didn't spend a dime," Chen Ping'an replied with a smile. "I purchased it from the system mall for just $1. Essentially a gift from the system itself. The system is more generous than a biological father, so it's not incorrect to say it was a gift from my father."
"Your father gifted it to you?"
Su Yuqing remarked, though she held no doubts about this. After all, Chen Ping'an was already quite wealthy.
So it was entirely plausible that his father, being even more affluent, could present him with a watch worth millions.
It was then that Chen Ping'an realized the watch's true value. The Dreamy Starry Sky Commemorative Edition. No wonder it seemed so familiar, he suddenly realized. He had seen this watch in his past life, but that was a decade or so later, when it fetched over 30 million at an auction.
It was indeed a watch of astronomical worth.
While its exact value was uncertain, it was undeniably precious. Should he ever find himself in financial straits?
He could always auction off the watch. A timepiece from a prestigious brand like Patek Philippe should not merely be viewed as a watch, but rather as a piece of jewelry.
Many exquisite watches have no second-hand market and do not depreciate over time, in fact. They often appreciate in value with the passage of time. Let us dine first, after our meal, we shall commence our tasks, Chen Ping'an suggested.
All right, dear. Su Yuqing quickly agreed.
Although there was food at home, Chen Ping'an felt too lazy to prepare it.
Besides,
there was a nearby tea restaurant where he wished to sample the local delicacies. After enjoying breakfast with Su Yuqing, Chen Ping'an called Lao Song, who was already waiting for him at the restaurant's entrance. Once in Lao Song's car, Chen Ping'an stated their destination, HSBC.
HSBC is not only a multinational bank but also a securities firm with its own securities department. The bank was conveniently located just a short drive from Chen Ping'an's residence,
which was one of the reasons he chose to live there.
He anticipated frequent dealings with HSBC in the future. Upon arriving, Chen Ping'an and Su Yuqing entered the bank. Chen Ping'an had over $1 billion in his account at HSBC. At the front desk, he presented his bank card, requesting the staff to check his balance, which indeed was quite astonishing.
The staff member, upon reviewing the account, treated Chen Ping'an with even greater respect.
I would like to speak with your manager.
I wish to open an account in your securities department and discuss matters with him, Chen Ping'an stated.
Certainly, Mr. Chen.
Please follow me to the lounge while I fetch the manager, the staff member replied. After guiding Chen Ping'an to the lounge and serving tea, the staff member departed. Shortly after, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie approached with a warm smile.
Hello, Mr. Chen.
I am Zhang Baoluo, the manager of the securities department at HSBC.
It is a pleasure to assist you. Chen Ping'an stood and shook Zhang Baoluo's hand.
Hello, Manager Zhang.
I am also a client of HSBC, with over $1 billion in funds in my account.
I wish to open an account through your securities company and hope for some special accommodations.
Of course.
That is no problem at all, Zhang Baoluo quickly assured him.
Having over $1 billion in deposits, Chen Ping'an's account had already been verified. Hence the swift response from the manager.
In Zhang Baoluo's eyes, Chen Ping'an was a significant client, and he extended a warm welcome. There are a few matters I need your cooperation on, Manager Zhang. Firstly, I have over $1 billion in cash at a domestic bank that I need to transfer, Chen Ping'an stated, looking directly at Zhang Baoluo.
That is not an issue, our bank can facilitate that, Zhang Baoluo replied, nodding with a smile. Transferring cash from a domestic bank could be quite cumbersome, but HSBC had its channels, making the process simple and efficient.
Chen Ping'an nodded and continued. I wish to open an account in your securities department, but I require financing privileges.
What is the maximum financing you can offer me?
I can personally authorize up to 5 times leverage. For a higher amount, it would require an upward application, which takes some time, Zhang Baoluo explained.
I want tenfold financing.
If you can accommodate that, I will keep my funds in your securities department for transactions, Chen Ping'an stated resolutely.
Tenfold financing? That is somewhat challenging.
Especially given the magnitude of your funds, Zhang Baoluo admitted with a wry smile.
The larger my funds, the more profit you will earn.
It would be illogical to turn down a business opportunity presented to you. If you find it too difficult, I can seek assistance from another securities firm, Chen Ping'an replied, shaking his head softly.
Zhang Baoluo felt a pang of anxiety. If you could wait a moment, I will apply for you right away.
I personally do not have that level of authority, even if I agree, it would not hold weight.
Please give me a moment to request the permissions. However, before I can apply for that, you will need to open an account with us.
That is fine, we can open the account now, Chen Ping'an nodded.
Opening an account was a straightforward process that did not require Zhang Baoluo's direct involvement.
He summoned a staff member to assist Chen Ping'an while he proceeded to apply for the tenfold financing. Before long, Chen Ping'an's account was successfully opened.
Zhang Baoluo's processes would likely take some time, but Chen Ping'an felt no urgency, confident that Zhang Baoluo would handle matters proficiently.
After all, this endeavor posed no risk to HSBC and could yield substantial commission profits.
Chapter 89, Stock Trading. Once again, Chen Ping'an's demands were not particularly high. The risks far outweighed the potential returns, leading HSBC to promptly acquiesce.
Shortly after, Zhang Paul returned, smiling as he agreed to all of Chen Ping'an's requests. Thus,
Chen Ping'an secured the qualification for tenfold financing. HSBC's resources proved formidable, and with their assistance, Chen Ping'an's domestic funds were swiftly transferred to HSBC, converting into Hong Kong dollars. Chen Ping'an now boasted over 300 million Hong Kong dollars in his account, a substantial sum, even in this era. Moreover, he possessed the qualification for tenfold financing. Seeing his account swell, Chen Ping'an felt a surge of exhilaration. He was now well equipped to take a seat at the gambling table and partake in the game. This financial war was initiated by the beautiful nation, which had launched its offensive last year against New Luo, causing the latter's economy to regress by decades. This year, the beautiful nation extended its financial warfare to Southeast Asian countries, crippling their economies entirely. It must be noted that even in this era, the beautiful nation had become exceedingly powerful not solely by its own might but as the leader of a formidable coalition, backed by a robust interest group. The strength of this coalition was such that it enabled them to wreak havoc across Southeast Asian nations. Chen Ping'an had long yearned to join this grand feast. However, in the past, he lacked the necessary capital to qualify for participation. Now, he found himself in a position to engage. Yet, before diving in, many tasks awaited his attention. Chen Ping'an did not intend to confront them directly, he merely sought to ride the wave and seize a share of the spoils. His confidence stemmed from a prior purchase, a stock trading manual he had acquired from the system's marketplace, rendering him a master of stock trading. His skills were indeed formidable, which bolstered his resolve to partake in this venture. The securities department also offered an operations room, providing independent facilities for prestigious clients like Chen Ping'an. However, he declined, as the transaction amount was substantial, and he harbored reservations about their trustworthiness. Instead, he had set up a computer at home, where he felt more secure conducting his operations. After completing the necessary formalities, he returned home, ready to embark on his journey to wealth. In preparation for this moment, Chen Ping'an had been diligently preparing for days. While he was not a professional trader, he was a super hacker. Prior to his foray into stock trading, he had developed trading software tailored to his needs. This auxiliary software effectively multiplied his capabilities, akin to having 100 of the most obedient and proficient traders at his disposal. With a single command, the software would execute his trading directives flawlessly. While all financial tycoons had their professional trading teams, Chen Ping'an relied on his software for assistance. He had thoroughly tested it, ensuring its reliability. Should this trading software be unveiled, it would undoubtedly trigger significant upheaval within the stock market. In fact, Chen Ping'an was already in the process of developing an AI model, or what could be termed a quantitative investment software. It is well known that stock fluctuations follow discernible patterns, and professional traders operate based on this data. The essence of quantitative trading software lies in configuring such data, allowing for automated buying and selling once market conditions are met. Although this approach lacks a degree of intuition, its mechanized nature, coupled with its divergence from human instinct, paradoxically enhances profitability. In this era, quantitative investing had yet to emerge, but it would become commonplace 2 decades later. Thus, Chen Ping'an leveraged his hacking prowess to pioneer quantitative investing 20 years ahead of time. Establishing a robust quantitative investment model would be time-consuming, yet once completed, it would enable him to reap profits effortlessly. Of course, quantitative investing is not as miraculous as it may seem. While generating income through it is feasible, amassing vast wealth remains elusive. Quantitative investing resembles guerrilla warfare, profitable yet subtle. Amassing significant wealth requires larger-scale enterprises and ventures. Upon returning home, Chen Ping'an powered on his computer to commence his operations. At this juncture, they were launching an offensive against the Stick Nation, which remained oblivious to the impending financial assault, mistakenly believing in the resilience of its financial system. Unbeknownst to them, they were entirely ignorant of their vulnerabilities and the strength of their adversaries. Chen Ping'an, however, had discerned that the financial framework of the Stick Nation was under siege. His strategy was straightforward: to follow the lead of the financial consortium. Whatever actions they undertook, Chen Ping'an would mirror. It was a fortuitous coincidence that in his previous life, he had held great admiration for these individuals and had studied their classic campaigns, including their methods of assaulting the financial systems of Asian countries. Little did he anticipate that the materials he had perused in his past life would prove invaluable in this one. With 300 million Hong Kong dollars and tenfold financing, Chen Ping'an now had access to 3 billion Hong Kong dollars, an undeniably considerable sum in this era.
Investing in any single stock would undoubtedly create substantial market ripples.
However,
Chen Ping'an did not intend to concentrate his investment in one stock. Instead, he diversified his 3 billion across the entire stock market of the STIC nation. Relative to the semi-colonial market, this amount was trivial, akin to a single drop of water in a vast pond, practically undetectable.
With his operations complete,
he awaited the fruits of his labor. "It's all set, now we just wait for our fortunes," Chen Ping'an remarked with ease.
"Husband, is this approach truly viable?"
Su Yuqing asked, her tone tinged with anxiety. After all, this was a staggering sum of 3 billion.
If anything went awry, their future would be bleak. "Trust me."
"It will not falter," Chen Ping'an replied calmly, providing no further explanation, deeming it unnecessary.
"Next, you should learn how to manage a company."
"There is no need for you to inquire further about other matters," he instructed Su Yuqing.
"I understand," Su Yuqing nodded eagerly.
Chapter 90, The Gambler Loses Again. In the following days, Chen Ping'an found himself remarkably at leisure. Each day, he engaged in stock trading, and the remainder of his time was spent accompanying Su Yuqing on various excursions. With a beautiful companion, life indeed felt different, and he experienced a profound sense of joy. The only source of displeasure stemmed from the system goods he encountered daily, which yielded no remarkable finds. However, the profits from the stock market significantly elevated Chen Ping'an's spirits. He had amassed a substantial fortune in the South Korean stock market, with his initial investment of 3 billion soaring to over 5 billion in just a few days. This remarkable increase was attributed to his cautious trading approach. Had he taken bolder risks, his earnings would have been even greater.
Nevertheless,
Chen Ping'an believed that a conservative strategy in the stock market was the most prudent course of action, especially considering he was employing a tenfold leverage, which posed the risk of catastrophic losses in the event of significant fluctuations. Thus, he saw nothing amiss in maintaining a steady hand.
Meanwhile, on Wall Street, Sam savored his afternoon tea, his mood notably buoyant.
Under his stewardship, the South Korean financial market had suffered a series of defeats, resulting in substantial profits for his firm.
Sam was certainly riding high. At that moment, a knock echoed at his office door.
"Come in," he beckoned. The door swung open, revealing his secretary, who appeared somber.
"Boss,
we've encountered a situation," she stated gravely.
"What has happened?" Sam inquired, curiosity piqued.
"We've noticed that a certain fund has been shadowing our operations over the past few days. We have yet to ascertain its origins, but it has garnered a considerable profit by mirroring our trades," the secretary explained.
"Is there a record of their trades? And have we determined where their funds originated?"
Sam probed further.
"We traced the funds back to HSBC, likely from Hong Kong."
"However, we lack more specific information," she replied.
"What do you suggest we do?" Sam asked. "Do we have their trading records?"
"If so, I would like to review them," he continued.
"Yes.
Here are the records we've obtained," the secretary said, presenting them before him.
Sam donned his glasses, scrutinizing the documents with keen interest.
A smile crept across his face as he remarked, "It appears we have encountered a kindred spirit. This individual, while not wielding a vast amount of capital,
demonstrates a sophisticated approach to trading. Let us attempt to establish contact. A collaborative effort could prove beneficial.
For now, we shall proceed cautiously.
This person is not our adversary.
In fact, they could become an ally, which would be advantageous for us." He set down his glasses, chuckling softly.
"Understood, boss. I will delve deeper into their background,"
the secretary promptly replied before departing.
Once alone, Sam resumed his afternoon tea, treating the situation as a mere trifle. Unbeknownst to Chen Ping'an,
his trading activities had already drawn Sam's attention. However, he remained unconcerned, as he was well aware of Sam's forthcoming strategies. Whether or not Sam had discovered him was inconsequential. A week swiftly passed. During this time, Chen Ping'an had fortuitously acquired 2 skill books, one on the art of gambling, which would equip him with the skills of a gambling master, and another on the technique of bone-melting palm. Fortunately, both skill books appeared separately, allowing him to purchase them both. Upon acquisition, he immediately mastered the skills, now possessing exceptional gambling prowess akin to that of a deity, alongside the bone-melting palm. Regrettably, these formidable abilities had yet to find a practical application. Over the course of that week, the South Korean financial market had plummeted, with Sam reaping bountiful rewards and successfully extricating himself from the market. Chen Ping'an, too, navigated his trades with ease. Before Sam's departure, Chen Ping'an had already distanced himself from the South Korean financial landscape, yielding remarkable returns. His initial investment of 3 billion had ballooned to 7.5 billion, a pace of profit that was nothing short of astounding. At this juncture, Sam's funds began to infiltrate the Hong Kong financial market. Chen Ping'an, mirroring this strategy, diversified his investments into the Hong Kong market. The main event was poised to unfold in Hong Kong's financial sphere, where a tempest was about to erupt, unbeknownst to the ordinary investors. Having completed his preparations, Chen Ping'an awaited Sam's offensive. Su Yuqing sat beside him, quietly engrossed in her reading, thoroughly content with their current lifestyle. She felt immensely fortunate to have encountered such a good man. Just then, her phone rang. Su Yuqing answered. It was her mother on the line. After exchanging a few words, her complexion drained of color. Noticing her distress, Chen Ping'an inquired, "What has transpired?" "It's my father. He has returned to the gambling den. And this time, he owes 2 million to the casino." As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks. Su Yuqing's concern was not solely for her father's well-being, rather, it stemmed from her lamentation over her unfortunate fate, being saddled with a gambling addict for a father. The casino had threatened that he must either repay the debt or face dire consequences. Upon concluding her explanation, she dared not meet Chen Ping'an's gaze. Fully aware that her family was incapable of raising such a sum, only Chen Ping'an could rescue her father, yet she felt utterly ashamed to beseech him for assistance, especially after he had already spent 1 million to purchase her. It seemed her father's fate was now inconsequential to her. "Do not worry, I will cover the expenses," Chen Ping'an assured her, embracing Su Yuqing and whispering comforting words. He felt no surprise at the unfolding situation, as he possessed an acute understanding of gamblers. Their nature was such that, when devoid of funds, they vowed to quit gambling, yet once they had a modicum of money, they would invariably seek to wager it. Thus, Chen Ping'an found no astonishment in Su Dafu's continued gambling. A gambler was an insatiable abyss. Chapter 91, Chen Ping'an at the casino. "You are fortunate to have a daughter like her," Chen Ping'an remarked with a smile as he held Su Yuqing close. "And you, too, are lucky to have encountered a man like me." Su Yuqing felt a blush creep to her cheeks, but she couldn't help but agree with him. "What shall we do now?" she inquired softly. "Call your father and ask where he is. I will go find him," Chen Ping'an suggested. Su Yuqing nodded and dialed her father's number. The call connected swiftly, but on the other end, a young, gruff voice answered. "Is this the family of Su Dafu?" the man asked coldly. Chen Ping'an gestured for Su Yuqing to hand him the phone. After taking the call, he stated, "I am the son-in-law of Su Dafu. I am here to repay his debts. Please tell me your location. Your status as Su Dafu's son-in-law is noted. As long as you can repay the debt, that's what matters. We are at the casino, where Su Dafu owes us 2 million. Bring the money, and you can take him away," the man relayed, revealing their casino's location. "Understood. I shall arrive within half an hour," Chen Ping'an replied calmly, ending the call. As he prepared to leave, Su Yuqing expressed her concern for both Chen Ping'an and her father. "What will happen to my dad?" she lamented, fearing that her father's gambling habits would lead to their family's ruin, regardless of their wealth. "Rest assured, I will teach the casino a lesson. They will think twice before allowing your father to gamble again," Chen Ping'an assured her with a smile. It is impossible to deter a gambling addict from their vice. So the goal is to ensure the casino refuses to engage with such individuals. Once marked as undesirable, they will have nowhere to turn for their gambling needs. Chen Ping'an called Lao Song, who soon arrived. Lao Song had transitioned from driving a taxi to becoming Chen Ping'an's dedicated chauffeur, enjoying the perks of the job. "Is this the location?" Lao Song asked hesitantly as they drove. "Yes, I know of an underground casino there," Chen Ping'an confirmed. "Su Yuqing's father has gambled away 2 million. And I must intervene. Despite the gravity of the situation, Chen Ping'an remained unfazed, viewing it as a mere inconvenience he could easily rectify. If the casino showed cooperation, the matter could be resolved amicably, otherwise, he was prepared to resort to force. Within 20 minutes, they arrived at the casino. Chen Ping'an instructed Lao Song to wait while he ventured inside alone. The entrance was marked by a mahjong parlor, leading to the clandestine gambling den. Upon entering, Chen Ping'an announced his purpose of repaying the debt. The staff nodded and guided him further in. The underground casino was heavily monitored, with strict protocols in place to prevent unwelcome visitors. In the back, the notorious Scarface received word of Chen Ping'an's arrival. So, Su Dafu's son-in-law has come to repay the debt. This should be interesting, Scarface mused, his grin revealing sinister intentions. Chen Ping'an was escorted into the main area of the casino, where the atmosphere was far from luxurious but tolerable. He quickly spotted Scarface, whose distinctive appearance made him easy to identify. I am here to repay Su Dafu's debt. Where is he? Chen Ping'an asked directly. Patience, he will be brought out shortly. May I have the honor of knowing your name? Scarface inquired with mock politeness. I am Chen Ping'an. Let us not waste time, I wish to see him. Chen Ping'an replied with quiet authority. Of course, as you are here to settle the debt, you hold the upper hand. Bring out Su Dafu. Scarface commanded with a sly smile. Soon, Su Dafu was brought forward, appearing somewhat disheveled but not physically harmed, likely due to Chen Ping'an's promise to settle the debt. Su Dafu felt a mix of relief and embarrassment upon seeing Chen Ping'an, who was not his legitimate son-in-law but rather the man who had financially secured his daughter. This is the check for 2 million, please verify it, Chen Ping'an said, producing the document. May I also see the promissory note? The check remained in his possession, as the debt had escalated to 3 million due to accrued interest. Scarface, with a smug expression, replied, You will need to present 3 million to take your father-in-law home. Scarface's gaze held an ominous edge, fueled by his previous interest in Su Yuqing, now claimed by Chen Ping'an. Are you certain you wish to play this game with me? Chen Ping'an asked calmly. Chapter 92, Consecutive Victories with my winning streak, what can you do about it? Scarface spoke menacingly. Don't think that just because you have a bit of money, you're something special. This is Hong Kong, it would be quite simple for me to end you. Do you believe I could chop you to pieces and toss you into the sea tonight? Of course, Scarface. You're so impressive, it's certainly no problem for you. Chen Ping'an replied with a broad smile. Since you enjoy playing, I shall indulge you. As the proprietor of this casino, you wouldn't mind if I played a few rounds here, would you? I admire your boldness. If you wish to gamble in my establishment, feel free. Our doors are open to all patrons, Scarface said, equally beaming. Both men wore smiles, yet the atmosphere was far from pleasant. Su Dafu trembled, too intimidated to speak. Could you exchange this check for 2 million in chips? Chen Ping'an handed over his check. Of course, Scarface nodded. Soon, a subordinate approached to exchange the check for chips. 2 million in chips were substantial for their small casino, where the largest denomination was 100,000, equating to 20 chips of that value. Chen Ping'an took the chips and made his way to the big small betting table, opting for something straightforward. The game was already in progress, and he patiently awaited its commencement. The dice were soon cast, and Chen Ping'an placed his chips on big. Bets are closed, the dealer announced. The results were revealed, 4, 5, 6, the big bet had won. Chen Ping'an transformed his 2 million into 4 million. The dealer, now sweating, glanced at Scarface, who approached with a look of astonishment. Scarface merely nodded, and the game continued. The dealer, now more cautious, began to roll the dice with his own unique technique. Chen Ping'an smiled and wagered his 4 million on big once more. Seeing this, the dealer's hands trembled, while Scarface frowned but remained silent. Wow, 4 million on big. This young man has quite the audacity, exclaimed a nearby gambler. Let us follow his lead, he seems to be on a lucky streak. Encouraged by Chen Ping'an's confidence, several gamblers placed their bets on big, while others, too intimidated, opted for small instead. Bets are closed, the dealer declared once again. The dice were rolled, revealing 4, 6, 6, a win for big again. Chen Ping'an's 4 million had now doubled to 8 million, causing the dealer's complexion to pale and Scarface to scowl, realizing they had lost 6 million. With Chen Ping'an's initial 2 million now at 8, the stakes were alarmingly high for their modest casino.
The dealer hesitated to continue rolling. However,
those who had followed Chen Ping'an were jubilant, celebrating their good fortune.
"Let us keep going. What are you waiting for? I'm on a roll." They cheered, urging the dealer to continue.
"Please hold on, it's time for a shift change," Scarface interjected, his authority silencing any dissent.
Shortly after,
a middle-aged man arrived, a master of sleight of hand, summoned for difficult patrons. Upon seeing Chen Ping'an, the master narrowed his eyes, sensing an enigmatic presence.
"Attention, everyone!
A new dealer has arrived, you may continue to gamble," Scarface announced, primarily addressing Chen Ping'an, wary he would leave with his winnings. Yet Chen Ping'an merely smiled.
Showing no intention of departing, the game was just beginning. Su Dafu watched, astonished.
He never anticipated Chen Ping'an's prowess in gambling. Had he known, he would have sought to learn from him earlier. But it was never too late for that. The new dealer rolled the dice with an unusually deliberate method. Each toss slow and measured. Chen Ping'an's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Though the pace was slow, the technique was peculiar.
Previously, Chen Ping'an could easily discern the dice's outcome, but now it was far more challenging.
Taking a deep breath, he focused his internal energy along specific pathways, enhancing his auditory perception. "Bets are closed, please place your wagers," the dealer intoned calmly.
Chen Ping'an confidently pushed all his chips onto big once more. "I'm betting big," he stated evenly. The dealer's expression froze, realizing the outcome favored big. Chen Ping'an had once again struck true.
Chapter 93, The Power of the Bone-Melting Palm. Upon observing the expression on the dealer's face, Scarred brothers sensed that something was amiss. If Chen Ping'an were to win this hand, their casino would incur a staggering loss of 16 million. Such a deficit was beyond their capacity to bear.
"Ah! You little brat, you dare to cheat!"
Scarred brother shouted, slamming his fist on the table and pointing an accusatory finger at Chen Ping'an. His thunderous outburst startled everyone present, with the sole exception of Chen Ping'an himself.
"Cheat? Surely not. We are merely playing dice," murmured the onlookers, their whispers rife with speculation.
Yet, some astute individuals began to realize that the situation was indeed precarious. Scarred brother directly addressed Chen Ping'an, "You have quite the audacity to cheat in our casino. According to our rules, if you are caught cheating, your hands will be severed."
Upon hearing this, Su Dafu turned pale with fear.
Chen Ping'an, however, remained unperturbed.
"Just because you claim I cheat, does that make it so?
If you believe I am cheating, then produce your evidence.
This is your domain, your casino. Yet it does not grant you the authority to declare me a cheat without proof. Is that not the case?"
He directed his words to the surrounding gamblers.
"Can we not win without being labeled as cheats? Must one only lose in your casino?" His voice resonated, and the gamblers exchanged uneasy glances.
What they dreaded most was a casino that disregarded its own rules.
If the establishment could simply accuse winners of cheating, how could they continue to play?
Scarred brother's face reddened in frustration. He had not anticipated that his tactic would fail to intimidate Chen Ping'an.
"I have evidence. But the crowd is too large and too watchful for me to present it now. Gentlemen, the games for today must come to an end. Please return tomorrow," he declared, signaling to Defei to prepare red envelopes for the patrons as they departed.
The crowd responded with mixed emotions. But Scarred brothers' decree left them no choice but to comply, and soon the room was emptied of all but two outsiders, Su Dafu and Chen Ping'an.
Su Dafu trembled in fear, his teeth chattering. "Scarred brother, this is unbecoming of you. Can you not bear to lose? We both know I did not cheat. I won through skill." "You are correct, you did not cheat. However, I regret to inform you that your life is about to end."
"Individuals like you rarely reach this age in our world," Scarred brother retorted coldly. "Perhaps the rules are different where you come from, but here, people like you meet an early demise." As he spoke, a group of thugs appeared, all wielding knives. Su Dafu's face drained of color as he realized the gravity of the situation. He feared for his life, not only for himself but also for his son-in-law, whom he felt he had led into danger.
Do you think you can kill me?
You are merely deluding yourselves, Chen Ping'an scoffed.
Even at death's door, you persist in your bravado.
Brothers, finish him!
Scarred Brother commanded.
The thugs roared and charged at Chen Ping'an, blades drawn. I have recently mastered the bone-melting palm. Today I shall test its might, Chen Ping'an declared with a cold smile, his hands slicing through the air with force.
To the untrained eye,
it appeared ludicrous, striking at thin air, but soon laughter turned to horror. The thugs, one by one, were propelled backward by an invisible force. As the bone-melting palm, a profound internal martial art unleashed its terrifying power. Chen Ping'an's mastery of the eternal life technique had elevated his internal strength to the level of a grandmaster.
And combined with this exquisite technique, the results were devastating.
Scarred Brother and his companions watched, eyes wide in disbelief,
unable to fathom that someone could inflict harm from a distance. Chen Ping'an concentrated fiercely, his palms moving in rapid succession,
sending waves of unseen energy crashing into the surrounding thugs. They had no time to react before being sent sprawling to the ground.
Scarred Brother trembled as he witnessed this spectacle.
Defei, sensing the tide had turned, attempted to flee, but before he could escape, Chen Ping'an's forceful strike reached him, sending him crashing to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth. Scarred Brother's face paled further, a yellow liquid streaming down his trousers. No one could have anticipated that the once formidable Scarred Brother would be reduced to such a state.
Great One, please spare me. I was wrong, he pleaded, kneeling and bowing his head. You are not merely acknowledging your mistake, you are terrified for your life, are you not?
Chen Ping'an replied slowly.
I was wrong, truly wrong.
Please, grant me mercy. Scarred Brother begged, but in a sudden movement, he drew a handgun from his waistband, aiming it at Chen Ping'an. Chapter 94, The Marvelous Uses of the Storage Ring. However, Scarface had no time to draw his gun. Chen Ping'an's bone-soft palm had already struck him first,
hitting him squarely on the head.
Scarface fell to the ground without a sound, a significant dent now visible on his forehead.
If one were to cleave open his skull,
they would find his brain reduced to a pulpy mass. Scarface was undeniably dead, more dead than one could imagine.
Su Dafu trembled in fear.
He had not anticipated that Chen Ping'an would resort to murder, let alone take so many lives at once.
Even more astonishing was the realization that so many were no match for Chen Ping'an's formidable skills. Mr. Chen, what shall we do now? Su Dafu asked, his voice quaking.
First, retrieve your IOU. I will handle the rest, it has nothing to do with you, so why be anxious?
Chen Ping'an replied calmly. Hearing Chen Ping'an's composed tone,
Su Dafu gradually regained his composure. He understood that overthinking was futile, the immediate priority was to tidy up the aftermath.
Please go to the office.
I need to clean this up, Chen Ping'an instructed Su Dafu. There were certain actions that Chen Ping'an preferred not to perform in front of Su Dafu,
so he sent him away.
Su Dafu, no fool, obediently went to the office and even locked the door behind him.
Chen Ping'an's choice to act violently here stemmed from a prior observation: this underground casino lacked surveillance cameras.
While legitimate casinos are equipped with such devices, this establishment, being illegal,
was devoid of them.
Installing cameras would only spell disaster for the casino's owner, as any exposure would provide the police with just cause to arrest everyone involved.
Hence,
Scarface had refrained from installing cameras. It was precisely for this reason that Chen Ping'an felt emboldened to act.
With no surveillance, whatever transpired here would remain undiscovered.
As long as all witnesses were eliminated, Chen Ping'an would find himself in the safest position. He had already devised a plan for clearing the scene and ensuring his own escape. It is worth noting that Chen Ping'an possessed a storage ring. Although the ring could not contain living beings, it was perfect for storing the deceased. One by one, he began to deposit the bodies into the storage ring. Chen Ping'an's bone-soft palm was devastatingly powerful, anyone struck by it would not survive. Thus, the individuals present were now nothing but lifeless corpses.
In no time,
he had collected all the bodies into the storage space, leaving the scene remarkably clean. A few stains of blood remained, but that was inconsequential. Chen Ping'an had no habit of cleaning up blood. As long as there were no bodies left, it was not a homicide. Hence, this incident would not implicate Chen Ping'an. Given that this was an underground casino, the police would have no reason to investigate. With no fatalities and the illegal nature of the establishment, what relevance did it hold for Chen Ping'an? This was the rationale behind his decisive actions. Interestingly, Chen Ping'an had never intended to commit murder. His original plan was merely to teach the casino a lesson and perhaps earn some money. He never expected to be falsely accused of cheating and threatened with death, which ultimately forced his hand. Chen Ping'an then made his way to the cashier's counter. All the cash in the casino was kept there, locked away in several safes. It was likely that the money was secured within those vaults. The safes required both a key and a password to open, but this posed no challenge for Chen Ping'an. He activated his telekinetic powers, effortlessly penetrating the safes and unlocking them without the need for keys or codes. A smile crept across Chen Ping'an's face. With his extraordinary abilities, he was the most formidable locksmith in the world. No lock could withstand his prowess. As the safes opened, they revealed stacks upon stacks of cash. Although Chen Ping'an was wealthy, the sheer amount of cash before him was staggering. He promptly transferred the cash from the safes into his storage ring. All the safes were opened, each brimming with cash. The total amount was likely around 7 to 8 million, a substantial sum for an underground casino. Yet, for Chen Ping'an, it felt somewhat disappointing. The amount was too meager. It became clear why Scarface had accused him of cheating. The casino simply could not afford to compensate him adequately. Perhaps the casino had more cash stored in a bank, but Chen Ping'an had no intention of touching that money, as it was traceable. He did not wish to jeopardize his own standing for the sake of mere currency. Knocking on the office door, Su Dafu quickly opened it. Upon seeing the barren casino hall, he was left in shock. Just moments ago, it had been strewn with bodies, and now, where had they all gone? What happened to the bodies? Su Dafu asked, trembling. They left. I merely incapacitated them, not killed them. Just keep this to yourself. Revealing it would only bring trouble for you, not me, Chen Ping'an stated matter-of-factly. I won't say a word. I know nothing, Su Dafu quickly replied, eager to distance himself from any implication. Have you found your IOU? Chen Ping'an inquired. Yes, here it is, Su Dafu said, pulling out the document with a look of relief. Then, he ignited it with a lighter, watching it burn away. Now that it's gone, you must feel lighter, Chen Ping'an remarked. Burn the other IOUs from the casino as well, he instructed. Su Dafu hesitated but ultimately complied, gathering the remaining IOUs and setting them ablaze. Chen Ping'an then resumed his search in the office, and to his surprise, he discovered a hidden door within the wardrobe. Perhaps there lay something valuable behind it. Chapter 95, Security Company. The concealed door was locked, yet for Chen Ping'an, unlocking such a door was a trivial endeavor. Upon opening it, he discovered a small room containing a safe. Chen Ping'an was rendered speechless by the cunning employed here, surmising that it must harbor something of great significance. Otherwise such measures would be unnecessary. The safe's door yielded easily to him, and within it lay a modest assortment of items. However, a mere glance revealed to Chen Ping'an that the true value of these possessions was immense. Inside the safe, he found gold bars, jewelry, essential account books, and several bank cards, each inscribed with its respective password. Perhaps the sheer number of cards necessitated such precautions against forgetfulness. Additionally, a stack of bearer bonds rested within, accessible to anyone who came into possession of them. The worth of these items was difficult to ascertain, but it was undoubtedly substantial. For Scarface, these were likely the most precious assets, which explained their careful concealment. Chen Ping'an casually surveyed the contents before promptly storing them in his personal space. Now was not the opportune moment to address these items, it was prudent to leave this place instead. After restoring the safe and concealed door, Chen Ping'an departed with Su Dafu. Upon reaching the entrance, the thugs outside remained oblivious to the situation, their expressions clouded with confusion as they awaited orders. Before they could react, Chen Ping'an swiftly subdued them. He instructed Su Dafu to wait outside, and once he had left, Chen Ping'an executed the remaining thugs. While these guards bore no ill will toward him, Chen Ping'an could not afford to leave any witnesses. With them eliminated, he ensured his own safety. Inside the Sparrow Hall, Laughter and revelry filled the air, as patrons remained blissfully unaware that the underground casino had been thoroughly raided. Chen Ping'an and Su Dafu slipped away quietly, drawing no attention.
"Uncle, have you run out of money again?" Chen Ping'an inquired nonchalantly as they settled into the car.
Su Dafu nodded awkwardly.
"I hope this will be the last time." "Can you manage that?" Chen Ping'an asked calmly. "I will, I promise to quit gambling." "I won't dare to bet again," Su Dafu hastily replied.
Chen Ping'an dismissed his words with skepticism.
"Do as you wish, for I am soon returning to the mainland." "Should you find yourself in trouble then?" "I will not have time to rescue you. If you wish to play, why not engage in a casual game of mahjong or cards? Must it always be so high stakes? I have already given you money before, and cannot continue to do so.
Regardless, you are Su Yuqing's father, and it is only natural for her to support you.
How about this? I will transfer 5,000 yuan to your bank card each month. Every year, that amount will increase by 500 yuan.
While this sum may not make you wealthy, it should suffice for a worry-free life.
What do you think?"
Chen Ping'an continued.
"Thank you, Mr. Chen. I will truly quit gambling. I won't dare to gamble again." Su Dafu expressed his gratitude.
Chen Ping'an nodded, though he did not take his words to heart. Whether Su Dafu would genuinely quit gambling remained uncertain, but it mattered little. After all, he was not his biological father. If Su Dafu were to meet an untimely end, it would be due to his own misfortune, not Chen Ping'an's concern. Nevertheless, this encounter served as a stark reminder for Chen Ping'an.
Upon his return,
Su Yuqing would lack any security, and with such an unreliable father, her safety necessitated re-evaluation. Contemplating, Chen Ping'an soon devised a plan. Engaging in organized crime was not something he intended to pursue. He could earn a legitimate living without entangling himself in such affairs.
While he would not dabble in the underworld, he could establish a security company.
The distinctions between organized crime and a security firm were minimal. One operated outside the law while the other functioned within it. The enforcers of the underworld were, in essence, employees receiving wages from their bosses, who provided for them in exchange for loyalty.
Chen Ping'an resolved to open a security company, offering refuge to those willing to fight. He would sustain them financially,
and when the need arose, he would call upon them to fulfill their duties. After escorting Su Dafu home, Chen Ping'an promptly contacted Sister Hua. Having interacted with her frequently of late, he had grown somewhat familiar with her.
Matters pertaining to company establishment were entrusted to her.
For her fees were reasonable and her reliability was commendable, qualities that endeared her to Chen Ping'an.
After articulating his requirements,
he requested Sister Hua to register a security company on his behalf. Without hesitation, she acquiesced, recognizing the business opportunity at hand.
The registration process was a simple task for her.
"Sister Hua, the security company requires a management personnel.
Do you have anyone suitable to recommend?" Chen Ping'an inquired directly.
"That puts me in a bit of a bind, as I do not know anyone fitting that description. However, give me a moment, and I can make some inquiries."
Sister Hua promptly replied. "I appreciate your help, Sister Hua. By the way, I am quite curious, what is the annual income for a company like yours?" Chen Ping'an suddenly asked. Sister Hua paused before responding. "Mr. Chen, do you believe running a company like this is easy money?"
"The reality is quite different. Our profits are modest, as most of the substantial earnings are siphoned off by those above us. For instance, my own company generates an income of approximately 300,000 to 500,000 a year. While that may seem considerable, here in Hong Kong, it's hardly significant."
Chen Ping'an nodded, recognizing the truth in her words.
Companies like theirs thrived on connections. Yet maintaining those connections required financial investment. Consequently, although Sister Hua was well connected, she also faced numerous expenses, leaving her with only a modest profit compared to the average person. However, her income was still substantial.
Earning hundreds of thousands of Hong Kong dollars annually is no small feat, Sister Hua. Have you ever considered working for my company? I can offer you an annual salary of
1.2 million, with bonuses and benefits negotiated separately, Chen Ping'an stated slowly.
Mr. Chen, are you jesting?
Sister Hua asked incredulously.
Chapter 96, The Subtle Steps of Lingbo. How could I jest about such matters? I wonder what your thoughts are on what I just proposed. An annual salary of 1.2 million, along with additional benefits. Your role would be as the company's vice president, assisting Su Yuqing in her duties. You are aware that Su Yuqing is a young lady, rather inexperienced in business matters and in need of guidance. I believe you would be an excellent fit, Sister Hua. Chen Ping'an stated. Sister Hua felt a surge of joy, for her abilities were recognized. Yet, a wave of apprehension washed over her. Was Chen Ping'an's offer genuine? Once she closed her own company to join his, she would have no fallback. What if she were to be dismissed in the future? Her concerns were far from trivial. Sister Hua, if you have any thoughts, feel free to share them directly with me. Chen Ping'an sensed her hesitation and inquired. He had observed Sister Hua's capabilities and character. Most importantly, Sister Hua was a woman, and it made sense for Su Yuqing's assistant to be someone of the same gender. Avoiding potential complications that might arise with a male counterpart. With Chen Ping'an preparing to attend university soon, he would not be available to frequently oversee operations in Shangjiang. Thus, finding a suitable assistant for Su Yuqing was paramount. Although Su Yuqing possessed immense potential, her current skills left much to be desired. Taking a deep breath, Sister Hua replied. Thank you, Mr. Chen, for acknowledging my worth. I accept your proposal, but I worry that I may not possess the necessary skills to manage the company's affairs. She said no more, merely hinting at her concerns. Chen Ping'an, however, discerned the underlying meanings in her words and understood her apprehensions. With a smile, he suggested. Why don't we establish a long-term contract? I genuinely worry you might seek employment elsewhere. How about committing to my company for 20 years? That would align perfectly with your retirement timeline. Given your capabilities, I believe there are numerous positions within my company that would suit you. Having witnessed Chen Ping'an's sincerity, Sister Hua's final reservations dissipated. Previously, her greatest fear had been the uncertainty of her tenure. The idea of working at Chen Ping'an's company for a few months only to be let go was daunting. However, with a 20-year contract, what was there to fear? Of course, Sister Hua was fully aware that a lengthy contract could be manipulated. For instance, she could be assigned an undesirable role, such as cleaning the streets or restrooms. There were various means a company could employ to encourage someone to leave. Yet, having interacted with Chen Ping'an, she felt confident he was not that type of person. She had also met Su Yuqing and found her to be quite a delightful young lady. Sister Hua believed it was worth taking this gamble. An annual salary of 1.2 million far exceeded her current earnings. Approaching 40 years of age, she could work for 20 more years and retire comfortably. In other words, if she performed well, she could remain in the company until retirement. The combination of these conditions made Sister Hua quite eager. The two quickly reached a consensus. Sister Hua would expedite the closure of her company and commence work for Chen Ping'an. After concluding the call, Chen Ping'an felt elated. Upon returning home, Su Yuqing rushed towards him, her eyes glistening with emotion, and flung herself into his embrace. Thank you, she said, her cheeks flushed. She was truly moved. Not having anticipated that when her father faced a crisis, Chen Ping'an would act without hesitation to help. How could Su Yuqing's heart not be touched by such a man? She had already received a call from her mother and was aware that her father had safely returned home. His survival was entirely due to Chen Ping'an's intervention. Chen Ping'an leaned down and kissed her gently, smiling as he asked, "How will you express your gratitude? Just words? What do you wish for me to do to show my appreciation?" "I will do just that," Su Yuqing replied softly, her face a vivid shade of red. Chen Ping'an chuckled and lightly patted her head. Su Yuqing understood immediately. The night passed swiftly, filled with beauty. At 8 a.m. a splendid item appeared among today's system goods, a superb jadeite cabbage, a golden desert eagle, a skill book for the fully mastered subtle steps of Lingbo, and a bottle of all-purpose restorative elixir. Chen Ping'an's gaze was instantly drawn to the skill book. It was indeed a fully mastered Lingbo Weibu skill book. Lingbo Weibu, a premier lightness skill from the novel Tianlong Babu, captivated him. Upon seeing the book, he could hardly contain his excitement. Without a moment's hesitation, he spent $1 to purchase the fully mastered skill book. Skill books vary in levels, some require gradual cultivation while others offer immediate mastery. Chen Ping'an was fortunate to have acquired a fully mastered Lingbo Weibo skill book. Once he obtained the book, he promptly learned the fully mastered skill. Upon completing the learning process, he envisioned a figure akin to a celestial being gracefully dancing before him, a vision that flickered like a dream. Lingbo Weibo, this was the Lingbo Weibo he had mastered, far surpassing the descriptions found in the novel. It is worth noting that Duan-Yu, the character from the story, merely dabbled in Lingbo Weibo but did not attain its profound depths. He relied on his formidable internal strength to propel his movements. In contrast, Chen Ping'an had learned the fully mastered version, creating a chasm between their abilities. After some time, Chen Ping'an had fully grasped the skill. Lingbo Weibo, a top-tier movement technique in the novel, boasted not only incredible speed and evasion capabilities but also the ability to restore internal energy while dodging. Lingbo Weibo was both a form of movement and an advanced internal cultivation method. Unlike other movement techniques that consumed internal energy, Lingbo Weibo uniquely enhanced and replenished it, establishing itself as the epitome of movement skills. Chapter 97, A visit to Mr. Hu. Chen Ping'an was in high spirits, indulging in an extra basket of meat buns for breakfast. As the stock market opened, his mood elevated further, for he saw the prospect of continued profits. However, while his heart soared, the sentiments of others were far from jubilant. The stock market had been languishing for an extended period, casting a pall over the entire Hong Kong exchange, which resembled a scene of desolation. Chen Ping'an was well aware of the forces at play behind this downturn. But in the current climate, he felt powerless to effect any change. He was but a solitary figure, content to clandestinely amass a modest fortune without altering the overarching circumstances. His sole plan was to establish a factory in Hong Kong after the storm had passed, thereby providing more job opportunities for the common folk, a notion he had contemplated long before. The costs of setting up a factory in Hong Kong were considerable. Yet the freedoms afforded to high-tech enterprises were enticing, unlike those in the mainland where strict restrictions imposed by the Western technological sphere prevailed. Such limitations were a consequence of the nation's insufficient strength, a reality that could not be altered. At noon, Chen Ping'an journeyed to the outskirts, seeking a secluded spot to practice his agility, mastering the elusive Lingbo Weibo technique, which he would need later that evening. Unbeknownst to him, he had already attracted the attention of the Numbers gang. Scarface, a leader among them, was aware that the casino did not belong to him personally but was part of the gang's operations, which he managed. Yet, all of Scarface's associates had mysteriously vanished without a trace. Upon receiving news, the Numbers gang swiftly dispatched a formidable figure, known as Big Gold Tooth, to handle the situation. Few dared to call him by his nickname, reserving such familiarity for those of equal stature. Others simply referred to him as Big Tooth. Big Gold Tooth was no fool. Although no clues or bodies were found at the scene, he deduced that Scarface and his crew were either dead or had been captured. He sought to gather information about the events of that fateful day. While there were no surveillance recordings, it was not difficult to piece together the timeline. On that day, a disturbance had occurred at the casino, which Scarface had quelled, sending all patrons away. After that, they simply vanished without explanation. However, the troublemakers, led by Su Dafu, had left the casino unscathed. Though their actions remained obscured, they were the prime suspects in the eyes of the gang, who needed no concrete evidence to pursue their quarry. Consequently, Su Dafu and Chen Ping'an became their targets. Anticipating such developments, Chen Ping'an had already arranged for Su Dafu to relocate. Hong Kong, while not vast, posed challenges for the Numbers gang to locate him after the move. As for Chen Ping'an, he felt no concern, as long as he refrained from provoking the gang. They would have no reason to cross him. Should they seek to trouble him, he would not hesitate to retaliate. As night fell, Chen Ping'an instructed Lao Song to drive him to the renowned Mid-Levels Villa District, one of Hong Kong's most prestigious residential areas. Those who resided there were among the city's elite. With his current wealth, Chen Ping'an could afford a home in the area, yet he refrained from such expenditures, preferring to wait until the tempest passed, anticipating a significant drop in property prices. Upon arrival, he instructed Lao Song to wait, promising to call once he had concluded his business. Lao Song complied without question, aware of the unspoken boundaries between them. His discretion was precisely why Chen Ping'an had chosen him as his driver. Any hint of curiosity would have disqualified him from that role. In a lavish villa, An elderly gentleman quietly perused a newspaper in his study. His brow furrowed as he absorbed the contents, when suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. Puzzled, he wondered who could be interrupting him at this hour. Typically, family would not intrude at such a time. "Who is it?" the elder called out. "Come in." The door opened, revealing a young man whom he did not recognize. "You must be Mr. Hua," the youth began, extending his hand. "I am Chen Ping'an. And it is a pleasure to meet you." Mr. Hua, maintaining a calm demeanor, reciprocated the handshake. "You are Chen Ping'an? That name is unfamiliar to me. I believe this is our first encounter. You are not a descendant of my old friends, are you?" he inquired cautiously. "There is no need for such probing, Mr. Hua. You could not possibly guess my background. As this is indeed our first meeting, my parents are merely ordinary individuals with no connection to you. I understand my visit may seem abrupt, but I find myself without connections in Hong Kong. It is exceedingly difficult to meet you through conventional means." Mr. Hua was a venerable figure in Hong Kong, a patriotic businessman whom Chen Ping'an greatly admired. With his time in Hong Kong limited as he prepared to return to the mainland for his studies, Chen Ping'an sought to ensure that his investments would not languish unattended, leading him to seek out Mr. Hua this evening. Chapter 98: Collaboration. Meeting Mr. Hua is certainly not an easy endeavor. It is akin to an ordinary individual having no chance of encountering the President of the United States. Though Mr. Hua may not hold the title of President, the principle remains the same. It is quite challenging for an average person to gain an audience with him. Chen Ping'an, lacking connections in Shangjiang, finds it equally difficult to secure a meeting with Mr. Hua. "That seems a bit excessive," Mr. Hua remarked with a smile, "but I am curious as to why you, Mr. Chen, have come to see me." "I have traveled from the mainland and have some business in Shangjiang, however. I will soon return to the mainland to continue my studies. I am concerned that my ventures here may be undermined. Therefore, I hope to collaborate with you, Mr. Hua, as your esteemed position could ensure that my interests are safeguarded. Collaboration, of course, should be mutually beneficial. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, I would be willing to assist you. Though I am but an ordinary person, I possess certain abilities. I excel in two matters, taking lives and saving lives." As Chen Ping'an spoke, he raised his hand and gently struck the wall. Initially, Mr. Hua was puzzled, but soon his eyes widened in astonishment as he noticed an imprint of a hand on the wall. "Such a skill is rather embarrassing for me," Chen Ping'an said calmly. "Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Could this be the legendary internal energy?" Mr. Hua inquired, visibly excited. Chen Ping'an merely nodded in affirmation, the meaning clear. "Impressive indeed. If such force were to be unleashed upon a person," Mr. Hua mused, shaking his head in contemplation, "such an ability, if applied with malicious intent, would indeed be formidable. Nevertheless, a person of Mr. Hua's stature rarely needs to resort to violence. There are few individuals worthy of his wrath." Yet, this capability commanded Mr. Hua's respect, serving as a subtle warning as well. "Aside from taking lives, my forte lies in healing. Mr. Hua, despite your wealth and access to the finest medical resources, your health is not as robust as it could be. If you would trust me, I can provide you with treatment," Chen Ping'an continued. Mr. Hua, taken aback, replied, "I should be in good health, should I not? Mr. Hua, you are likely more aware of your condition than I am. While there are no major ailments, your body exhibits signs of frailty due to age. You are not as vigorous as you once were, and your current state is beyond the reach of conventional medicine," Chen Ping'an explained with a smile. "However, under my care, your health can be revitalized." Mr. Hua nodded thoughtfully and responded, "If that is the case, I shall trouble you." "Mr. Chen." "Not at all, Mr. Hua. You are of a similar age to my grandfather. Feel free to call me Xiao Chun," Chen Ping'an replied with a smile. Mr. Hua chuckled, "In that case, you may refer to me as Hua Grandpa." "Certainly, Hua Grandpa," Chen Ping'an said without hesitation, recognizing that addressing Mr. Hua in such a manner did not diminish his own standing but rather conferred a certain advantage. "Hua Grandpa, let me first take your pulse to assess your condition," Chen Ping'an stated.
Mr. Hua promptly extended his hand, and Chen Ping'an began his examination. At that moment, Mr. Hua felt a surge of warmth flowing from Chen Ping'an's fingers into his body, a sensation that was unmistakable. Is this internal energy? I can feel it, Mr. Hua exclaimed. Astonished. Indeed, Hua Grandpa, this is internal energy. It allows me to examine your health with greater clarity, Chen Ping'an affirmed. After 2 minutes, he withdrew his hand. My assessment aligns with my initial thoughts. Hua Grandpa, while you have no significant ailments, your age has diminished your vitality compared to your youth. I will employ internal energy to restore your health, and I shall undertake this treatment annually. While I cannot promise everything, I can assure you of a long life. Chen Ping'an declared confidently. Can I truly expect to live to 100? Mr. Hua asked, a hint of excitement in his voice. At over 70 years of age? The prospect of living another 30 years was undoubtedly a delightful notion for Mr. Hua. Words alone are insufficient. Let us revisit this conversation in 30 years, Chen Ping'an jested. Agreed. We shall discuss it then, Mr. Hua replied with enthusiasm. Is there anything I should do now? Mr. Hua inquired with anticipation. Hua Grandpa, please lie down on this sofa. It will be more comfortable for your treatment, Chen Ping'an suggested. Mr. Hua complied and reclined on the sofa, while Chen Ping'an commenced his healing process. The terms of their collaboration had not been explicitly stated, yet the partnership had already begun. As Chen Ping'an demonstrated his worth, Mr. Hua would naturally support his endeavors. Chen Ping'an initiated the infusion of internal energy into Mr. Hua's body, stimulating his acupoints, and utilized silver needles for acupuncture. The treatment lasted a full half an hour. During this time, there was a knock at the door, causing Mr. Hua to hesitate. Chen Ping'an approached and opened the door to find a maid holding tea and a fruit platter. Hua Grandpa is resting, please hand me the items. Do not disturb us for the time being. Any matters can wait half an hour, Chen Ping'an stated with natural authority, taking the tea and fruit from the maid. The maid stood momentarily stunned, unsure of Chen Ping'an's identity, especially given that he was in Mr. Hua's study and referred to him as Hua Grandpa. Very well, sir. The maid replied hesitantly before closing the door and leaving. Once the maid departed, Chen Ping'an resumed his treatment of Mr. Hua. Meanwhile, the Hua family had already received word from the maid that a young stranger was present in Mr. Hua's chamber. Chapter 99, Congenital Heart Disease. The Hua family was astounded upon receiving the news, as they were previously unaware of any such developments. They had heard someone sought an audience with Mr. Hua, yet a strange young man had suddenly appeared in his chambers, a circumstance that struck them as peculiar and unsettling, demanding immediate clarification. Mr. Hua's eldest son, cognizant of the gravity of the situation, promptly took charge. Maintaining his composure, he orchestrated the reinforcement of the household security detail before cautiously approaching the door once more. Somewhat bemused, Chen Ping'an acquiesced and opened the door, returning to Mr. Hua's side to continue his therapeutic ministrations. Mr. Hua's son, Huayong, upon entering and surveying the scene, was visibly taken aback. Mr. Huayong, Chen Ping'an remarked calmly. Without pausing his actions, I must request your patience as I attend to your father, Mr. Hua. I am aware you harbor many questions, but I assure you, your father is unharmed, and I intend no ill will towards him. Observing his father's well-being, Huayong felt a measure of relief. Very well, I shall await your convenience, he responded, taking a seat nearby. Chen Ping'an, his hands diligently occupied, proceeded to elucidate the situation and introduce himself. Mr. Hua, succumbing to the soothing effects of Chen Ping'an's treatment, had drifted into a peaceful slumber. Huayong, reassured by Chen Ping'an's explanation, felt his anxiety subside. After a span of 30 minutes, Chen Ping'an's efficacious treatment had markedly improved Mr. Hua's condition. Upon its completion, Mr. Hua awoke, exclaiming with delight, "Ah, such comfort! I have not felt this invigorated in ages." He sat up from the sofa, radiating contentment. Father, are you unharmed? Huayong inquired anxiously. Indeed, I am quite well. Young Chen possesses remarkable skill, his medical prowess is truly exceptional, Mr. Hua affirmed. Huayong breathed a sigh of relief at his father's reassurance. Chen Ping'an merely smiled, offering no further comment. Mr. Hua, perhaps we should postpone further discussion until tomorrow. Here is my card, please do not hesitate to contact me should the need arise.
Chen Ping'an proffered his card.
Very well, we shall reconvene tomorrow.
Huo-Yuan, please escort young Chen out, Mr. Hua instructed. Huo-Yuan assented and personally escorted Chen Ping'an to the door.
They were met by a phalanx of bodyguards, their expressions betraying an air of imminent threat. A single command from Huo-Yuan would unleash their collective force upon Chen Ping'an. However, now apprised of the situation, Huo-Yuan harbored no such intention.
The Hua family, gathered outside, appeared perplexed, unfamiliar with Chen Ping'an's identity or purpose.
Yet, observing Mr. Hua's amicable demeanor as he bid farewell to Chen Ping'an,
they experienced a collective easing of tension.
Chen Ping'an's gaze swept across the assembled Hua family members, eventually settling upon a young woman, seemingly 16 or 17 years of age. Her striking beauty was undeniable, her skin porcelain white, and her features exquisitely refined. However, her pallid complexion betrayed a precarious state of health.
Chen Ping'an's medical acumen suggested a grave ailment. Halting in his tracks, Chen Ping'an scrutinized her further before inquiring, "Has this young lady been examined by a physician?"
"It appears she suffers from a congenital heart defect."
Chen Ping'an's pronouncement sent ripples of astonishment through the Hua family. Mr. Hua, in a moment of sudden realization, wondered if Chen Ping'an's vaunted medical skills could offer a remedy for his granddaughter's affliction.
The young woman in question was indeed Mr. Hua's granddaughter, Huo-Yang's daughter. Named Hua Tingting. Gifted with both beauty and intelligence, she had been diagnosed with a congenital heart defect at birth.
Given her condition, her prognosis was grim. However,
the Hua family's vast wealth had afforded her access to the most advanced medical care, sustaining her life to this point. Doctors had cautioned that she might not survive beyond the age of 20. Hua Tingting's condition was a source of profound anxiety for the Hua family, who had explored the possibility of a heart transplant. Regrettably, a compatible donor heart had proven elusive, and Hua Tingting's fragile health precluded other medical interventions. Despite their considerable resources, the Hua family could only watch helplessly as time dwindled for Hua Tingting. "Young Chen," Mr. Hua inquired with palpable eagerness,
"Do you possess a means to alleviate my granddaughter's condition?"
"Mr. Hua, I must implore you to remain calm.
Allow me to examine your granddaughter's pulse to ascertain the situation."
Chen Ping'an responded gently. He would not venture a pronouncement without first taking her pulse. "Pray, proceed with haste," Mr. Hua urged. "Young lady, please be seated here,"
Chen Ping'an directed, gesturing towards a sofa. "You are scarcely older than I, must you address me as young lady?"
Hua Tingting remarked with a touch of shyness.
"Then, how should I address you?" Chen Ping'an inquired with a smile.
"Simply call me by my name, Hua Tingting," she replied. "Very well, Tingting," Chen Ping'an responded.
Hua Tingting,
despite her exasperated expression at being addressed as Tingting, complied and settled onto the sofa. Chen Ping'an followed suit, requesting that she extend her hand. He then commenced the examination of her pulse.
Chapter 100, Treatment Plan. During Chen Ping'an's pulse examination, the family remained silent, fearing they might disrupt his concentration. Chen Ping'an's expression remained largely unchanged, calm and composed.
However, he gradually furrowed his brow, indicating the complexity of the situation concerning Sister Tingting. She suffered from a congenital heart condition, a malady she had carried since birth. Despite receiving treatment over the years, the disease proved difficult to cure, as it had never been addressed at its root. In addition to her heart condition, Sister Tingting also had a condition known as 3-in absolute pulse, a term rooted in traditional Chinese medicine. Modern instruments would struggle to detect this condition, but its external manifestation was Sister Tingting's frail physique. Should surgery be performed? Her body might not withstand the strain. Is there a way to treat her? Mr. Hua inquired urgently. Indeed, there are 2 methods available for treatment, Chen Ping'an replied. The first method involves a heart transplant for Sister Tingting. However, before proceeding with the transplant, her 3-in absolute pulse must be treated effectively. Moreover, the requirements for the donor heart are quite stringent. It cannot be just any ordinary heart, making it exceedingly difficult to find. Upon hearing this, the Hua family nodded in understanding. Mr. Hua expressed his helplessness, stating, "We consulted a renowned cardiac surgeon previously, a world-class expert. And he echoed the need for a heart transplant, but the heart is so hard to procure.
For affluent families, acquiring a heart from an ordinary person might be relatively simple. The black market offers viable options at a minimal cost. However,
finding a heart that meets specific requirements is a daunting task, as is the case for Sister Tingting, who would struggle to find a compatible donor. If a matching heart cannot be found, we must resort to the second treatment method, Chen Ping'an continued. This approach is more conservative and does not require a heart transplant. Congenital heart disease essentially means that the heart did not develop properly at birth. It is akin to a car that leaves the factory with a faulty engine, specifically
a defective engine.
In such cases, unless the engine is replaced or thoroughly repaired, the vehicle will inevitably be rendered useless.
Conventional methods would likely falter in treating Sister Tingting's heart. If entrusted with her treatment, I would employ a nurturing approach,
allowing her heart to return to a state akin to that of a fetus. This means facilitating a second developmental phase for the compromised heart,
enabling it to heal its deficiencies.
However, this process cannot be rushed. My estimation indicates it may take up to 3 years at the slowest,
with a minimum of 1 year at the fastest.
Thus, I assert that conservatively, 3 years should suffice for a complete recovery.
During this period,
vigorous exercise and emotional upheaval should be avoided, ensuring her body is well cared for. Upon hearing these words, the room fell into a profound silence. Sister Tingting stared in disbelief, unable to fathom that her ailment could indeed be remedied.
"You aren't deceiving me, are you?" she asked incredulously. "Sister Tingting, you belong to the Hua family.
While I might mislead others, I would never deceive you. Moreover, I will not charge you for my treatment."
"What do I have to gain from deceiving you?" Chen Ping'an smiled reassuringly.
"Of course, while I will not charge for my treatment, the costs of medications will be your responsibility, and you may procure them yourselves." "Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest, young Chen.
We will forego the heart transplant and adopt this conservative treatment method."
3 years is merely a brief wait. We can afford to be patient, Mr. Hua declared with enthusiasm.
At this moment, Huayong interjected, "Will there be any danger for Sister Tingting during these 3 years? Throughout my treatment,
I can assure you that her heart condition will not exacerbate. However, Sister Tingting must cooperate fully. Maintaining emotional stability and avoiding intense physical activity is paramount,"
Chen Ping'an stated earnestly. "I understand.
"I have always maintained a stable demeanor," Sister Tingting replied with a smile, visibly pleased.
"Then there shall be no issue. I guarantee that after 3 years, Sister Tingting will be in perfect health."
"Should the treatment proceed smoothly, she may even regain her health within a year," Chen Ping'an reiterated. The Hua family was overwhelmed with excitement at this news, struggling to comprehend that Sister Tingting might have a chance at recovery. Yet, lingering doubts about Chen Ping'an's youth and credibility remained unvoiced among them.
Let us conclude our discussion for today. Preparing for Sister Tingting's treatment will require considerable groundwork.
I will provide you with a list of the necessary tools and medications, while I do not charge for my services. You will need to procure these items at your own expense, Chen Ping'an stated matter-of-factly. He then took out paper and pen, meticulously writing out the list. Huayong hurried over to review the items, ready to seek clarification on any uncertainties.
Soon, the list was completed.
After leaving it with them, Chen Ping'an took his leave,
with Huayong personally escorting him to the door. Once Chen Ping'an departed, the Hua household fell into a heavy silence.
"Father, how should we proceed with this situation?"
Huayong cautiously inquired.
"First, we must investigate his identity.
Additionally, how did he gain entry? Did no one in the household react?"
Mr. Hua questioned calmly. "I have instructed the housekeeper to review the surveillance footage. News should arrive shortly," Huayong replied promptly. Before long, the housekeeper and the head of security approached swiftly.
"Sir, we have gathered information," the housekeeper announced.
"What have you discovered?"
Mr. Hua asked eagerly.
This time, it was the head of security who responded,
still displaying a look of shock.
"Sir, we have uncovered that Mr. Chen entered through the main gate. However, rather than using the gate, he simply leaped over it. Our gate stands 3 meters tall, and he effortlessly cleared it, which is utterly astonishing.
Had I not reviewed the footage, I would have found it inconceivable that anyone could jump over a 3-meter gate.
After entering the courtyard, he strolled in with great confidence.
Unfortunately,
he moved with such swiftness that our guards could not react in time to prevent his entry. The head of security continued apologetically.
I apologize, sir.
This lapse is our fault, but... However, the head of security struggled to continue. Follow me to my study, Mr. Hua commanded suddenly.